Night fell. The sky was filled with countless stars. This was Xiuhua Village in Zhaoyang City, an ordinary small mountain village. In a low farmhouse courtyard, wisps of cooking smoke rose straight into the sky like a black pillar reaching the heavens. On the low courtyard wall, a black cat walked with light, graceful steps, as if striding on a catwalk, elegant and dignified. Woof, woof. Suddenly a dog bark came from the yard. Meow. The black cat shrieked in fright and fled, disappearing in an instant. Seeing its panicked escape, it had completely lost its earlier elegance and dignity. Upon closer look, the barking came from a bulldog. The bulldog's neck was tied with an iron chain unusually thick as an adult's calf. The entire dog's head was pressed down by the heavy chain as if it had violated some heavenly law and was undergoing punishment. The poor dog could only move back and forth within this meager 1-meter radius. So it hated that black cat sauntering in a catwalk, daring to taunt it in its own territory. If not for the heavy chain, the dog would have chased and given it a good beating long ago. One of the dog's eyes had cataracts, one black and one white. Eye looked like the black and white impermanence at first glance, quite frightening. The dog occasionally looked up toward the kitchen, where lamplight flickered, reflecting in its eyes. From a distance, its glowing eyes resembled luminous pearls, bright enough to dazzle anyone. Beside the kitchen table, a handsome young man was looking down at his phone, occasionally chuckling softly. Breaking news: the Dongying Federation Meteorological Bureau detected an asteroid about 18 meters in diameter, weighing approximately 1200 tons, passing through the upper atmosphere over the Tsar Federation. The asteroid burned violently during descent, eventually exploding and rapidly disintegrating in the atmosphere. Fortunately, the area below was far from human settlements, causing no major damage. Witnesses said that the moment the asteroid crossed the night sky, the entire sky was extremely bright, like a nearby sun. From satellite angles, a very large cyclone was visible, slowly rotating, then igniting with flames blazing as it rushed toward the ground. To avoid causing panic, the news of the extraterrestrial asteroid was initially suppressed, and the information was only released by the media after the asteroid exploded. Looking at the phone news, Xiao Yao was puzzled. Why was it the Dongying Federation Meteorological Bureau's satellite that detected the asteroid falling over the Tsar Federation? Didn't the Tsar Federation have its own satellites? Why hadn't its own meteorological bureau released the information? The Dongying Federation Meteorological Bureau monitored weather in peacetime and missiles in wartime. Truly an unconventional organization, implying they constantly monitored foreign, unidentified flying objects. Fortunately, thanks to the Tsar Federation's vast and sparsely populated territory, it was a mercy that it was far from human settlements. Although far from human settlements, this event still injured 1500 people and damaged over 700 buildings. This made people shudder in hindsight. Some estimated that if the meteor had directly hit Earth, the energy released would be equivalent to 200 Hiroshima atomic bombs, with unimaginable consequences. Xiao Yao watched the second half of the video, which included footage shot by a witness on a phone. A meteor hurtled through the night sky, its dazzling light filling the entire screen. Then the meteor disintegrated in midair. Every day, small extraterrestrial bodies invade, but most are small and burn up from friction with the atmosphere before penetrating it. This meteor was just a bit bigger, so it garnered slightly more attention. But since it was far away in the Tsar Federation and caused no major damage, the event was quickly drowned out by other news. At the end of the video, no one noticed a smaller object speeding through the explosion cloud of the disintegrated asteroid. Xiao Yao scrolled down, continuing to browse other news. Dididi. The sound of a text message alert rang out. Xiao Yao opened the message. Available balance exhausted. Reminder: as of 1830 on December 2nd, 2114, your available balance has been exhausted. Only incoming call function is retained. Please recharge as soon as possible. Jiuzhou Federation Telecom, no data left. Maybe recharge via Z-Pay. Network connection failed. Please confirm that the network connection is normal. Are you kidding me? They cut off my network that fast. Xiao Yao saw that the data icon at the top of his phone was already off. At least let me recharge first, right? Cutting off the network straight away. How can I recharge? Discovered a nearby available network. Would you like to connect? No idea which neighbor left their wireless network without a password. Truly a good neighbor from Jiuzhou. Only that the Wi-Fi name was random, a jumble of characters. Xiao Yao, come and serve the food. Coming. Xiao Yao put his phone on the table and went to serve the food. New system detected. Updating. The phone on the table was now updating its system on its own. Mom, when will Dad be back? After 7 o'clock. Your dad gets off at 7. You eat first, finish quickly, and go to the new house to sleep. You have to go to school tomorrow. Don't stay up late. Xiao Yao's mother said while filling the rice bowl. Mom, I'm still studying in this city. You're treating me like I'm still in high school. The course load isn't that tight now. Besides, I can come home every day. Living on campus. I really wouldn't be you. Yes, the course load isn't that tight, but you can't let your mindset slack off. Don't be a 3-day fisherman and 2-day net dryer. We worked hard to get you into university. We're counting on you to make a name for yourself and let us enjoy the good life. Mom started nagging again. Xiao Yao could only eat in silence at times like this, not speaking and just eating. Seeing Xiao Yao had finished eating, Mom began clearing the dishes. Dad wasn't due back for half an hour, so Mom kept the leftover meal warm in the pot so Dad could eat directly when he arrived. Mom, I'm going to that room. Go on. Read more books. Don't think just because you got into university, you don't need to study anymore. Okay, Mom. Xiao Yao's family had 2 rural courtyard houses, one old and dilapidated where his parents usually lived, and one new house built by his father a few years ago intended for Xiao Yao's future marriage. The 2 houses were separated by 4 or 5 neighbors, neither too far nor too close. Xiao Yao arrived at the new house, went into the study, took out his phone, and checked the time. System update complete. Performing identity verification. At that moment, such a line appeared on the phone screen. When did it update? Why would a system update require identity verification? Xiao Yao was puzzled, but he quietly held the phone and waited for identity registration. Zzz. A blue light shot out from the phone's front camera, scanning from the top of Xiao Yao's head down to his feet, like a radar. This sudden scene startled Xiao Yao so much he almost dropped the phone. So the front camera has this kind of function. Xiao Yao had never seen such an operation of the front camera before. Could this be a new feature added after the update? Pretty interesting. Beep identity verification successful. At that moment, the phone screen switched to the desktop, revealing a 3-dimensional cartoon avatar of Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao curiously pressed and held it, able to rotate it left and right by dragging. He couldn't help but marvel at how impressive current AI algorithms were, able to automatically generate a 3D character model with just one scan. To the left of the avatar was Xiao Yao's personal information. Character name Xiao Yao. Level 1. Combat power 10. HP 100,100. Attack 1. Defense 0. Strength 1. Agility 1. Intelligence 8. Experience 0-10. But what did this level 1 strength 1 agility 1 intelligence 8 and HP 100 mean? Did 100 represent health? Why did this display look somewhat like game stats? Was this phone theme a game theme? Xiao Yao watched for a while and concluded that this must be a game theme, hence the game-like display. But what about these stats? Were they random or default? Next to the avatar were phone and envelope icons, presumably for calling and texting. So what were these at the bottom? Xiao Yao examined them. The first was an icon resembling an ID card spinning slowly. He pressed it, but nothing happened. It was probably this interface representing personal info. The second icon was a wooden chest. Xiao Yao tapped it. Whoa. It was another game-like setting, a backpack. No need to be so stingy, right? Only one slot. All the others were gray with an X. At the bottom of the backpack menu, the money field showed 0. So stingy. No newbie gift pack or anything. Where did my Tushio app go? Xiao Yao swiped right and found a cardboard box icon. Tapping it, he saw all the apps from before the update had been dumped into this folder. Unbelievable. Xiao Yao moved the entire folder directly below the personal info on the main screen so he could tap in directly each time without wasting much time. The third icon was the Big Dipper. He tapped it and the screen switched to another interface. Skills: personal skills, elementary school completed, normal 3 intelligence. Middle school completed, normal 2 intelligence. High school completed, normal 2 intelligence. University in progress, normal 0 intelligence. The rest of the area was all blank. Damn, is this all the skill I have? And looking at these stats, they're all passive, aren't they? It seemed utterly powerless. 7 intelligence. Counting it up, that's 1 intelligence per year for the 9-year compulsory education. Did the word normal mean he hadn't studied well? Then wouldn't everyone have this bonus? I said earlier why intelligence was 8. Subtract the bonus of 7, and my 3 base stats are all 1. Could there be any lower? This system had a twisted sense of humor. Xiao Yao felt that since his education level could be verified through big data networking, there was nothing surprising about it. This was purely the result of internet big data and AI algorithms. System ding. At that moment, a large envelope suddenly popped up on the phone desktop with a question mark on it. Curious, Xiao Yao tapped it. System: main quest, newbie on the road. Quest content: start the path of leveling up, increase level by 1. Time limit 1 day. Quest success, reward 100 money. Quest failure, unable to accept main quest again. Oh man, a phone theme, does it have to be this twisted? Xiao Yao checked his personal info, experience 0-10. So he really had no experience. Leveling up requires killing monsters. This is the real world. How am I supposed to kill monsters? Do ordinary animals count as monsters? Xiao Yao pondered whether he should kill a few animals. But where would he go for that? He had never even killed a chicken in his life. Did he really have to kill animals for a mobile game theme? The night grew deep. Xiao Yao's eyelids were fighting fiercely. He decided not to study the new phone system any further for now. Tomorrow was Monday. Even though he was in university, being late would deduct credits which related to whether he could graduate. Much more serious than being late in high school. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the face of Xiao Yao, who was still fast asleep. Xiao Yao turned over, then seemed to remember something, suddenly sitting up with a start. Damn, the sun's already up. What time is it? Xiao Yao fumbled for his phone under the pillow. 7:00. He wasn't sure if the phone's time was still correct after last night's update. At that moment, the aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. Mom's making breakfast. Xiao Yao, you're up. Why so early today? You usually get up at 7:30. Xiao Yao's mother, wearing an apron, was busy cooking at the stove. Mom, what time is it? Xiao Yao shuffled to the kitchen in his slippers and asked. It's 7:01. His mother glanced at her watch and told him. Xiao Yao checked his phone. The time matched. He then went back to his room to get dressed. After a quick wash, Xiao Yao sat down for breakfast sandwiches, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and boiled eggs. Xiao Yao, are you up? Time for school. A deep, mellow male voice came from outside the door. At Xiao Yao's doorstep, a chubby guy held the handlebars of his bike, looking bored, shouting toward the door. The chubby guy was named Zhou Tao, from the same village as Xiao Yao. They had been in the same class in high school, and naturally they applied to the same university. The university was also in the city, so they continued their high school habit. The school assigned dormitories, but they didn't stay there. Their beds had long become shared tables for roommates. Xiao Yao and Zhou Tao still commuted from home daily. Coming. Xiao Yao wolfed down the last few bites, pushed his bike out, and left. We common folk today were so happy. The chubby guy hummed an unknown tune while riding. What's got you so happy? Xiao Yao looked at the chubby guy ahead. Though Zhou Tao hadn't grown much taller, his weight, and Xiao Yao glanced at the tires of Zhou Tao's bike. The rubber tires looked nearly flattened against the ground. If the bike weren't so sturdy, Xiao Yao feared the tire might blow any moment. Watching the chubby guy cheerfully humming, Xiao Yao couldn't help but wonder what made him so happy. Let me tell you, after a whole night of hard work, I finally rented a piece of land in Vermilion Bird City. The chubby guy slowed down to ride alongside Xiao Yao, beaming proudly. What Vermilion Bird City? Xiao Yao was puzzled. It sounded like a game. It's the super popular game Skyline. Forgot you quit. Too bad. You used to love farming in SimWorld. Everything in SimWorld exists in Skyline, and it has even more features. Not interested. The moment Xiao Yao heard Skyline, he lost all desire. Back when he played SimWorld, every house he built would get blown up by griefers, and he eventually had to quit. Let me tell you, Skyline is different. On your own rented land, only you have permission. No one else can damage anything. The chubby guy seemed to guess why Xiao Yao had quit Skyline. Anyway, brother has already rented a huge plot. I can build houses and farm. When you come, I'll grant you permissions. You can farm on my land as much as you want. We'll build this home together. Who's building with you? Sounds like we're gay or something. Xiao Yao curled his lip. Might consider checking it out sometime. Great. Then I'll look out for you. He'll give you a full set of diamond equipment first. The chubby guy replied happily. All right, you said it. Don't be stingy when the time comes. No problem. I have plenty of diamonds now, if nothing else. Don't you feel the wind leaking when you brag like that? To lure Xiao Yao into playing together, the chubby guy went all out, even though he didn't have a single piece of diamond equipment himself. But he believed that once he tricked Xiao Yao into playing, after just 3 minutes of experience, Xiao Yao would love the game. After all, since high school, Xiao Yao had always been at a king level in every game he played. As long as he got Xiao Yao hooked, everything would be easy. As they chatted, they were almost at school. In the distance, the planetarium atop the science building was faintly visible, the tallest structure making it the first thing people saw, even becoming the school's landmark. Ouch! A cry from the road ahead caught Xiao Yao's attention. Xiao Yao followed the sound and saw an elderly woman sitting on the ground, holding her right foot with one hand and supporting herself with the other. Not far ahead, an Audi was driving away, accelerating without stopping. Xiao Yao didn't know if the car had knocked her down. Besides, his bike maxed out at 40 km/h. He couldn't catch up to the ouch. When they reached the old lady, she was clutching her right leg and moaning continuously, apparently spraining her ankle and unable to stand. Xiao Yao, let's hurry. Class is about to start. The chubby guy checked his phone. Only 10 minutes left, urging Xiao Yao not to meddle. After all, plenty of other people were around. It wasn't their responsibility as students. That old lady fell. Looks like she sprained her ankle and can't stand. With so many cars around, it's too dangerous. If she gets hit again, let's help her to the roadside first. Saying that, Xiao Yao stopped his bike and first called 220 emergency, since the old lady seemed seriously injured and might need to go to the hospital. Then he called 210 police, giving the address and situation. After doing all this, Xiao Yao went over to help the old lady up. Granny, I've called an ambulance. Let me help you to the roadside to wait. There are so many cars here, it's not safe on the road. Oh, thank you so much, young man. The old lady followed Xiao Yao's lead, limping to the roadside and sitting down. Well, Granny, please wait here. The ambulance will be here soon. We need to go to school now. Xiao Yao was about to leave. Ouch. How can you leave? Hit someone and just walk away. Just as Xiao Yao was about to go, the old lady suddenly grabbed his clothes, sitting on the ground, as if determined not to let him leave. Some passersby who didn't know the truth saw the old lady refusing to let go and in a bike nearby, as if they understood what had happened. Looks like this young guy knocked down the lady. Yeah, these kids ride bikes recklessly, darting around without looking at cars or pedestrians. Exactly. Every day I read the headlines. Most complaints are about these students. They have no manners. Students nowadays have no quality. Drivers have to avoid them, pedestrians have to dodge them. Quality education produces plenty of highly intelligent criminals. Such people should be severely punished. Poor old lady, just crossing the street and gets hit by a student. Ma'am, don't worry. We'll stand up for you. This student won't get away. Right, can't let him run. Make him pay. Call your family quickly or you won't leave today. More and more people gathered around, talking simultaneously about Xiao Yao and the chubby guy in the middle. The chubby guy was so scared he didn't dare lift his head. Naturally introverted, they had never experienced such a scene, outnumbered and overwhelmed. I didn't. I was just passing by and saw her fall, so I helped her. Xiao Yao tried to explain. Young man, stop lying. We've already called the police. You can tell them when they come. Exactly. Are we all blind? Obviously you hit her, and she grabbed you to stop you from running. There must be surveillance cameras here. The police can check. The truth will come out. Xiao Yao still held on to hope. We've already checked. This area happens to be in a blind spot. Stop trying to twist the facts, kid. Right, we're not going to work. We won't let this student escape. Without cameras, it'll be hard to catch him if he runs. Xiao Yao found himself completely speechless. Was it that the elderly had turned bad, or had the bad people simply grown old? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Yao's mind. Had he really done something wrong? Move aside, move aside. The ambulance is here. Let the old lady go to the hospital first in case there's internal injury and the best treatment window is missed. With the arrival of the ambulance, the crowd parted to let the medical staff in. Ouch, no need for the hospital. Just let this young man pay a little compensation. Can't delay his studies. The old lady on the ground spoke weakly, seemingly defending Xiao Yao. How can that be? You may seem fine now, but many car accident injuries are internal. You must get a full checkup at the hospital. Some kind-hearted people continued to persuade the old lady. Right, can't take it lightly. It's safer to get a thorough check. Look at the old lady. She's so injured, and she's still thinking about you, the perpetrator. And you've done wrong, and still won't admit it. More and more people turned their criticism back to Xiao Yao. Exactly. Who knows which school produced such a student? Absolutely terrible manners. A chorus of agreement surrounded him. Xiao Yao spun around, seeing everyone pointing at him like countless flies buzzing in his head. For the first time, he knew what it felt like to be unable to defend himself. Beep beep. More and more onlookers blocked half the road. A red BMW honked its horn, slowly moving from north to south. What are you honking for? Just because you drive a BMW. The crowd found a new target to complain about, but still made way for the red BMW. After all, they could only talk big. When it came to confronting the rich, they'd disappear. The rich could afford trouble, they couldn't. The cars behind followed the BMW one by one, slowly moving forward. Make way, make way. The police are here. The police are here. Officer. Some self-proclaimed witnesses began to tell the police what happened. Hello, student. Please come with us to the station for investigation. Don't worry. We'll carefully look into the matter. A young police officer walked up to Xiao Yao and spoke kindly. Officer, I really didn't hit her. I was just passing by, saw her fall, and came to help. We will investigate the matter thoroughly. We won't wrong an innocent person, nor let any guilty party go. Rest assured. If you're innocent, you'll be back soon. But what about school? I still have class. Still thinking about class. Hitting someone and trying to flee is enough for jail time, isn't it? The crowd buzzed again. Exactly, if not for us stopping him, he'd have run long ago. Jail time would ruin his life. We're doing this for his own good. Don't worry, even if you did knock over the old lady, you won't be detained. Just responsible for the medical costs. The police officer dispelled Xiao Yao's last fear. Fatty, could you please push my bike to school? He'll be back soon. Xiao Yao said to the chubby guy. I told you not to meddle. Did you listen? The chubby guy now truly resented Xiao Yao's nosiness. How should I explain to the counselor? Just ask for leave for me. Make up an excuse. All right, come back soon. Call me if anything happens. Got it. The chubby guy Zhou Tao watched Xiao Yao get into the police car as it drove away. He turned back and pushed Xiao Yao's bike toward school. Should I tell the counselor? No, the counselor doesn't like Xiao Yao anyway. Telling him might make things worse. Should I tell Auntie? The chubby guy was completely at a loss. But Xiao Yao was innocent. He should be back soon. If he wasn't back by noon, ahead, tell Auntie then. After some thought, the chubby guy pushed both bikes toward school. Lucky for him, he was strong enough, pushing two bikes wasn't easy. For now, he could only pray the police would truly uphold justice. Young people nowadays are lawless. Getting educated at the station might do them good. Oh well, don't have time to argue. Going to work. Before long, all the onlookers were gone. Only a fallen leaf in the wind slowly drifted into a puddle by the roadside, as if in silent protest. Name: Xiao Yao. Age: 19. Officer: I'm innocent. Isn't there surveillance footage near the crime scene? Xiao Yao, sitting on the chair, was growing anxious since no one could prove his innocence. Was Fatty a witness? But there were many more bystanders around. Although Fatty could testify for him, being a classmate, his testimony wouldn't count. Sorry, we've checked the area. Since it wasn't an intersection, there are no cameras nearby. Numerous witnesses all confirm you knocked down the elderly lady. If you have no other evidence, we'll have to close the case. Don't worry, this isn't a major issue. You just need to compensate the victim for medical expenses and emotional distress. The exact amount will be determined by the legal department. Officer, if you have no evidence, call your family and settle the payment to close the case. Xiao Yao slumped to the floor. Was this really bad luck? Would he ever help others again? Not only was his kindness unrewarded, but now had lose money too. Money was trivial, but what would his classmates and friends think of him? Someone who'd been to the police station. Though not a serious crime, it would undoubtedly stain his record. Main quest: newbie on the road. Remaining time 7. Seeing the 7-hour deadline on his phone, Xiao Yao scoffed. It was just a game theme. Beep, beep. Another white envelope appeared on the screen. Xiao Yao tapped it open. Side quest: prove innocence. Success reward 100 reputation gain the brave new era youth title increase goodwill of Zhaoyang City righteous citizens by 10. Failure lose 100 reputation record and file decrease goodwill of Zhaoyang City righteous citizens by 10. Quest time limit 2 hours. How did this phone know he needed to prove his innocence? Could it be? Was this game theme more than just a theme? So the main quest is real too. If I fail I can't accept it again. And only 7 hours left. What do? Instead of calling his mom, Xiao Yao paced the police station office. He had to prove his innocence, not for the title or reputation, but because the file entry was terrifying. He feared a stain on his record would make finding a job difficult, especially since it was a wrongful accusation. Student, leave your phone number. Go home and get the money, then come back to pay the compensation. The case will be closed. I don't need to stay here. No major accident, no criminal liability. You're free to go. The officer noted Xiao Yao's number and sent him home for money. The incident was minor and the officer wasn't worried about him fleeing. With personal info, catching him was easy unless he absconded. But for a simple traffic accident requiring only compensation, there was no need. Secretly, the officer hoped he'd run, earning a bonus and promotion. Leaving the station, Xiao Yao had 2 hours for the side quest and 7 for the main. Time was tight, but he had no clue how to prove his innocence. He feared failing the main quest meant losing it forever because it felt real. He decided to go home and complete the main quest first. Taxi. Zhaoyang City Embroidery Flower Village. Sure. Rolling down the window, Xiao Yao let the wind whip his hair. Sorry, chickens at home. He murmured, having no other way to level up except by killing the family chickens. If it really worked, he could go all out. For now, he'd have to sacrifice his own chickens to test the phone's game system. At home, a telegraph-like sound came from the receipt printer. The driver handed him the ticket. 16 yuan. Here. Xiao Yao paid. Thanks. He got out, took a few deep breaths, and headed for the old house. His parents should be at work. Killing a chicken in the yard was fine, but without a key, he'd have to climb the wall. He vaulted, overlanding with a thud. The dog ran out barking, then stopped wagging its tail like a fan when it recognized him. Ignoring the dog, Xiao Yao checked the rooms. Good, they're not home. He went to the kitchen, dropped his backpack, grabbed a cleaver, and approached the coop. Sorry, chickens. He'd kill one to see if it gave experience. He set down the cleaver, fetched some corn from the shed, and placed it by the cage. The chickens kept their distance at first, but one hen cautiously crept over, pecked a kernel, and retreated. Seeing no reaction, she grew bolder. These chickens are wary. He rarely fed them, so they feared strangers. The hen pecked 2 more kernels, then feasted. The others, unable to resist, swarmed in to join her. The dog's tail spun like a helicopter, whining as if asking why only the chickens were fed. Xiao Yao tossed more corn. The chickens scattered briefly before rushing back. Eat up, die full. He threw several handfuls. Almost time. Slowly, he reached for a hen with its back to. You're it. Cackle, cackle. The captured hen squawked frantically, unlike her egg-laying call. The others panicked while a rooster charged to peck her. The hens tried to hide. Xiao Yao pinched her beak to silence her, but muffled cries escaped. He carried her away from the coop. Though he'd never killed a chicken, he'd watched his father. He pinned the hen, stepped on her wings, pulled back her head, twisted her neck, and slit it with the cleaver. She struggled. Chickens feel pain too. Sorry, hen, ill, add extra cumin. She flapped for about 2 minutes, then slowed. Xiao Yao released her, letting her thrash in final struggle. Chickens are strange. Even beheaded, they live a while. Without bleeding, they take ages to die. After a while, the hen ceased its frantic flapping, perhaps having breathed its last. Xiao Yao approached, prodding the hen with a twig, only to find it unresponsive. It seemed truly dead. Xiao Yao picked up his phone, and at the bottom of the screen, the experience points now read 210. His eyes widened, fixed on the number in disbelief. The experience had indeed increased by 2. This meant that killing the hen had earned him 2 experience points. It was all real. The world had turned into a game. Yet why hadn't he seen any labels like names or health bars above the animals' heads? Xiao Yao glanced again at the chickens in the coop. They appeared just as usual with no such tags overhead. How could this be explained? The experience had increased by 2, yet the animals bore no monster tags. Still, if this were truly a game, killing monsters should at least drop something, shouldn't it? Xiao Yao crouched down, using the twig to sift through the hen's carcass. He picked up a banknote from beneath the body. 10 yuan. It actually dropped money. Xiao Yao was certain there had been number 10 yuan note there before. Now it appeared, meaning the hen had indeed dropped it. Staring at the crisp 10 yuan note, Xiao Yao felt as if he had discovered a new world. If the world had become a game, was he a player or an NPC? Was he the only player, or were there many? Xiao Yao suddenly recalled that the phone system update had occurred last night when there was no network, and he had connected to an unsecured Wi-Fi to download it. Where had that Wi-Fi come from? Was there any connection between these events? Could anyone connect to it? If others had also connected, might they have downloaded the same system? Xiao Yao checked the phone's Wi-Fi list again. The nearby networks were all password protected with weak signals. He remembered the one from last night had a garbled name. Common enough these days, so he hadn't thought much of it, just connecting since it had no password. But now that garbled network was gone. Perhaps it would reappear at night. Xiao Yao decided to check for that network again at night. But for now, a headache crept in. Perhaps he should consider himself a player but it seemed he might not be the only one since the unsecured network could have been accessed by many. This world is about to change. Even if I'm not the protagonist, I must be among the first to beta test it. Xiao Yao gazed at the sky. What secrets does this world truly hold? An avid gamer, Xiao Yao quickly accepted reality and began planning his next moves. Beep. Side quest: prove innocence. Remaining time less than 10 minutes. A notification chimed from his phone. Seeing the dwindling deadline, Xiao Yao felt surprisingly calm. 10 minutes. Where could he go to prove anything? It was just a side quest. If his reputation dropped, so be it. In games, he always played solo, caring little about reputation since he never formed guilds. It was a pity, though. His record would now include an incident of knocking over an elderly woman and paying compensation. The title of model youth of the new era. He could do without it. Xiao Yao quickly shook off the shadow of the morning's false accusation. It was a minor matter, and he believed that heaven watched over all deeds. Now that the world had become a game, there must be a system overseeing everything. With that thought, he let go of his frustration. He wondered what direction the main quest would take and what it would demand of him. For now, he could only take it step by step, starting with completing the first main quest. Go to school. Seriously, at a time like this, was school more profitable than killing chickens for money? Killing just one chicken dropped 10 yuan. Why bother with school? But on second thought, he still needed to attend if finishing it might boost his intelligence a few points. Besides, skipping school would surely get him skinned alive by his mother. First, he had to complete this main quest. Xiao Yao grabbed another handful of corn and approached the coop. 1, 2, 3. There were 13 chickens in total. Xiao Yao now looked at them with far less guilt in his eyes. They had become experience points. He needed to gather the compensation money first. It seemed he wouldn't have to tell his mother to go to the police station. He could figure out how to get the ones of 0 yuan himself. When he returned, the police had already determined the compensation amount. Since it was a minor accident, and the elderly woman had been diagnosed with no serious injuries, he was only required to pay 0 yuan. Originally, he couldn't afford that sum and would have to confess to his mother, but now a turning point had emerged. Once done, twice familiar. Xiao Yao killed 4 chickens in succession. Just as the fourth one expired, a notification sounded. Ding. Level up. Current level 2. A voice prompt rang from his phone. Xiao Yao felt his body surge with newfound strength, the fatigue from his efforts washing away entirely. Did leveling up have such effects? It seemed akin to restoring stats and removing negative statuses in a game. Eagerly, he opened the personal information screen on his phone. Name: Xiao Yao. Age 19. Level 2. HP 110. Strength 2. Agility 2. Intelligence 9. Experience 0.20, and sure enough, his level had increased. Each stat had risen by 1 OHP, had grown by 10 A, and the experience required had doubled. One thing puzzled Xiao Yao: why were there no attack or defense stats? In a game, such attributes should exist. Ding. Main quest: newbies, first steps completed. Reward 100 coins. The quest completion notification chimed. Checking his phone's backpack, the number beside coins had indeed become 100. But how did he withdraw this money? The chickens had dropped a total of 50 yuan in banknotes, which he had picked up manually. They hadn't automatically transferred to his backpack. How did this system work? Xiao Yao examined the backpack more closely. Beside the coin number, there were small icons for deposit and withdrawal. He tapped withdrawal and entered the number 10. A 10 yuan note then floated out from the phone's rear camera. Was this still the same phone? Was it still his phone? Could the camera really be used like that? Xiao Yao picked up the crisp new note. It was genuine. He then placed the remaining 5 notes, 6 in total, on the ground. Operating the phone's deposit function, a beam of blue light shot from the rear camera, scanning the pile of notes. Xiao Yao watched as the banknotes dissolved into pixels and vanished. Checking the backpack again, the coins now read 150. Was this operation more like Xinxia or sci-fi? Xiao Yao was baffled. A storage space seems Xiangxi-like, but what was with the blue laser scan? Quantum storage. With his freshman in college mind, he couldn't fathom the mechanism. For now, had just considered it. Thinking this, he used the same method to store the 5 chicken carcasses into his phone's backpack. In the single empty slot, an icon of plucked chicken meat appeared. Fresh chicken quantity 5. Consuming increases hunger by 5, with a 50 chance of poisoning. Though there was only one slot, it held all 5 chickens, and they had been plucked clean. But why was there a 50 chance of poisoning from consumption? Was it avian flu, or would eating it raw cause poisoning? Xiao Yao had no desire to experience poisoning himself. It would surely drain his HP, and he had no healing potions. Ding. Side quest: prove innocence failed. Reputation decreased by 100. Goodwill from righteous individuals of Zhaoyang City reduced by 10. Record updated. Seeing the failure notice, Xiao Yao felt helpless. 2 hours, no surveillance, no witnesses. He had no way to prove his innocence. Had just consider it a costly lesson. Ding. Suddenly, a large envelope icon popped up on his phone's home screen, marked with a question mark. The envelope was yellow, the same color as the first main quest he had accepted. Xiao Yao knew this must be another main quest. He eagerly tapped it open. Main quest: keep up the momentum. Reach level 5. Reward recon glasses. Wow, it's actually rewarding items now. The quest had no penalty for failure and no time limit. It seemed without strict requirements. But judging by the reward's name, it was clearly a useful tool for checking monster levels. The reconnaissance goggles rewarded from this task were clearly a fine piece of equipment. Xiao Yao, an avid gamer, guessed they could be used to inspect monsters and items. He had been puzzled earlier why no information appeared about the creatures, but now it seemed a device was needed. It made sense. After all, he was still human without any special abilities and had to rely on external tools. Xiao Yao looked at the remaining 8 chickens. Why not kill them all? In a flurry of activity, the 8 chickens turned into experience points, granting him 170 yuan. The last rooster dropped a full 100 yuan and a feather pin, but its meat couldn't be stored with the others. Unable to check the pin's attributes, he had to stash it in his backpack, which only had 1 slot. He extracted the chicken meat, then stored the pin. Feather pin intelligence 1. It really had stats. Xiao Yao took it out and tucked it into the left pocket of his shirt. He checked his personal information. Name Xiao Yin, age 19 in level 3 in HP, 120 in strength, 3 in agility, 3 in intelligence, 101 in experience, 1640. He had leveled up probably because the rooster was like a mini-boss granting more experience. Wonderful. He was getting closer to level 5. The feather pin added 1 point of intelligence, which was decent. One shouldn't underestimate a single point. It was equivalent to the knowledge Xiao Yao gained from a year of schooling. He then stored the rooster meat in his phone backpack. Delicious fresh chicken meat quantity 1. Consumption increases hunger by 10, has a 50 chance of poisoning. The name had changed. It seemed raw meat could cause poisoning. Xiao Yao took out the rooster meat, placed it in a separate plastic bag, and left it on the kitchen table. With only 1 slot in his backpack, he had to make room for the 12 pieces of chicken meat. The extracted meat didn't stack. Each piece sat separately, which was somewhat different from the game. Yet how to quickly reach level 5 troubled Xiao Yao. There were too many tasks at hand. First, he had to repay the old lady the 100 yuan compensation, still short by 680. Buying and killing chickens didn't seem cost-effective either. He didn't know the price of a chicken, and his 320 yuan might not buy many. Maybe he should sell the chicken meat in his backpack and see how much he could get. That was the only option. As for his mother discovering the missing chickens at night, if he could sell them for money, he could explain it to her. Xiao Yao extracted 1 chicken and put it in a bag. He couldn't extract it at the moment of sale or had be mistaken for a monster. So he prepared one in advance and headed to the market to ask if anyone would buy it. Woof woof. Not far away, the dog wagged its tail happily as if waiting for Xiao Yao to feed it chicken. Glancing at it, Xiao Yao wondered how much experience it would give. He decided against it. Better to keep it as a guard dog. Seeing the dog suddenly show a human-like expression of fear, he abandoned the thought. Climbing over the wall again, Xiao Yao carried the chicken and jogged eastward. This was a rural area with few taxis. He had to cross the eastern hill to reach a highway on the other side where it was easier to catch a ride. Xiao Yao not in school today. At the village entrance, he met an auntie from the same village. "Auntie, I'm on my way now. My counselor is sick, so I'm taking a chicken from home to visit him." Xiao Yao lied without a blush or a racing heart. "Sorry, counselor, you never liked me anyway, so using you as a shield shouldn't be a problem." "What a good child. You should visit him. He works hard teaching you." "Yes, auntie. He'll be off now, though I have class after the visit." "All right, child. Take care on the road." "Goodbye, auntie." Xiao Yao turned and walked quickly, wiping sweat from his forehead. Once he reached level 5, he'd have to go back to school. The relentless questioning from neighbors and relatives would be hard enough to bear. Taking a taxi, Xiao Yao arrived at the market southwest of Jiayongno. 1 middle school. Entering through the north gate and walking straight, he reached the chicken butcher shop at the end. "Young man, want a chicken killed? Cheap. Hey, over here. We've got all kinds. Free-range mountain egg-laying broiler and native chickens." Seeing Xiao Yao holding a dressed chicken and looking around, a row of shop owners got up from their chairs and eagerly, I was wondering if you buy dressed chickens here." Xiao Yao asked meekly. No, we can't even sell our own chickens. We don't have spare money to buy dressed ones." Hearing he was selling, not buying, the crowd dispersed indifferent, almost shooing him away. "I heard you're selling chicken. What kind? How much?" A portly, bald, middle-aged man approached. Xiao Yao instinctively felt intimidated. The man looked just like the grade-level director from high school, making him nearly think he was being caught. "Sir, it's a chicken from my own farm, freshly dressed. I wanted to see how much I could sell it for." "Oh, from your farm. Is it a native village chicken?" The bald man's squinting eyes opened slightly. Native chickens were always more expensive than regular broilers. He had come to the market hoping to find a native chicken. In the city, getting one was hard since it's difficult to tell by sight. Only when cooked could one taste its tender, delicious meat. Most importantly, native chickens were usually organic, while broilers were pumped with hormones. "Yes, it's from my family's farm in the countryside," Xiao Yao answered honestly. "Let me see the meat." The bald man leaned in, and Xiao Yao handed him the plastic bag. He wasn't worried about the man stealing it. Too many people were watching. He couldn't be cheated and robbed in one day. It's truly a native village chicken, and top-grade meat at that. The man's eyes widened. Most people couldn't tell from the surface, but he was different. He owned a restaurant on the east side of the market and worked as its chef. He could distinguish meat quality. He pressed the meat with his finger, firm, fine, low in moisture with a natural fragrance. It was unmistakably native chicken. "They'll give you 200 yuan for this one. If you have more of the same quality, you'll buy them at the same price." The man looked intently into Xiao Yao's eyes. He was 100% sure this was native chicken. Market price was usually around 300, but Xiao Yao seemed like a kid, so 200 should suffice. 200. Xiao Yao was puzzled. Were native chickens that expensive? The bald man had started at 200. They'll go up to 230. You know, I have to process and sell this to customers to make a profit. Any higher and ID have no margin. If you have more, you'll buy at this price. Seeing no response, the man feared Xiao Yao thought the price too low. This native chicken could easily sell for 300 to the end customer. 12 chickens at 200 each would be 240 yuan, more than enough for the compensation. Xiao Yao made up his mind. I can sell them to you at 200 each, and I have 11 more. But he'll need half the payment as a deposit. Xiao Yao asked for the deposit to settle the compensation quickly. With a 110 yuan deposit, plus the 200 from this chicken, and the 320 in his phone, he could go straight to the police station to pay off the compensation. Well, the balding middle-aged man desired Xiao Yao's goods, but demanding a deposit of 110 yuan all at once was too much. Even if he could pay it, he couldn't hand it all over to Xiao Yao. What if the young man ran off? Yet at the market it was rare to find such authentic free-range chickens. Most were inferior substitutes. Most importantly, the meat of this chicken was the finest he had ever seen, and he couldn't bear to let this opportunity slip away. The balding, portly man pondered seriously for a moment. Half down is too much. If I give it to you, and you bolt, what then? I can only offer you 500 as a deposit. Think about it. If I'm willing to put down 500, I'm serious about wanting them. If I back out, that 500 is as good as yours for free. You're guaranteed to profit. Though the balding man craved the chicken, he dared not hand over so much to a young stranger had just met. Even 500 was a decision had made with great reluctance. Fine, 500 it is. With this chicken, that makes 700 total. Deal, said the balding man, pulling a wallet from his pocket and counting out 700 yuan bills. He handed the money to Xiao Yao along with his business card. Hey Race, 700. Count it. This is my card. Once you've prepared the chickens, call me directly. I can pick them up, or you can deliver them. Xiao Yao took the card. Qian Duo, what an amusing name. He'll prepare the chickens and bring them to you. My home is in the countryside far away. I don't have a card, so I'll give you my number. Save it. All right. And what should I call you, young friend? Qian Duo took out his phone and saved Xiao Yao's number. A fine name. Well, young friend, I'll await your news. With that, the balding man took the chicken from Xiao Yao's hands and walked away. Goodbye. Who'd have thought that young man actually sold his chicken? Yeah, and for 200. Qian Duo runs a restaurant to the east. He knows quality goods. That must be genuine free-range chicken. Seems legit. But if it's really free-range, 200 is a steal for Qian Duo. He'll make a tidy profit. I heard the kid has 11 more. Why don't we outbid him? We could still make 100 per bird. You go ahead. I don't have the nerve. Forget it. They'll settle for a smaller profit. A few poultry sellers huddled together gossiping. They watched Xiao Yao and Qian Duo disappear into the distance, chatted for a while, and then dispersed. Xiao Yao naturally overheard the chatter behind him. It seemed had sold each chicken for 100 less than he could have. But he was in urgent need of money and had already accepted a deposit. He couldn't go back on his word. A few hundred yuan wasn't worth compromising his integrity. The remaining 11 chickens were still in his phone backpack. 11 was a lot, as Xiao Yao couldn't carry them all at once. He'd have to rent a small truck. Leaving the market, Xiao Yao bought a bundle of black plastic bags for 5 yuan from a supermarket selling plastic bags at the entrance. To the west of the market's north gate, there were many trucks, but they were all open-bed moving trucks. Xiao Yao needed one with an enclosed cargo area. A car horn blared from behind. Xiao Yao turned to see a truck with an enclosed cargo area. Just what he needed, like finding a treasure after a long search. He stepped aside and the truck pulled into the very parking spot where had been standing. A bald man stepped out, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a thuggish air. He reeked of dried fish, and the truck appeared to be used for transporting seafood. Xiao Yao had intended to ask if the truck was for rent, but the man's demeanor made him think twice. Hey handsome, need a ride? A middle-aged woman leaned out of a red, three-wheeled motorized rickshaw which had a canopy. She had noticed Xiao Yao lingering by the roadside and assumed he was looking for a ride. Xiao Yao glanced at the rickshaw. Could it fit 11 chickens? Auntie, how much to Xiuhua Village? Xiuhua Village. That's a bit far. 10 yuan. Can you make it cheaper for a round trip? A round trip. They'll charge you 16 then. Deal, Xiao Yao said, climbing aboard. The rickshaw was much more economical. A taxi round trip would cost at least 32, saving him more than half. The ride was bumpy, but the low fare was worth the jostling. Finally, they arrived at the new house. Xiao Yao got out and opened the door. Annie, wait for me. I need to grab something inside. All right, dear. The woman turned the rickshaw around at the entrance, ready for the return trip. Xiao Yao went inside, extracted the chickens, and packed them one by one into black bags. He carried out 4 bags at once. Annie, hold on. There are 7 more bags. He loaded them onto the rickshaw. Need any help? The woman offered politely. No, will be done quickly. Xiao Yao made 2 trips, loaded all the bags, and locked the door. Annie, one moment. I need to make a call. Xiao Yao climbed into the rickshaw, pulled out his phone, and tapped the phone icon under his personal info. It was his first time using it, but it worked just like a regular call. He entered the number and pressed dial. Beep beep. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Uncle Qian Duo? It's Xiao Yao. The chickens are ready. Where should I deliver them? Already so soon. Just bring them to the east side of the market. I have a shop there called Defu Restaurant. Alright, I'll be there in half an hour. Great. Qian Duo hung up. That kid works fast. Wife, prepare 1700 yuan. We're getting 11 more free-range chickens with meat just as good as that last one. Really? Wonderful. That authentic free-range chicken is absolutely delicious. A Chinese teacher from the high school nearly ate our bowl earlier. The aroma alone was intoxicating. Too bad our kitchen is open, otherwise I'd have snuck a few bites myself. That pretty teacher devoured every last drop, not a shred of grace left. I'm dying to know what meat could make a bowl look scrubbed clean. How we've struck gold this time. Let's fry up a batch first. We have to taste it ourselves. No problem. Let my dear wife eat her fill first. Oh, you old devil. You always say that, but when have you ever let me eat my fill? Look at you turning the conversation into a race. What race? I have no idea what you mean. The old couple chatted away in the kitchen, their banter full of hidden meanings. Customers are here. Go attend to them. The middle-aged woman urged Qian Duo to greet the newcomer. A young friend, Xiao Yao. You're here already. Qian Duo turned to see Xiao Yao entering, his face beaming with warmth. After all, had sold a plate of big chicken stew to that Chinese teacher for 500 yuan. Yes, 500. The restaurant's markup had doubled the profit. Customers are like that, don't worry, they have no money, worry you have no quality goods. Qian Duo smiled at Xiao Yao as if the young man were his personal god of wealth. Come. Did you bring the chickens? Yes, but I'll need your help carrying them in, Uncle Qian. No problem at all. Qian Duo followed Xiao Yao outside and helped haul the black bags from the rickshaw into. It was already 1 p.m., past the lunch rush, so the restaurant was nearly empty. Only 2 high school girls sat inside, glued to their phones. One of them, a long-haired girl, glanced up at the door. She saw a plainly dressed young man who looked vaguely familiar, but after a cursory glance, she returned to her phone. Auntie, hey, race your fare. Xiao Yao handed the woman 16 yuan. You're too kind, young man. She accepted it with a smile. It was her livelihood after all. Taking the money, she started her engine and set off in search of her next customer. The back of her rickshaw bore a sign for personal use school pickup service. It seemed she worked hard supplementing her income by giving rides. Xiao Yao resolved to take her rickshaw more often when he could. Xiao Yao returned to the restaurant. Uncle Qian, how are my chickens? Nearby, the long-haired high school girl shot him a sidelong glance. So young and already so vulgar. Little did she know Shed misunderstood. Who was truly vulgar remained to be seen. Xiao Yao didn't catch their words, nor did he care to. He just wanted to get paid and settle his debts. Having received the remaining 1700 yuan from Qian Duo, along with the 999 yuan he had on hand, he now had a total of 2699 yuan, more than enough to repay his debt, with some left over. Well, Uncle Qian will be going now. If you need more chicken, feel free to contact me. Sure, no problem. If you have ordinary broilers at a reasonable price, you can also get in touch, since not many people can afford free-range chickens. Alright then, Uncle Qian, I'm off. Xiao Yao bid farewell to Uncle Qian and turned around just as his eyes met those of a long-haired high school girl who was playing on her phone. She was a beautiful young lady, but a truant high schooler was likely a rebellious spirit. Xiao Yao merely glanced at her before heading out of the restaurant. Okay, I won't see you out. I need to freeze these chickens, or they'll spoil quickly. The bald, chubby Uncle Qian Duo headed to the kitchen. Why fry up a plate of big plate chicken first? I've got to satisfy my cravings today no matter what. You do the frying, your skills are the best. My cooking can't bring out the best flavor in such good chicken. Just watch, my handiwork will definitely impress you. You silly bear, hurry up. Through the transparent kitchen window, one could see a bald, fat man busy at the stove. Hey, does that chicken-selling guy look like the one who helped the old lady by the roadside this morning? The long-haired girl who had just exchanged glances with Xiao Yao tilted her head and spoke to the bespectacled girl, still scrolling on her phone. The bespectacled girl looked up and gazed at Xiao Yao, who was hailing a taxi outside. Yes, it's him. When we were heading to the training camp in your sister's car, we happened to see an old lady fall, and he went to help her. Later, it seemed he was taken to the police station. He doesn't look that old. Shouldn't he be in class? It's Monday, so why is he out selling chicken? The long-haired girl wondered. Why care so much? Lots of guys his age drop out of school to work these days. But it's a shame he got scammed by that old lady. Should we go to the police station and testify for him? Words alone won't do, we don't have any evidence. My sister's car has a dash cam. It can prove that guy was in it. Forget it. It seems he's fine. Maybe the police have already figured it out, or they wouldn't have let him go. True, but I'll check my sister's dashcam footage tonight and make a copy. If he needs it, I can give it to him then. You're so kind. Could it be you think he's cute and want to hit on him? He's not exactly handsome, but he looks clean and fresh. Besides, we're in our senior year of high school. I don't want a relationship. As if you haven't had many. Enough, put down your phone. Class is about to start. Let's hurry to school. They were both art students majoring in broadcasting. After morning training, they had lunch and spent the noon break at the restaurant. It was now 1:50 p.m. and class started at 2:00 p.m. Xiao Yao waited for a while and finally hailed a taxi. Zhaoyang City Police Station. Got it. The taxi made a U-turn and sped north. Huh. Did I hear that guy say he's going to the police station? Is he selling chicken to pay off that scammer old lady? The long-haired girl happened to catch Xiao Yao's destination. Really? I didn't hear clearly, the bespectacled girl said, not having noticed where he was going. No, I have to go get the dashcam footage from my sister. It looks like he's really being scammed. Fei, go to school first. If the teacher asks, tell them I'm taking leave. I'm going to find my sister. Oh, you. Why are you always so eager to help? Go ahead, but be careful. If the teacher asks, I'll say you're still. The bespectacled girl was Sun Fei, an 18-year-old sophomore in high school, majoring in broadcasting. She had a round face, long sideburns, and a small ponytail. Her personality was introverted, always preferring to avoid trouble and keep to herself. The long-haired girl was Yi Shirhan, also 18, a sophomore in high school majoring in broadcasting. She was lively and nosy. Was that a virtue or a flaw? After parting with Sun Fei, Yi Shirhan hailed a taxi and headed north to the industrial zone to find her sister. Her sister was not much older, a freshman in college, but their father had long put her in charge of the company's affairs, studying in the morning and managing the company in the afternoon. 7 yuan. The police station was close to the market, less than a 5-minute ride. Xiao Yao paid the fare, got out, and walked toward the service hall. Hello, who are you looking for? Hello, I'm looking for Officer Kai. Oh, turn left at the entrance, the first room. The guard pointed Xiao Yao toward the service hall. Officer Kai, indeed, Kai meaning vegetable in Chinese, a pun on incompetence. In the absence of clear evidence from either side, he favored the victim. I'm a victim too, a victim of emotional distress. Xiao Yao muttered as he walked, his impression of Officer Kai plummeting. But there was nothing he could do. He had no evidence to prove his innocence. So I consider it a costly lesson. Perhaps he would never again act bravely for justice. Even if he did, he would do so only while protecting himself, never again rushing in without thinking. This country desperately needed a law, one that protected those who acted courageously for justice. After paying the compensation and closing the case, Xiao Yao left the police station and looked back at the sign above the entrance, Zhaoyang City Police Station, and the police emblem in the middle. It all seemed so laughable now. In difficulty, turned to the police. Don't make me laugh. In this life, I'll never ask for your help. Goodbye. A skyscraper rises from the ground. Relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Now with this phone system, as long as I work hard, I don't need anyone. He still had to explain the loss of 12 chickens when he got home tonight. He checked his phone backpack, money 1692. This was his starting capital. He needed to reach level 5 by afternoon, preferably earning some more money to explain the chicken's disappearance. Xiao Yao went to the chicken slaughter shop in the market again, intending to buy some live chickens to take home and slaughter. Since Xiao Yao had come to sell chickens at noon, the shopkeepers didn't enthusiastically ask if he needed slaughtering. Boss, do you sell live chickens here? Xiao Yao approached the westernmost shop, run by a younger woman. This shop was cleaner. The others were run by rough men and were so filthy that the smell of chicken manure hit you before you even entered. Young man, what kind of chicken do you want? Broilers. Free range. Pheasants, the woman asked warmly, seeing a potential customer. What are the prices? Broilers are 20 yuan each, free range are 250, and pheasants are 1000. Why such a big difference? My prices are already very fair. I'm not asking for a lot. As you can see, my shop is in the back, so these are basically the lowest prices in the market. The woman explained with a full smile. The broilers were reasonable, but the free range and pheasants were too expensive. If I buy a lot of broilers, can I get a discount? Can you deliver? That depends on how many you want. 10 or 8, and we wouldn't even cover the fuel costs. I want 90 broilers. How about 1600 yuan delivered to my door? Can you do that? Young man, that price is too low. Would have hardly any profit. Can you give a little more? The woman tried to haggle as her prices were already quite low. I have a large demand on my end. If it works out, I'll source everything from you. You know, if these chickens grow to full size and aren't sold, you're just feeding them, and feed costs money. With my large volume, you can even scale up, small profits, but quick turnover. And I'm not picky about the broilers. As long as they're adult regardless of weight, they'll take them. Any adult broiler will do. The woman was tempted by Xiao Yao's offer. Not all chickens grew to full size, some with less meat were often sold at a discount. If she could include those, the price was acceptable, as long as they're adult broilers. But the minimum requirement is that they're healthy, no sick chickens. Of course we wouldn't sell sick ones. We wouldn't risk our reputation. Regardless of weight, well, take the job. But we won't give you anything under 2 gene, about 1 kilogram, rest assured. Leave a deposit and your phone number and address. I don't have that many live chickens in stock. Oh, I need to get them from the farm. Once it's ready, I'll call you. All right, how much deposit? At least 300 or 500. If you back out, would have worked for nothing. The woman, fine, 500 it is. Xiao Yao counted out 500 yuan, handed it to the woman, and left his phone number and address. How long will it take? If all goes well, it'll be delivered in 2 hours. All right, I'll wait for your call. Xiao Yao turned and left the market while the woman closed her shop and headed to the chicken farm to prepare the live chickens. Officer. Hello, student. How can I help you? Well, did you receive a case today about a young man knocking over an L? I'm not sure about that. Go inside and turn left, asked the officer at the service hall. Okay, thank you, sir. You're welcome. The visitor was Yi Shirhan. She had removed the memory card from her sister's car's dashcam and came to provide evidence for Xiao Yao. Arriving at the service hall, Yi Shirhan repeated her question. Hello, please wait a moment. Let me check which officer is handling. The front desk policewoman was typing away on her computer, searching for the case officer. This case has been closed. Which party's family member are you? I am. Yi Shihan was about to say she was the young man's family, but she didn't know his name, nor was she a relative. I'm not a family member, just a passerby. The case is closed. Yes, the case is closed. The young man who caused the accident has paid 100 yuan in compensation. How could the case be closed so quickly? How did you determine that the young man was the one at fault? The young man had no evidence to prove he wasn't at fault, based on the principle of protecting the victim, and he raised no objection to the ruling. How could you do this? You made a ruling without evidence. We handled it according to the law. Several witnesses at the scene testified that the young man knocked over the elderly lady. With multiple witnesses, the case was concluded. Yi Shihan was furious. Witnesses. These so-called witnesses were nothing but troublemakers eager to stir up chaos. Were they all blind? Luckily, she had retrieved the dashcam footage from her sister's car. Otherwise, her single testimony might not have outweighed those blind witnesses. Well, I have crucial physical evidence, and I can personally testify that the young man didn't knock down the elderly lady. Can the case be reopened? Are you sure you have evidence? Knowingly providing false testimony carries legal consequences. I'm sure. All right, I'll contact the officer in charge of this case. The front desk officer quickly made a phone call, speaking in a hurried murmur. Soon a police officer returned from outside. Are you the witness to the accident? The front desk officer had briefly explained the situation. The arriving officer was Officer Kai, his expression stern. If the case were indeed wrongly judged, he wouldn't be eligible for promotion for 2 years. He bitterly regretted accepting the 200 yuan red envelope from the elderly Lattice family. A classic case of penny-wise pound-foolish. He and his colleagues had already checked the area. There were no surveillance cameras nearby. Yes, I was a witness, and I've brought video evidence from a dashcam. I can testify for the young man. I am willing to bear full legal responsibility for my statements and actions. Furthermore, I intend to report this to the Municipal Party Committee, reporting that you closed the case based solely on a few so-called witnesses' testimonies without a thorough investigation, wrongfully accusing an innocent young man. Your actions are a disgrace to the title of People's Police. Student, please calm down. Come with me to my office, and we can discuss this in detail. Officer Kai broke out in a cold sweat. If she actually reported this to the Municipal Party Committee, he wouldn't just lose his chance for promotion for 2 years, he might even lose his badge. Xiao Kai, what's going on? Why is it so noisy in the hall? A middle-aged man with short white hair wearing a white shirt, but no uniform, stood at the entrance of the service hall, drawn by Yi Shihan's rising voice. Director Wu, nothing major, just a misunderstanding with the public. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding would cause a high school student to be this upset? Director Wu approached. Everyone continue your work. You two come to my office and explain. With that, he turned and walked out the door. Officer Kai is probably going to get disciplined this time. Exactly. I've almost gotten to know that victim. She's always pulling scams. This is the 5th or 6th time. Well, Officer Kai's cousin is the deputy director, and that area is under his jurisdiction. Maybe the old lady is related to Officer Kai too, working together on this enforcement. Keep your voice down, or Officer Kai might make things difficult for you. Let him try. He's done it before. Maybe Director Wu will take this chance to transfer him. Even if he's transferred, there's still Deputy Director Wang. Better to just focus on our work. A few female officers gathered after they left, gossiping. They despised Officer Kai, who used his connections to harass them. The front desk receptionists. They had to endure it. After all, power, especially connected power, could crush you. Student, have a seat. Director Wu settled into his executive chair. Officer Kai, report the situation. Officer Kai gave a general account of the case. Yi Shihan filled in the gaps, as she was the primary witness. Oh, you have video footage? Yes, we happened to be passing by, and the dashcam recorded the entire incident. Let me see it. Yi Shihan handed over the dashcam's memory card. The footage played. Soon it reached the scene where the elderly lady fell. An Audi drove by, and an elderly woman on the roadside ran toward it. But she seemed to misjudge the timing, as she didn't hit the car, and instead stumbled and fell to the ground. About 5 seconds later, 2 young men appeared on the right side of the screen. One of them stopped his bike and helped the old woman to the curb. She then grabbed his clothes, preventing him from leaving. A crowd began to gather. The truth was clear. Director Wu paused the video. Xiao Kai, with this footage, it's certain that the young man is innocent and the old woman is a fraudster. We always say we will not wrong an innocent person nor let a guilty one escape. That saying makes me deeply ashamed now. Director Wu, how should we handle this case? Xiao Kai was also panicking. None of his previous cases had ever been overturned, as evidence was hard to find, and the compensation of 1,000 yuan wasn't worth the victim's time to return to the station. Most had just accepted the loss. What was the ruling? The ruling was that the offender Xiao Yao must pay 100 yuan in compensation to the elderly lady he hit. The case has been closed. A young man who helped someone was wrongly labeled as the offender and had to pay 100 yuan. Director Wu lit a cigarette. He took 2 deep drags. Xiao Kai, pack up your things. Don't come to work for the next few days. Reflect on this for a week. Beizhuang is short-staffed. You'll be transferred there to help out. Director Wu, isn't this punishment a bit excessive? They'll report this to my superiors. Don't think I'm unaware of the cases you've handled over the years. Officer Kai wanted to say more, but swallowed his words and left the room. Old bastard, in a couple of years when you retire my cousin will take over and he'll be back. Officer Kai seemed to have made peace with it, humming a tune. Beizhuang Police Station isn't bad. It's in the suburbs, but maybe I can be the boss there. Hey Xiaomei. The front desk receptionist was named Chu Wenmei. I might be getting promoted, you know. Want me to transfer? No need, I'm still an intern here. I'm not familiar with many procedures yet. I'm afraid I wouldn't be of much help. It's fine, I'll be there to guide you. It's settled. Officer Kai hummed a tune as he went to his office to pack. Xiaomei, is what he said true? Is he really getting promoted? Connections really do make a difference. I wonder what position he'll get. But transferring you there would be like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. A couple of nearby female officers gathered around, their faces full of concern. I don't know either. If I'm really transferred there, he'll resign. I won't be a police officer anymore. Xiaomei, don't say that. You've studied at the police academy for years. Resigning means you can never be a cop again. We'll see how it goes. That's my last resort. Sigh. The other female officer felt helpless. She was just a front desk officer with no connections to help others. At least her plain appearance didn't attract trouble. Phew. Chief Constable Wu took a long drag from his cigarette. Young lady, let's do this. Well, present Xiao Yao with a banner for his helpfulness, and I'll report it to my superiors to secure a 1 yuan reward for his good deed. Well, deliver it to him personally. Does that work for you? I'm just here to testify. Asking me that doesn't give me the right to agree on Xiao Yao's behalf. You'd better seek his. Yi Shihan simply couldn't bear to see a good person wronged. She came to testify because she had the power to prove his innocence, and failing to do so would weigh on her conscience. They'll be off now. I have afternoon classes. The rest is up to you. Seeing the situation take a positive turn, Yi Shihan didn't linger. Uncle Wu, please make a copy of the video. I still need to take the memory card. Oh, of course. Chief Constable Wu made a copy and handed the memory card back to Yi Shihan. Thank you for your enthusiastic help in bringing the truth to light. By the way, what's your name? My name is Yi Shihan. Thank you, young lady. Yi Shihan. It was my duty. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yi Shihan turned and left the office. It was my duty. That's what we should be saying. Sigh, before I retire, it's high time I cleaned up the ranks of our constables. Chief Constable Wu murmured softly as he watched Yi Shihan's departing figure through the window. Hey Xiao Chu, come to my office for a moment. He picked up the desk phone and made a call. Judging by the voice, it was undoubtedly Xiao Chu at the front desk. Chief Constable Wu, you called for me. Xiao Chu, I need you to make 2 banners. One for a good youth who helps others, Xiao Yao. The other for a warm-hearted classmate, Yi Shihan. Chief Constable Wu took another puff of his cigarette and continued, go on. We mustn't let those who do good feel disheartened. We have to encourage and reward acts of kindness and bravery so more people are willing to do good. Yes, Chief Constable Wu. Chief Constable Wu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Accountant Liu from the Municipal Control Bureau? Ah, yes. We have a model of good deeds in our district. Would like to reward this exemplary person with a 1,000 yuan bonus. We'll send you the relevant materials this afternoon for your review. He's a college student from a modest family with a clean background. Yes, all right. He'll be waiting for your good news. Chief Constable Wu hung up and took the last drag of his cigarette. Once the bonus is approved, he'll have to deliver it personally to make it more ceremonious. ITLL, add a brick to my political legacy and leave a good impression with the people before I retire. At Zhaoyang University of Technology Computer Science Department, Class 146. Hey Zhou Tao, why hasn't Xiao Yao shown up for class today? Don't you usually come together? Xiao Yao's deskmate Xia Mo hadn't seen him all morning and couldn't help but ask Zhou Tao, who usually went to school with him, what was going on. Oh, Xiao Yao took the day off for some personal matters. He'll probably be back tomorrow. Zhou Tao was getting anxious too. It had been the whole morning. Should he tell Xiao Yao's mother? After thinking it over, he decided to contact Xiao Yao first to see if he had sorted things out. Xiao Yao, how did things go? Zhou Tao sent him a text message. A ding-ding sounded. Xiao Yao was in a taxi heading home when he suddenly heard the notification. It's all fine now. I'm on my way home. Since it's already afternoon, I'll go to school tomorrow. Good to hear. I was worried you might have been detained. What did the counselor say? The counselor said he knew and didn't ask much. Figures. He never liked me much anyway. He's probably glad I'm not at school, so I won't bother others. Alright, I'm done talking. I'm home. Okay, get some rest. They'll bring your electric bike back tonight. No need. It would take an hour to push it back. They'll just take a taxi to school tomorrow. Alright then. They'll let you go. Class is about to start. Okay, bye. Zhou Tao put down his phone. Did you ask? How is he? Xia Mo noticed Zhou Tao seemed to have been texting. Nothing serious. Xiao Yao's at home catching up on sleep. That jerk. Skipping class for no good reason. Tomorrow I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Xia Mo fumed as if Xiao Yao's absence was a grave offense. Zhou Tao turned away, not daring to respond, muttering under his breath, Xiao Yao, don't blame me. I was just making Meanwhile, Xiao Yao had arrived at his new home. He opened the door and cleared the area in front of the bungalow. He planned to unload the chickens there. He could slaughter them behind closed doors quickly, and the smell would dissipate faster. My hometown, I live in this village. His phone rang. Hello. Hello, is this young brother Xiao Yao? We're at the village entrance. Where is your house? It's the first house at the easternmost end of the village, right by the road. Alright, we'll be there in a minute. Xiao Yao hung up and took out the 1,100 yuan balance payment, putting it in his pocket. Rumble rumble. The sound of a small truck engine grew closer. Xiao Yao waved, and the truck slowly stopped in front of his house. A woman got out of the passenger seat. It was the shop owner from the market. "How about that, young brother? Pretty efficient, aren't we?" She greeted Xiao Yao with a beaming smile before even reaching him. "Very efficient. Could you please unload them right here by the door?" Xiao Yao pointed to the area in front of the entrance. "Driver, please unload them over there." The woman gave the driver instructions. He didn't seem to be her husband, but rather a hired driver. After speaking, she came back to Xiao Yao. "Young brother, my surname is Jean. My full name is Jean Lian. May I ask yours?" "Oh, Sister Pan, nice to meet you. My name is Xiao Yao." Jean Lian was speechless. Her surname was Jean, not Pan. "Young brother Xiao Yao, my name is Jean Lian, not Pan. These chickens are pretty good quality. They all look quite plump." Xiao Yao wasn't paying attention to what Jean Lian said. As the driver unloaded the cages, he had to count the chickens to avoid miscounting later. So his eyes were fixed on each cage the driver moved, and he only responded absent-mindedly. Seeing that Xiao Yao was busy counting, Jean Lian didn't press the issue. A name was just a label. Still, she wondered why the young man kept calling her Sister Pan. Did he have a sister named Pan? The chickens were unloaded, 5 per cage, 18 cages, 90 birds in total. After unloading, the driver took a small broom and went to tidy up the back of the truck. Xiao Yao pulled the 1100 yuan balance from his pocket and handed it to Jean Lian. "This is the remaining 1100, Sister Pan. Please count it." Jean Lian took the money and counted it. The amount was correct. She had initially thought a young man might not have that much money, but seeing him pay the full balance put her mind at ease. "Young brother, let me call you Xiao Yao Di. If you ever need anything like this again, just contact your big sister. He'll make sure you're satisfied." "Sure, no problem. I might trouble you again." Xiao Yao thought that since she had come all this way to deliver the goods, he couldn't very well not offer her a drink of water. Besides, he hadn't paid for the chicken cages yet. "Sister Pan, take a break. Let me brew some tea to quench your thirst." "How could I impose?" Jean Lian settled the payment with the driver, who started the engine and drove off with a rumble. She then gracefully walked ahead into Xiao Yao's courtyard, her eyes scanning the area. She was curious how this young man had so much money to buy chickens and what he intended to do with them. Since Xiao Yao had invited her in, she decided to stay and find out. Xiao Yao was left speechless. He had originally meant for the unloading driver to have a drink, but the man had taken the money and driven off. And this elder sister was too quick to accept his invitation. He had only been polite, never expecting her to take it seriously. Left with no choice, Xiao Yao went to boil water and brew tea. Though he was eager to slaughter the chickens, he couldn't very well kick her out now. Soon the fragrance of tea filled the air. "Little brother, your tea leaves are quite good. They smell refreshing and invigorating with a rich aroma that soothes the soul. This must be this year's spring tea. It's not cheap." Jean Lian gently sipped from the teacup, savoring the tea slowly. "I'm not very knowledgeable about tea. My family has a small tea garden, and my father roasted these himself." Xiao Yao replied honestly. "Oh, your own tea garden?" Jean Lian set down the teacup gently. "Yes, it's not large, just over an acre. Your father's tea roasting skills are impressive. Ask him how much he has left and the price. If it's reasonable, I'd like to buy some. My old man loves tea too, and it might suit his taste. All right, I'll ask my father about the price later. By the way, little brother, why are you buying so many broiler chickens?" "A distant relative of mine runs a restaurant and asked me to procure a batch of broiler chickens. I'll come to pick them up." "Oh, then you should hurry and have him take them away. Since the chickens are all in cages, heat dissipation is a problem. And I see your roof is covered, so ventilation is also an issue. If it gets too hot or lacks oxygen, the chickens might die in large numbers." "You're right, I overlooked that. They'll call him right away to come quickly. With this roof covering, ventilation is indeed a problem. All these chickens breathing here means the oxygen is insufficient. It's so hot." As she spoke, Jean Lian took off her jacket, fanning herself with her right hand, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly feeling the heat intensely. Avoiding impropriety, Xiao Yao said solemnly, "Sister Pan, I have things to do later, so I won't keep you. I might need another batch of broiler chickens soon, so you should prepare as well. All right, little brother, I'll go back and wait for your news. Remember to call me." Jean Lian, noticing Xiao Yao's discomfort, blushed deeply, her face as red as an apple. She put on her jacket, walked out with delicate steps, and took out her phone to book a ride-hailing car. Soon the ride-hailing car arrived as if one had just passed by nearby. "Little brother, I'm off now. Remember to call me." Jean Lian leaned out from the back of the car, smiling and waving at Xiao Yao. Of course, Xiao Yao replied, waving back as he watched the car speed away to the east. The ride-hailing driver glanced back at Jean Lian and then at Xiao Yao, muttering something under his breath. Xiao Yao bid farewell to Jean Lian and returned to the house, downing a cup of tea in one gulp. As a novice, he had never encountered such a lure. Taking a few deep breaths, he prepared to work. Killing 90 chickens was no small task. Even at a rate of 1 per minute, it would take over an hour. Xiao Yao closed the door, took off his jacket, and carried down a cage of broiler chickens. Most were white, monotonous in color, unlike free-range chickens with their vibrant, beautiful feathers. Xiao Yao grabbed the chickens from the cage, tied their feet with rope, emptied a cage, then chopped off their heads with a knife and tossed them into the cage. The chickens flailed about, causing the others to squawk loudly. If not for the cages, they might have flown to the roof. With time pressing, Xiao Yao had no leisure to let the chickens bleed out slowly. He had to be brutal and let them struggle until they stopped. Ding, level up. Current level 4. Ding, level up. Current level 5. Ding, main quest. Keep up the good work completed. The phone's notifications chimed repeatedly, but Xiao Yao ignored them. Each level up filled him with energy, so he felt no fatigue. He decided to finish killing all the chickens first. By only decapitating them, he increased efficiency. In just an hour, Xiao Yao had killed all the chickens. Half an hour later, the sounds of flailing had mostly ceased. Xiao Yao collected the chicken meat and coins from each cage. This time there seemed to be no mini-boss, so no special. He checked his inventory. Low-quality fresh chicken, meat quantity 90. Consumption increases hunger by 1 with a 50 chance of poisoning. Can be cooked. As expected, the broiler chicken meat was poor quality, even labeled as low grade, only adding 1 hunger point. Money 542. The chickens dropped little money. Only 5 coins each, a paltry sum. Excluding the coins, each chicken cost 13. If he could sell the meat for at least 13, he wouldn't incur a loss. Xiao Yao then checked his personal information. Name Xiao Yao, age 19, level 5, HP 140, strength 5, agility 5, intelligence 121, experience 76, 160. Although the money dropped was low, the experience per chicken seemed to remain at 2. Unable to see other stats, Xiao Yao didn't know how his attributes compared. Fortunately, the level 5 quest rewarded a reconnaissance glasses, which might help in this regard. Xiao Yao eagerly opened the quest list. Main quest. Keep up the good work, reach level 5. Reward reconnaissance glasses. The first quest reward was directly deposited into the inventory. Did this quest require manual claiming? Xiao Yao clicked claim reward. Insufficient inventory space. Please clear your inventory and try again. This accursed inventory space. Why only 1 slot? How could he increase it? Staring at the 90 low-quality chicken meats, Xiao Yao felt like screaming. With no other choice, Xiao Yao went to the eastern warehouse and fetched plastic bags. Fortunately, there were plenty. He bagged the chickens one by one. Claim reward. Reconnaissance glasses allows reconnaissance of items and creatures within 1 meter. Although he was nearsighted, he could see farther than a meter, even without glasses. This item seemed utterly useless. Still, Xiao Yao took out the reconnaissance glasses, only to find they were contact lenses. Xiao Yao washed his hands several times with soap, then used a mirror to carefully put on the 2 contact lenses. Connecting. Ding, connection successful. Ding, retinal projection activated. Ding, brainwave interaction enabled. With the contact lenses on, Xiao Yao felt the world had never been so clear. But these were more than just lenses. They were a brainwave interactive device. Prompts sounded directly in his mind, and text appeared as projections in his vision, highly advanced. He picked up a piece of chicken meat, but saw no additional information beyond clarity. Wasn't it within 1 meter? Why was there no data? Xiao Yao checked his phone and noticed a new skill in the skill bar along with an eye icon to its left. Reconnaissance skill level 1 allows reconnaissance of items and creatures within 1 meter. Proficiency 010000. Costs 60 coins minute. On off. He hadn't expected the reconnaissance glasses skill to be toggleable, nor that activating it would cost money. Fortunately, at 60 coins per minute, given his current wealth of 542 coins, he could afford it. Xiao Yao activated the skill. This time when he looked at the chicken meat, text appeared beneath it, low-quality chicken meat. Now it truly felt like a game reminiscent of augmented reality VR glasses. Xiao Yao gleefully examined every item in the kitchen. Kitchen knife, spoon, cutting board. Eventually he grew bored. All items had no attributes. Even when he stored items in the phone inventory, they only showed attributes like kitchen knife, daily necessity. No other properties appeared. Undeterred, Xiao Yao took out the feather pen from his clothes. Feather pen intelligence 1. In the end, Xiao Yao realized that objects from this world had no attributes. Only items dropped from monsters possessed them. The only item he had dropped was the feather pen. Although this quill only granted a 1 boost to intelligence, considering that objects in this world originally possessed no attributes, the quill in his hand was now exceptionally precious due to its sheer uniqueness. Unfortunately, Xiao Yao had no idea whether there were auctions in Jiayang City. If only he could sell this quill, since what he needed most right now was money. Why not try auctioning it online on Taobao and see if luck is on my side? No sooner said than done. But first he needed to clean up. Xiao Yao stored all the chicken meat into his phone backpack, then stacked the cages by the door. Unfortunately, the backpack only had 1 slot, otherwise he could have stored the cages too. With so many cages, how was he going to explain this to his mother tonight? And what about the missing chickens? Well, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. He rinsed the yard several times with clean water and left the gate wide open to let the smell dissipate faster. After finishing, Xiao Yao took a stool, sat by the door, opened Taobao, and navigated to the auction section. He snapped a few photos of his quill, listed the item, and set the starting bid at 1 million. If someone bought it, great. If not, he had nothing to lose. A heirloom 1 Faken quill, a masterpiece passed down through generations, the only one left in the world. It sharpens the mind, clears the spirit, and enhances intelligence, making thoughts more agile and expansive. The perfect choice for personal use collection or as a gift for friends and family. The sole surviving piece awaits its destined owner. If you don't like it, please refrain from harsh comments. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. List the item. Xiao Yao carefully wrote a description for the item, then clicked to publish. Although his words were slightly exaggerated, the effect was genuine, and the quill was truly unique. The auction listing Xiao Yao posted was soon flooded with comments. Selling a wild Ultraman purebred female, only 1 million, just one left, first come first served. Selling purebred Calabash brothers picked from the 7-colored Calabash mountain, still unhatched. The first person they see upon hatching will be their mother, and they will never betray you. Hurry up if you want one. Selling Calabash brothers the invisible one, unlimited supply, affordable prices. Xiao Yao didn't bother to keep an eye on the auction. Instead, he pondered how to explain things to his mother that evening. Should he tell her the truth? The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Until he uncovered the truth, Xiao Yao didn't want to worry his mother. What if someone else discovered his secret? What if there were evil techniques that could read memories? Especially now that he wasn't strong enough to protect his family, Xiao Yao could only keep the secret to as few people as possible. Collecting copper, iron, aluminum, old TVs, old motorcycles, old tractors. A vigorous voice calling for scrap rang out from the street. Perfect. I was just worrying about how to deal with these cages. Hey, uncle, over here. Xiao Yao stepped out and called out to an uncle driving a 3-wheeled cart. Young man, what are you selling? How much per gene for iron? Iron is cheap, now 3 mal per gene. All right, weigh the cages inside. Give me a round number for the total weight. Young man, these cages are old, but not broken. Are you sure you want to sell them? Yes, I'm sure. Will you take them? They'll take them, but does your family know? Don't worry, these cages aren't for my house. No one will come looking for you. I'm selling them for my cousin. Xiao Yao once again brought up his non-existent cousin. All right, I'll weigh them. Let me weigh 1 cage, then multiply by the number of cages. There are too many to weigh each one individually. Fine, just don't cheat me. Look at what you're saying. I'm an honest man, or why would I cheat a young fellow like you? Hee, then hurry up, uncle. I still have to clean up. Coming right up. With that, the uncle got busy. Seeing so many cages in good condition, he knew the price for selling them as cages was much higher than scrap. Later, he could resell them as cages and make a good profit. Soon, the uncle finished weighing. 1 cage weighs 8 gene. 18 cages total. At 3 mal per gene, that's 43. 2 yuan. Let's make it 44. All right, as long as you've calculated correctly. Give me the money and start loading. Sure thing. The uncle gladly handed over 44 yuan and began loading the cages swiftly. It didn't take long before all the cages were loaded, as they were empty and easy to carry 2 at a time. All right, young man, I'm off. The cart's full, so I'm heading straight to the scrapyard. Take care, uncle. Xiao Yao fetched 2 buckets of water and rinsed the entire ground several times, hoping the smell would dissipate by evening. With that problem mostly solved, there were still the 13 chickens to deal with. Xiao Yao's head throbbed. If only he hadn't killed them all. Killing just one might have gone unnoticed, but now the whole coop was empty. He was genuinely afraid his mother would call the police. Moreover, he couldn't stay at home now. If his mother found out he had skipped school all day, it would be even worse. He checked the time, 5 p.m., half an hour until school let out. Hello, Mom. Hello. Oh, you're still at work. Well, hey, race, the thing, my advisor is sick and hospitalized, so our class decided to visit and bring some gifts. Don't we have some free-range chickens at home? My classmates want to buy a few to help the advisor recover. Yeah, okay. No need to come back and help him with a few classmates, and well, just grab them. Okay, bye. Xiao Yao hung up. He sighed. Once again, his advisor had to make a cameo appearance. This problem was temporarily resolved. The remaining 90 chickens had to be turned into cash quickly, since keeping his reconnaissance skill active required a constant flow of money. Hello, Uncle Qian. Hey, little brother Xiao Yao, what's up? Got more chicken meat? Yes, I have chicken, but this time it's regular broiler meat. Do you need any? Broiler meat. I usually buy it from the market at 18 yuan per bird. They'll give you the same price. How many do you have? Uncle Qian, I have quite a large quantity. I can give it to you at 15 yuan per bird. If you can't handle it all yourself, you can introduce me to any friends in the catering business. I've got plenty to go around. You're a quite ambitious kid. How many this time? 90 birds. Can you take them all at once? That's a lot. But if it's 15 yuan each, I can partner with some friends in the food industry to buy the whole batch. Great, I'll deliver them tomorrow. It's almost dinner time, so you must be getting busy. I won't keep you, Uncle Qian. All right, I won't chat long either. Just bring the goods tomorrow. They'll call my buddies now. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Qian. Xiao Yao hung up. The chicken meat now had a buyer. 90 birds at 15 yuan each came to 1350 yuan. At this rate, he wouldn't lose money. He might even make a profit of 200 yuan. Ahaya, ahaya. A boy who appeared to be around 15 or 16 babbled incoherently, lying on a blanket and playing with a toy. Sigh, I wonder what sin I committed in a past life. A middle-aged noblewoman gazed lovingly at the playing boy, her eyes brimming with affection. The middle-aged noblewoman was named Lu Yuan. Her husband was the president of a local real estate company. They had a son late in life, but the child had intellectual disabilities. Even at middle school age, his intellect remained at the level of a newborn infant, making it impossible for him to engage in textual learning. They had consulted many renowned doctors both domestically and abroad, but with the current state of medical science, there was no treatment for mental disorders. They could only leave it to fate, hoping that one day he would suddenly become enlightened. The noblewoman could only stay home with her child every day, having not gone out shopping for years. She spent her time browsing online shopping platforms buying all sorts of useless items like smart pills and instant enlightenment remedies, all of which were false advertising with no effect whatsoever. Yet she never reported the sellers, knowing these were merely health supplements, not real medicine. The noblewoman also frequented online auctions, occasionally bidding on ancestral secret recipes for her servants to brew into medicinal decoctions, but none had ever worked. Then an item name caught her eye: ancestral feather quill, a peerless treasure that enhances intelligence. The noblewoman couldn't help but click on the item description. A description that could only be called nonsensical appeared: ancestral feather quill, a masterpiece passed down through generations, the only one of its kind left in the world. It sharpens the eyes, clears the mind, and develops intellect, making thoughts more agile and expansive. It is the unparalleled choice for personal use collection or as a gift for friends and family. Only one remains awaiting its destined owner. If you don't like it, don't criticize. No returns or exchanges once sold. The auction countdown showed 22 hours remaining. If no one bid, the item would go unsold. Anyone could auction in this channel, which featured all kinds of bizarre items. The website merely provided a platform, leaving the authenticity and actual utility of the items to the buyers and sellers. The comments below had exceeded 10,000, filled with all sorts of remarks, yet not a single person had placed a bid. After all, 1 million was no small sum, and the feather quill clearly wasn't as good as advertised. 1 million. The noblewoman's eyes lit up. She didn't care about the price. 1 million was merely a trifle for her family. What mattered was whether the item was truly as described, even if it had the slightest effect. Besides, the feather quill looked so exquisite that even if it lacked the claimed benefits, perhaps her son would take a liking to it and start learning. Hello, old Wong. Yes, I found an item on the auction site that might be useful for our son. It costs 1 million. Transfer that amount to me. I want to buy it. Yes, okay, hurry up. I'm afraid someone else might snatch it. The noblewoman hung up the phone. The money was all with her husband. Although she had some pocket money, she couldn't come up with 1 million on her own. Baby, wait for me. I need to transfer some money to my wife. A bald, overweight man in floral shorts hurriedly got up with a young woman beside him. The beauty crawled behind Wang Fuguwei, wrapping her jade-like arms around him. A moan like an aphrodisiac whispered. The bald fat man was none other than Wang Fuguwei, Lu Yuanyuan's husband. Over the past decades, while Lu Yuanyuan stayed home with their son and rarely left the house, he had been living a life of debauchery and freedom. Since she didn't bother him, he was even happier, so he always fulfilled her requests, promptly fearing that if he didn't, she might come to the company and cause trouble. The reason he hadn't divorced her was that she had relatives in the municipal party committee, which made it convenient for handling certain real estate matters. Beep beep. Soon the SMS notification of the transfer arrived. Seeing the alert, Lu Yuanyuan immediately operated her tablet, transferred the funds to her payment account, submitted the deposit, and bid on the feather quill worth 1 million. Wow, look, someone actually bid on it. Although the feather quill had attracted much attention and many comments, no one had bought it. Items like this, such as Wild Ultraman or Halua, had been listed before. When someone actually bought them and the seller couldn't deliver, the buyer took them to court. It was said that the sellers had to sell their houses, cars, and even themselves to pay the hefty compensation. After that, no one ever listed such bizarre items again. If someone actually bought it and the seller couldn't deliver, they would face enormous penalties. We don't understand the world of the rich. Spending 1 million on a feather quill. This isn't Ultraman, and they actually have a real feather quill. Right, and as for the effect, honestly, who can really say whether it enhances intelligence or not? It was precisely because the claimed effect of boosting intellect was as intangible as health supplements. The results were entirely uncertain. Lu Yuanyuan looked closely at the product images again. At the very least, the feather quill was stunningly beautiful, with rainbow-colored feathers that were dazzling. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she would try it. She had waited for so long that at just 40 years old, her hair was already streaked with white. She feared she might not live to see the day her son finally became enlightened. As night fell, Xiao Yao was no longer paying attention to the auction item he had listed. He was now holding his mother's phone, trying to connect to an unknown wireless network. After several attempts, he gave up. Aside from some password-protected networks, no matter how many times he refreshed, the open network was nowhere to be found. Even when he searched with his own phone, he couldn't find that wireless network. It was as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Of course, that evening his mother questioned him about the missing chickens. When Xiao Yao handed her 500 yuan and explained that his classmates would bring the remaining 1,000 the next day, she stopped pressing. 12 chickens sold for 1,500 yuan. She felt like hitting him, but since they were already sold, she couldn't very well ask the counselor to get them back. She gave up and was now stir-frying the rooster he had kept. Indeed, the meat of the little boss rooster was exceptionally tender and delicious. Xiao Yao devoured 2 large drumsticks, and his mother also ate quite a bit. This rooster meat is so tender, it melts in your mouth without much chewing. Xiao Yao, have some more. No, mom, I'm full. I'm going to the new house. Xiao Yao wiped his mouth and got up to leave. Money 0. Seeing the 0 next to his backpack's money count, Xiao Yao felt helpless. He had given his mother 500, and the remaining money had been spent activating the reconnaissance skill. Without funds, the skill automatically deactivated. Aside from being unable to detect information, at least the retinal projection and brainwave interface still worked. Since putting on the reconnaissance glasses, he no longer needed his prescription lenses. Tomorrow he would have to give his mother another 1,000 from selling the chicken. Without money, he couldn't activate any skills or upgrade them. He was practically stuck. Truly a headache. Ding. Successfully survived one day. Backpack Space 1. A notification rang in his mind, and a message appeared in his vision. So the backpack gains an extra slot for each day I survive. Xiao Yao checked his backpack again. Indeed, a slot had been added. Now there were 2. This was great. It made things much more convenient, saving him from having to dump out all items to pick up a new one. He checked the time, 6:40 p.m. Last time his phone had updated its system around this time. So it seemed that from the moment the phone updated every day, he survived, added 1 backpack slot. It wasn't too difficult to increase the slots. It just took time. Since he hadn't gone to school today, there was no homework. After resting for an hour, Xiao Yao headed out toward the eastern slope. Usually he didn't have much time during the day, so every evening he made it a point to go for a run and do some exercises. The mountain path was devoid of streetlights. Following the concrete road and guided by the moonlight, Xiao Yao jogged up the eastern hillside. Thanks to the enhancement of his physical attributes, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. It seemed that this little exercise was no longer sufficient for training, or perhaps he should seek a better way to work out. In the distance lay a brightly lit city with towering skyscrapers visible to the naked eye, but he had no place to call home there. Housing prices were skyrocketing, and he wondered if, after finishing his studies, he could afford a house of his own in the city. Looking back at the village, the tranquility of the countryside stood in stark contrast to the city's hustle and bustle. Every household here owned their own home, yet moving to the city was a shared dream among the villagers. They believed that living in the city would greatly improve their quality of life. The tall buildings represented the aspirations of the villagers. Xiao Yao. Firstly, the phone system could serve as a storage space. Based on past experience, it would add a new slot each day, and before long the space would be sufficient. Could he engage in logistics and transportation? All the laborious tasks of moving became quite simple. However, using such an extraordinary phone as a truck seemed like a waste of its potential. With Xiao Yao's current perspective, he couldn't immediately think of ways to make money. That would have to be discussed later. Secondly, the phone system could upgrade his physical attributes. There were 2 ways to level up: completing system tasks or defeating monsters, specifically animals. After upgrading, Xiao Yao felt a significant difference in his physique. For instance, climbing this hill previously required at least half a day of rest, yet now he felt no breathlessness at all. The change in his physical condition astonished him. If he continued to level up to level 10, 20, or even 100, what would the upper limit be? Would it be infinite or capped? If he reached level 100, would he be able to fly? The thought excited Xiao Yao. As night deepened, a faint mist began to settle in the air. It was time to go home. Xiao Yao pulled his thoughts back together and walked down the mountain. The next day at noon, at Zhaoyang University of Technology Computer Science Department Class 146, it was time for advanced mathematics. The students were intently listening to the instructor's lecture. Run! Suddenly a hoarse shout echoed, causing Xiao Yao to jump up, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had been through too much yesterday and was a bit tired. He hadn't rested well the previous night, so as noon approached, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep heavily on his desk. Ha! After a brief silence, the classroom erupted into laughter. Xiao Yao, go stand at the back. The instructor, who was teaching advanced mathematics, was turning red with anger. It was one thing for the troublemaker Xiao Yao to not pay attention in class, and another for him to sleep during the lecture. Though he could overlook a lot, shouting so loudly had drawn the attention of the entire campus, embarrassing the instructor. Where could he save face? Ahem, it has nothing to do with the duck. Xiao Yao looked at the instructor, whose face was flushed. The hair on the black mole at the corner of his mouth twitched, making Xiao Yao want to laugh even more. He simply lowered his head, trying hard to suppress his smile. After a moment, his smile gradually faded, and he became confused. Was there really a campus full of zombies? Earlier, when he had gone to the restroom with the chubby guy, he noticed that students were rushing outside in a panic, screaming and crying. Amidst the crowd, he saw several students grappling with another student on the ground, tearing at flesh and clothing, surrounded by bloody limbs, and students with savage expressions, mouths dripping with blood, chasing after fleeing classmates. Were they eating people? Zombies. Damn! Xiao Yao shouted to the chubby guy, run, and accelerated to join the crowd rushing back to the class. Did you not hear? Stand at the back and listen to the class. Standing won't make you sleepy. The instructor urged Xiao Yao to go to the back of the classroom, his face filled with disdain, before turning back to continue his lecture, as if looking at Xiao Yao would make him pregnant. Xiao Yao reluctantly stood at the back of the classroom, holding his textbook. The brief episode quickly ended, and most of the students turned back to face the board, continuing to listen. In the distance, the chubby guy was making faces in glee, while his deskmate Xia Mo occasionally glanced back at Xiao Yao, her lips curving upwards, unable to hold back her laughter. Is this a dream? But why does it feel so real? Which one is reality? Xiao Yao tried to twist himself hard. Hiss. It hurt. It seemed this was reality. However, he couldn't be sure this was reality. Pain was just a sensation. Even in a dream, twisting oneself would still feel painful. His memories were a bit jumbled, and Xiao Yao didn't know if the clear scene just now was a delusion from a dream. However, thinking about the flesh-eating zombies sent a shiver down his spine. His legs felt weak and his arms lacked strength. An emptiness filled his heart, as if he had run 5 kilometers. His back was already damp and cold. Xiao Yao leaned against the back blackboard, feeling much better, filled with a sense of security. He hadn't expected that even a man like him would need a sense of security. Xiao Yao shook his head, feeling a wave of self-deprecation. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he hadn't absorbed anything from the class. With the class nearing its end, Xiao Yao shook his legs, which were starting to feel numb from standing. Thankfully, it was almost over. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, liberating him. Xiao Yao dragged his weary legs back to his seat. Xiao Yao, come to my office for a moment. Ha 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 hee hee. Once again, laughter filled the classroom. A bunch of heartless people just know how to gloat. When the zombies come, I won't remind you to run home. Xiao Yao muttered to himself, sulking as he followed the instructor of advanced mathematics to the office. Xiao Yao, 19 years old, is a freshman in the computer science department, class 146, at Zhaoyang University of Technology. Although he is not a slacker, his grades have been consistently low, which is why the instructor does not favor him. He has a weak personality, and generally instructors do not want to deal with troublemakers like him. However, instructors might still manage students like Xiao Yao to showcase their authority in front of others and serve as a warning. Indeed, Xiao Yao is a cautionary example. Xiao Yao rarely communicates with others, so he has few friends. His deskmate Xia Mo counts as one, though he only talks more with her. The chubby guy Zhou Tao is another friend, mainly because they come from the same village and sometimes go home together after school. As for the other classmates, honestly, even if Xiao Yao didn't attend class for a day, they probably wouldn't notice his absence. Smack. The instructor threw the lesson plan onto the desk. Xiao Yao, bring your parents here tomorrow morning. I don't see the need for a student like you to continue wasting time here. If you want to sleep, you can go home and sleep as long as you want. Sleeping here disrupts others' normal learning and wastes your parents' hard-earned money. It would be better for you to help your parents with more work after school, benefiting everyone and saving some resources for the country. The instructor sat back in his chair, crossing his legs, looking at Xiao Yao with undisguised disdain. Yes, disdain. Xiao Yao glanced at the instructor's eyes and then lowered his head again. He tried to show a sincere attitude of admitting fault, hoping the instructor wouldn't pursue the matter further. After about half an hour, Xiao Yao felt a layer of saliva on his head. All right, go back and write a 2,000-word reflection. If you repeat this, you'll be directly expelled. The instructor had been lecturing for a long time, while Xiao Yao kept his head down. As the end of class neared, the instructor didn't want to waste more time with a troublemaker. He thought about scaring Xiao Yao a little, as having him around didn't matter much either way. However, expulsion was a serious matter. The school couldn't expel students unless they committed significant offenses. After all, the school needed to make a profit, and expelling students would cut off that source. The instructor was merely saying this to intimidate him. The school has the obligation to educate, and students have the right to receive education. After leaving the office, Xiao Yao headed directly outside the school. At this hour, the cafeteria probably had no food left, and he planned to eat outside while looking for a suitable place to rent. It wasn't convenient to keep transporting live chickens back and forth, especially since Xiao Yao only had the lunch money given by his mother in the morning. This time, he was simply scouting the area. If a suitable place was found, he would figure out a way to get the money. Upon exiting the school, to the south was a village. Following the road westward for 50 meters led to a national highway, which was usually bustling with traffic. Xiao Yao slowly walked north along the highway, searching for a suitable rental place. The first place he came across was a recycling station. Xiao Yao peered through the door and saw several people weighing scrap materials. Considering the heaps of scrap strewn about, it was unlikely they would rent out the place. Xiao Yao moved on to the second location, a small supermarket selling various goods with boxes of liquor displayed outside. Business seemed good, so it probably wouldn't be available for rent either. Further north was a metalworking shop where some finished and semi-finished iron structures were haphazardly displayed outside. One worker was welding, creating bright flashes of light. Xiao Yao continued north and spotted a small courtyard extending inward. Approaching, he saw a young woman wearing an apron washing a car with a hose. Upon noticing someone pass by, she instinctively looked up at Xiao Yao, but returned to washing the car when she saw he wasn't driving, so Xiao Yao peeked inside. It looked like a car washed, so it was likely not for rent. Shaking his head, Xiao Yao continued north. Beyond that point was a stretch of woods, and there were no more storefronts. Actually, Xiao Yao was quite fond of that car wash because it had a separate courtyard, making it convenient for work. Unfortunately, it seemed they had no intention of renting it out. Xiao Yao turned back, planning to buy some lunch at the nearby village. Little brother, I see you've been here several times. Are you here to wash a car or something else? At this moment, the young woman in the apron approached the door with a cloth in hand, asking Xiao Yao. Behind her, another person got out of the car, vacuuming the interior. They looked like a young couple running the car wash. Oh, hello. I was wondering if there are any houses available for rent nearby. Oh, you're looking to rent a store? There are no stores available for rent around here. It doesn't have to be a store. Anywhere with a bit more space would be fine. Oh, if it's just for a bit more space, there's a courtyard in the southern village. We have a yard, but it only has 3 rooms, not 5. There are no bungalows, but the yard is quite spacious. The 2 rooms next door belong to my sister-in-law, separated by a wall, and we don't live there often. I'm not sure if that would work for you. Oh, how much is the rent? Well, since it's just sitting there, how about 200 a month? Does that sound okay? 200 seems quite reasonable. If the space is adequate, Xiao Yao could consider renting it. Can I go take a look at the house? Sure, it's not far from here. The young woman turned and said, Honey, I'm taking this brother to see the house. All right, hurry back. A thin man with glasses climbed out of the car, glanced at Xiao Yao, and then continued vacuuming. Come on, little brother, I'll show you the way, the young woman said, removing her apron and hanging it on the doorframe. She quickly wiped her hands with a cloth. Zhang Fong Fong. What's your name, little brother? Xiao Yao. Oh, Xiao Yao, come with me. It's not far from here. She started walking south, and Xiao Yao followed closely behind, heading towards the house in the village that the older sister had mentioned. Following the path to school eastward, he arrived back at the school gate. Zhang Fongfong continued east for about 20 meters before turning into a small southbound alley. Since it was near the school, the roadside houses in this village were all rented out. Along the east-west road by the school were numerous educational institutions, small restaurants, burger shops, and milk tea stores. Following Zhang Fongfong into the narrow alley, and walking nearly 200 meters south, several barbershops appeared by the roadside. At almost every doorstep sat a woman on a stool, their hair dyed in garish colors. Xiao Yao glanced over and noticed that all these barbers were sisters in their 20s or 30s. He wondered if they could make any business in this village, but recalling Zhang Fongfang's mention that a small yard rented for just 200 yuan a month, these barbershops likely had similar rent. They could at least cover the cost, especially since roadside shops cost around th. Continuing south, he came across a vending machine store. Its entrance was plastered with posters of scantily clad women. Xiao Yao was puzzled. Who would run a vending machine store in a village? Would there be any customers? Xiao Yao had seen such stores before. They typically sold adult products. Could it be? Could those barbershops offer more than just haircuts? Xiao Yao glanced back at the women sitting on stools by the barbershop doors. Now their dyed hair in all sorts of colors, some with curly perm-like styles, their faces caked with stark white powder, and their clothes indeed revealing. Low-cut tank tops, miniskirts, stockings, high heels. Wearing such attire, were they really suited for cutting hair? Perhaps he was overthinking. Xiao Yao continued, following Zhang Fongfong. Sis, are we there yet? Almost there. It's the house with the utility pole ahead. Zhang Fongfong pointed to a spot with a utility pole. Xiao Yao looked ahead, just 10 meters away. They had finally arrived. The village houses seemed built in different eras as they were not aligned. The alley twisted and turned. Before the small courtyard stood a very dilapidated rural house. The courtyard wall was not high and the iron gate was rusted. Pushing open the gate, a narrow yard came into view, overgrown with weeds. The house looked as though it had been abandoned for some time. Sis, this yard hasn't been lived in for a long time, has it? Yeah, we bought an apartment to the west, so we rarely come here. It's been left like this. Can you lower the rent? Name your price, little brother. If it's reasonable, I'll rent it to you. 150. Xiao Yao tested cautiously. All right, 150 it is. How many months will you rent? I might rent for a while if it's suitable, but I don't have the money on me right now. I can only pay tomorrow. No rush. My shop is just north. Judging by your clothes, you're from the Polytechnic University up north, right? Hey, race the key. There's nothing valuable inside anyway. You can start cleaning whenever you have time. Just bring the money to my shop tomorrow. Thank you so much, Sister Fong. He'll bring the money to your shop tomorrow. All right, it's settled. Hey, race the key. You can tidy up when you have time. I have things to do at the shop, so we'll head back now. Goodbye, Sister Fong. Xiao Yao saw Zhang Fongfong out and returned to the yard. The weeds didn't matter. He wasn't planning to live here anyway. He went inside, finding a rustic stove, a clay bed, a few simple tables, and an old double bed all thick with dust. It seemed they had no intention of living here and were probably keeping the old house for demolition compensation. After a quick look around, Xiao Yao took out the 90 chickens, packed them in plastic bags, and placed them on the cement ground in front of the yard. Between the house and the yard was a small strip of cement about 3 meters wide, which was relatively clean. He then called Qian Duo. Hello, Uncle Qian. It's Xiao Yao. Are you free now? Oh, Xiao Yao. It's 1240 just finished up. The chicken is ready. Can you come pick it up at Daoxiang Village? I have class soon and can't deliver it. All right, I'll come. 20 meters east of the south gate of High-Tech Zone Middle School, there's an alley. Go straight south. Yes, I'll wait for you there. Okay, call me if you can't find it. Hurry, Uncle Qian. Okay, bye. Xiao Yao hung up and walked to the alley entrance, where he could at least see the northern end of the alley. Xiao Yao kept his eyes on the northern alley entrance, waiting for Uncle Qian to drive over and pick up the goods. But the women sitting by the barbershop doors, seeing his gaze, thought he was looking at them. Hey, handsome, want a haircut? A woman closer to Xiao Yao boldly tried to solicit him. Not right now. Come to me for a haircut, and I'll give you a discount. How much for a haircut? Just a cut is 10 yuan. They'll give it to you. 10 yuan. That was more expensive than the 5 yuan he had imagined. With such cheap rent here, charging that much for a haircut and only giving a 1 yuan discount. What a ripoff. Shameless. Xiao Yao fell silent, waiting quietly for Uncle Qian. After about 10 minutes, a van appeared at the corner. It must be Uncle Qian. As the van drew closer, the women by the barbershop stood up and waved at the driver. Brother, want a haircut? The van struggled to reach Xiao Yao's spot and stopped. Uncle Qian got out. Xiao Yao, is this your place? Why here? He glanced back at the women to the north, waved, and smiled at them. Then turning to Xiao Yao with a sly grin, he said, But I like it. Where's the chicken? In the yard. Xiao Yao led Uncle Qian inside and pointed to the plastic bags on the cement ground. They're all here. Count them. Also, Uncle Qian, can you pay me first? I haven't had lunch and the school gate will close soon. I need to grab some food. You can lock up after you're done loading. Their school dismissed at noon, closed the gates at 1 p.m. And had a mandatory nap period from 1 to 2 p.m. During that time, no one could enter the school. The nap was mandatory to recharge for afternoon classes, and skipping it wasn't an option, not that he could take another day off. But this rule only applied to freshmen, sophomores, and juniors never bothered. Still, as a freshman, he had to obey and go to the dormitory for the nap. You haven't eaten lunch. You should have told me earlier. Idea brought you a rice bowl. Chien Duo pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket already counted. Here, count it. No need to count. We're old friends. Uncle Chien will leave you to it. I'm off. Xiao Yao pocketed the money without a second glance. All right, go eat. Leave this to me. Chien Duo rolled up his sleeves and began loading the chicken. Xiao Yao bought a burger and cola combo from a shop at the alley entrance and ran straight back to school. Xiao Yao dashed into the classroom, startling many classmates with the sudden noise. They looked up toward the door and upon seeing it was him, said nothing though some whispered among themselves assuming he had just been released by the counselor after being called away after school. Hey, he greeted his deskmate Xia Mo casually. Xiao Yao, you weren't just coming back from the office, were you? No, I came from outside school. Went to get some food. Xiao Yao pulled a burger from his pocket and wolfed it down. As for the cola, he had tossed it because it frothed too much from his fast running. He devoured the burger in 10 seconds flat, then thumped his chest, choking on it. He regretted throwing away the cola. Have some water, you're choking, said Xia Mo, handing him a pink water bottle with a straw. Thanks, Xiao Yao said, not bothering to be polite. He truly risked choking to death. He gulped down half the water, caught his breath, and intended to return the bottle, but hesitated seeing it was pink. Having drunk from it, he felt it would be rude to give it back. Xia Mo, let me buy you a new one. I've used this one so it's dirty. Holding the bottle, he felt awkward about returning it. It's fine, I'll just rinse it later. It's no big deal. Xia Mo snatched the bottle back, avoiding his gaze, though a blush crept across her cheeks. A thank you, Xiao Yao. You're welcome, she replied in a voice barely audible. By the way, did the counselor give you a hard time this morning? Nothing much, just told me to write a Tutha Sanchara character self-criticism. He'll just copy one from the internet when I get home. It's not hard these days. Even if it were 10,000 characters, I could piece it together. Xiao Yao tilted his head, boasting. Seeing his antics, Xia Mo felt relieved. I called you many times during class when you were sleeping, but you wouldn't wake up. Then you suddenly stood up and yelled. Scare me half to death. Did you have a nightmare? Yeah, you could call it that. But even now I feel uneasy, like something big is about to happen. Ever since the nightmare, Xiao Yao had felt listless and drowsy. The bell rang for the midday break. Xiao Yao tidied up briefly. Until 2 in the afternoon it was nap time. Though he wasn't used to napping, the school enforced it strictly. Everyone had to lie on their desks with administrators patrolling. With nearly an hour to kill and nothing to do, even Xiao Yao eventually fell asleep on his desk like the others. After an unknown time, a thunderclap roared. The sudden thunder startled the sleeping students awake. Xiao Yao, wandering in a dream, was jolted awake as well. He wiped the drool from his mouth and stared blankly out the window. At noon, the sun had blazed, now dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rolled. The weather changed in an instant. Last night's forecast had promised sunshine, so much for that. The room suddenly darkened. Though it was midday, it grew so dark that faces were indistinguishable. A student near the switch turned on the lights, casting a glow that brought an odd sense of security. The abrupt transition from daylight to near night was terrifying, like the end of the world. The howling wind rattled the north windows, threatening to shatter the glass. Some daring students crowded by the windows to watch the raging storm outside. In the distance, the dark clouds seemed ready to press down, creating a suffocating weight. They rolled swiftly southward, devouring the last sliver of light, until the southern sky was completely dark. When no light remained, another thunderclap crashed. A raindrop struck the ground like a bullet, kicking up dust. Countless drops followed, as if the heavenly river had burst, pouring down in torrents. The wind and rain intensified, battering the windows with increasing fury. After a flash of lightning, another thunderclap boomed. The classroom plunged into darkness again. Screams erupted, some from girls, some from boys. In this stormy night, nothing was more terrifying. A loud crash followed by more screams. Damn, the window glass broke. As if the last straw, students near the windows scrambled toward the center of the room. Rain poured through the shattered pane like machine gun fire. In the occasional flash of lightning, it was clear that everyone had huddled together in the middle, and at the very center was Xiao Yao. He sat there, but now he could barely breathe. The scent in his arms was floral, definitely a girl, likely his deskmate Xiao Mo. At his back was the fat kid Zhou Tao, whose stench of body odor was unmistakable even from behind. The mix of perfume and sweat nearly made Xiao Yao faint. Only he in the lightning's glow wasn't looking outside. The others either tried to hide under their desks or watched the storm, screaming with each flash and boom, riding a roller coaster of fear and excitement, hoping the storm would rage even harder. About half an hour later, the rain eased, the wind calmed. Occasional drops hit the window and slid down without it. Another girl screamed, though the storm seemed to have passed. Everyone was still on edge. A student near the door saw a shadow slip in. "I'm the counselor. Is everyone okay?" The shadow spoke. By the voice, it was definitely the counselor. Without power, and with the sky still gray, it was hard to make out faces. Teacher, several panes on the north window are broken. All my books on the desk are soaked, a boy near the window said pitifully, as if hinting he couldn't do his homework. As long as no one is hurt, that's what matters. Another half hour passed, and the sky gradually cleared. The sun chased away the clouds, making it all seem like a dream. Only the puddles, broken glass, and lingering rainwater proved the storm had indeed come and gone in a hurry. After the rain, students returned to their seats to tidy their scattered books. Those with wet books took them to the sunlit balcony to dry. The duty student swept up the glass shards while others whispered excitedly about the storm. Xiao, her cheeks flushed, repeatedly neatened her desk to hide her embarrassment. She had leaned against Xiao Yao during the chaos and now wished she could disappear. Xiao Yao didn't dwell on it. Everyone had been packed together. Even fat Zhou Tao had nearly hugged him. He wasn't about to make a big deal of it. Xiao stole a glance at him, but he showed no sign of embarrassment, calmly organizing his desk. She breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't noticed. Yet a flicker of disappointment stirred within her. Seeing that everyone was fine, the counselor prepared to teach math. The class should have been computer English, but it seemed the counselor would take over until the next period's advanced math. Only a few dozen minutes remained. The pretty English teacher probably wouldn't bother coming. The afternoon flew by, perhaps because 1.5 classes were skipped. When the dismissal bell rang, students with packed bags sprinted to the bike shed. If they moved like that at sports meets, the counselor would be very pleased. Xiao Yao packed his bag, unhurriedly greeted Xiao, and prepared to leave. Xiao Yao, wait. She called, a faint blush on her cheeks. What's up? Here, yesterday's notes. You were absent, so you can borrow them to catch up. Xiao handed him a note. Thanks for the notes. Xiao Yao took the notebook, noticing its pink cover. Truly girlish. He'll head off now, a fat. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you. Xiao Yao turned and dashed out with his backpack, knowing the fat kid would nag him. Xiao Yao, can you hurry up? You dawdle every time like a girl putting on makeup for 2 hours, complained Zhou Tao, already waiting at the shed. Got it. What's the rush to get home? You don't play Skyrim, so you wouldn't understand. I need to get back to my little darlings. Exams are coming soon, you should game less and study more. Yeah, you sound just like my mom. They chatted idly until they reached the fork at the village entrance. I'm off. See you tomorrow. At the fork, Zhou Tao turned south, while Xiao Yao went east. Aya. A short, disheveled girl with a crooked mouth near the village saw Xiao Yao after school and began to utter something toward him. Xiao Yao had never looked at these people differently. He always responded with a smile. This girl was a village fool who couldn't speak and was usually shy around strangers. At first, she would keep a straight face when encountering Xiao Yao, but over time, due to his consistent smiles, she no longer feared him and even initiated greetings whenever they met. In his childhood, Xiao Yao had heard adults say that every village has its guardians, some of whom are flawed, yet carefree, living happily despite their hardships. They are mostly mentally challenged, bearing the cold remarks and complaints from other villagers. One day, when they have fulfilled their virtue, they will achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Xiao Yao believed these tales as a child, but now as a college freshman, he had long become an atheist. However, he harbored no prejudice against people like the village fool. They were already pitiful enough, why provoke or harm them further with words or glances? Their needs were simple, a warm gaze and treatment like an ordinary person during encounters was sufficient. What they needed most was acknowledgement. Returning to the old house, Xiao Yao handed his mother the remaining 1,000. Seeing that Xiao Yao's classmates had indeed returned the leftover money, his mother stopped pursuing the foolish chicken problem. Xiao Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief, considering the issue settled. He checked the surrounding wireless networks again, but found the garbled one still missing. Perhaps it had truly vanished, yet Xiao Yao decided to check that garbled network daily from now on. After hastily finishing dinner, Xiao Yao bid farewell to his mother and arrived at the new yard to check his inventory. Personal information: name Xiao Yan, age 19 in level, 5 in health, 140 in strength, 5 in agility, 5 in intelligence, 121 in experience, 76160 in personal skills and reconnaissance, level 1 in can gather information on objects and beings within a 1-meter range. Proficiency 8610000 in consumption, money 60 minutes in enable disable, in backpack and money 348. It had already been a day without experience gain, and after all, he had no money and couldn't buy chickens in bulk. His reconnaissance skill had also been automatically disabled due to the depletion of funds. Only the 348 from the chicken meat he sold today remained. It was night, and there was no need to activate the reconnaissance skill. Besides, that 348 couldn't be touched. Tomorrow he would still need to pay Zhang Fangfang the rent. Having survived another day, his backpack had, like yesterday, gained another empty slot, now totaling 3. Speaking of which, how did the feather pen auction go? It should have been more than a day. Each auction item has a 24-hour time frame, either to be bid on or removed after 24 hours. Xiao Yao opened the auction app and was astonished to see 999 messages in the notification bar. Upon checking, he found only various meaningless comments. He then clicked on My Auctions. Your item has been successfully bid on. Please ship within 24 hours. Wait, my item was bid on. Xiao Yao was stunned by the list of auctioned items. Did the feather pen really sell? If he remembered correctly, he had set a starting price of 1 million, right? Could it be that someone actually bid? Xiao Yao clicked on the details. Recipient Lu Yuanyuan Shipping Address 5, Yunlong Lakeside Villa District Tianxiao District Jiang Sitten Phone 131XXXXXXX. The feather pen was indeed bid on him going to get rich. Xiao Yao jumped up in joy, spinning around in his study. He checked the auction information again, truly amazed that it had been sold, his excitement palpable. After a while, Xiao Yao gradually calmed down. Although the feather pen had been bid on, the money hadn't reached his wealth account yet, so it didn't count as his. There was a clause in the auction that stated the payment would automatically transfer to the seller once the buyer received the item. Xiao Yao had understood the rules before submitting the auction. Next came the shipping. A feather pen worth 1 million certainly couldn't be sent via regular express. He immediately ruled out regular delivery. The safest and fastest option in the country was Shunfeng Express. Although it was a bit expensive, it was at least secure and quick. Even though the money hadn't yet reached his account, it was half his, wasn't it? Putting down his phone, Xiao Yao opened his backpack. He hadn't done today's homework yet. Furthermore, he had a 2,000-word reflection to write. If he didn't finish it, he might get called into the office by the counselor for a reprimand tomorrow. After completing his homework, Xiao Yao took out his phone and browsed various reflection templates from online experts, then made slight changes to one of them to meet the 2,000-word requirement. It was quite simple, much easier than doing homework. Glancing at the time, it was 9 p.m., and it was time for his nightly exercise routine. Xiao Yao quickly changed into his sportswear, closed the door, and ran out. After passing through the bridge tunnel of the highway, Xiao Yao stood on a small hillside 3 kilometers east of the village. 10 minutes later, in the southeast distance stood a cluster of brightly lit skyscrapers. The light, gray haze enveloping the city seemed to create a thin film over it. Only from this hillside could one see the twinkling stars in the high sky. In recent years, Jiayang City had experienced rapid development, transforming from a few scattered tall buildings to a skyline filled with skyscrapers in just a few years. However, a highway planned by the government several years ago stretched endlessly from north to south, with nearly 5-meter-high slopes and barbed wire guardrails effectively serving as a city wall separating Xiao Yao's village from the urban area. The narrow bridge tunnel was quite inconvenient. Every time vehicles passed each other, one had to yield for the other, leading to a lack of real estate development here. It was likely not profitable. After all, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. With such underdeveloped transportation, no one would want to invest in development. Real estate companies are not welfare institutions. Why invest in projects that won't yield profit? Gazing at the stars, Xiao Yao took several deep breaths and began his martial arts training, the 7th set of National Student Calisthenics. The times were calling. Ordinary running no longer met Xiao Yao's fitness needs, but he didn't know any martial arts routines. The only routine he was familiar with was the calisthenics taught in school. Although these exercises were popularized by the school, the simple movements condensed the essence of thousands of years of Chinese martial arts. They were scientifically standardized and aesthetically pleasing, using a method that made physical education enjoyable for the blooming youth of the country, promoting physical fitness. Xiao Yao earnestly performed each movement, striving for perfection. After completing the entire set of exercises, he was drenched in sweat and exhausted. He couldn't help but sit on a protruding stone on the hillside, panting heavily before gradually calming down. After collapsing from exhaustion during his first K-list, "Excuse me, young man, may I bother you for a few minutes?" A deep, powerful voice of a middle-aged man suddenly resonated beside Xiao Yao, startling him. Damn it, encountering a salesperson at this late hour. Is it a person or a ghost? Who are you? Xiao Yao sprang up in fright, retreating to a safe distance while his peripheral vision scanned the surroundings, ready to flee at any moment. Young man, calm yourself. I'm just an old man who tends this mountain with no ill intent toward you. The elder gestured for Xiao Yao not to be afraid, for anyone would be startled by a sudden call in the dead of night. Upon hearing that the man was a mountain keeper, Xiao Yao's tension eased considerably. Following the voice, he spotted an old man with disheveled hair and a face so grimy it was hard to distinguish his features, accompanied by a similarly beggarly little girl. Knowing they were mountain keepers lowered his guard significantly, and seeing their appearance, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. I have some spare change here. Go buy yourselves something to eat. Xiao Yao pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old man. He couldn't bear to see suffering and only wished to do his small part to ease his conscience. Young lad, we don't want your money. I can see that your bones are extraordinary. You're a once-in-a-lifetime martial arts prodigy. The old man reached out to grab Xiao Yao's arm. Stop right there. How much do you want? Name your price, I'll pay. His fleeting sympathy instantly evaporated. What era was this? Even a 3-year-old could recite that line by now. Xiao Yao blocked the old man's outstretched hand, pulled out the last 10 yuan from his pocket, and offered all 15 to the elder. Young lad, we truly don't want your money. I have a martial arts manual here. Take it and peruse it when you have time. It might yield unexpected results. Oh, what miraculous effects could it have? Can it make me soar through the skies and burrow into the earth? Xiao Yao played along. If you master it to perfection, indeed you could fly and dive. That is, if you have the perseverance and determination. The old man replied with utter seriousness. All right, how much for this peerless martial art? Let me be clear, I only have 15 yuan, no more. Seeing the old man's deadpan nonsense, Xiao Yao didn't call him out. He was firm on his limit. Make it. The old man, seeing Xiao Yao's stance, realized that if he didn't accept payment, the manual would never be taken. Fine, 10 it is. You win. Xiao Yao handed over 10 yuan, took the yellowed martial arts manual, and without a glance stuffed it into his pocket. Little sister, hey, raise 5 yuan for you. Go buy some candy, but don't give it to this rotten old man. He's up to no good, you hear. Xiao Yao tucked the 5 yuan into the little girl's pocket, ignoring the dirt, and patted her head. The girl wrinkled her nose and dodged his hand. His hand hung awkwardly in midair before he withdrew it. This little rascal. I don't mind her grime, but she minds me. He shook his head, deciding not to hold it against her. It's getting late. He'll head home and consult this manual. On a whim, Xiao Yao made a theatrical bow and turned. Young lad, wait. Old man, what else? Here is a soul-calming pearl. It can guard the spirit, ward off evil, and repel demons. Take it as a talisman. As if making a great decision, the old man pulled a pitch-black bead from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao took the black bead. It looked just like the marbles he played with as a child, only black. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor, even if the bead wasn't as mystical as the old man claimed. Fumbling in his pocket, he found an unopened chocolate bar he used for energy during runs. He pulled it out and handed it to the little girl. I can't take your gift for nothing. Give this chocolate to the little girl. It's very sweet, but don't eat too much at once. Out of curiosity, the girl took the chocolate, though she still didn't thank him. Xiao Yao didn't mind. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Young lad, may fate bring us together again. Yeah, goodbye. Inwardly hope not. Scared the hell out of me. Xiao Yao dashed down the mountain, fearing the old man might call him back again. Master, why did you give our sex treasure to that brat? He looks like a total weakling. I could knock him over with one finger. The little girl had already torn open the wrapper and was munching on the chocolate. This stuff is pretty sweet. Next time I'll ask him for more. This trip down the mountain has 2 purposes: 1, to seek opportunities, 2, to find a way to avert the impending. The old man lifted his head, gazing at the northern sky. The Big Dipper's ladle shape was nearly vertical, and its form was no longer that of a ladle. At this rate, it would soon become a straight line, a 7-star alignment. He wondered what events would unfold, but due to rapid economic development, the sky was shrouded in haze, making it hard to see the former star-filled heavens. Even the brightest Big Dipper had dimmed until it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Heaven's way is as it is, let things take their course. Forget all these messy thoughts. I hear these days you can chat face-to-face with a princess for money. What's the place called? KTV, right? KTV. Let's go. Today this old man will have a heart-to-heart with a princess about life. Master. The little girl suddenly remembered what Xiao Yao had said and stomped her foot in anger. This rotten old man is really up to no good. But I also want to see a princess. Are they prettier than my senior sisters? The girl's eyes suddenly gleamed mischievously, as if she had a wicked idea. Let's go. Not far away, on a protruding rock on the hillside, a young couple was cuddling, apparently stealing a secret date under the cover of night. Young people these days out jogging late at night. At first he startled me, but it turns out he's just a lonely single guy burning off restless energy. Not only does he run, but he also talks to himself. Being single really does drive one crazy. Honey, forget about him. Now that we're alone, let's get this car moving. All right, baby, hold tight. You're so naughty. The woman playfully punched the man's chest. He pulled her close, wrapping his arm around her waist as they slowly laid down on the rock. The night deepened, and the surrounding pine trees of varying sizes obscured whatever they were doing. Returning home without incident, Xiao Yao rushed to the study and pulled out his phone. He hadn't brought it along for the evening run, and despite wearing the reconnaissance glasses, he couldn't activate the scanning skill without the device. Having survived another day, his backpack now had 3 empty slots. Xiao Yao stored the bead and the manual into his phone backpack. Soul-Locking bead slowly absorbs the vitality of living beings within a 1-meter radius. At level 20, Devour can absorb all vitality from the bead. Below level 20, Devour will backfire, and the bead will instantly drain the user's vitality. Current vitality, 510,000. The old man seemed to be lying. This bead didn't guard souls at all. According to the description, it offered no benefit. Its only use required level 20, while he was merely level 5. If he carelessly consumed it now, wouldn't he instantly turn into a desiccated corpse? Xiao Yao then examined the second martial arts manual. Body tempering technique enhances physique. Upon mastery, grants an indestructible body. Requires level 10. This manual was a genuine martial arts scripture. The old man hadn't deceived him. He probably didn't know Xiao Yao possessed a miraculous phone that could inspect item attributes. The manual was authentic, capable of strengthening the body akin to an ironclad technique. The bead, however, had no soul-guarding function. Carrying it would constantly drain his own vitality. And within a 1-meter radius, anyone in contact with him would suffer misfortune. This bead might as well be called a jinx bead paired with a body tempering technique. The old man was cunning. On one hand, the soul-locking bead slowly sapped vitality from him and those around him. On the other, he offered a physique-enhancing manual, as if afraid he might die too quickly. Xiao Yao scrutinized the bead. Could it have a GPS tracking system? If one day he couldn't endure and was drained dry, would the old man track him via GPS to find the next fated one? The old man had miscalculated, never imagining that this fated one possessed a phone system. Storing the bead in the phone backpack completely isolated its life-draining effect. Now he could focus solely on practicing the body tempering technique. It had been a long time since he received a main quest, and with limited funds, Xiao Yao hadn't deliberately leveled up. The manual required level 10, so he must hasten his progress. The urgency wasn't just due to the manual's requirement. More importantly, items with attributes had appeared in this. These items weren't dropped from monsters he had slain. Could there be others with a phone system? Xiao Yao's hair stood on end. The bead was level 20, the manual level 10. Others were far higher leveled than him. He hadn't brought his phone during the evening run, missing the chance to check the old man's level. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Though many elements resembled a game, he dared not take risks. The question of whether characters could respawn was too sensitive. What if life was only once? Money. What he needed most was money. To level up quickly, he had to spend on chickens. Fortunately, if all went well, selling the quill pen tomorrow would net him $1 million, providing a substantial starting capital. Next, Xiao Yao needed to verify the backpack's capacity limit. So far, the maximum he had stored was 90 chickens. He had to determine how many a single slot could hold. Time was tight. He checked the clock, 9:50 p.m. He wondered if Uncle Qian was still awake. Xiao Yao dialed the number. Beep. After a moment, the call connected. Xiao Yao, you scared me to death, kid. What's up, brother Qian? Xiao Yao, hearing Qian Duo refer to himself as an elder brother, followed suit. Nothing much, I'm getting a haircut. What's the matter calling me so late? Qian Duo held the phone with one hand while the other roamed around the waist of the hairdresser, the very one from the shop on Xiao Yao's rented street. This old rascal, instead of going home late at night, dared to get a haircut here. Brother Qian, I'd like to ask a favor. Xiao Yao didn't dwell on why Qian Duo needed a haircut so late. If he remembered correctly, Uncle Qian was bald. What is it? Spit it out. We're old friends. Don't be so hesitant, kid. Brother Qian, it'll be straightforward. I want to borrow some money. If things go smoothly, I can return it tomorrow afternoon. Borrow money. How much? Hearing this, Qian Duo immediately straightened up, withdrew his hand from the hairdresser, and walked to the shop entrance. I'm not sure exactly. I just want to ask you for a favor. Your restaurant must have salesmen pushing beverages, right? Help me procure a batch of mineral water. How many? 10,000 bottles. Gee, Xiao Yao, what do you need so many for? Opening a bathhouse. Qian Duo was taken aback by the request. 10,000 bottles, 24 per pack. That was 417 packs. Transport alone would require 2 small trucks, as each could carry at most 250 packs. I have my reasons, brother Qian. Can you help? They'll treat you to dinner tomorrow afternoon. Forget dinner. You know I run a restaurant. Since you've asked, I'll help. Where should I deliver the goods? Just put them in my small courtyard. The lock is from the previous tenant. Please buy a new one and smash the old one. Leave the key under a brick on the wall. All right, I'll have it ready by noon tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Qian, how much will it cost? Mineral water is cheap. For such a large order, I can get it at wholesale price. About 30 cents per bottle. That cheap? What did you expect? Mineral water costs nothing. Water itself isn't valuable. All right, I'll leave it to you, brother Qian. Wait for my good news. Qian Duo hung up, rubbed his arms against the chill, and returned to the barber shop. Big brother, it's late. Why not stay here tonight? Let me make a call first. Qian Duo thought for a moment, then dialed. Hello, dear, I have something to do tonight, and won't be back. Xiao Yao has a job tomorrow morning. He'll return around 10 a.m. Don't bother with breakfast. Rest up and open for lunch. All right, old Qian. Be careful. Also ask Xiao Yao if he still has those free-range chickens. The 12 we bought last time are almost sold out. Regulars are asking for that specific taste. Don't forget. Old Qian's wife assumed he was staying at Xiao Yao's place to help. Got it. Qian Duo hung up. Xiao Yao was truly his lucky charm. The free-range chicken had sold well, with repeat customers craving that flavor. This night out using Xiao Yao as an excuse gave him a perfect alibi for future absences. He felt a surge of delight. Sis, tonight, they'll be staying at your shop. On Wednesday, December 4th, 2114, Xiao Yao rose early, waking at 6 in the morning. He called his mother, saying there were matters at school that required him to leave early, so she need not prepare breakfast. After hastily consuming a scallion pancake rolled with spring onions, he departed, locking the door behind him. Fearing that his roommate, the stout fellow, might still be asleep, he refrained from calling, and instead sent a text message saying he had matters to attend to and would leave first. To the east of the school lay a sprawling market, a dedicated zone for hardware and building materials. Consequently, numerous logistics and courier companies had established distribution points there, including the Shunfeng Express that Xiao Yao required. The spot was not far from the school, roughly 200 meters away. These courier hubs began their operations early. Some even started receiving and sorting goods at 4 in the morning, delivering them by 7 or 8. Xiao Yao located the Shunfeng distribution point, filled out the courier slip, and meticulously wrapped the quill pen in foam before placing it into the packaging box. Still uneasy, he opted to insure the parcel. 100 yuan for a coverage of 100,000. Short on funds, Xiao Yao deemed this sufficient. Even if the item were lost, the compensation would amount to 100,000 yuan. The total cost came to 125 yuan for Shunfeng's express service. If all went smoothly, the POC. Having completed these tasks, he noticed figures beginning to emerge on the streets. students heading to school, and office workers on their way to work. Glancing at the time, it was only 7:20. Xiao Yao mounted his electric bicycle and pedaled toward the campus. Today he had indeed arrived quite early. See that cowardly student over there riding that beat-up electric bike with pedals? That thing's practically an antique. Outside the school near the grilled gluten stall, a yellow-haired student pointed at Xiao Yao entering the campus and remarked to his companion beside him, "That's the guy? The spineless shrimp brother Hao thrashed a few days ago," the lanky fellow inquired, while munching on his gluten skewer, speaking to the yellow-haired Wang Hao. "Yeah," Wang Hao said, spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. "If it weren't for the discipline director making me apologize, I'd have beaten him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him." He dared to stare at Cui Tingting. He was practically asking for death. Cui Tingting was his girlfriend. That day he mistakenly believed Xiao Yao had been ogling her, and being in a foul mood, he had given Xiao Yao a beating. Had the discipline director not happened to pass by, he might have drawn blood. At the time, Xiao Yao had offered no resistance. In Wang Hao's eyes, Xiao Yao was nothing but a spineless coward unworthy of concern. "This isn't over. The discipline director scolded me in public, making me lose face. They'll find a time when no one's around and teach him another lesson." Wang Hao had already made inquiries. Xiao Yao was a pushover, someone who could be bullied without consequence. He hailed from a rural village and likely had no backing. As long as the teachers didn't catch him, a quick beating and a swift escape would leave Xiao Yao helpless. Cursing under his breath, Wang Hao flicked away the gluten skewer, and the two hoodlums ambled unhurriedly toward the school, plotting ways to discipline Xiao Yao. A few days earlier, Xiao Yao had been assaulted by a yellow-haired thug. Ordinarily, he preferred to avoid trouble. Though he had been inexplicably beaten, he had not fought back. Thanks to his usual physical exercise, the blows from the thug had not been particularly painful. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yao, his repeated forbearance did not awaken any conscience in the ruffians, instead it fueled their arrogance. After parking his electric bicycle, Xiao Yao entered the classroom, which was already packed with students. "Hey, morning." Only his deskmate Xia Mo bothered to greet him. "Morning," Xiao Yao replied with a faint smile. The morning's lessons were drawing to an end before he knew it. During the morning recess, Xiao Yao had already delivered his self-criticism letter to the counselor's office, which of course earned him another scolding. The bell for dismissal rang right on schedule. The students in the classroom were already perched on the edges of their seats, their legs coiled like springs, waiting for the moment the teacher would give the command. There was no help for it. The end of the class still hinged on the teacher's dismissal call. Class dismissed. The teacher had long noticed the students' restless expressions, eager to bolt. He chose to let them go early to get their meals, unlike some teachers who, even after the bell rang, would insist on finishing a problem or adding a few more pointless remarks. Indeed, the certain teachers in question included the counselor, who also taught advanced mathematics. Every time the bell rang, he would insist on saying a few more words and finishing the problem, claiming it would spare the students from having to jostle with other classes for food. Once the problem was done, they could get their meals without queuing. But by the time the problem was finished, the hot dishes were already gone, leaving only the leftovers, cold and unappetizing. Xiao Yao joined the tide of students rushing toward the cafeteria. The campus resembled a floodgate opening as streams of people surged from every classroom, swiftly merging into a torrent that poured into the dining hall. The cafeteria offered 4 vegetable dishes and 2 meat dishes with rice or steamed buns as staples. Each student was entitled to a standard 5 yuan meal, 2 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and a serving of staple food. Those wanting extras had to order separately at the side counter. The regular serving windows all provided the standard 5 yuan meal to expedite the process. Though they queued for food, the scene resembled a chaotic bus scramble. Having finally obtained his meal, Xiao Yao felt as if he had emerged from a battle. Some unknown person had smeared soup on his clothes. The cafeteria had limited seating, so most students chose to eat in their classrooms. Scanning the area, Xiao Yao found no empty seats. He wiped at the soup stain on his clothes, but it would not come off, so he gave up and headed toward the classroom. "Xiao Yao, over here." The crisp voice rang out like the song of an oriole in the forest. Instantly, a host of unfriendly gazes turned toward Xiao Yao, making him feel like a gorilla in a zoo being stared at by onlookers. For the introverted Xiao Yao, the sensation was excruciating. Following the voice, he spotted a young girl sitting at a nearby dining table. Though she wore the same school uniform, it seemed to take on an ethereal freshness when draped on her. Beside her sat another girl, slightly less striking, but with a round face that was nonetheless cute and pleasant. Xiao Yao felt he was not acquainted with them, and with so many pairs of eyes fixed on him, the discomfort was overwhelming. He turned and strode quickly out of the cafeteria, making his way back to the classroom. The cafeteria erupted into chaos. What was that kid thinking? The school beauty Yishinru had called out to him, and he simply turned and walked away. What secret lay hidden behind this? Could it be that the kid had done something shameful and dared not face the school beauty? The flames of gossip blazed fiercely. Countless versions of the story emerged. Xiao Yao had been caught peeping at the school beauty and in his embarrassment had stormed off. Or Xiao Yao was a hidden scion of a wealthy family betrothed to her since childhood, but now his fortune had waned, and she had come to break off the engagement. After scrutinizing Xiao Yao's daily behavior and attire, however, everyone agreed that the peeping theory was more plausible. He exuded no aristocratic air whatsoever, appearing utterly vulgar and pathetic. Moreover, the scene of him being beaten by Wang Hao a few days ago had been witnessed by many. Rumors had it that Xiao Yao consistently ranked near the bottom of his class, and some even claimed he had been taken to the police station. Word spread like wildfire, and soon Xiao Yao was inexplicably branded with labels loser, spineless shrimp, pervert, hooligan bottom feeder, and delinquent. Thus a torrent of negative gossip surged forth as if Xiao Yao had become a heinous demon guilty of every conceivable sin. Unusual events must harbor some anomaly. Xiao Yao certainly recognized the girl who called out to him. Few male students in this school wouldn't know the campus belle Yixinru. But precisely because he knew her, Xiao Yao turned and walked away. He wasn't familiar with her at all. They had never interacted. So why did she call him? Using the process of elimination, he reasoned first it was impossible for the campus belle to like him, second, what else mattered. Worrying needlessly only troubled the mind. Thus, as an ordinary nobody, he lacked the courage to approach and ask, "Is there something?" Especially with thousands of eyes watching him, he felt like a gorilla in a zoo, utterly uncomfortable. This Xiao Yao is really something. How can he be so rude? Li Zishi, the campus belle's companion, felt indignant on Yi Xinru's behalf. The esteemed belle called him, and he just turned and left. How ungrateful. We were too abrupt. Yi Xinru watched Xiao Yao flee the cafeteria, as if escaping for his life, and couldn't help but find it amusing. She had merely called his name, yet he ran away in fright. She wasn't a tigress. Why be so scared? But the chatter around them never ceased. When someone claimed Xiao Yao had seduced and abandoned her, Yi Xinru blushed to the roots of her hair. People were getting carried away. Ignore them. They're just a bunch of gossips who thrive on chaos. Li Zishi shot a fierce glare around, but her hostility had little effect. Some fearless punks even whistled. "Hey Yixinru, are you sure it was Xiao Yao who helped that old lady?" "Absolutely certain. My sister even testified for him at the police station. I've watched the dashcam footage several times," Yixinru said, glancing toward the cafeteria entrance where Xiao Yao had vanished. "I called him just to tell him my sister had testified. The police might commend and reward him in a few days. I didn't expect him to run off at the mere sound of my voice. It's just that our great campus belle is too charming, scaring the poor boy away." Li Zishi giggled beside her. "You're the one with the sweet tongue." Yixinru ate her lunch with a frown, annoyed by the endless gossip around her. Even eating was a hassle. At that moment, a group of students descended from the second floor. Leading them was a slick-haired boy with a roguish grin. He wore a floral shirt under a brown vest, white trousers that bared his ankles. Whether he felt cold or not, apparently such pants were in fashion. Most of his followers wore school uniforms. The first to follow him was none other than Wang Hao. It was an eye-opener to see the school's thug leader trailing behind someone like a dog. "Isn't this little sister Xinru eating in the cafeteria? Why not come to the second floor? As your big brother, I could order you a few more dishes." The slick-haired youth's eyes lit up at the sight of the campus belle. He swaggered over to her table with a self-styled, arrogant gait. "Who's your sister? Don't flatter yourself. CCM full. Let's go back to the classroom." With that, she stood up, pulled Li Zishi, and headed out of the cafeteria. Okay, Li Zishi quickly followed. She didn't argue with the slick-haired youth. Though talkative, she knew her place. He could easily make trouble for her. They soon left the cafeteria. The slick-haired youth was Wang Dao, a notorious rich playboy at school. He rarely appeared on campus, merely enrolling in name, while spending most of his time causing trouble outside. The scene seemed to mirror the earlier one, but now the cafeteria students remained silent. They could gossip about Xiao Yao and the campus belle, but they dared not talk about this slick-haired youth. Rumored to be the illegitimate son of a local real estate tycoon, whether true or not, he was wealthy and influential. Many lackeys followed him for money, and he was generous, often treating his underlings to meals on the second floor. He had reportedly dated several girls, discarding them afterward, but all had been willing, all for the money. It seemed Wang Dao had now taken an interest in the campus belle Yixinru. The crowd felt sorry for Yixinru, as in this era, who didn't love money. Little did they know her family was also well off. Her father had already put her in charge of a company. A phone ring echoed in his mind. Xiao Yao answered the call. With his detective glasses featuring brainwave interaction and retinal projection, he could answer calls without taking out his phone. He chatted while walking to the classroom, though to others, he seemed like a madman talking to himself. "Hello, Uncle Qian. Oh, the mineral water has been unloaded. Okay, great. Thank you. They'll transfer the payment this afternoon or tomorrow. Yes, just put the key under a brick on the wall." Qian Duo had already bought the mineral water. Xiao Yao decided to skip his noon nap and use the time to test some issues with his phone backpack. But first he had to finish lunch. Xiao Yao returned to the classroom with his lunch. Few students were there. Most ate in the cafeteria, brought food from home, or fetched meals from the cafeteria. As he entered, he glanced at Gao Hui sitting behind him. She seemed to sense it and looked up, offering a faint smile. Xiao Yao smiled back. Gao Hui had a round face, captivating expressive eyes, and short bangs. Her smile in particular enchanted Xiao Yao. Even her way of eating was a feast for the eyes. Xiao Yao liked Gao Hui, and she knew it. He had confessed to her with a note. "If you were a carrot, I'd say, I like. What if I were a cabbage? Then I'd like cabbage." Though he never explicitly said, "I like you." For the extremely introverted Xiao Yao, this was a monumental step. Such blatant words, he believed, left no room for misunderstanding. Gao Hui certainly understood the note's meaning, but what she thought Xiao Yao didn't know. I don't want a boyfriend right now. I just want to study hard and get into graduate school, she replied after a long pause. Rejected, but undeterred, Xiao Yao didn't pester her. He simply said, okay. Being friends was fine. Perhaps one day, when she wanted a relationship, she'd think of him. Thus they became good friends. Later, not long after, maybe a week, maybe a month. In any case, it no longer mattered. Gao Hui became the girlfriend of her deskmate Wang Wei, who was also Xiao Yao's good friend. But I don't want a boyfriend right now was all a lie. One was his friend, the other his crush. Though perhaps only Gao Hui and Xiao Yao knew of his feelings. Xiao Yao never confronted her. Asking about the lie would only embarrass him. It was clear now. She simply didn't like him, and this was her gentle way of rejecting him. Watching his crush and his good friend study, chat, take walks, and act affectionately every day was agonizing. It felt like something rightfully his had been stolen. Even a simple handhold felt like a tremendous loss. This feeling lingered until Xiao Yao once saw Gao Hui's family pick her up in an Audi. In that moment his feelings vanished. They were from different worlds. He didn't deserve her. His family's most valuable vehicle was his father's Luojia 90 motorcycle. Even if they liked each other, he doubted Gao Hui's parents would let her marry a poor country boy. Besides, they were freshmen and her family wouldn't approve of dating. What about youth shouldn't be looked down upon, or 30 years on the East Bank, 30 on the West? Even if he achieved greatness in 30 years, what would be the point at 50? Even if he gained immense power in 30 years, he was powerless now. Perhaps she had feelings for him, perhaps she feared the gap between their families, perhaps. Xiao Yao completely avoided the topic of why Gao Hui was with Wang Wei. Maybe that way his heart wouldn't ache. Their later encounters, just a shared smile, were enough. Xiao Yao had even planned his future: finish college, find a job, marry a girl, have children, and live a plain, peaceful life. He didn't seek high office or wealth, only a stable existence. Life is like that. The one you like doesn't like you, but someone silently likes you. Xiao Yao wasn't foolish. From little things, he sensed that his deskmate Xia Mo had some feelings for him. Yet he didn't want to start another relationship. Besides, he didn't like her, and it would only distract her from her studies with uncertain outcomes. So better not to begin. Simple, playful interactions were fine. So Xiao Yao and Xia Mo chatted and joked like good friends. After finishing lunch, Xiao Yao got up and headed off campus. He decided to skip his noon nap today. The playful daily banter between Xiao Yao and his deskmate Xia Mo was seen by others as the flirtatious Gao Hui, 19 years old, a student of Class 6, Grade 14, Computer Science Department at Zhaoyang University of Technology. Her father owned 2 Audi 4S stores, and her mother was the director of the gynecology department at Zhaoyang Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Her mother had once told her that she had no restrictions on her dating life at school, but there was one requirement: the man's family background must be superior to their own. Gao Hui actually liked Xiao Yao too. She liked his honesty, his carefree nature, his cleanliness, and his sunny disposition. However, she had also learned from the sidelines that Xiao Yao came from a rural family with ordinary parents, which would never pass her mother's scrutiny. She was a rational girl. So when Xiao Yao confessed his feelings, she hesitated for a long time before deciding not to start this relationship. There would be no future, and it would only hurt Xiao Yao. Later, she even asked her deskmate, who was also her distant cousin, to pretend to be her boyfriend, hoping Xiao Yao would give up sooner. But now that it had come true, now that Xiao Yao had truly fallen for another girl, why did her heart ache as if cut by a knife? Especially a dull one grinding away relentlessly. Watching Xiao Yao's retreating figure, Gao Hui pulled out a notebook and scribbled fiercely on it, as if that could vent her feelings. She pressed so hard that the paper tore along the path of the pen. Sigh, her deskmate Wang Wei sighed. He had no solution either. Perhaps the best thing now was to let Gao Hui vent. On the other side, Xiao Yao hurried toward the small courtyard. The hairdressing girls and young ladies on the roadside, having seen him yesterday, recognized him and teased him, asking if he wanted a haircut. No, Xiao Yao replied as he walked. With hair this short, did he really need a trim anymore, and head be bald? Arriving at the courtyard, the wall was low enough that Xiao Yao, with his height, could easily reach the top. He felt for the first loose red brick near the door, and as expected found a set of keys there. Click, click. Xiao Yao unlocked the door. Whoa! What met his eyes were rows upon rows of bottled water, nearly filling the entire courtyard. Xiao Yao closed the door. Each pack contained 24 bottles, and there were countless packs. He took out the martial arts manual from his backpack and set it aside. Next, he needed to test how many identical items a single backpack slot could hold. He began collecting the stacked water packs into his backpack one by one. An icon of a pack of water appeared in the second empty slot of the backpack. Water pack quantity, 420, drinking water. So there were 420 packs in total, amounting to 10080 bottles. It seemed he hadn't yet reached the slot's limit. Next, he planned to open all the packs, yielding over 100 individual bottles to see the maximum number per slot. With that knowledge, Xiao Yao tirelessly took out packs, opened them, and stored the bottles one by one into the backpack. A figure busied itself in the courtyard. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Yao tried to store another bottle of water, it wouldn't go in. After several attempts, he was certain he had reached the storage limit for a single backpack slot. Water bottle quantity 999, a drinking water. So the limit for a single item was 999. Xiao Yao picked up a loose bottle from the ground, drank it, and tossed it aside. The The first backpack slot held 999 bottles of water, and the second held 378 packs. He had bought too much water. Originally, he had expected a slot limit of 9999, but it was only a tenth of that. He didn't want to fuss further, so he left them in the backpack. By afternoon, he could probably unlock another slot. Xiao Yao picked up the manual and the soul-locking bead from the ground. He had only one slot left. Which should he store? After a moment's thought, he put the bead away in the backpack. That thing absorbed life force, and Xiao Yao was afraid of death. He rolled up the martial arts manual and stuffed it into his pants pocket. It would be fine for half a day, wouldn't it? Picking up the remaining 8 bottles of water, he locked the door and placed the keys back under the loose brick on the wall. The courtyard was empty, so there was nothing to steal. "Hey sis, have some water," Xiao Yao said, handing the bottles to the young lady at the nearby hair salon. Leaving them in the courtyard would be wasteful. He had tens of thousands of bottles in his backpack, so it was better to give them to the neighbor than let them go to waste. A little handsome, giving away just a few bottles of water as a gift. "How stingy," the hairdresser said, rising from her stool. Still, she took the water. "Thanks, come for a haircut, and I'll give you a discount." She winked at him. Sure. Xiao Yao replied, waving at her as he headed toward school. "A little handsome, why only give water to the girl next door? Give us big sister some too. We'll give you an even better deal on haircuts." A few heavily made-up young women looking like opera singers beckoned to Xiao Yao. Next time, Xiao Yao said, fleeing. These people would even compete over a few bottles of water. He was a hee. Watching Xiao Yao's flustered escape, they doubled over with laughter. They didn't actually need the water, they were just teasing him. Their usual customers were older men and young boys, especially schoolboys were rare. On the road, Xiao Yao checked his shopping app. The courier was already delivering the package. Barring any issues, it would arrive in an hour or so. If the recipient signed for it, the money would go straight to his payment account. If they refused, the quill pen would be returned to him. He hoped they would accept it. It was his starting capital. Qian Duo still owed him 3024 yuan for the goods, and he had to at least show his appreciation. Once the money came through, give Qian Duo 400 yuan and keep the rest as a thank you. Also, he needed to pay Zhang Fangfang the rent today. Xiao Yao exited the alley. By now, many students returning home were trickling back to school. From a distance, Xiao Yao spotted a few yellow-haired thugs near the gluten skewer stall at the school gate. He was wearing his detection glasses, and even without activating them, they were more useful than regular glasses. He recognized one of the thugs as someone who had beaten him up a few days ago. Adhering to the principle of endurance, Xiao Yao had let the guy hit him a few times until the grade director intervened. Later, the thug had apologized, a hypocritical apology probably forced by the director, saying he could come to him if he had any trouble at school. Xiao Yao glanced at them and walked into the school, pretending not to see them. "Bro, how isn't that Xiao Yao? I heard he was taken to the police station. He's out already. I heard he hit an old lady and had to pay her 100 yuan. Looks like the kid has some money. They say he paid without calling his parents, just handed the cash to the police." "Bro, how do you know so much?" "Ahem, I have a relative working at the police station." "Oh bro, how's awesome. He's got connections in the system. By the way, Xiao Yao just came out of that alley, right? He doesn't live in this village. I heard that alley is the red light district. I never dared to wander in there. Looks like Xiao Yao is a pervert. Hard to say. Maybe he has relatives working there." True. "Bro, when are we going to teach that kid a lesson? We could squeeze some cash out of him. The brothers haven't smoked a pack over 10 yuan in ages. Bro Dao gave us a task today. Business first. Another day. That kid could pull out 1000 yuan to pay someone, so he must have some pocket money." Upon entering the school, Xiao Yao did not hear what the punks with yellow hair were saying. Though he could see them clearly, he lacked the ears of a shunfinger to catch their words. Had he known the nonsense they were spouting, he would have fought them to the death. Despite his endless forbearance, he was not one to fear trouble. Even if it meant losing 1,000 for every enemy he struck down, he would still charge forward. Thus, never provoke an honest man, for when he finally erupts, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. In the classroom, the first period was biology, and the students were preparing in an orderly manner. "Xiao Yao, I heard from students in other classes that this Saturday is the school's autumn sports meet. Do you have any specialty to sign up for an event?" Why hasn't our counselor mentioned it? Our counselor always keeps news until the last minute. I heard it from my best friend. Their class got the notice yesterday afternoon. Damn, our counselor sure knows how to stay calm. But I'm not interested, so I'll pass. Xiao Yao, sign up. I heard there are prizes for participating, and if you perform well, the counselor will reward you from the class fund. Money. At the mention of a cash reward, Xiao Yao perked up, but then he remembered he'd soon have 1,000,000 yuan, so this paltry sum no longer tempted him. "We'll see." "Don't say we'll see. Such a great honor. Aren't you tempted?" "Can honor be eaten?" "Not interested." Unable to sway, Xiao Yao turned away in frustration, muttering under her breath, "So unmotivated. I'm only doing this for your own good." Xiao Yao stared at Xiao in bewilderment. "I'm not signing up. Why is she so angry? Has this girl lost her mind?" Just then, footsteps sounded from outside the classroom. "Officers, this is the class." A voice came from outside, followed by a group of people entering the classroom, led by the head teacher Li Yingmao. "Class, I have great news. Our classmate Xiao Yao has been named a model youth of the new era for helping others by the city district. Let's welcome him." The counselor's words from the podium ignited the class, and the entire room buzzed with discussion. Xiao Yao, model youth for helping others. When did this happen? No way. His grades are usually terrible, and he sleeps all day. Could he really have done something so earth-shattering? Class, quiet down. A middle-aged policeman in uniform stepped onto the podium. It was Director Wu. I am Wu Jinyu, Director of the Public Security Bureau. The day before yesterday, our classmate Xiao Yao. Director Wu briefly recounted Xiao Yao's deeds, omitting the police's mistaken judgment, as it was an internal corruption issue not fit for public disclosure. After deliberation, the city committee decided that a model youth like Xiao Yao who helps others must be encouraged and rewarded. Therefore, we are here today to bestow upon Xiao Yao the title of Model Youth of the New Era for helping others, along with a bonus of 1,000 yuan as encouragement. We also hope that every student here will learn from Xiao Yao, do good deeds, and practice kindness. Of course, as students, we don't advocate reckless heroism. Study hard and strive to become useful members of society. Clap, clap, clap. A thunderous round of applause erupted below. Though they found it hard to believe, the presence of Director Wu himself dispelled any doubt. The students cast envious glances at Xiao Yao. 10,000 yuan. They had never seen so much money. Their monthly allowance was only 300 yuan. Of course, the few minor rich kids in the class didn't care about such a sum. What they envied was the spotlight he had stolen. They noticed the little beauties in the class now looked at Xiao Yao with stars in their eyes. Now let's welcome classmate Xiao Yao to the stage to receive the award. Director Wu gestured for Xiao Yao to come forward. Though he had never met him, with the entire class staring at one person, even a fool would know who it was. Go on, you blockhead. Xiao Mo nudged Xiao Yao's arm. She was genuinely happy for his reward. Wasn't urging him to join the sports meet, all about helping him earn recognition and approval. She had racked her brains to salvage Xiao Yao's image in the eyes of both classmates and teachers. Xiao Yao's face betrayed no emotion, but inside he was a little thrilled. 10,000 yuan. At least he had a safety net now. Even if the feather pin buyer backed out, he could still repay Uncle Qian's debt. Xiao Yao glanced at the silk banner beside him, its golden characters glaringly bright. 2 days ago they had ruled against him, demanding compensation. Today they were grandly praising him. He sneered, inwardly unsure of their game, but money delivered to his door was not to be refused. Of course he would take it. Xiao Yao accepted the banner and the bonus. A thick envelope, quite substantial, not a mere oversized check. Now let's have classmate Xiao Yao say a few words. Director Wu yielded the floor. Several policemen snapped photos with their cameras, the flashes popping incessantly. Xiao Yao looked around the room. Actually, I didn't think much at the time. I just worried the old lady was unsafe in the middle of the road, so I went to help her up. He paused at a loss for what else to say. Great. Someone shouted, followed by another round of applause. Xiao Yao smiled at Director Wu, signaling that this was enough. He wasn't one for boasting. Director Wu stepped in to ease the situation. Our classmate Xiao Yao is modest in words, but when it comes to doing good deeds, he is anything but. Well, we won't disrupt your regular classes any longer. May you all study hard and improve every day. The counselor then took the stage to sing Xiao Yao's praises again, claiming he had always seen Xiao Yao's potential and urging everyone to follow his example and bring honor to the class and the school. The group filed out of the classroom in a grand procession. The biology teacher, who had waited patiently, showed no sign of anger. Though she taught biology, she was genuinely happy for the honor this class had earned. Congratulations, Xiao Yao. The biology teacher was a beautiful woman in her 20s with a ponytail and glasses. Xiao Yao's other grades were poor, but his biology scores consistently ranked at the top. Teachers generally favored students who excelled in their subjects, and this teacher was no exception, as she often called on Xiao Yao during class. Xiao Yao's proficiency in biology stemmed from the teacher's approachability. Unlike other instructors who looked down on him, she was easy to get along with. From initially poor results, he had progressed to scoring full marks on every test. Learning was for oneself, but without liking the teacher, Xiao Yao found it hard to enjoy the subject. He wondered if others felt the same. The classroom soon quieted down, though a few students still huddled together whispering. The biology teacher, as always, didn't bother with those who spoke softly as long as they didn't disrupt the lesson. Congratulations, Xiao Yao. Xiao Mo slipped him a note. Thanks. With all that prize money, aren't you going to treat us? Of course. The cafeteria's Aliocaniate. Oh, come on. The cafeteria won't even cost 20 yuan. So stingy. Then where do you suggest? At least somewhere like Junlin Tianxia or Talanduo. Are you kidding? That wouldn't even buy a bottle of wine with it. How about Defu restaurant? I heard the one south of No. One middle school has a famous big plate chicken that's absolutely delicious. Want to try it? Xiao Yao was speechless. If he remembered correctly, Defu restaurant belonged to Uncle Qian. No problem. Eat your fill. It's a deal. When after school this afternoon. There's not enough time after school. The sports meet is this Saturday, and school should let out early. How about Saturday? Okay, it's a deal. Xiao Yao, the beautiful biology teacher, called on him. Here. What substance is found in the plasma of a normal person, as well as in both original urine and urine? Water, inorganic salts, and urea. Good. Please sit down. Time always flew by in the beloved teacher's class, and before he knew it, the bell had rung. Xiao Yao, let's go to the restroom together, Fatty Zhou Tao urged Xiao Yao from his left. Seriously, even going to the restroom needs company. Come on, stop with the chit-chat. The chubby Zhou Tao tugged at Xiao Yao's clothes, dragging him out of the classroom. There's only 10 minutes between classes, hurry up. I really can't deal with you, Xiao Yao sighed helplessly as he was pulled along by the little fatty to the restroom. Xiao Mo, are you going to the restroom? At that moment, Gao Hui, who sat behind Xiao Yao, spoke to his deskmate Xiao Mo. Sure. Watching Xiao Yao walk away, Xiao Mo was startled by Gao Hui. From the way Xiao Yao had looked at Gao Hui earlier, Xiao Mo had a feeling he liked her. A woman's intuition was rarely wrong. Because of this, she hadn't really taken a liking to Gao Hui either. But later when Gao Hui started dating her deskmate Wang Wei, Xiao Mo no longer held any grudge against her. After all, it seemed Gao Hui didn't like Xiao Yao, did she? Even going to the restroom was such a hassle. After finishing his business, Xiao Yao waited for the fatty by the entrance. This damn fatty was actually having a bowel movement. Enough was enough. With no other choice, Xiao Yao had to wait outside. He couldn't very well stand inside the restroom, could he? Bored, Xiao Yao took out his phone and scrolled through the latest news on Tushio. You must know why we called you here today, right? The 5000 you borrowed from Brother Dao was due yesterday. Why have a sneering voice drifted from the small grove not far from the restroom? Brother, how I'm a bit short on cash right now. My dad is on a business trip and will be back in a couple of days. Could I personally deliver the money to Brother Dao then? A delicate, pleading voice responded. It's already a day overdue, and now you want another 2 days. Xia Xian, it's only because you're my classmate that we haven't resorted to force. We've delivered our message. If you haven't brought the money by noon tomorrow, Brother Dao will come to collect it himself. You know what that means. Enough talk, let's go. A group of people emerged from the grove, led by the blonde-haired Wang Hao. Some students who had just finished in the restroom saw Wang Hao, the infamous school bully, and hurried past, without even a glance. Xiao Yao wanted to leave too, but the little fatty still hadn't come out. He also recognized Wang Hao as the one who had roughed him up a few days ago. It was nothing to him, just a kid. The few punches he had taken were inconsequential to Xiao Yao's well-trained physique. Back then he had merely put on an act. Wang Hao stopped when he saw Xiao Yao by the restroom entrance. Instead of picking a fight, he said to Xia Xian behind him, if you don't have the money, you could borrow some from that classmate over there. He's quite famous in school now. I heard the police station even gave him a 100 yuan reward. Chewing forcefully on a blade of grass, he spat it in Xiao Yao's direction. Let's go. We'll ask him for some pocket money after school. For now, let's go report back to Brother Dao. With that, Wang Hao led his group away. Wang Hao hadn't spoken loudly, but Xiao Yao had heard him clearly. The students at this school had mouths looser than a pair of cotton trousers. How did it leak out that he had 100 yuan? Now these thugs knew about it, and seemed intent on borrowing some from him. The kind of borrowing where repayment was never expected. He had plans for that money, so there was no way he was lending it to them. Dream on. Fortunately, he had already transferred the money to his phone during class. His phone was now his only lifeline. As the crowd around the girl dispersed, she was finally revealed. From what they said, her name was Xia Xian. Xiao Yao looked over. The girl had her hair in a bun dyed a light blonde with a slanted fringe and an oval face lightly made up. As she approached, a faint fragrance wafted over. She was wearing the school uniform, but it seemed she had altered it. The pant legs were high, reaching only her calves, leaving a large expanse of ankle exposed. Wasn't she cold? Xiao Yao wondered why everyone liked this style of pants. From their conversation, it seemed she had borrowed money and hadn't repaid it. No matter how pretty you are, not repaying a debt is wrong. Xia Xian slowly walked toward Xiao Yao. He looked around and saw he was the only one standing there. Had that damn fatty fallen into the toilet? Hello, classmate. Is what they said true? The girl asked, stopping in front of him. What's true or false? About the police station rewarding you 100 yuan. Well, you want to borrow money too? Yes, if it's possible, could you lend me 600? No. No way. He didn't even know her. Why would he lend her 600? I am begging you, please. Xia Xian looked pitiful, clutching Xiao Yao's clothes on the verge of tears. Please, I can be your girlfriend. What? Xiao Yao thought he had misheard. He barely knew her, and now she was offering to be his girlfriend. What was the point of a girlfriend with no emotional foundation? Was it just to borrow money? And she had even set a time limit on being his girlfriend. What kind of girlfriend was that? I can be your girlfriend for a month. If you want to break up, you can do it any time. I won't cling to you. Xia Xian lowered her head even further. I can do anything a girlfriend should do. Xiao Yao looked at the pitifully charming Xia Xian. Anything a girlfriend should do. Xiao Yao's mind raced. Is this one of those internet memes? Lend me 15 yuan for milk tea, and it'll be your... But why is it 6,000 yuan in my case? It sounds as easy as borrowing 6 yuan. Miss, we don't even know each other. But, girlfriend things. Hugs, kisses, and being lifted up high. Xiao Yao wanted to refuse outright, but why was there a tiny bit of anticipation? After all, this was his first confession, even if it was for money. What should he do? A girlfriend delivered to his doorstep. Should he take her or not? Waiting online, pretty urgent. If you're not sure, we can start as a couple first, and you can lend me the money tomorrow. At first, her best friend had egged her on, and fueled by her own vanity, she had contacted Brother Dao through Wang Hao and borrowed 500 yuan to buy an iPhone. A month later, she owed 6,000. The deadline had passed yesterday, but Xia Xian couldn't repay it. Her family had suddenly cut her allowance, leaving her with only 200 yuan a week. She couldn't scrape together 6000. She tried to give the iPhone to Brother Dao as payment along with some extra money for interest, but he refused, saying if she couldn't pay, he would introduce her to some business to settle the debt. Having often hung out with her friend Xia Xian knew exactly what Brother Dao's business meant, introducing her to rich men. Though vain Xia Xian was a girl who valued her integrity. When she heard from Wang Hao that this classmate had 1,000 yuan, a glimmer of hope appeared. When a girl is trapped in boundless darkness, even a single ray of light, whether it comes to help or not, she will follow it. She considered herself a class beauty with some charm. Surely offering to be this boy's girlfriend would make it hard for him. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? Class is about to start, let's go. The fatty had finally come out of the restroom and saw Xiao Yao standing by the north side, seemingly doing nothing. Write down my number. We'll talk after school. Xiao Yao gave Xia Xian his phone number and ran off toward the fatty. Phew. Xia Xian noted the number, a mix of emotions swirling inside her. Though she often went out carousing with her friends, this decision was made out of sheer desperation. Taking another deep breath, she watched Xiao Yao's retreating figure. This boy didn't seem so bad. Being his girlfriend for a while wouldn't be too much of a loss. With that thought, she strode back to the classroom. People had to grow up eventually. Damn, Xiao Yao, you're something else. You can even pick up a pretty girl on a trip to the restroom. Spill it, who is she? What's wrong with your head? I don't know her either. You don't know her, but you were talking. Who'd believe that? Xiao Yao didn't bother to explain and quickened his pace toward the classroom. Hey, wait for me. The fatty panted as he chased after Xiao Yao. His legs had gone numb from squatting too long in the restroom. The next class was chemistry, but Xia Mo, his desk mate, couldn't focus at all. She kept stealing glances at Xiao Yao, looking like she wanted to say something, but held back. He knew he was handsome, but with Xia Mo staring at him like that, even he felt a bit awkward. Xia Mo, is something wrong? Her response was a roll of her eyes, after which she turned her attention back to the lesson. What's that about? Xiao Yao was utterly confused. He didn't know that during the break Xia Mo and her friends had also gone to the restroom and had seen him talking to a girl. Xia Mo couldn't figure out what their relationship was, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After school, Xiao Yao did not go home. He wanted to ask Xia Xian why she had borrowed so much money. If her reason was legitimate, he might help her. After all, she was a fellow student. As for her being his girlfriend, he had initially felt a flutter of excitement, but after an afternoon of classes, that excitement had faded. Although Xia Xian was very beautiful, there was no emotional foundation between them. If he were to seek a girlfriend, Xiao Yao would rather choose his deskmate Xia Mo. The reason he was willing to help Xia Xian was firstly, because she shared the surname Xia with Xia Mo, and secondly, she was a beauty. Thirdly, the quill pen had been signed for, and 1 million had been automatically transferred to his account. So for Xiao Yao at this moment, lending her the money was no big deal. The money felt like it had come from the wind, so he didn't feel any pain in parting with it. Having arranged to meet Xia Xian, Xiao Yao bought a hamburger at the shop east of the school and waited for her to arrive. Before he had even finished his hamburger, Xia Xian appeared in the shop. Seeing Xiao Yao eating his hamburger, Xia Xian walked straight over, as if they were already a couple, and directly linked her arm through his. Hi. Xiao Yao was startled by someone suddenly grabbing his arm. Turning his head to see it was Xia Xian, he slowly pulled his arm away. Why did you suddenly scare me like that? Xia Xian linked her arm through his again. What are you backing out? Not lending me the money. No, we're not that familiar yet. There are so many people here, they'll get the wrong idea. Xiao Yao pulled his arm away again. Damn, he was a hot-blooded 19-year-old youth. He couldn't withstand such temptation, especially since Xia Xian, who was clinging to his arm, was surprisingly well-developed. Oh, so it's okay when there's no one around. As if her cunning plan had succeeded, Xia Xian revealed a happy smile and sat down quietly. I want to argue with you. Come on, there are some things I want to discuss with you privately. Xiao Yao looked around. Because school was out, there were quite a few students in the hamburger shop buying food. They weren't curious about Xiao Yao, and the girl being lovey-dovey. College romances were no longer unusual. There were often couples being affectionate in the classroom. It wasn't convenient for Xiao Yao to ask questions here. Besides, if someone saw him lending over 6,000 to this girl, they might try to snatch it. Boss, another hamburger, please. Xiao Yao ordered another hamburger. Xiao Yao left the hamburger shop, pushing his electric scooter. Xia Xian followed him out. They went down an alley heading south. Xiao Yao still had that small courtyard here. In the dead of night, it was perfect for doing what he wanted to do. Ahem, that is to ask Xia Xian why she needed the money. Hey, handsome. Oh, brought your girlfriend along. She's really pretty handsome, you've got good taste. Xiao Yao sped up, fleeing the scene like he was escaping. Behind him came a burst of giggles, teasing the young lad had become their after-dinner amusement. Arriving at the small courtyard, Xiao Yao as usual fumbled for a key from under a red brick on the wall and unlocked. Pant. Xia Xian finally caught up. Brother Xiao Yao, why did you run so fast? I was still behind you. You didn't even wait for me. Brother Xiao Yao, is this your place? Why is the yard full of weeds? No, it's a yard I rented. Brother Xiao Yao, you're not thinking of doing it here, are you? Can't we find a hotel? It's too dirty here. Look at this bed, the dust is so thick. Xia Xian walked around the room, finding it unbearable. She pressed the light switch, but the light didn't come on. She was prepared to be Xiao Yao's girlfriend, but the environment was just too poor. Oh, my name is Xiao Yao. Just call me by my name. Calling me Brother Xiao Yao gives me goosebumps. Okay, Brother Xiao Yao, but if you insist on doing it here, I can make do. Stop. I brought you here mainly to ask you a few questions. Oh, go ahead, Brother Xiao Yao. As she spoke, Xia Xin linked her arm through his again. Xiao Yao tried to pull away a few times, but failed, so he gave up. Forget it, there's no one here anyway. Besides, this feels quite nice. How did you get to know those people like Wang Hao? And why did you borrow money from them? Xia Xin slowly recounted how her girlfriends bought famous brand bags, rings, and iPhones, flaunting them in front of her every day. Women, after all, love such things. Over time, she wanted them too. She happened to hear that they all borrowed money from someone named Wang Dao with very low interest. Unable to resist her friend's urgings, she also borrowed 5,000 from Wang Dao to buy an iPhone. Now she couldn't pay it back, and they were trying to introduce her to some business to repay the debt with her body. Xiao Yao listened quietly to Xia Xin's story. He didn't want to verify whether it was true or false, but it seemed that this Wang Dao was a local loan shark. He didn't know that Wang Dao was actually a student at their school, though he rarely showed up. Besides, Xiao Yao rarely interacted with the famous people at that level in school. Xiao Yao thought Wang Dao must have underworld connections or was a gangster himself. Alas, women. There's nothing wrong with liking brand name bags, rings, and iPhones, but borrowing from loan sharks was like walking right into a trap. Xiao Yao didn't blame Xia Xin for her vanity. Besides, he wasn't her father, he couldn't lecture her. Knowing the reason, he really wanted to refuse to lend her the money. But if he didn't, the loan sharks would come to collect. If the money wasn't repaid, the flesh would have to pay. Xiao Yao looked down at Xia Xin, who was still clinging to his arm, now putting on a pitiful expression. This trick worked like a charm on inexperienced young men. Oh well, he was too soft-hearted. Wait for me. Xiao Yao went into the room and took some money from his phone bag. The money you borrowed from Brother Dao is clearly a loan shark loan. Who knows how much interest they'll charge? Hey race, 7,000. It should be enough to pay off even the highest interest. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yao. Xia Xin didn't take the money directly. Instead, she stood on tiptoe, hugged Xiao Yao's face, and kissed him. Then she took the money and counted it as happy as a child. Strawberry flavor. Pretty sweet. Xiao Yao licked his lips. Sin. This felt like. What? Brother Xiao Yao, from now on I'm your girlfriend. Wherever you want to go tonight, I'll follow. Ahem, Xia Xin, although I lent you this 7,000, you don't have to be my girlfriend. I already have someone I like. Oh, so our brother Xiao Yao hasn't confessed yet. I don't want to disturb anyone else. Oh, so that means you don't have a girlfriend yet. I suppose so. Then isn't it good for me to be your girlfriend now, eh? No. If you're my girlfriend, how can I confess to her? Then I'll be your girlfriend when no one is around. How can that be? That would be like him keeping you, isn't it? Is it, eh? Isn't it? Slap, slap, slap. A burst of applause came from outside. What a pair of lovelorn souls. Are we interrupting your fun? A student with dyed yellow hair pushed open the door and slowly walked into the yard. Who else could it be but Wang Hao? Wang Hao, why are you here? Xiao Yao's eyes turned cold and sharp. This Wang Hao had followed him. Oh, look at the coward. Trying to play the hero in front of a beauty. Or did the Public Security Bureau give you an award today that makes you think you're really a hero? With Wang Hao came 3 other lackeys, all looking at Xiao Yao with malicious intent. What do you want? Xiao Yao stared coldly at Wang Hao. This Wang Hao had been antagonizing him time and again, and despite his repeated forbearance, the other refused to know when to stop. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Xia Xin to repay her debt. A debt must be repaid. That's only natural, isn't it? Wang Hao looked at Xiao Yao with undisguised contempt. Xiao Yao glanced back at Xia Xin and stepped aside to reveal her. Though the other party was aggressive, Xiao Yao had nothing to say about repaying a debt. How much in total? Xia Xin asked Wang Hao. Including interest, it's 6,000. What did you actually borrow it from that kid, Xiao Yao? The money's here. Where's the IOU? Xia Xin counted out 6,000 and held it in her hand, not handing it over immediately since the IOU was still with him. Oh, not bad. A real hero saving a damsel in distress. You just got 10,000 as a reward and you're willing to lend it to a classmate you don't even know. Generous. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Yao, pulled an IOU from his pocket, and handed it to Xia Xin. He wasn't worried she'd take it and refuse to pay. With his 4 guys here, she wouldn't escape anyway. Hey, raise your money. We're square. Xia Xin examined the IOU. It was in her handwriting, then handed the money to Wang Hao and let out a long sigh. She'd never borrow from loan sharks again. The interest had gone up by 1,000 in just a month. Lucky she met Xiao Yao, or who knew how high it would have climbed. She tilted her head to glance at Xiao Yao, gratitude swelling within her. Xiao Yao, Xia Xin's debt is settled. But we brothers are a bit strapped for cash lately. You just got 10,000 today. How about lending us some for cigarettes? No. Tisk TSK. Looks like pretty female classmates have an easier time borrowing money. For us, even getting a loan for cigarettes is a struggle. Brothers, what do you think? Rob him. Beat him. Rob your head. Robbery is a crime. Wang Hao snarled, smacking one guy on the head. But there aren't any cameras here, right? Xiao Su, go keep watch at the door. Got it, Brother Hao. A scrawny guy scurried out, shutting the door behind him. Brothers, let's beat him. I've had it with him for a long time. With that, Wang Hao struck first, landing a punch on Xiao Yao's chest. Xiao Yao could only crouch down, covering his head. Taking a beating was no big deal. He could endure it. Stop it. Stop. You'll kill him. Xia Xin felt an inexplicable pang of pain, seeing Xiao Yao beaten. This guy had lent her 7,000, and she was deeply touched. But he was so spineless, not even fighting back. Disappointment crept into her heart. Yet watching him just cover his head and take the hits, she couldn't help begging for mercy on his behalf. Few brothers stop. After a flurry of kicks and punches, Wang Hao had no idea what state Xiao Yao was in, but he himself was exhausted. I feel much better. Next time we're in a bad mood, well, take it out on this kid. After resting a while, Wang Hao said to the two beside him, you two take Xia Xian with us. Sure. The two grabbed Xia Xian and started dragging her out. What are you doing? I've already paid you back. Xia Xian had no idea what they intended, but night was falling and she was terrified of going with these thugs. What are we doing? Xia Xian, are you really that naive, or just pretending? Do you think Brother Dao cares about your measly few hundred? He's after you. Don't be ungrateful. Did you really think paying off the debt would let you go? Take her away. Brother Xiao Yao, save me. Brother Xiao Yao, save me. Panic seized Xia Xian. If she was taken to Brother Dao, it would be like a lamb walking into the lion's den. She forgot that Xiao Yao had just been beaten into submission, but no one else was there to help. If Xiao Yao didn't save her, she had no idea what to do. Gag her. Wang Hao barked. One of the lackeys produced some tissue from somewhere and stuffed it into Xia Xin's mouth, leaving her to only mumble and cry, tears streaming down her face in desperation. Let her go. One shouldn't be too harsh. She's already paid off her debt. Taking her away is kidnapping, and that's against the law, you know. Xiao Yao slowly stood up from the wall, fixing his gaze on Wang Hao. Kidnapping a classmate. This was going too far. Kidnapping. No. We're just collecting a debt. She's already paid it off. Paid it off. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The one I gave her was a copy. I made it with a photocopier. This is the original. Wang Hao slowly pulled another IOU from his pocket identical to the previous one. You, haha, Xiao Yao can't even save yourself, and you want to play the hero. Despicable. Thanks for the compliment. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Let's go. Wang Hao turned to leave. Stop. Leave Xia Xian here. Xiao Yao called out again. I see you won't cry until you see the coffin. Wang Hao spun around and threw a punch at Xiao Yao's chest just like he always did. Thud. The fist landed squarely, but Xiao Yao stood like a wooden post, not crouching in pain as usual. Wang Hao thought he was just too tired. Thud. He punched again. Xiao Yao still didn't move. Refusing to believe it, Wang Hao threw another punch. Slap. Xiao Yao suddenly reached out with his right hand and caught Wang Hao's incoming fist. Wang Hao tried to pull it back, but it was held fast, immovable. Where the hell did you get this freakish strengths? Let go. Unable to free his hand, Wang Hao even used his left hand to pry at Xiao Yao's fingers. My turn. Xiao Yao took a deep breath and swung his left fist, landing it squarely on Wang Hao's stomach. Gulp. Wang Hao felt as if his stomach no longer belonged to him, like had been hit by a truck. Even breathing was agonizing. His back arched like a boiled shrimp, and he struggled to lift his head, glaring at Xiao Yao. XX Xiao Yao, you're dead. Ill. He'll have Brother Dao kill you. Wang Hao wanted nothing more than to kill Xiao Yao, but he couldn't even muster the strength to lift his hand. That punch, though not heavy, had knocked the wind out of him, leaving him breathless and miserable. Oh, kill me. Xiao Yao threw another punch with his right hand. Having already struck once, he felt less restrained this time. The reason he dared to hit Wang Hao again despite his sorry state was that had secretly activated his detection skill after the beating. Though Wang Hao looked badly hurt, his health bar had only dropped a sliver. He wasn't in mortal danger. Wang Hao level 1, combat power 10, HP 9, 4100. Thud. Unable to withstand it, Wang Hao was sent flying over a meter, crashing to the ground with his body curled even tighter. Don't hit me anymore. Brother Xiao Yao. I was wrong. I want dare again. Wang Hao was genuinely scared now. How could Xiao Yao be so strong? That first punch had him gasping for air, and this one made him feel like his organs were shifting. If he didn't beg for mercy, he might get beaten to death. A wise man knows when to yield. Seeing that Wang Hao was no longer a threat, Xiao Yao's gaze swept over the two thugs, still holding Xia Xian. They quickly let go, trembling. It's not our fault. We're just errand boys. The two fell to their knees, begging for mercy, terrified that Xiao Yao would beat them like he did Wang Hao. Just looking at Wang Hao's miserable state made their skin crawl. With his detection skill, Xiao Yao saw they were no threat, one with combat power 9, the other 8. He couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Take him and get lost. If you don't get him to a doctor soon, he'll be in real danger. Oh, we're going. The two quickly helped Wang Hao up and headed out. Wait. A boss, anything else? Hand over the IOU. All right. They fumbled through Wang Hao's pocket, found the IOU, and one of them nervously handed it to Xiao Yao. Here, boss. Go. Xiao Yao took the IOU. The indentations on the paper suggested it was the original. Thanks, boss. The two quickly dragged Wang Hao out, even closing the door behind them. All done. The scrawny lookout in the alley outside had no idea what happened, thinking everything went smoothly. Done, your sister. Hurry to the hospital, or Brother Hao's a goner. What how did Brother Hao end up like this? Stop yapping and get out of here. Oh, okay. The group quickly vanished southward down the alley. In the small courtyard, Xia Xin's eyes seemed to sparkle. This Xiao Yao, rich, strong, and now looking so handsome, was the perfect boyfriend material. She made up her mind she'd latch onto him. As for him having a crush on someone else, with her looks and enough initiative, how could he resist? Thinking this, she grabbed his arm. Wow, brother Xiao Yao, you're amazing. Do you know Kung Fu? Her eyes were filled with the adoration of a fangirl. Xia Xin level 1, combat power 9, HP 100100. The information showed that this girl had a decent combat power even higher than those two thugs. Xiao Yao didn't answer her. He was replaying those two punches in his mind. He hadn't gone all out, but against ordinary college students it was effortless. What did this combat power mean? Xia Xin's was 9, similar to the others, yet any of them could easily overpower her. They were all level 1. When he was level 1, his stats were Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 8, a total of 10, likely his combat power. Now with Strength 5, Agility 5, Intelligence 121, his total was 23. Beating them felt like bullying kids. As long as he steered clear of anyone with combat power over 23, he'd be safe. Brother Xiao Yao. Brother Xiao Yao. Xia Xian had been shaking him for who knows how long. Huh. Oh, what? Xiao Yao finally noticed her waving her hand in front of his face. Did she think he'd gone dumb? You were silent for ages. I was so scared something was wrong with you. But brother Xiao Yao, do you really know Kung Fu? Kung Fu? Yeah. The way you went haha and knocked Wang Hao out with 2 punches, so awesome. Haha, actually am a young master from a hidden sect out on a training journey. But you have to keep it a secret. I will, brother Xiao Yao. Don't worry. Xia Xian genuinely believed he was from some hidden sect. After all, ordinary people couldn't be this formidable. Even if not, it didn't matter. In her eyes, Xiao Yao was her destined hero riding in on a rainbow cloud to save her. She hugged his arm even tighter. Ahem, Xia Xian, you're hugging too tight. Xiao Yao enjoyed the softness of her chest, but this was too much. It was uncomfortable. No. Loosen up a bit. It's late. I'll walk you home. Okay. Hearing that Xiao Yao would take her home, Xia Xian beamed like a child. She pulled him out the door feeling light without debt and thrilled to have found such an amazing boyfriend. She'd definitely tell her girlfriends how outstanding he was. Sigh. Xiao Yao had no choice but to lock the gate and let Xia Xian cling to his left arm like a koala while he pushed his electric scooter. As they passed the alley, the idle hairdressing girls burst into giggles. With a screech, a van in front of Xiao Yao came to a sudden halt, and he couldn't help but be drawn to the sound, glancing over to see a balding, chubby man getting out of the vehicle. Uncle Qian. Xiao Yao wondered, recognizing that silhouette. Who else could it be but Uncle Qian? Uncle Qian's information displayed above his head read, Qian Duodua, level 3, combat power 16, life 100100. It seemed that even an adult male's combat power could reach 16. Xiao Yao's combat power of 23 was truly not that impressive, merely slightly above average. Fitness trainers might even surpass him, let alone martial artists or special forces. It appeared he could not afford to be complacent and needed to develop quietly. He needed to quickly withdraw the money from Jifu Bao, level up to 10, and learn that secret technique first. Xiao Yao. Upon hearing someone call his name, Qian Duo was startled, his body shivering. Why was he here for a haircut so late? If someone recognized him and told his wife, it would surely be disastrous. However, upon realizing it was Xiao Yao who called him, his nerves calmed a bit. I was just thinking, Xiao Yao, why are you still out so late? You startled me. Oh, I get it, you're having your first crush and are on a date with your girlfriend. No worries, I understand. Uncle Qian noticed the girl student hanging onto Xiao Yao's arm like a koala. At this sight, it was hard to believe she wasn't his girlfriend. Xiao Yao, my boy, you're quite lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend, Uncle Qian said to Xia Xian. Xiao Yao is a good kid, this young lady has good taste. He then turned to Xiao Yao. Alright, you two should head home now. It's late, and I won't keep you any longer. I still need to get a haircut myself and head back soon. He still needed to get a haircut. He couldn't stay out all night, so he would just grab a quick meal. Xiao Yao chose not to explain Uncle Qian's comment about a date. More importantly, Uncle Qian hadn't allowed him to interject. Some things, the more you explain, the less convincing they become. Perhaps in a few days the novelty would wear off and Xia Xian would stop bothering him. Better to go with the flow. Alright then, Uncle Qian, you're busy. We'll take our leave. Sigh, alright. Watching Xiao Yao and the girl push their bikes north, Uncle Qian wished he could lend them the van, urging them to disappear faster. As soon as they left the alley, Qian Duo hurried into the barber shop. Xiao Hong, I'm here. Wait a minute, wasn't Uncle Qian bald? Why was he getting a haircut? Xiao Yao glanced back, but Uncle Qian's figure had already vanished from the alley. He turned and continued walking, wondering if Uncle Qian was off to do something unspeakable. After all, he was merely a business partner. Personal matters were best left untouched. Oh, he had forgotten to pay him earlier. He'd settle that later. Xia Xian lived quite far away. Usually they took the bus home, but it was almost 8 p.m. now and the buses had long ceased operations. Xiao Yao flagged down a taxi on the street, and just before getting in, Xia Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. The driver wasn't in a hurry since the meter was still running while he waited. He muttered to himself, today's college students are really maturing early. College life is great. Back in my day, I was so foolish just playing in the mud every day. As he watched the taxi drive away, Xiao Yao hopped on his electric bike heading south. My hometown is just in this area. His phone rang. Without guessing, it was definitely his mom. Hey mom, I'm on my way back. I wasn't online really. Can you hear? That's the sound of a car horn, or I'm on the road, I'll be back soon. Thankfully, it was a phone call. If his mom was in front of him, she would probably spit enough to wash his hair. After hanging up, Xiao Yao continued south, not heading home just yet, because he still needed to visit the bank south of the market to withdraw the money he had transferred from Jifu Bao to his bank card. Unfortunately, Jifu Bao and the bank system didn't connect to his phone system, making direct transfers impossible. Xiao Yao had to withdraw cash and then deposit it into his phone wallet. Most shops in the market had already turned off their lights. Only a few bakeries remained open. Further south, there were some hardware stores which closed even earlier. Fortunately, there were streetlights, otherwise it would be hard to navigate. After walking about 100 meters, Xiao Yao turned into a two-story building along the street, which was the nearest bank. Most merchants had closed for the night, but the 24-hour sign at the bank's ATM still glowed. Xiao Yao stopped his bike and walked into the withdrawal area. He withdrew 100 twice, but on the second attempt he was notified he had reached the daily withdrawal limit. Seriously, can I only withdraw 200 a day? Then when can I withdraw the hundreds of thousands in this card? After trying a few more times with no success, he could only take out 200. Xiao Yao pulled out his card, deciding to come back tomorrow to withdraw more at the counter. He tucked the cash into his pocket as he exited the ATM area. The reason he didn't deposit it directly into his phone was because of all the surveillance cameras around. If they discovered the secret of his phone, he might end up in trouble. So he could only keep the cash in his pocket for now. Pushing his bike, Xiao Yao was just about to mount it when he saw someone in a baseball cap approaching him from ahead. The distance was too far for his reconnaissance skills to pick up any information, so he could only slowly step aside, cautious of any potential threat. Generally, people wearing baseball caps might be trying to conceal their identities while engaging in illegal activities. He learned this from today's headlines. At least he had a basic level of vigilance. As the saying goes, the more you fear something, the more it tends to develop in that direction. Stop. Hand over everything valuable on you. Since you're a student, I won't make it too hard for you. A low, hoarse voice came from the figure, who deliberately lowered his tone, brandishing a small dagger in his right hand while pointing it at Xiao Yao. Thanks to the light, Xiao Yao got a clear look at the man in the baseball cap, who was also wearing a black mask. It seemed he was well prepared. As he got closer, Xiao Yao's reconnaissance skill revealed the man's information: Wang Wenyuan, level 3, combat power 8 to life, 100100. A weak combat power, but the man had a dagger in hand, so Xiao Yao couldn't afford to be careless. After all, combat power was merely a reference, it represented overall capability. He was just a novice with an intelligence of 13, and all other stats at 5. Robbery. Oh, I'm so scared. I wonder how many times you've done this sort of business. Xiao Yao looked at Wang Wenyuan with an indifferent expression. He believed he might not be able to defeat him in a fight, since the other party had a weapon. Xiao Yao didn't wish to gamble with his life, but if it came to running away, he estimated he could escape. Stop wasting time, hand over the money. I saw you withdraw cash from the ATM. The man in the baseball cap exhibited a fierce expression, wanting to finish the robbery quickly. He didn't want to waste time talking to this college student. Oh, you don't want to talk, huh? If you don't, I could call the police and let them interrogate you, Comrade Wang Wenyuan. Xiao Yao casually spoke the man's name. Who are you? How do you know my name? The man in the baseball cap panicked. He was a transient criminal. He had no accomplices in this city. He always moved to new locations after each crime. He feared someone would recognize him and expose him. However, he never expected this college student would know his name. The man's murderous intent began to rise. Although he had never killed anyone, with his numerous robbery records, he might not see the light of day for many years if caught, which felt like a death sentence. Don't get worked up. I can tell fortunes. Just by calculating, I knew your name and that you're not from around here, right? Obviously, his accent gave it away. Even an idiot could tell he was an outsider. You can tell fortunes? What a joke. Then how about calculating whether you'll survive the night? The man in the baseball cap didn't want to waste time with Xiao Yao any longer. He wanted a swift resolution and planned to leave the city tonight. Before finishing his words, he lunged forward with the dagger in his right hand towards Xiao Yao. Having kept an eye on the man in the baseball cap, Xiao Yao easily discerned his intentions, especially with his reconnaissance glasses providing clearer vision. At the moment the man attacked, Xiao Yao swung his electric bike with force. The flying bike will struck the man in the chest, sending him staggering back several steps before he plopped down on the ground. Realizing his attack had failed, the man quickly got up, clutching his chest, and melted into the darkness. Xiao Yao didn't chase after him. He understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe, especially since the other party had a dagger. If he cornered him and the man fought back in desperation, Xiao Yao, being unarmed, would end up at a disadvantage. Once the man in the baseball cap disappeared from sight, Xiao Yao hopped on his bike and hurried home, realizing he needed to carry a weapon with him. Otherwise, if he encountered a situation like this again, he would always be passive. He couldn't keep pushing his bike, could he? After running through several alleys, Wang Wenyuan, who had lost his way, pulled down his mask and took a deep breath. How did he? This was the most puzzling part for him. Did that kid really know how to tell fortunes? What shocked him even more was that this plain-looking college student could swing an electric bike. What kind of monstrous strength was that? This city is not safe. I must leave immediately. Having been called by name and not managing to kill Xiao Yao, Wang Wenyuan decided to flee the city that very night. Racing along at full throttle, the electric scooter was ridden at its maximum speed for nearly half an hour, until at last the distant village came into view, accompanied by the faint barking of several Chinese rural dogs from within the village. You little brat still have the nerve to come back. Look at the clock on the wall, what time is it, huh? A torrent of scolding descended. It's not even 9 yet. Xiao Yao, knowing he was in the wrong, his voice of defiance growing softer. What were you planning to pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe? Xiao Yao, tell me the truth, did you go online again? The middle-aged woman, one hand on her hip, used the other to poke Xiao Yao's forehead emphatically. No, I swear I didn't this time. Always messing around with useless stuff. If you end up at the bottom of the class again this final exam, I won't go to the parent-teacher meeting. Whoever wants to go can go, I can't afford to lose that face. The middle-aged woman crouched down, adding a few more sticks to the stove, continuing to prepare dinner. The meal had already been cooked and eaten by the others. Now she was reheating it for Xiao Yao's return. Why aren't you going to study? Standing there getting fat. Oh, Xiao Yao, head drooping, went to the study. Sigh, what lousy luck. Scolded by the counselor at school, then scolded by mom at home. Life's tough, cherish it while you can. Perhaps because his intelligence had increased to 13 points, he could solve some homework problems with just a little thought, whereas before had have to pull out a few strands of hair to get them done. Homework that usually took over an hour was finished in just over 10 minutes. Aren't you coming to eat? Have to call you 4 or 5 times just for a meal. Oh, I know, but you only called once, obvious. Xiao Yao put down his pen and reluctantly went to the kitchen for dinner. Braised eggplant, hot and sour, shredded potatoes, tomato, and egg soup, plus stir-fried silkworm pupae. Except for the stir-fried silkworm pupae, everything else was Xiao Yao's favorite. Simply put, Xiao Yao didn't eat meat. He was 90 vegetarian. The reason it was 90 was that he liked fish. Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Finished your homework? Yes, there wasn't much tonight. Since you're done, why not preview tomorrow's lessons? Always running around outside. Xiao Yao's mother grumbled, but didn't stop him further. Going out for a walk was fine. Xiao Yao usually went for a run in the evening, and she was used to it. Having just eaten, Xiao Yao didn't run, but slowly walked all the way to the hilltop. Every evening, he would stand here and gaze at the distant city, its glittering lights forming a stark contrast with the tranquility of the village on this side of the hill. After doing a set of radio calisthenics, he was drenched in sweat again. Lying on the hilltop looking at the sky, the stars seemed especially bright tonight. Directly south, 3 very bright stars formed Orion, neatly aligned and easiest to find. The other stars weren't very bright, so Xiao Yao stopped searching one by one. The brightest should be the Big Dipper, he thought. Sitting up, he looked toward the northern sky. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xiao Yao counted the stars one by one. Huh, isn't the Big Dipper supposed to be shaped like a ladle? How come the mouth of the ladle is almost flat? How strange. Xiao Yao had never studied constellations before and thought this was normal, just like the 3 brightest stars in the southern sky, which weren't in the same place at different times. After resting, Xiao Yao headed downhill. The path passed by a neighboring village's cemetery. He felt a chill breeze at his back. The sweat on his back turned cold and sticky, making him uncomfortable. He quickened his pace, eyes fixed straight ahead. Although his combat power was now slightly stronger than an average adult's, and he believed this world had no ghosts or gods, he had no desire to be the first to witness a ghost, especially on this empty rural concrete road. As the saying goes, fear invites trouble. Just as he was jogging downhill, he spotted what seemed to be a figure in white clothes in the woods not far from the roadside. Hallucination, it must be a hallucination. Silently chanting, can't see, he kept his eyes forward and sped up. Stop! A sharp feminine shout rang out. Damn, it's a female ghost. Xiao Yao sprinted with all his might, completely ignoring her. Villain, don't run. The woman in white blinked to Xiao Yao's front, landing before him as lightly as a willow. Seeing a female ghost suddenly drop in the middle of the road ahead, Xiao Yao was terrified out of his wits. With that entrance, she was undoubtedly a ghost. Who else could possess such skill, landing silently and out of nowhere? Spare me, warrior. Rob me of money or chastity, whatever you wish, just spare my life. Xiao Yao knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to the woman in white. Money. He had nothing but his phone, which was his lifeline. No one could take that. She was 3 steps away, and his reconnaissance skill couldn't even see her information. This skill really needed upgrading. A 1-meter range was utterly frustrating. Chastity. Alas, had preserved his virginity for 19 years. Well, a female ghost was still a woman at least. Kneeling and begging was humiliating. Better to die standing than live on one's knees. But the problem was before him was a female ghost who had descended from the sky. Just try dying standing in front of that. Who wouldn't choose to live if they could? Pa, you lecturer who said anything about robbing money or chastity. The woman in white blushed, meeting such a vulgar scoundrel who spewed filth, making her want to curse. A warrior, if you're not after money or chastity, then what do you want? Xiao Yao plopped down on the ground. Damn, there were still 2 li to home, and those 2 li now felt like the distance to the horizon. Swish! A silver flash streaked by as the woman in white drew her long sword, its tip pointing directly at Xiao Yao. Say one more reckless word, and it'll cut out your tongue right now. Xiao Yao knelt and shuffled backward, covering his mouth with both hands. Following the sword, he saw the woman in white before him, like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Look again, and it'll gouge out your eyes first. The woman in white felt extremely uncomfortable under the man's unabashed gaze. Truly a lecher. Xiao Yao, now terrified, covered his eyes again. Inside, however, he remained calm. Oh well, to see such a beautiful female ghost before death is worth it. In the dim night, the most unforgettable was that fleeting glimpse. She blocked the road, didn't want money or chastity. She must want his life. No, dying like this was too unfair. Since Head confirmed the female ghost was after his life, further pleading was futile. Better to remember her face before death and settle the score in the afterlife. With that thought, Xiao Yao uncovered his eyes, stopped kneeling, and slowly rose, his gaze fixed on the woman in white. Xiao Yao's face remained unruffled, yet a tempest raged within him. She was beautiful, breathtakingly so, a beauty that defied desecration, like the lotus described in a Chinese textbook, meant only to be admired from afar, never sullied by touch. Graceful as a startled swan, a celestial maiden of vision to delight the eyes. To glimpse such a fairy's countenance before death, it would be worth dying for. But still I yearn to live. Your beauty is your affair, but my own life matters more. May I ask, miss, how you might spare me? Xiao Yao gazed directly at the woman in white, his inner agitation gradually subsiding. When any beauty, no matter how exquisite, threatens your very existence, such allure ceases to be worthy of appreciation. You, stamping her foot in indignation at Xiao Yao's unabashed stare, the woman in white nonetheless refrained from gouging out his eyes, for she saw in his gaze a pristine clarity devoid of any lustful intent, as if he were regarding an ordinary person or even an inanimate object. Moments ago he had groveled for mercy, yet now he faced death with equanimity. The shift was so abrupt that the woman in white was taken aback, her rhythm entirely disrupted. Was her beauty truly so lacking? You. The woman in white pointed at Xiao Yao, momentarily speechless with fury. Could this be a stuttering female ghost? Xiao Yao grumbled inwardly. A female ghost bearing a sword, truly an oddity. Were not ghosts supposed to possess bodies, crawl on backs, or simply bite? Playing with swords, how novel. Of course Xiao Yao hadn't encountered many ghosts, oh, wasn't it always depicted thus on television? I ask you only this, why do you carry the aura of the soul-locking pearl? The woman in white quickly regained her composure, for it would be beneath her dignity to bicker with an ordinary mortal. Soul-locking pearl. Xiao Yao was utterly bewildered. How did she know of the soul-locking pearl? I know nothing of any soul-locking pearl. Don't play dumb. Though faint, you indeed carry its aura. I've tracked it for half a month. The trail grows thin in this area, and only you bear a wisp of it lingering like a phantom. The woman in white spoke with an air of irrefutable evidence. This female ghost had the nose of a hound, Xiao Yao mused with silent sarcasm. Sister, I truly have no soul-locking pearl on me. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Xiao Yao gestured toward her, turning out his pockets to show the woman in white. His trousers had no pockets. He was nearly ready to strip them off for her inspection. Enough. Seeing Xiao Yao on the verge of actually removing his trousers, she feared he might indeed do so. She muttered under her breath, "Lewd man, shameless." Perhaps Xiao Yao had merely accidentally absorbed a trace of the soul-locking pearl's aura. Though his spirit seemed somewhat damaged, it did not appear to be caused by the pearl, so she ceased her pursuit. This is a protective talisman capable of soothing the spirit. If you encounter the soul-locking pearl again, remember to sleep with this talisman, or it will slowly drain your essence, leaving you a walking corpse. The woman in white drew a jade-like talisman from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Yao, a hint of shyness stirring within her. This was no ordinary talisman. It not only nourished the spirit, but more importantly, was her personal amulet. Oh. Xiao Yao accepted the talisman woodenly. The moment it touched his hand, he felt a distinct clarity in his mind, a soothing comfort. His weary spirit seemed to revive as if after a restful sleep, brimming with vigor, and the fatigue from his earlier exercise vanished entirely. Taking the opportunity to hand him the talisman, the woman in white drew within a meter of Xiao Yao. What? How was the reconnaissance information? A string of question marks. Xiao Yao, a frequent gamer, knew this meant the other party's level far exceeded his own. He dared not act rashly. Such a figure could annihilate him in an instant. Phoenix Pendant Spirit 5, Spirit Recovery, 24 day. A fine item, Spirit Recovery. But did he even possess a spirit attribute? Could it be a hidden stat? Oh, this is too much. We've only just met, and you gift me something so precious. I have nothing of equal value to. Though Xiao Yao coveted the talisman, he was loath to accept gifts freely. Reluctantly, he extended it back to the. Suit yourself. I only lent it to soothe your damaged spirit. Since you refuse, I'll keep it. What a pity. A man who within a year or two will wither into a vegetative state. Alas, such a waste. The woman in white shook her head, talisman in hand. Give it here. Xiao Yao snatched the talisman from her hand, swiftly disregarding whether her words were true. Yet indeed his spirit felt utterly revitalized. A faint smile curled at the corner of the woman in white's lips. So easily fooled, this ordinary mortal. But every word I spoke was true. Yet why should she care about the life of an ordinary man? Was it merely because of the pristine clarity in his eyes when or was it the reluctance to see a life reduced to a vegetative state within a year or two? Surely the latter. Ah, how compassionate. She was the very embodiment of mercy, saving all beings. Trouble. The aura of the soul-locking pearl again. The woman in white gazed into the distance. Though the aura flickered only briefly, she was certain it was the soul-locking pearl. Lewd man, remember, if you encounter the soul-locking pearl, never consume it. Farewell should fate allow. With that she drifted into flight. Yes, flying, just like on television, leaping nimbly from treetop to treetop and vanishing. May I ask your name, miss? Xiao Yao shouted toward the distant sky. Now he was certain the woman in white was no female ghost. Could she be a celestial maiden? No, a celestial would have ridden clouds, not treetops. A chivalrous woman, surely. No reply came from afar, only the twinkling stars under the night sky winking like eyes. Who was she? And who was the old man who gave him the soul-locking pearl? Why had the old man called it the soul-stable? Xiao Yao was lost in confusion, suddenly feeling that this world was perilous. He couldn't even discern the level of the woman in white, and she could fly from treetops. Was she even from this world? Did hidden sects truly exist in this realm? An inexplicable urgency pressed upon Xiao Yao, as if the very sky were bearing down, making every breath a struggle. He trudged home. His mother had long since retired to the old courtyard. He unlocked the door, washed up briefly, and climbed into bed. An unknown wireless network, a reality akin to a game glasses that could scout information, an inexplicable old man on the mountain, a flying chivalrous woman in white. A cascade of supernatural phenomena instilled in Xiao Yao a nameless dread, as if an invisible hand were descending from all sides, suffocating him with panic. His phone had not issued a main quest in ages, as if it had never existed. Had it not been for the retinal projection still present, Xiao Yao would have thought it all an illusion. He sorted his backpack: 999 bottles of water, 378 package bottles, 1 soul-locking pearl, 1 body-tempering art. Having survived another day, his backpack now held 4 slots. The body-tempering art, once in his pocket, had long been stored in his phone. He had lent 700 to Xia Xian and withdrawn another 200, leaving 230 in his pack. The reconnaissance skills proficiency had reached 30910000. At this rate, if he kept the reconnaissance skill active, it would take just over 2 hours to level it up. Meow meow. Wow. From outside the window came the cries of night cats. For days they had been yowling restlessly through the streets, though spring had yet to arrive. Had the animals entered mating season too early? Xiao Yao mused. Weren't cat calls usually signs of estrus? Yet they howled for half an hour each night, disturbing his sleep. It sounded like they were fighting, perhaps engaged in some indescribable act. Xiao Yao had no mind to open the window for a live show. Can't you let a person sleep? I have school tomorrow. Xiao Yao grumbled, turning over and pulling the blanket over his head to muffle the noise. Outside, 2 cats were locked in fierce combat. Soon one, perhaps outmatched, fled with shrill screams. The remaining cat licked the wounds on its back, then its paws devouring the blood and flesh of its rival. Perhaps they were both males, for nothing of the sort Xiao Yao imagined occurred. After cleaning its claws, the black cat fixed its gaze on Xiao Yao's window, a faint red gleam in its eyes, then turned and disappeared into the mist, its destination unknown. Ouch! Ouch! Wang Hao, who had been struck twice by Xiao Yao, was now in the hospital outpatient clinic. A middle-aged doctor was using a stethoscope to examine Wang Hao's abdomen back and forth. Doctor, is my classmate all right? The lackeys beside him grew anxious. Seeing Wang Hao in such a state, as if he might not survive the night, while the doctor calmly fiddled with a magnifying-like device. It's not serious. They'll prescribe some medicine for him to recuperate at home. The middle-aged doctor withdrew his stethoscope and told them calmly. Based on the echo of internal organs, the issue was minor, but Wang Hao's expression suggested severe pain. The doctor wondered if it was feigned or genuine. Doctor, this spot on my stomach hurts when pressed, but not when left alone. Is that serious? Wang Hao felt relieved hearing the doctor's assessment, but pressing his abdomen indeed caused pain. Fearing the doctor missed something, he pointed above his navel to draw attention. Nothing serious. The internal organ echoes are normal. I suspect it's just a muscle spasm. If the pain persists in 2 days, come back for a comprehensive ultrasound. The middle-aged doctor finished speaking and wrote a prescription. Pick up the medicine on the west side of the first floor. Doctor, are you sure there's no problem? One of Wang Hao's classmates asked again. It's just a minor external injury. Rest at home, avoid strenuous activities for a few days. If the pain continues, return for further examination. All right, thank you, doctor. Several people helped Wang Hao out of the emergency room. Since the doctor said it was fine, they assumed it was. They sat down near the pharmacy, and one lackey went to fetch the medicine. Xiao Yao is dead. Tomorrow I'll talk to Brother Dao and have him find some skilled men from the underworld. This time I want one of Xiao Yao's legs. Wang Hao's stomach felt better now, perhaps a psychological effect. Hearing the doctor's reassurance, he thought it hurt less. Brother Hao, the price for a leg from Brother Dao must be steep. Can we afford it? One lackey wasn't worried about Xiao Yao losing a leg, but whether Brother Hao could pay for it. After all, they usually smoked cigarettes costing less than 10 yuan. This isn't over. Let him enjoy his freedom for a few more days. They'll figure out the money. Thinking about money, Wang Hao's fierceness faded. He couldn't beat Xiao Yao, and hiring Brother Dao's men required a hefty fee. Recalling the high costs, he felt doused with cold water. He had heard Brother Dao mention a case where a migrant worker offended a contractor and lost a leg for 100 yuan. Was his hatred for Xiao Yao worth that much? Wang Hao hesitated. Beating Xiao Yao was impossible with his group, and hiring help was too expensive. He felt trapped in a dead end. Suddenly Wang Hao had an idea. Lately, Brother Dao had been using usury to force attractive female college students into becoming his tools for profit. Among them was Xia Xian. Xiao Yao stood up for her, which meant he was crossing Brother Dao. As if struck by a great fortune, Wang Hao chuckled. His lackeys, confused, thought the beating had driven him mad. Brother Hao, don't scare us. The lackeys were bewildered. Why was Brother Hao laughing after being beaten? He looked delighted. Had the problem shifted from his stomach to his brain? Scram, what are you thinking? Let's go. Tonight we celebrate at the sea's endless night city. We drink until we drop. The lackey who fetched the medicine returned. Wang Hao waved grandly and strode out, exuding an air of a boss. Do you think Brother Hao has a problem? One lingering lackey whispered to another, pointing at his own head, implying Wang Hao might have a mental issue. Should they take him to the neurology department? Don't talk nonsense. Why bother? Tonight Brother Hao is treating us. Just follow along and enjoy the food. Another lackey, though curious, knew it was best to stay quiet and go with the flow. He didn't care if Brother Hao had a mental taxi. Wang Hao's stomach pain had eased. The doctor was right. Now he thought Xiao Yao's punches weren't that strong. Just a lucky hit that caused a muscle spasm. It was a sneak attack. Yes, a sneak attack. He must have underestimated Xiao Yao. Who knew the kid would fight back? His group had 4 people, but only he was hit. The other 2 surrendered without a fight. Useless. Wang Hao felt they were disloyal. They should have suffered with him. If all 4 attacked together, Xiao Yao might not have won. Next time, head bring weapons. His mood improved. First, he had been careless and caught off guard. Second, he could use Brother Dao's connections to mess with Xiao Yao first, then ambush him from behind. Xiao Yao would focus on Brother Dao and never suspect him. The more he thought, the happier he got. He hummed a nameless tune. The lackeys dared not ask or speak. They exchanged glances, deciding to just enjoy the food and drink later. At the dinner table, after a few drinks, Wang Hao was ecstatic. In ancient times, people composed poems after drinking. In modern times, they bragged. None of them remembered when it ended. It was too late, and they didn't want to leave. They were kicked out by the owner, who emptied their wallets first. The combined money wasn't enough to cover the bill. One lackey's phone was confiscated as collateral until they paid. Taxi. A staggering lackey waved at a taxi by the roadside. Seeing a group of drunks, the taxi driver dared not pick them up. He started the engine and turned away. The night deepened and a thin fog rose. Soon only the car's taillights were faintly visible. F off, you coward. Drunk and uninhibited, they cursed, but no one answered. A cold wind swept through, making them shiver and sobering them up significantly. Wang Hao pulled out his phone. 25 missed calls from his mom. He instantly sobered. This time going home would mean severe punishment. Trembling, he dialed his mom's number. Wang Hao, you little brat. I thought you were dead out there. The voice on the other end was like a nuclear explosion. Wang Hao stammered his location. How had he lost track of time while drinking? Soon a pickup truck arrived. It was too small for all of them. Some lackeys sat in the open bed. Before long, the truck's red taillights gradually disappeared into the deep night fog. In a dimly lit underground passage, Xiao Yao and his mother were fleeing for their lives. Dozens of zombies trailed them mere meters behind, separated only by a dilapidated, unrecognizable piece of equipment. Mom, there's nowhere left to run. What do we do? There's another hole over there. Let's see if we can get out through it, his mother said, pointing to a drain in the corner of the sewer. Xiao Yao rushed to the rectangular drain. He pried off the grating with his machete and lay flat on the ground to peer through. On the other side was a spacious room with a few zombies wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a crow landed opposite the drain. Startled at first, Xiao Yao quickly reached out, grabbed the crow by its claw, pulled it close, pinned it down, and severed its head with a single swing of his blade. The crow flapped a few times before going still, but its blood and flesh clung to Xiao Yao's hand. He shook his hand a few times, and then crouched back at the drain, observing the room to see if he could lure the zombies over one by one to kill them. Just then, Xiao Yao felt an intense itch on his back. He reached around to scratch it, but the irritation persisted. Taking off his shirt, he asked, Mom, what's on my back? It's so itchy. Maybe some bits of meat stuck to you when you killed that crow, his mother said, scratching his back a few times. They're gone. But Mom, why is it still itching? Xiao Yao couldn't shake the itch. Now his arm was tingling too. He held out his right hand and saw faintly visible beneath the skin worm-like creatures squirming, one then two. Suddenly, he felt the same sensation in his leg. Looking down, he saw similar things writhing under the skin of his right thigh. Mom, run. Son. In an instant, the unknown organisms beneath the skin of his right arm burst through, and then a swarm of them erupted all over his body. Aunt. Xiao Yao jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. Where was this? He looked around at the cream-colored walls and ceiling, then rubbed his forehead. Another nightmare. Xiao Yao, time to eat. It's foggy today. Have your breakfast and leave early. Take your time on the road. All right. Xiao Yao checked his arms and legs. Still intact, thank goodness. Throwing off the covers, he slipped into his slippers and headed to brush his teeth and wash his face. He had been plagued by nightmares for days, leaving him exhausted and mentally drained. After a quick breakfast, he asked, Mom, has Zhou Tao come by? No, he hasn't. You'd better call him, or he might think you're still getting up at your usual time and come all the way for nothing. Hey, fatty, it's me, Xiao Yao. Are you up yet? It's foggy today, so let's head to school early. What? You already left. Damn, you didn't even call me. How was I supposed to know you'd be up this early? You never get out of bed before 7:30. I didn't want to disturb your beauty sleep. I was planning to call you around 7:20, but I didn't expect you to be awake already. Mom, Zhou Tao's already at school. He'll go by myself. He's already left. Then take it slow on the road. Xiao Yao hopped on his electric scooter, ringing the bell all the way to school. On the main road, he passed many cars commuting to work, their fog lights and hazard lights flashing as they crawled along cautiously. The wail of ambulances and police sirens echoed through the fog. The sounds of sirens drifted through the mist from time to time. No doubt another collision caused by the poor visibility. Xiao Yao instinctively edged closer to the roadside, doing his best to avoid passing cars. He encountered several police cars and ambulances along the way, a stark reminder of the dangers of driving in fog. Mid-journey, he witnessed a white sedan crash into the rear of a large truck, its front end wedged completely under the truck's chassis. Miraculously, both the driver and passenger emerged unscathed, though visibly shaken, their legs weak as they stumbled out. With accidents occurring frequently, Xiao Yao grew even more cautious. He reached school without further incident, crossing paths with many classmates hurrying to their classrooms. Phew! Xiao Yao let out a breath of relief as he parked his scooter. Making it to school safely felt like a miracle. Visibility had dropped to less than 5 meters. Unless the sun came out, the fog would likely linger all day. He groped his way to the classroom. He tried the door handle. It was locked. Hey, open up. Why is the door still locked? Who is it? Came a male voice from inside. It's me, Xiao Yao. Is this class 6 of the 2014 computer science cohort? Creak. The door swung open. It was the class monitor, Chini. With this thick fog, you still came all the way here. You've got some nerve. Xiao Yao scanned the room. Of the 70-some students, fewer than half had shown up. Class is about to start, and this is all we've got. Didn't you check the class group chat? He rolled his eyes. The counselor sent a notice this morning with the fog boarding students can come, but day students are excused. Those who showed up are just here for self-study. Oh, so the counselor isn't coming. How should I know? As of this morning, the counselor hasn't shown up. He didn't look up, keeping his eyes on his book. As the class monitor, he sported a middle-part hairstyle reminiscent of Aaron Kwok and wore glasses. He was notorious for tattling to the counselor, making him universally disliked, though a few sycophants clung to him to avoid getting on the counselor's bad side. Damn it, fatty. You got here early and didn't even tell me. Xiao Yao walked over to his friend's seat and gave him a light punch on the shoulder, hard enough to make a point, but not enough to knock the chubby guy over. Hey, Xiao Yao, don't blame me. You're always getting up so late. I was just trying to let you sleep in, the chubby guy said, rubbing his shoulder. Besides, the counselor said day students didn't have to come today. I thought you weren't coming. I can't be bothered arguing with you. Xiao Yao put down his backpack. Hey, you're here too. His deskmate Xia Mo had also come. Most of the students who showed up lived nearby and were diligent, except for Xiao Yao, who had only come to avoid getting into trouble with the counselor. He had joined the class group chat, but found it full of sycophants. Unable to stand it, yet too embarrassed to leave, he simply muted it completely, missing the counselor's notice. I live in Daoxiang village. Besides, the fog wasn't this thick when I left, Xia Mo replied with a smile. She had seen Xiao Yao talking to a girl near the restroom earlier, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. She decided she was overthinking things. So she no longer gave him the cold shoulder. After all, she was just his deskmate, not his girlfriend. What Xiao Yao did was none of her business. Why hasn't this fog lifted yet? Xiao Yao stood by the south window, gazing at the thick fog outside. It seemed there would be no sun today, likely an overcast day. At this rate, he had no idea when the fog would dissipate. The recess bell rang, a time chime set to ring automatically each day, just like an alarm clock. It signaled the start of the morning exercises, but who would bother with those now? Those who had come were supposed to be studying on their own, but since no teacher had shown up for class, no one in the classroom could focus on their studies anymore. Everyone was doing something else. Hey, Xiao Yao, let's go to the convenience store and grab some snacks. I'm a bit hungry. The chubby kid came over and patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder. You scared me. Are you a pig? Didn't you eat breakfast? It's only the second period. Come on, I'll treat you. Let's get some cream-filled bread. Fine, you win. Xiao Yao sighed helplessly and followed the chubby kid out of the classroom. Despite the heavy fog outside, they could probably find their way to the store blindfolded just by feeling along the wall. The store wasn't far from their classroom. As they passed 2 other rooms, they could hear the noisy chatter and commotion inside. Reaching the last classroom, they jumped down the steps and followed the path north for about 5 or 6 meters. When will this fog go away? It smells awful like urea. Voices came from not far away, apparently from other students who had also come out for snacks. Now that you mention it, I do smell urea. Let's head back to the classroom. It's not as strong there. Xiao Yao vaguely saw a few students hurry past them. He took a deep breath himself. Damn, it really does smell like urea. Crap, I almost choked myself. Xiao Yao covered his mouth and nose with his school uniform, which filtered the air a bit and made it less unpleasant. Haha, Xiao Yao, are you a pig? You deliberately took a deep breath of the fog. The chubby kid hadn't inhaled the fog, but seeing Xiao Yao's reaction, he knew it had a smell. It's all because I came out to buy snacks with you. I want double the amount. 2 cream-filled breads. Fine, double it is. Who says fatty isn't rich? Oh, struck it rich. Not going to help out your bro. Not really. I just rented out a plot of land in a game last night and got some red packets on WeChat. Though the chubby kid tried to sound casual, the smugness on his face was undeniable. Wait, you can make money by subletting land in a game? Of course. Want to join? They'll lend you some for free. No interest. This is the first time I've heard of making money from gaming. No, I want 3 cream-filled breads. Bro, you can't do this to me. I only got 20 yuan in red packets. If I buy 3 cream-filled breads, I won't have any left for spicy sticks. Alright, double it is. They arrived at the small store where quite a few students were already buying snacks. The chubby kid went inside to shop, while Xiao Yao waited by the door for Zhou Tao. Not long after Xiao Yao left, Xia Xian stepped out from the classroom next door and headed toward his class. Excuse me, could you call Xiao Yao for me? Xia Xian knew Xiao Yao was in the adjacent class. She happened to run into Wang Wei, who was just coming out of Xiao Yao's classroom, and asked him to fetch Xiao Yao. Oh sure. Wang Wei, seeing that a pretty female classmate had stopped him, forgot all about going to the restroom. Helping a beautiful girl was something every boy dreamed of. He turned back toward the classroom and scanned Xiao Yao's seat, but it seemed he wasn't there. Classmate Xiao Yao seems to have gone out. If you have something to say, tell me, and he'll pass it on when he gets back. Oh, no need. They'll wait for him here. Although Xia Xian was a vain girl, she treated people differently. Guys like Wang Wei looked at her with an uncomfortable gaze. It reminded her of Xiao Yao, who despite her throwing herself at him showed no interest and even tried to keep his distance. Especially when he lent her 7,000 yuan without asking for an IOU and beat Wang Hao senseless with 2 punches. Thinking about it made her secretly pleased. People are like that. The harder something is to get, the more they want it. Wang Wei was still staring at Xia Xian like a lovesick fool, almost drooling. Of course he knew who she was, the class beauty from next door. She might not be the school beauty, but for boys like them, a class beauty right next door was more tangible. Thank you, classmate. You can go about your business. He'll wait here for Xiao Yao. Xia Xian noticed Wang Wei still staring at her with an unmistakable look in his eyes, making her uncomfortable. Oh, okay. Wang Wei reluctantly headed to the restroom. He could tell Xia Xian only saw him as a passerby and didn't want to ruin his image in her eyes. That girl again. She's come all the way to the classroom. Xiao Mo heard someone at the door asking for Xiao Yao and couldn't help but look up. It was that girl, the one she had seen from a distance talking with Xiao Yao near the restroom. Why was she looking for Xiao Yao? Could there be something between them? Xia Xian stood quietly at the classroom door, unsure where Xiao Yao had gone. But surely he would be back by the time. By then the chubby kid had finished buying snacks. Generously, he handed Xiao Yao 3 cream-filled breads. Here are the 3 you asked for. Remember to help me out in the game. Sure, during winter break. Deal. The chubby kid munched on a spicy stick in one hand and a bread in the other. When he bit into the bread, the creamy filling oozed out a yellowish liquid-like substance. With the spicy stick, red chili paste stuck to the corner of his mouth. Cream and chili mingled at his lips, squirming as he chewed. The sight made Xiao Yao shudder. He looked at the 3 breads in his own hand and lost all appetite. He decided to save them for later when he was hungry. That fatty had bought himself 5 breads and a pile of spicy sticks, all crammed into a plastic bag, which he carried with the hand that held the spicy stick. What a glutton. They walked back to the classroom with only the chubby kid eating his bread. Xiao Yao had no desire to eat bread while breathing in fog that smelled of urea. Huh. Xia Xian, what are you doing here? Xiao Yao arrived at the classroom and saw Xia Xian standing by the door. Brother Xiao Yao. Xia Xian was delighted to see him back. She rushed over to grab his arm and hug him, but Xiao Yao dodged. This is the classroom. It wouldn't look good if other students saw us. I just missed you, brother Xiao Yao, so I came to see you. Xia Xian looked aggrieved, pouting her cherry-like lips with a pitiful expression that could soften anyone's heart. I have things to do. I'm heading back to class. The chubby kid, seeing the situation, made a quick escape, winking at Xiao Yao as he left. Xiao Yao pulled Xia Xian to the back of the classroom. What's the matter? He really didn't want to be seen by so many people at the classroom door. At that moment, the students inside were all staring at the 2 of them by the entrance. Nothing much. I just missed you, brother Xiao Yao, so I came to see you. All my class is right next door. If you ever think of me, you can come find me. Xia Xian replied with a smile. Didn't I already tell you don't have to be my girlfriend? I still need to be your girlfriend for a month to repay the debt. Xia Xian fixed her gaze on Xiao Yao's eyes, studying them intently. You don't need to repay me. I lent you that money with no intention of asking for it back. How can that be? I have my principles, Xia Xian said, noticing that when she stared into Xiao Yao's eyes, he actually looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She found it amusing. How cool and tough he was in a fight, yet so shy in this moment. But right now I'm pursuing you. You can say no, but I have the right to chase after you, don't I? From the moment Xiao Yao had brutally beaten Wang Hao, she had decided to become his girlfriend. A girl chasing a boy was... Why are you so stubborn? How many college romances actually last? Even if I agree to let you be my girlfriend, we'll surely break up by graduation. Why would we have to break up after graduation? We're in the same city. Even if we can't see each other every day, we could manage once a week, right? When we look for jobs, we could even rent a place together. You? Xiao Yao looked into Xia Xin's eyes, which seemed filled with sincerity. Could it be that she truly liked him? Brother Xiao Yao, we can try dating for a while. If you don't like me, we can break up later, it's not too late. Sensing Xiao Yao's hesitation, Xia Xian directly grabbed his arm. When she noticed he didn't pull away, she held on even tighter. This was her small step forward. Once they started, everything else would be easier. Her biggest fear was that Xiao Yao, being as thick-headed as a block of wood, wouldn't give her a chance to begin. Feeling the softness of Xia Xin's arm against his, Xiao Yao surrendered. After all, they were now freshmen, free from the pressure of college entrance exams. A little romance wouldn't hurt. He recalled the time he had confessed to Gao Hui and been rejected. Though he had acted indifferent on the surface, the sting of rejection had been real. If he turned Xia Xian down now, she would surely feel the same pain. And she was a girl after all. Xiao Yao sighed, then extended his other arm to wrap around Xia Xian. If you ever want to break up, tell me in advance so I can prepare myself. Brother Xiao Yao, you agreed. Xia Xian was overjoyed. The fact that he was holding her meant he had accepted her. We can give it a try, but maybe in a few days you'll realize I'm not the one you like. If that happens, make sure to tell me early. Xiao Yao looked at Xia Xian in his arms. Her delicate features were accentuated by a light touch of makeup, its fragrance neither too strong nor too faint, just right. Her shoulder-length hair was dyed a fashionable blonde, and a pinkish-white hair clip made her look even more adorable. She wore a light blue dress with pinkish-white lace at the chest. Only then did Xiao Yao notice. She wasn't wearing a school uniform. But who cared about that today? Hardly any students had shown up for class anyway. The real reason Xiao Yao had agreed to date Xia Xian came from a lesson he had learned over the past few days. Rather than pining after someone who didn't want him, it was better to give a chance to someone who pursued him. He felt awkward about starting something with Xia Mo, but with Xia Xian, he didn't carry such a heavy burden of guilt. After all, she owed him 7,000 yuan. He was her creditor. Consider this collecting a bit of interest. They held each other for a while, but unlike typical love-struck couples, they didn't kiss. They simply embraced. Xiao Yao thought about kissing her, but abandoned the attempt after a few awkward tries. This simple hug was fine. They were still too unfamiliar with each other, too shy to take that step. All right, you should head back to class. Class is about to start. It's all self-study anyway. Showing up a little late won't. Xia Xian tightened her hold on Xiao Yao's arms. At this moment, she felt more at peace than she had in days. Every girl needed someone to lean on. She had been living in the shadow of her lone, on the verge of utter ruin, occasionally waking from nightmares. Xiao Yao's timely arrival had carved a significant place for him in her heart. Though she used repaying the debt as an excuse, her affection for him was genuine. Thinking this, she pressed her head against his chest. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be at ease. No longer worrying about loan repayments, no longer fearing trouble from the school's thugs. All right, go back now. At noon, they'll treat you to lunch. Xiao Yao couldn't pry her hands off, so he had to use a softer approach, offering a meal. After all, he was now a man of 10,000 yuan, so treating someone to lunch was well within his means. Then it's a deal, brother Xiao Yao. They'll come find you at noon. Don't stand me up. Xia Xian lifted her head and blinked her eyes at him, playfully acting coy. I won't stand you up. Xiao Yao couldn't help but tap her nose. Guys were always defenseless against a girl's coquettish charm, especially someone like Xiao Yao who had never had a girlfriend before. They'll walk you back. Okay, Xia Xian walked ahead toward the classroom, but her right hand held Xiao Yao's left. He didn't pull away, letting her lead him by the hand like a couple as they strolled slowly to her classroom. Besides, with the fog, not many people could see them right. Soon they reached Xia Zin's classroom. Xiao Yao let go. All right, go on in. My class is right next door anyway. Then he'll head in, brother Xiao Yao. Wait for me at noon. Xia Xian stood on her tiptoes and like a dragonfly skimming the water lightly brushed her lips against his before quickly scurrying into the classroom. Strawberry flavor. Xiao Yao licked his lips, tasting a faint hint of strawberry. He grinned and shook his head. Who would have thought he'd end up with a girlfriend by such a twist of fate? Strawberry flavor. Could this be the taste of love? A little thrill stirred in his heart. He too was now someone with a girlfriend. Xiao Yao turned and walked back to his own class. When Xiao Yao returned to the classroom, he was met with a round of stares from his classmates, as if he were a teacher. Though fewer than half of the students had shown up, the gaze of over 30 pairs of eyes still made him uncomfortable. He quickly made his way to his seat. The room buzzed with small groups of students chatting among themselves. Since it was self-study time, many had swapped seats to sit with their close friends. Hey Xiao Yao, the chubby kid pulled his stool over to Xiao Yao's desk. Spill it. How did you manage to snag the class bell from next door, Xia Xian? Class bell? Xiao Yao was puzzled. Where did this class bell come from? Yes, Xia Xian is the class bell of the neighboring class. You didn't know? No, I didn't. Xiao Yao was speechless. He hadn't expected his bargain bin girlfriend to be a class bell. Come on, tell me how you did it. The fatty was practically vibrating with excitement, as if he himself had won over the class bell. Give your bro some tips. I've liked a girl for a long time, but I've never had the guts to confess. Teach me. Sigh, there's no trick to it. It's just that I'm too handsome. Girls can't help but chase after me. So you two are really dating? Sort of. We just started. What do you mean, sort of? Sigh, I just accepted her pursuit. Can you not brag for once? Come on, teach your little bro. Xiao Yao looked the fatty up and down. I think first of all you need to lose that extra flab. Damn it, I'm not fat. How many times do I have to tell you? This is all muscle, it's solid. Hearing Xiao Yao tell him to lose weight, the fatty immediately thought of all the delicious snacks he'd have to give up. Snacks or a girlfriend? In the end, he decided he'd rather keep the snacks. He slunk back to his seat, clearly unable to let go of the world's culinary delights. Xia Mo, seated beside Xiao Yao, naturally overheard their conversation. Upon learning that Xiao Yao had a girlfriend, an inexplicable pang of pain struck her chest. Had all their playful banter been nothing but an illusion? Did Xiao Yao harbor no feelings for her at all? Xia Mo slumped onto the desk, burying her head in her arms. Xiao Yao watched Xia Mo lying on the desk, but dared not inquire. A strange sense of guilt washed over him, akin to being caught in an illicit affair by his wife. He refrained from asking what was wrong, having already agreed to date Xia Xian. It was best not to interfere further in Xiaomo's life. With this thought, Xiao Yao turned his gaze toward Gao Hui, only to meet her eyes directly. Beside her, Wang Wei averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Gao Hui's expression was far from amicable. She bit her lip, her eyes glaring at Xiao Yao. Though she remained silent, he sensed it was wiser not to speak. He offered an awkward smile and turned away. He had confessed to Gao Hui not long ago, yet now he had another girlfriend so swiftly. It made his earlier confession seem flippant and insincere. But Gao Hui had a boyfriend too, didn't she? Why did she look at him as if he had been unfaithful? Xiao Yao found it utterly perplexing. Unable to fathom the situation, he decided to steer clear of trouble and focus on his exercises. Since his intelligence had surged to 13, these problems seemed remarkably simple. He could finish a test paper in mere tens of minutes. He felt confident he could rank among the top in the final exams, shedding the label of a bottom dweller from the past semester. It would also bring pride to his mother, saving him the embarrassment of having no one attend parent-teacher meetings. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts, maintaining a heavy silence. Only the low murmurs of a few other students discussing, whether about problems or something else, broke the stillness. The entire morning passed in a haze. With no teachers present and a dense fog outside reducing visibility to less than 5 meters, many might have simply gone home. Throughout the morning, the wailing sirens of ambulances and police cars never ceased, unsettling most students and hindering their concentration. Only a few scholarly types, as serene as meditating monks, managed to remain absorbed in their studies. Growing bored with studying, Xiao Yao set aside his exercises and toyed with his phone system. It had been 2 days without any tasks, not even side quests. He supposed he would have to buy a large number of live chickens to level up. He also needed to withdraw cash from the bank today. Glancing at the thick fog outside the window, he sighed, wondering when it would dissipate. If it didn't clear, he wouldn't be able to handle those matters today. As Xiao Yao gazed out the window, he spotted a figure at the doorway, none other than Xia Xian. Seeing him looking out, she joyfully waved at him. Xiao Yao smiled and waved back, then rose and walked to the classroom door. It was already noon, though the bell hadn't rung. No one cared. Not a single teacher had appeared all morning, except for the fat gray director who had briefly peeked through the window to count the students. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria. Today I'll make sure you eat your fill, Xiao Yao declared. With a grand gesture, he took Xia Xin's hand and led her toward the cafeteria. It was a fair distance away, so he didn't hesitate to hold her hand. In such thick fog, she might get lost otherwise. Besides, she was his girlfriend. Who could object to holding hands? All right, brother Xiao Yao, Xia Xian replied, a wave of sweetness washing over her. This was the first time Xiao Yao had voluntarily taken her hand, a sign that he had finally accepted her in his heart. As she turned, she noticed many people in Xiao Yao's class staring at the doorway. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but her gaze landed on Xia Mo and Gao Hui. While the others looked on with mere curiosity, these 2 girls' eyes held a sharp, aggressive edge. One of them might be the girl Xiao Yao had once liked, the one he hadn't had time to confess to. But now Xiao Yao was hers. Xia Xian smiled triumphantly and even waved in Xiao Mo's direction. Damn it, what a beast. He said he didn't know her, and now they're holding hands. Fatty Zhou Tao exclaimed, his eyes bulging like a cow's as he watched Xiao Yao walk away hand in hand with the girl. They walked slowly, occasionally passing other students heading to the cafeteria. Perhaps because so many were absent, there was no order. Whatever you want, Xiao Yao said grandly, standing at the serving window with Xia Xian. I don't know what to order. Just pick something. I'm not picky, she replied. Xia Xian didn't know what to choose, so she let Xiao Yao decide. For her, the meal was merely an excuse to eat with him. The food itself didn't matter. She was completely immersed in the bliss of newfound love. Ordering some lousy food like you are at a high-end restaurant. Hurry up, people are waiting behind you. A discordant voice rang out from behind. Xiao Yao turned around to see a long-haired male student. Disgusting. A guy with long hair like a descendant of the Qi. Too lazy to argue, Xiao Yao turned back. Don't worry, just order whatever you like. I said lunch is on me. Besides, we just met and I don't know what you enjoy eating. All right, then I'll have this and that. He'll take rice. Xia Xian casually ordered braised pork ribs with potatoes and Yuxiang shredded pork. Xiao Yao chose braised eggplant and cold cucumber salad along with a few steamed buns. Carrying their lunch, they searched for an empty spot in the cafeteria. There were plenty today, so Xiao Yao decided to eat there. Spotting a vacant table near a pillar on the 2nd floor, he said, let's sit over there. It's empty. They settled down at the table. As the saying goes, a beautiful companion makes the meal a feast. Having a girlfriend truly changed everything. Even eating became a pleasure. After finishing their lunch, they left the cafeteria hand in hand. Brother Xiao Yao, will you come to my classroom later? Since today is all self-study, why not study in our class? Xia Xian asked, clinging to his arm as they slowly made their way back. Silly girl, are you afraid of Wang Hao and his gang causing trouble? Don't worry. Since you're my girlfriend now, I won't let anyone bully you. Just come to the next class if there's any problem, Xiao Yao reassured her, patting her hand. Xia Xian liked him, perhaps mostly for the sense of security he provided. He wondered if she would still cling to him like this when she no longer needed that security. Unconsciously, Xiao Yao had grown fond of being clung to. He pulled her closer. Regardless, Xia Xian was his first love. Since she craved security, he would give her all the safety she desired. Xiao Yao and Xia Xian strolled slowly through the thick fog, which had a certain charm, if only it weren't for the faint pungent smell of urea. As they passed a supermarket and saw a few people wearing masks, it struck Xiao Yao that he could wear one too. It would dull the acrid smell and at least filter out some of the dust particles floating in the air. Xia Xian, let's go to the convenience store and buy some masks. Although fog is mostly water, it also contains suspended particles. Inhaling these dust particles is harmful to the body. Okay, brother Xiao Yao. Xia Xian didn't care where they were going as long as she was with him, anywhere was fine. Sir, I'd like to buy 2 masks. What kind, oi? Well, what kinds do you have? With this heavy fog, most people are buying PM2. 5 anti-smog masks. Would you like this kind? The shopkeeper took out 2 white masks with breathing valves. Yes, I'll take 2. How much? 10 yuan each, so 20 yuan for 2. How much? 20 in total. 20 yuan for 2 masks. What's the usual price? Xiao Yao thought he had misheard. 2 masks that didn't look particularly high-end. The cloth masks he usually bought cost only 2 yuan each. Could this material, which seemed a bit denser than mosquito netting, really be effective? Usually they're 5 yuan, but these are extraordinary times. I don't have many left, just about 20 in this box. Young man, if you don't buy them now, these 10 yuan masks will be gone soon, and the remaining ones will be even more expensive, which you definitely can't afford. The auntie spoke as she pulled out a cardboard box to show Xiao Yao. Inside the box were only a few scattered masks. At a glance, probably around 20, just as she had said. There was no way around it. When you buy an umbrella in the rain, it's bound to be expensive. Scarcity makes it precious. It was urgency that made it precious. Given the situation, did he buy them or not? Honestly, he could go without, but that would mean exposing himself to the smog. If he inhaled too much dust and ended up with a lung infection, the treatment costs would far exceed 10 yuan. In today's society, you couldn't even afford to get sick without a few thousand yuan. Staring at the remaining masks in the box, Xiao Yao thought for a moment. Since he wasn't short on cash now, why not buy them all? He'll take all the rest. All of them? Sure. That's 23 masks, so 230 yuan. The auntie found a bag, packed the remaining masks, and handed them to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao pulled 300 yuan from his pocket. Here, give me 70 in change. He took the plastic bag, pulled out 2 masks, handed one to Xia Xian, and opened his own. Just this little piece costs 10 yuan. That's enough for 2 meals. Hee, brother Xiao Yao, how do I look? Xia Xian put on the mask, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Xiao Yao glanced back at her. In that moment, he suddenly realized she was truly beautiful. With the mask on, only her enchanting peach blossom eyes were visible, like a deep pool that drew you in irresistibly. Especially when she smiled, a misty allure radiated from her. Beautiful, you're a gift from heaven. Even the 4 beauties of ancient times couldn't compare. Wearing a mask was the quickest way to boost one's looks, and since Xia Xian was already a beauty, it only made her, you're such a smooth talker. Xia Xian felt a warm glow at his compliment. Brother Xiao Yao, I need to use the restroom. Will you come with me? I'm scared to go alone. Xia Xian clung to his arm, speaking affectionately. Sure. Taking the change from the shopkeeper, the two left the convenience store. Xiao Yao let Xia Xian hold his arm as they slowly walked through the dense fog toward the restroom. The cafeteria was on the west side of the school, and the restroom was on the east side, requiring them to cross half the playground. With such thick fog, Xiao Yao didn't feel comfortable letting her go alone. Brother Xiao Yao, I'm really curious. How did you get that 10th Sandyuan prize? Can you tell me? It's nothing special. I just helped an old lady who fell on the road. A helping fallen old ladies pays that well now. I've got to start hanging around the roadside too, ready to help any old lady who falls. Then I can get a new iPhone. Xia Xian giggled. Xiao Yao rubbed his nose. Ahem, that's not guaranteed. If everyone who helped got paid, the police station would be bankrupt by now. True. So why did they give you money this time? Xia Xian thought for a moment. If every helper got paid, the police station would indeed go broke. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Xiao Yao said awkwardly, avoiding the real reason. Brother Xiao Yao, you're so Xia Xian responded playfully. Come on, tell me. If I know, I can pay you back sooner. I already said you don't need. Xiao Yao was speechless. This girl was still fixated on repaying the money. Although Xia Xian was a bit materialistic, she didn't seem to have a bad heart. No, please. Xia Xian tugged at his arm, shaking it. If you tell me your secret, they'll tell you one of mine. What secret? Xiao Yao's curiosity was piqued. He didn't care about the money, but the secret she mentioned intrigued him. Fear smiling so mischievously. You must be thinking the wrong thing. Xia Xian pouted. Tell me first, and then I'll tell you. Fine, I'll tell you. But you can't tell anyone else. It might damage their reputation. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Xia Xian even minded covering her mouth with her hand. Xiao Yao looked at her small cherry-like mouth and thought she probably wouldn't blab. Actually, it's nothing. The old lady was trying to scam me. The police initially ruled that I had to pay her 1,000 yuan, but then for some reason they reversed the decision and gave me 10,000 yuan as a reward. I'm pretty confused myself. Xiao Yao still didn't know why the police had reopened the case. Was there a surveillance camera nearby? Or was there another reason? Whatever it was, though, he didn't want to set foot in the police station again. He felt he should go back and find out why they had reversed the decision. If a certain officer had uncovered the truth, he should at least send a banner of gratitude. So I guess the brushing orders thing is off the table. Xiao Xian sighed. Brushing orders? What does that mean? Xiao Yao was baffled. Where did this new term come from? Oh, you don't even know what brushing orders means. No, can you explain? Never mind. We're at the restroom. I'm going in. Wait for me at the door and don't wander off. Xiao Xian waved and entered the restroom. Xiao Yao stood at the restroom entrance. The men's and women's rooms were adjacent. The left door for men, the right for women. He tried to stand as far left as possible. Even though he was waiting for his girlfriend, a guy standing at the women's restroom door could easily be mistaken for a pervert or a peeping Tom. Brotherly, my iPhone 7s is a bit laggy. I want to upgrade to the latest iPhone 8. A curly-haired girl with a syrupy voice cooed at a slick, pomaded young man with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. Let's go to the little grove north of the playground. The young man wrapped his arm around her waist. Oh, brotherly, it's date. So what? The fog is thick. Besides, even if someone sees us, who would dare say anything? I'm tight with Brother Dao. One word from me, and they'd be expelled. Well, okay, but I want the latest iPhone 8. You drive a hard bargain. Hey, race my iPhone 8. I just bought it a few days ago. It's yours, but you'd better make it worth my while. Thanks, brotherly. Don't worry. The curly-haired girl caressed the iPhone with delight. It was definitely the latest iPhone 8. She had visited phone stores every day recently, but never bought one, and the salespeople were getting annoyed. Given her familiarity with the iPhone 8, she was certain it was genuine. Besides, with brotherly's status, he wouldn't. Damn it. The young man muttered a curse under his breath. The curly-haired girl Wang Lily was from accounting department class 2 of grade 14, while he was from business administration class 2 of grade 14. Although they were a couple given his status, he could change partners whenever he wanted. Wang Lily knew how to please him, which was why he hadn't broken up with her despite having many other girlfriends. He had wondered if she had dated multiple guys before making her so experienced, but his inquiries suggested otherwise. Maybe he hadn't asked around enough. Li Feng didn't really want to be with her, but he kept coming back. Whatever, they were just using each other. He had money to burn. Li Feng wrapped his right arm around Wang Lily's slender waist while his left hand grew impatient. Brotherly, we're not at the grove yet. Wait a little. What are you afraid of? I already gave you the phone, so don't be difficult. If you don't want to give it back. Li Feng ignored her protests. Brotherly, go easy. Although Wang Lily had been intimate with Li Feng many times before, it had always been in hotels. At school, she still played the role of a good girl. If her classmates saw her, her innocent image would be shattered. But looking around at the thick fog, she thought, whatever. It's all for the iPhone 8. Brotherly, I just meant that if other girls see us, they might think you're taken, and then they wouldn't dare pursue you. That would be your loss. You always have a way with words. The two disappeared into the small grove north of the playground. There were a few benches there originally meant for students to enjoy the shade, but over time, they had become a popular spot for couples to rendezvous. Far from the classrooms and convenient for activities. Soon strange sounds emerged from the thick fog, male and female, shrouded by the mist. Who knew what they were doing in there? Wang Lily picked up the nearby iPhone 8, fondling it with admiration. Brotherly, it's a bit cold here. Let's head back to the classroom. Though she spoke to Li Feng, Wang Lily's eyes never left the Apple phone. Li Feng had just bought it a few days ago, so it was practically brand new. She could easily pass it off as a fresh purchase to her girlfriends. The thought filled her with delight. Making money was actually quite simple if one could set aside their pride. Li Feng didn't respond to Wang Lily's words for a long time. Curious, she glanced at him. Brotherly, she said, gently tapping his shoulder. Suddenly, Li Feng's closed eyes snapped open, startling Wang Lily so much that she fell to the ground. It wasn't just the abruptness. His eyes were now entirely white, a terrifying sight. The iPhone 8 tumbled aside. Brotherly, what's wrong? Hungry. Li Feng's hoarse voice rasped from his throat. Hungry. Could it be that he had put on a pair of white contact lenses without her noticing? Brotherly, don't scare me. This cosplay isn't funny at all. Say something, brotherly. Lying on the bench, Li Feng turned his head toward Wang Lily, following her voice. As if in a display of menace, he bared his teeth, revealing blood-stained gums. Odd. Whether Li Feng was playing a cosplay or not, the scene jolted Wang Lily's nerves. She scrambled to her feet, not forgetting to grab the iPhone 8 from the ground, and fled in panic toward the classroom. Lying on the bench, Li Feng watched Wang Lily disappear into the fog, muttering hoarsely, hungry. He reached out as if to grab her, but rolled off the bench. Trembling, he stood up. After his earlier struggle, his pants had loosened. As he rose, they slid down to his calves. Before he could take a step, he stumbled forward and fell. Slowly, he climbed back up, this time a bit faster, as if growing accustomed to the body. He trudged in the direction Wang Lily had gone, his pants still around his calves, making his gait slow and awkward. His bare legs were exposed, with black blood trickling down the back of his right thigh. His right buttock was no longer smooth and fair. It resembled a piece of long-rotted flesh, oozing a blackened mixture from its decayed surface. Aunt! A shrill female scream rang out beside Xiaoyao, followed by the thud of someone falling to the ground. Hey classmate, you bumped into me. Why are you screaming so loud? Xiaoyao rubbed his ears, nearly deafened by the shout. He had been waiting by the restroom door for Xia Xian to finish, when someone suddenly crashed into him from behind, almost knocking him over. He was about to turn around and scold the person, but upon realizing it was a girl, he held back. Still, the one who bumped into him was the one crying out in pain. Though he was the one hit seeing her on the ground, Xiao Yao didn't have the heart to say more. He helped the girl up. Are you hurt? The girl who had bumped into him was none other than Wang Lily, who had fled in panic from the northern playground toward the classroom. Without even an apology, she scrambled up and dashed off again. Xiao Yao shook his head, watching the girl run, as if fleeing for her life, toward the classroom. What was that all about? Brother Xiao Yao, sorry to keep you waiting. By then Xia Xian had finished in the restroom and emerged. Waiting for my girlfriend is an honor. Xiao Yao ruffled Xia Zhen's hair, took her hand, and led her toward the classroom. Hungry. Brother Xiao Yao, did you hear something? Xia Xian stopped, looking northward. The thick fog limited visibility to just 5 meters, but she thought she had caught a sound. There's nothing. You must have misheard. Xiao Yao wrapped an arm around Xia Zhen's waist. Let's get back to the classroom. Being out in the fog isn't good anyway. Fog is made of dust particles, often toxic. Even with a mask, you still breathe some in. Better to minimize exposure. Okay. Xiao Yao glanced northward. He too had heard something, and the moment he did, every hair on his body stood on end. The sound was both strange and familiar, like the moans of zombies that haunted his dreams. He wanted to investigate. After reaching level 5, his attributes had surpassed those of an average adult, but with Xia Xian beside him and poor visibility, he didn't dare take the risk. So he decided to escort her back to the classroom first. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yao and Xia Xian walked quickly, soon arriving at her classroom door. Brother Xiao Yao, will you walk me home tonight? The fog is too thick, and I'm scared. Xia Xian pouted, her tone playful. No problem. Come find me after class. Xiao Yao tousled her hair. Go on in. Xiao Yao watched Xia Xian enter the classroom. Many of her classmates were staring at him, curious about who had managed to win the heart of their class beauty. After all, Xia Xian was the prettiest girl in the class. Her. Xia Weio's gaze inadvertently landed on a girl, none other than the one who had bumped into him earlier. Her hair was dyed yellow and permed into loose waves, but it now looked disheveled. Her eyes darted about like a frightened rabbit's, a hint of panic in her expression as she scanned the doorway, as if searching for someone or waiting. Xiao Yao decided not to bother with her. It was just a minor bump, and he wasn't about to storm into her classroom to return the favor. After seeing Xia Xian take a seat not far to the left of the curly-haired girl, Xiao Yao smiled and waved at her before heading back to his own classroom. Aunt! A blood-curdling scream came from the northern side of the school building. Aunt! Another scream followed, then silence. The classroom fell so quiet that you could hear everyone's heartbeat. Who the hell was that screaming like that? Scared me. Fatty Zhou Tao patted his chest, leaving a smear of cream on his shirt. The glutton had been eating bread again. But no one laughed at him. Everyone was still shaken by the screams. Many patted their own chests, and a few brave souls leaned out the northern windows to look, though all they saw was fog. Xia Weio's heart pounded violently. That sound was off. It wasn't just a bored classmate fooling around. The scream carried terror and pain, not mere surprise. An inexplicable unease gripped him. Should he go check it out? After a while, the screams ceased in the thick fog, and the classmates gradually calmed down, no longer feeling as frightened. Perhaps it was just some bored student playing a prank. Xiao Yao initially wanted to return to the restroom to investigate the sound he had just heard, but the environment did not permit it. The visibility was less than 5 meters, and his scouting skill range was only 1 meter. If he recklessly went to check, it wouldn't be a problem if there was nothing there, but if something was lurking, it would be dangerous for him. Xiao Yao thought he was overthinking it. After all, this was the real world. How could there be zombies? He must be worrying for nothing. He needed to find a suitable weapon quickly. He didn't know the probability of a zombie outbreak, but if one day his luck ran out and he encountered one, at the very least he should not make a fool of himself when it came to weapon selection and usage. Otherwise he would die without peace. China has a large population, and if a zombie crisis really broke out, the chances of survival would be slim. The gun control here is strict. One could forget about firearms. That left only cold weapons, and even those were tightly regulated. Knives with a blade angle less than 60 degrees are considered controlled items. It is said that even buying a kitchen knife now requires registration. Xiao Yao scanned the classroom. Tables, chairs, brooms, mops. There seemed to be nothing useful for self-defense. It would be best to get a long weapon like a spear, a pole, or something to keep danger at a safe distance. He went to the back of the classroom and picked up a mop, or it seemed he would have to use this for now. Holding the mop, Xiao Yao stepped out of the classroom and immediately used his mental waves to call his mother, reminding her not to go out today if there was nothing to do. The call cannot be connected. A prompt sounded in his mind. What's going on? Xiao Yao took out his phone only to find there was no signal, not even one bar. He then quickly edited a text message to his mother asking where she was and advising her not to go out today. After finishing, he copied the message and sent it to his father as well. After that, he dialed his father's number, but the call could not be connected either. Looking again at the message, he noticed an exclamation mark in front of it. The text could not be sent. For some unknown reason, his phone could no longer make calls or send messages. Xiao Yao returned to the classroom. Fatty, lend me your phone for a moment. What? Don't go messing around with it. Fatty took out his phone, wary that Xiao Yao might discover some of his secrets. Don't worry, I'm just calling my mom. My phone has no signal. Here. Fatty handed his phone to Xiao Yao, still watching Xiao Yao's fingers closely, as if ready to snatch the phone back at any moment. Here you go. Xiao Yao glanced at Fatty's phone, saw it had no signal, and handed it back to him. You don't need it. Fatty was still watching Xiao Yao's fingers only to see Xiao Yao took a quick look and returned it to himself. What are you using? Your phone has no signal either. Fatty said. Huh. He took back the phone and realized there really was no signal. Maybe the fog is too thick and the signal can't get through. That's true, but this fog is abnormal. I have a bad feeling about it. Stay alert and don't just lie down and sleep. Fatty had finished his bread and was now lying down, having stopped studying since there was no teacher. The teacher isn't coming. They can't expect me to self-study all the time. I'm not that disciplined. Fatty grumbled. Self-studying for a while was fine, but self-studying for a whole morning without even a teacher checking was frustrating. Sure, the department head and the counselor had come by once, but then no one else showed up. How could one study without supervision? Studying isn't like eating bread. You can't just eat without someone watching. Xiao Yao glanced at his deskmate Xia Mo, who had a serious expression completely lacking her usual playful demeanor. He figured it best not to say much more as he already had a girlfriend and didn't want to disturb anyone else. Xiao Yao sat at his desk, his expression turning grave. The thick fog showed no signs of dissipating, which was unusual. Typically, fog would appear in the early morning and slowly clear after sunrise. Yet this time not only was the fog dense, but it was already past 1 in the afternoon with no sign of it lightening. If this continued, even after school in the afternoon, it might not clear. In such an environment, how could he get home? Would he have to stumble home in the dark again? This time was different from the morning. Of visibility was significantly worse now, and it would be difficult to gauge the direction. No, he needed to buy some food. If the fog became too thick to return home, he might have to stay in the classroom all night. Xiao Yao picked up the mop. Fatty, let's go to the supermarket to buy something. Xiao Yao patted Fatty on the shoulder and dragged him to the supermarket to buy food. All right. Those few breads had already been eaten by him. Originally, Fatty wanted to drag Xiao Yao to the convenience store again, but unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Xiao Yao had already interrupted him. I said, Xiao Yao, what do you need the mop for at the supermarket? Fatty noticed that Xiao Yao was still carrying a mop and was puzzled. Was he planning to rob the place? For self-defense. What? Are you planning to buy so many snacks that you're afraid others will rob you? Don't worry about it, or just go and come back quickly. What's the hurry? It's just snacks. Besides, no one is watching now. As they exited the classroom and walked past the adjacent class, they could see that the students in the two classes were not numerous, but they were chattering and playing. Seeing them playing eased Xiao Yao's nerves significantly. After all, the presence of many people gave a sense of safety. After walking 6 or 7 meters north, they arrived at the supermarket. Xiao Yao and Fatty entered. At that moment, there was no one in the convenience store except for an aunt in her 50s or 60s watching the shop. Hey young man, are you hungry again? What are you buying this time? The aunt recognized Fatty Zhou Tao as he was one of her regulars. I'll have 5 stuffed breads, 5 sausages, and 5 packs of pure milk, please. Fatty Zhou Tao's order made the aunt beam with delight. All right, coming right up. The aunt turned around with a smile, going to fetch the items Fatty requested. In no time, the aunt had prepared the items Zhou Tao wanted. Noticing Xiao Yao had come in with him, but said nothing, she turned to Xiao Yao and asked, young man, what would you like? Oh, for his order, make it 10 times the amount for me, Xiao Yao said casually. Oh, okay, 10 stuffed breads, 10 sausages, and 10 packs of pure milk, right? The aunt repeated the quantities to confirm with Xiao Yao. Not 10 of each, but 10 times 50 of each, please. Zhou Tao, who was drinking milk, choked and cough. Young man, are you sure you want 50 of each? Absolutely. All right, wait a moment, I'll get it ready right away. The aunt's eyes squinted with laughter. She didn't ask why he wanted 50 of each. Perhaps he was buying for the whole class. Who cares? As long as she makes money. Cough. Fatty coughed for a while, finally easing his breath. Xiao Yao, why are you buying so much? You can't eat it all before it spoils. Besides, our classroom isn't far from the supermarket. We can come back after finishing what we have. I have my reasons. You'll help me carry some later. I'll take 5 breads. No problem. And 5 sausages. Sure. And 5 packs of pure milk. Okay. I also want more. Shut up, or if you ask for more, I'll just go back to the classroom and let someone else help me carry it. All right, just 5 of each will do. Help me carry the milk later. No problem. Zhou Tao grinned widely. After all, helping carry a few packs of pure milk meant he would receive so much food, saving him a lot of money. Free food is always the best, isn't it? The 3 breads he gave Xiao Yao last time not only recouped his costs, but also earned him a profit. Fatty quickly finished his milk, directly tossing the empty carton on the ground, and happily packed his food into a plastic bag. Low blood pressure ultrasound shows right kidney rupture, parasplenic fluid accumulation, abdominal puncture indicates intra-abdominal hemorrhage. Time was of the essence. In this critical moment, Chief Physician Shui of the Hepatobiliary Surgery Department made a resolute decision: prepare immediately for surgery into the operating room. During the procedure, the patient's ruptured right kidney and vena cava were discovered with blood gushing forth. Director Yin Jun of the Urology Department arrived upon hearing the news and joined the surgery. The patient currently undergoing surgery was a severely injured victim from a car accident today. Due to the heavy fog, this was already the 3rd critical case brought in, and the entire emergency department was in a flurry of activity, with ambulances constantly arriving with patients. The patient lying on the operating table had already fallen unconscious due to excessive blood loss. The surgery was proceeding intensely with 2 lead surgeons operating in a tense yet orderly manner while 3 nurses passed various instruments. No one noticed that the patient previously comatose on the table had opened his eyes, their whites completely devoid of any black, a truly horrifying sight. Hungry. A faint sound escaped the patient's throat, startlingly clear in the silent operating room. Yet neither lead surgeon turned their head. During surgery, focus was paramount, for even the slightest lapse could lead to failure. The 2 nurses were also busily passing instruments. Xiao Sun, check on the patient. Chief Physician Cui instructed the intern nurse Xiao Sun to examine the patient's All right. Xiao Sun carried a tray to the other side of the sterile drape. During surgery, a cloth was placed before the patient to prevent them from fainting at the sight of their own open body and to allow the doctors to concentrate without distraction. Thus, the other 4 could not see the patient's face. Hearing the patient stir, they assumed he had awakened from a coma, though it was also possible the anesthesia had worn off, causing pain to rouse him. Clang. Intern nurse Xiao Sun, seeing the patient's eyes wide open with pure white, was so terrified, she dropped the surgical tray on the floor. SSSHHH. Startled Chief Physician Cui's scalpel slipped and pierced his own left index finger. Xiao Sun, get out. Cui was furious. He had asked her to check on the patient, and her sudden outburst made him flinch, causing the slip that cut his finger. Doctors generally avoided contact with patients' blood, as there was no guarantee it was free of HIV or other viruses. After all, a surgery only brought in a few hundred yuan with a commission of a few dozen, hardly worth the risk of injury and medical expenses. Doctor, hee. Xiao Sun pointed at the patient with white eyes, stammering in terror. Get out now, don't disrupt the surgery. Cui sternly reprimanded Xiao Sun again. She fled the operating room in a panic, her internship likely ruined. No doctor would want a nurse with such poor mental fortitude. Xiao Wang, disinfectant, bandage me quickly. The surgery cannot stop. A nurse swiftly fetched disinfectant from a nearby table and began cleaning Director Sua's finger. Hungry. The patient groaned again, curling his legs and swaying his body as if waking from a long sleep. But this terrified the doctors. The surgery was only half done. Such movement risked massive hemorrhage and a potential medical malpractice. Director Yin quickly restrained the patient's legs. Don't let him thrash. Xiao Qi, hold his shoulders. Xiao Wang, call Xiao Li from anesthesiology for a second dose. The only explanation for such movement was that the anesthesia had worn off, though a second dose was necessary. Some patients were naturally immune to anesthetics, in which case forced surgery would be required. Okay. Nurse Xiao Wang immediately left for the nearby anesthesiology department. Nurse Xiao Qi, reaching from the head to press the patient's shoulders, was bitten as he turned his head. She saw his wide eyes but assumed it was from pain, not thinking much of it. As a nurse, her mental fortitude was quite high. What now, Xiao Qi? Cui was exasperated. If an intern lacked composure, that was one thing, but a seasoned nurse acting this way would ruin the surgery. The patient bit me. It hurts. Xiao Qi clutched her wrist where a clear bite mark had broken the skin, blood oozing. Bandage it immediately, then go to the prep room for restraints. We'll proceed with forced surgery. We can't wait. Cui watched as the patient's thrashing grew more violent, and Director Yin struggled to hold his legs. The surgery was nearly finished. Only suturing remained, yet the patient had awakened in pain. This was a first in his entire surgical career. RIP. To the utter shock of Director Cui, Director Yin and nurse Xiao Qi, who had yet to leave the patient, rolled off the operating table and stretched his hands toward Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi screamed and fled, for the patient's stark white eyes and blood-stained bared teeth were enough to terrify even a nurse accustomed to surgical scenes. Even Directors Cui and Yin, with decades of experience, were stunned. Before them was a patient mid-surgery, now crawling on the floor toward Xiao Qi, his abdomen still open, intestines and organs spilling out, blood pooling everywhere. Gulp. Cui swallowed hard and whispered, Director Yin, what do we do? He was at a loss. This was an unseen-a-century scenario, a patient halfway through surgery, crawling on the ground, trailing intestines and organs. The image left him dazed. I have no idea. Maybe we should get out first. Yin was equally bewildered, having never encountered such a situation in his medical career. Hungry. The patient, having failed to catch Xiao Qi, was drawn by the voices of the 2 lead surgeons. He turned. Damn it, run. Cui cursed. Even seasoned veterans like them were terrified, white eyes, mouth full of blood, exposed organs dangling beneath, blood pooling everywhere. This went beyond mental fortitude. The 2 stumbled out of the operating room, and Cui frantically slammed the door shut. SSSHHH. He accidentally caught his bandaged finger in the door, sending a sharp pain straight to his heart. Old Cui, what's wrong with you? They had just rushed out of the operating room when Director Cui collapsed. Now he was slumped on the floor, leaning against the edge of a table. Director Yin kept shaking him. Why pass out at a time like this? Wake up. Director Yin feared the patient might crawl out of the operating room and wanted nothing more than to leave this place. Yet he and Director Cui were close friends, and he couldn't bear to leave him here alone, especially while he was still unconscious. Hungry. After being shaken for some time, Director Cui finally stirred awake. A deep, guttural sound is, thank goodness you're awake. Let's get out of here first. We'll have the security team come up to handle things later. The surgery can't proceed. Whether the patient lives or dies is up to fate now. At this moment, he stopped worrying about potential medical malpractice. After all, no one could intervene in this situation. They were doctors, yes, but when their own lives were threatened, it was nearly impossible to play the role of angels, saving the dying and healing the wounded. Hungry. Director Chui seemed unable to hold his head up, his neck lacking strength. His head drooped, and Director Yin reached out to lift his face. Hey, wake up. Aunt. What answered Director Yin was Director Xia's gaping maw. He opened wide and bit down hard on Director. Oh, are you insane? Let go. It hurts like hell. Director Yin trembled in agony. Director Chui showed no regard for their former friendship, sinking his teeth in without mercy. Aunt. A heart-wrenching scream tore from Director Yan's throat. He stumbled back several steps, collapsing onto the floor. Before his eyes lay his own right arm, torn and bloodied. He could even see the tendons at his wrist snapped in two. Trying to move, he realized he could no longer control his right hand. You're sick. But his words were cut short, as if someone had gripped his throat, silencing him. Director Chui slowly rose to his feet, his eyes pale white, his mouth smeared with blood, still chewing, as if savoring the flesh he had just devoured. Director Chui, don't come near me. Don't come near me. Director Yan's legs went weak with terror, unable to stand. All he could do was use his left hand to push himself backward, crawling in desperation. Fear had numbed the pain in his right wrist. All he wanted now was to escape. Help! Help! Shao Qi, Shao Wang, someone come quickly. With all his remaining strength, Director Yin pulled himself up against the wall, shuffling forward on trembling legs. Just then, Director Chui lunged toward him. Creak. The sound of a door opening drew the attention of both Director Chui and Director Yin, making them turn their heads. But their reactions differed. Director Chui tilted his head mechanically expressionless, while Director Yin looked over with the joy of a survivor grasping at hope. Was it someone coming to save his life? The door slowly swung open. A nurse in a green surgical gown shuffled mechanically into the room, gazing toward the spot where Director Yin had been calling for help. It's over. Director Yin slid back to the floor. The one who entered was Shao Qi, their assistant nurse. Her eyes were also pale white, clearly infected by the same unknown virus as Director Chui. Bang! Bang! The infected patient in the operating room, drawn again by Director Yan's cries, kept pounding on the door. Feeling there was no escape, Director Yin suddenly calmed. His legs stopped trembling. Drawing on some unknown reserve of strength, he slowly stood up. No, I have to get out. Director Yin scanned his surroundings. There was nothing useful for a weapon. Just 2 tables, 2 stools, and a few filing cabinets. Got it. Beside the filing cabinet stood a fire extinguisher box. Through the glass, Director Yin spotted a fire axe. Director Yin quickly hurried over to the firebox. Fortunately, it was only secured with a piece of wire. If he had needed a key, he might as well have given up and slammed his head against the wall. Fumbling with his left hand, he twisted the wire loose, pulled open the glass door, and grabbed the axe. Whoa! The axe was surprisingly heavy. With his right arm dangling uselessly, Director Yin could only wield it with his left hand. Since the left hand was naturally weaker than the right, he worried he might not have enough strength to subdue the 2 infected. Director Yin kicked a stool forcefully toward Director Chui. The stool separated him from the infected man, who was reaching out wildly with both hands in Director Yan's direction. Looks like they're not much of a threat after all. Director Yin realized that the infected Director Chui and Shao Qi had drastically reduced mobility and intelligence. Seeing this, he felt his chances of survival were higher. Using the stool as a barrier, he swung the axe with his left hand at the flailing Director Chui. The blade cut into his arm, tearing through the dark green gown and drawing blood. But Director Chui seemed oblivious to pain, still clawing and snapping his teeth at Director Yin with a clicking sound. Die! In that life-or-death moment, Director Yin summoned strength far beyond his usual limits. With several swings, Director Chui finally collapsed to the floor, motionless. Even as a surgeon who had performed countless operations, Director Yin dared not look at the remains. The face was unrecognizable, half the head gone. With Director Chui, dealt with Shao Qi was easier to handle. She was stuck on the other side of a desk, unable to cross, simply reaching out and howling foolishly. Director Yin swung the axe over the desk and finished her off with a few blows. Having finally eliminated the 2 infected, Director Yin collapsed onto the remaining intact chair, utterly exhausted. He struggled to pick up a phone from the desk. Whose he didn't know? With no other option, he decided to call the police. His left hand trembling, he dialed the emergency number. Sorry, the call cannot be completed. Bang! Director Yin hurled the phone to the floor with his left hand. It failed him at the critical moment. The pain in his right hand suddenly flared up. In the heat of survival, he had ignored his injury, but now he saw that his right hand had turned purple. I have to disinfect and bandage it. If I don't lose too much blood and pass out. Director Yin stood up to find disinfection supplies, but stars danced before his eyes, and his eyelids grew unbearably heavy. Bang! He collapsed to the floor. Even the impact of his injured right hand hitting the ground again couldn't rouse the unconscious Director Yin. Someone had triggered the fire alarm, and its piercing shriek echoed throughout the hospital, interwoven with screams and roars that rose and fell. The entire hospital had become a domain of the infected. No one had anticipated that the first place to fall would be a sanctuary of healing. The sporadic infected lured by the alarm slowly converged on the hospital. Shrouded in thick fog and cut off from signals, the unknown virus was steadily eroding the survivors, as if it were in its element. Back at the school, Xiao Yao was carrying a stack of food, while Fatty held 2 cartons of milk. They had just emerged from the convenience store. I say, Xiao Yao, why are you buying so much food? The fog is too thick today. If it hasn't lifted by the time school lets out, I've decided to stay here for the night. My home is quite far and the roads aren't safe. I'll stay at school for a night. Yeah, but there's no signal on my phone, so I haven't been able to reach my parents yet. I'm not sure if I'll stay or go home. I'll see how it goes. Alright, let me know if you're staying or going home, and I'll keep you company, hee. Sure, but don't get any ideas about my hee. Oh. Faint screams came from the distance, sounding like more than one. Xiao Yao, I hear someone shouting. I heard it too. Let's head back to the classroom first. With that, Xiao Yao quickened his pace toward the classroom. Oh. The sounds grew closer and seemed to multiply. The 2 of them sped up and made it back to the classroom in under a minute. The moment they opened the door, they startled their classmates. But when everyone saw it was Xiao Yao and the others, they breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 carried their stash of food to their seats. Outside, the thick fog and the rising screams suggested something was terribly wrong. For now, the only option was to stay put in the classroom. Though they were college students, they were still young and inexperienced. The screams from the fog were hair-raising, and venturing out recklessly would be unwise. Xiao Yao, those sounds outside are really creepy. I'm scared. Fatty set down the milk cartons and pulled a chair closer. Move back. We're just an aisle apart. I can reach you from here. Why are you crowding me? Xiao Yao pushed Zhou Tao away. The stench of his body odor was overwhelming. Zhou Tao sullenly pulled his chair back, but his eyes kept darting to the windows on both sides, as if fearing that some unknown monster might crawl through at any moment. Oh. A moderate sound came from the back of the classroom. Everyone turned to look. It was Kai Zijing, a student who usually trained in sports. He was staring at his finger. When he looked up and saw everyone watching, he said, "It's nothing. I just cut my finger by accident." He quickly tucked his small knife into the desk drawer. While playing with it, he had accidentally sliced his finger, and now his left index finger was bleeding. Kai Zijing pressed hard on the wound to stop the flow, but when he let go, the blood kept coming. I need to go to the infirmary to get this bandaged. Muttering to himself, Kai Zijing stood up and headed for the classroom door. Unknown virus detected. Initiating system upgrade. Estimated upgrade time 12 hours. As Xiao Yao watched Kai Zijing walk toward the door, just as he passed, Xiao Yao's a prompt rang out in his mind. Unknown virus. System upgrade. Did my phone get infected? Xiao Yao pulled out his phone. On the screen was a small robot lying on the ground using a wrench to open its own stomach as if repairing something. Xiao Yao tested it. His own strength seemed intact, but aside from his attributes, all other functions were gone. Now he couldn't check anyone's stats or inspect items. Estimated upgrade time 12 hours. It seemed that for the next 12 hours he would be an ordinary person again. A phone system this powerful could still get infected. It truly shattered his assumptions. Creak. Kai Zijing, who had just left the classroom and taken a few steps, turned back. The fog was too thick and faint screams drifted through it. Even a regular athlete was now frightened. It was just a small cut on his finger. Kai Zijing didn't want to brave the fog to go to the infirmary, which was at the school gate. On a normal day, it took 5 minutes to walk there, and now he couldn't even be sure of the direction. Watching Kai Zijing walk back to the back of the classroom with a grim expression, Xiao Yao frowned. Was a small cut on his finger really worth bandaging? That seemed overly dramatic. Wasn't he afraid it would scar before he got there? Back in his seat, Kai Zijing slumped over his desk at the back of the classroom, looking tired. None of the other students bothered to ask him what was wrong. Athletes often gave off the impression of being school bullies, so few people wanted to be friends with them. Bang, bang, bang. Another urgent knock on the door. Xiao Yao looked over and saw through the glass that it was Xia Xin from the neighboring class 5. He got up and walked to the door. What's wrong? Xiao Yao, Gidge, I'm scared. Can I come into your class? Xia Xin's brows were furrowed. She too had been frightened by the unknown sounds. Xiao Yao glanced outside, then at the classroom. Fine. He let her in. Come in. He led Xia Xin to his seat and looked at his deskmate Xia Mo. Her eyes revealed nothing. Xiao Yao patted Fatty Zhou Tao on the shoulder. Switch seats with me. You take my spot. Fatty Zhou Tao's deskmate hadn't shown up today, so he was alone. Swapping seats would let him sit next to Xia Xin. Asking Xia Mo to move to Zhou Tao's seat was something Xiao Yao couldn't bring himself to do. Besides, would she agree? No problem. It's my honor to make room for the sister-in-law. Zhou Tao even threw in a flattering remark and promptly sat in Xiao Yao's seat. Xia Mo, take care of me. Xia Mo didn't respond. Her reply to Zhou Tao was a roll of her eyes. Zhou Tao wasn't embarrassed. He just chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Xia Xin, have a seat here. His deskmate didn't come today. Okay, Xiao Yao, Gidge. Xia Xin obediently sat on the left, tidied the books on the desk, and put them in the drawer. Bitch, Xia Mo muttered under her breath when she heard Xia Xin call Xiao Yao Gidge. Goosebumps rose all over her body. That voice was too syrupy. She could talk like that too, but with so many people around it just felt uncomfortable, like she was putting on an act. Hungry. A low sound came from the back of the classroom, but it sent chills down Xiao Yao's spine. The others just glanced at Kai Zijing, who was slumped over his desk, and ignored him. Whether he was hungry or not was none of their business. Only Xiao Yao stared intently at Kai Zijing. What's wrong, Xiao Yao? Zhou Tao noticed something off about Xiao Yao. The look in his eyes was no joke. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. Isn't Kai Zijing acting strange today? Zhou Tao turned to look at Kai Zijing. You're right. He's usually the most rowdy one. Why is he so quiet today, sleeping on his desk? Xiao Yao picked up a mop nearby. His palms were sweating, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip. Hungry. A faint, almost imperceptible sound escaped Kai Zijing's lips. The classroom buzzed with students either playing, doing homework, or chatting. Few paid any attention to the sound emanating from Kai Zijing. Xiao Yao and the chubby Zhou Tao were watching Kai Zijing. Zhou Tao still wore a puzzled expression, but Xiao Yao suddenly tensed up, his eyes widening. He thought he had heard an unnatural sound from Kai Zijing, and his left hand involuntarily gripped Zhou Tao's right hand tightly. Damn it! Zhou Tao suddenly exclaimed, startling Xiao Yao. Fatty, what are you doing? You scared me. Xiao Yao was nearly frightened out of his wits by Zhou Tao's sudden outburst. You scared me, all right. Why did you suddenly grab my hand? You nearly scared me to death. Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them? I treat you like a brother, but you want to get with me. No way, I'm a guy, and I like women, not men. Let go of me. With that, Zhou Tao disdainfully shook off Xiao Yao's left hand and moved his stool northward, putting some distance between them, a hint of disgust even appearing on his face. Xia Mo, seeing Zhou Tao move his stool north until it nearly touched her, wrinkled her nose slightly, but said nothing. She watched Xiao Yao with a smile, but when her gaze fell on Xia Xin beside him, her smile gradually faded. He had a girlfriend. With that thought, Xia Mo lowered her head and began a new round of review, turning sorrow into strength and strength into knowledge. Love was something she would never touch again. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. The tension from before had dissipated thanks to Zhou Tao's antics. Don't be ridiculous. I have a girlfriend. Besides, even if I did like men, I wouldn't like a tank like you, all fat. And saying this, Xiao Yao pulled up Xia Xin's arm and flaunted it at Zhou Tao. Brother Xiao Yao, you wouldn't. Xia Xin on his right also tugged at his arm, her eyes full of questions. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have to discipline you. Xiao Yao could clearly see the gloating in Xia Xin's eyes. Even the corners of her mouth were barely holding back a smile. Anyone could see it. He tapped her nose, putting on a serious, fierce expression. The surrounding classmates laughed at the antics of Xiao Yao and Zhou Tao. When they saw Xiao Yao tap Xia Xin's nose, they let out a chorus of teasing whistles. Xiao Yao really goes for everyone, huh? Yeah, and he's not picky either. Maybe so, but even if he likes guys, he shouldn't spread his favors around. Could it be that Xiao Yao is the submissive one? What are you all saying? What do you mean by not picky? Don't think I can't understand. Take this. Fatty was unhappy with this. He wasn't stupid, they were indirectly mocking him. He then started playfully wrestling with two skinny classmates nearby. The other students found this even more amusing. Since it was all in good fun, no one intervened. They were all troublemakers at heart, and some even cheered them on. Xiao Yao ignored them. Although the earlier commotion had eased his tension, his hearing had improved after several upgrades. He was certain he had heard a sound from Kai Zijing. But strangely, Kai Zijing had stopped making any noise. Xiao Yao couldn't be sure if there was something wrong with him. With this in mind, Xiao Yao got up and slowly walked to the back of the classroom, thinking about Kai Zijing's background. Kai was a sports student. Usually each class had a few athletes, and Kai specialized in the 400-meter and 800-meter sprints. They arrived at school earlier than the academic students for morning training and often left later. In class, they rarely studied. Xiao Yao walked cautiously. Although his physique was comparable to an adult sports student's, builds were close to, or even better than an average adult's. Xiao Yao wasn't sure if he could beat Kai Zijing in a fight. The reason he wanted to get close was that the detection range of his reconnaissance glasses was only 1 meter. To see Kai Zijing's information, he had to take the risk. Even when he got closer, Kai Zijing's information still didn't appear. Xiao Yao had to move even closer. At this distance, he was sure he was within 1 meter, but why couldn't he see the information above Kai Zijing's head? Xiao Yao turned and glanced at the heads of others nearby, but found no information either. Suddenly reminded of something, he pulled out his phone. The screen showed a lying robot. The phone was updating and couldn't use the reconnaissance skill. In his haste, he had forgotten this issue. The update would take another 12 hours, meaning he had to wait until the next morning. Unable to check Kai Zijing's information, Xiao Yao felt uneasy, as if a heavy stone hung in his heart. He bit his lip, determined. His stats were probably similar to Kai Zijing's. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could still run away. With that thought, Xiao Yao steeled himself, reached out, and gently patted Kai Zijing's arm. Several classmates, seeing Xiao Yao's cautious demeanor, curiously watched to see what he was up to. After all, sports students only mingled with the academic ones during sports meets. Otherwise they were two separate circles with no interaction. Xiao Yao glanced back. Xia Xin, Zhou Tao, Xia Mo, and a few others were watching him, but most of the class was preoccupied with their own studying, chatting, or playing. Hey! Xiao Yao turned back and gently patted Kai Zijing's arm. Are you okay, buddy? He patted Kai's, whooshed. Just as Xiao Yao was about to pat Kai Zijing's arm again, the latter, who had been looking down, suddenly grabbed hiss. Xiao Yao felt as if his arm was caught in a vice. Kai Zijing's grip was so strong it felt like it could crush his arm. He tried to pull away but couldn't budge it at all, and a sense of dread washed over him. Hey, let go. It hurts too much. Let go. Xiao Yao's shout alerted the other students. More turned to look, and Zhou Tao ran over, followed by a few others. They might not be there to help, more likely they were just curious to watch. Go against a sports student. No. Better to avoid trouble. But a good show was always welcome. Xia Xian also ran over. Seeing Xiao Yao, who could usually hold his own against three, now unable to free his arm from the grip, she wondered, what's wrong with brother Xiao Yao? Is this sports student really stronger than him? Let go of brother Xiao Yao, Xia Xian said to Kai Zijing, who still had his head down. Even if Xiao Yao couldn't beat this big guy, she had already decided he was her boyfriend, and she wouldn't let anyone bully him. You go back, Xiao Yao said through gritted teeth, turning his head with difficulty to look at Xia Xian. The pain in his arm had caused sweat to pour down his forehead. If he had initially played at being her lover, just for fun, now he was sure that Xia Xian had found a place in his heart. If Xiao Yao's reconnaissance skill could have seen Kai Zizhang's information, he would have been stunned. Unknown virus infected. Level 10. Combat power 78. HP 400,400 inch. Kai Zijing was already infected. Even more terrifying, his combat power was 78, while Xiao Yao's was only 23. Xiao Yao's stats were already better than an average adult's, so he hadn't bothered to upgrade. But he had to remember that his strength was mainly in intelligence. Kai Zijing was a sports student. In a real fight, Xiao Yao would definitely lose to a sports student of equal combat power, let alone one with 78 combat power. Comparing himself to an egg hitting a rock was already overestimating himself. This was a battle between a bronze and a king, and sadly Xiao Yao was the bronze. A level 5 bronze mage without skills against a level 10 king melee fighter in a straight-up fight. Crack. Aunt. A heart-wrenching scream burst from the classroom. On the distant playground, a lame, infected individual turned its head, shuffling toward the source of the scream. In the thick fog, a few scattered infected slowly gathered, drawn by the sound. The one who screamed was Xiao Yao, whose arm was being twisted by Kai Zijing. His arm was bent backward at a 90-degree angle. Blood dripped from the broken spot along his sleeve, falling onto the desk with a steady patter. The vivid red jolted the nerves of everyone around. Oh. The surrounding classmates, never having witnessed such a scene, fled in terror. Some were so frightened they collapsed onto their chairs. Xia Xian and a few girls sat paralyzed on the ground. Kai Zijing. Has he gone mad? Xiao Yao, how are you? Zhou Tao was stunned, equally unaccustomed to such horror. He wanted to run, but his legs refused to obey, trembling as he stared at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's arm had gone numb with pain. Regardless of whether Kai Zijing was afflicted, he could no longer sit idly. Gritting his teeth, he swung the mop in his hand down hard onto Kai Zizhang's head. Thud. A dull sound followed, but it had little effect. Xiao Yao struck again, once, twice. When he swung again, Kai Zizhang's other hand instantly caught the mop. Xiao Yao felt as if the mop were embedded in a wall, utterly immovable. Unable to fight or flee, he knew this was the end. Kai Zizhang's head finally moved. He slowly lifted it, revealing a twisted face with pale bloodshot eyes and a streak of bloody tears at the corners. He pulled Xiao Yao's arm closer, bit down, and tore off a chunk of flesh and blood, chewing slowly like a beast, his mouth stained with blood. Aunt. Xiao Yao, already drenched in sweat from agony, felt as though his bones were being scraped. He wished he could faint, but the pain kept him cruelly awake. Run, someone shouted. The classmates, already as skittish as startled birds, found a burst of strength and dashed toward the classroom door. Was this a zombie? Damn it, Kai Zijing had turned into a zombie devoid of reason. Xia Xian. Zhou Tao. Run. Go to the next class. Lock the door. Don't come over. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth and spoke to Zhou Tao and the others. All he could do now was make them leave. Asking for their help would only be like moths flying into a flame. His own combat power of 23 was instantly crushed, and their aid would be a drop in the bucket. He looked at Xia Xian, who was sitting on the ground, her face soaked with tears, her makeup smeared into a mess. Xiao Yao forced a smile. Xia Xian. Go. Don't worry about me. A bitter grin flickered across his lips. Was it so pathetic that Head just gotten a girlfriend and was about to meet his end? Had he just obtained a phone system only to die before making his mark? Wasn't he supposed to be the protagonist? Why did he have to die so soon? Xiao Yao. Zhou Tao didn't know what to do. He didn't want to leave Xiao Yao behind, but he seemed powerless. Brother Xiao Yao. Xia Xian had recovered a bit from her initial shock. Let's go to the next class and find help. Run. Don't worry about me. No matter how many of you come, you're no match for him. Don't come back. But Zhou Tao wanted to say more. Go now. Don't dawdle. Xiao Yao cut him off. Take care of Xia Xian for me, go. Zhou Tao helped Xia Xian up and headed out of the classroom through the already broken door. Xia Xian looked back reluctantly at Xiao Yao before being pulled away by Zhou Tao. Xiao Yao gazed at the chaotic classroom, now empty except for the sound of Kai Zijing chewing his arm and the commotion from the neighboring class. A bunch of fools making so much noise. Aren't they afraid the zombies will hear? When the pain reached a certain threshold, it seemed to dull. With his remaining left hand, Xiao Yao pulled out his phone. On the screen, a lying down robot was still diligently repairing its own belly. This incredible phone system reduced to such a state by his own doing. There must be a reason for the anomaly. Its appearance wasn't accidental, it was inevitable predestined. The phone system must have come for a purpose, not merely to give him a portable storage space. Perhaps he was meant to be a savior, but this savior seemed too weak, defeated in an instant by his very first opponent. He glanced at Kai Zijing, whose face was covered in blood as he chewed on Xiao Yao's arm. Yes, it was all his own blood. A sense of helplessness washed over Xiao Yao. Unwilling to give up, he grabbed a nearby stool and smashed it against Kai Zijing. If one wanted to live, who wouldn't? Once, twice. This guy was a tank, but unfortunately Xiao Yao couldn't even break through his defense. Hiss. Another chunk of flesh was torn away. The numb Xiao Yao felt the pain sear through his nerves to his brain again. No, I have to escape, even if it means losing this arm. I can't lose my life. Xiao Yao pulled back with all his might. The tearing pain in his arm didn't make him give up, but he couldn't break free. Kai Zijing, expressionless, held Xiao Yao's arm effortlessly, as if indifferent to his struggles. As if reading Xiao Yao's mind, Kai Zijing extended both hands and tore off Xiao Yao's arm. Xiao Yao, his face as pale as paper, didn't dare linger. He gathered the last of his strength and rushed out of the classroom. Without his right arm, at least he still had his life. I want to live, I want to live. Xiao Yao ran frantically out of the classroom. Squelch. A sound echoed from Xiao Yao's mind. The world seemed to freeze, and so did he. The classroom door was right in front of him, but he couldn't move. He tried to reach out with his remaining left hand to grip the door frame, but his strength was draining away. He couldn't even lift his arm anymore. So tired, so tired. Why were his eyelids so heavy? Hiss. Why did he feel a sting? Xiao Yao slowly looked down. There was a hand in his chest holding a beating heart. Was he dying? So this zombie was this strong. Even escape was now a mere fantasy. Weak. Ling. Behind Xiao Yao, Kai Zijing, with pale eyes and a blood-streaked face, showed no squelch. Pulling back his arm, Kai Zijing looked at the beating heart in his hand. A strange grin spread across his face. He opened his mouth, his lips splitting wide, revealing rows of blood-stained teeth, like a shark's, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. He stuffed the still beating heart into his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and then let out a burp. Thud. Xiao Yao collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. The last image in his eyes was Kai Zijing stepping over his body and walking out of the classroom, heading toward the neighboring class. Everything was over. The next day, at the break of dawn, beneath the profound night sky, the thick fog still lingered. Through the mist, vague figures could be seen stumbling and staggering back and forth, occasionally emitting guttural beast-like growls. Suddenly, a face pressed against the window. A face whose features were no longer distinguishable, smeared with dark red bloodstains, with only half of it remaining. From the disheveled yellowish-brown hair, one could discern it was a woman. If Xiao Yao were still alive, he would have recognized her as Xia Xian. Her pallid eyes stared fiercely out the window, her cracked lips moving inarticulately, as if whispering secrets unknown. Nearly 12 hours had passed since the system began its upgrade. After Xiao Yao's death, Kai Zijing charged into the neighboring classroom. How could an ordinary pane of glass stop an infected of such high combat prowess? Before long, the entire class of students was torn and bitten. Those who were bitten soon transformed into. Behind the barricade, the machine gunner's palms were sweaty as he gripped the handle. The higher-ups had issued orders: anyone emerging from the fog who could not be persuaded to turn back would be shot on sight. Obeying orders was his duty, but he had never imagined that the hands meant to protect the nation would one day aim a machine gun at his own compatriots, his own fellow townsfolk. His eyes were wide open, tears streaming down the corners. Please go back, he prayed silently, hoping the approaching person would be persuaded and not force their way through. If they tried to break through, he did not know if he could pull the trigger. 106 calling 101. 106 calling 101. 101 here, go ahead. Unknown personnel spotted approaching, wearing a military uniform. Copy that. The sniper saw through his scope that the approaching figure wore a military uniform, possibly from a brother unit, and reported the situation to his squad leader. The canvas flap of a hastily erected tent by the roadside was pushed aside, and a short soldier emerged. It was their squad leader, Wang, his eyes bloodshot with dark circles. He had not slept a wink all night. He had barely rested for 10 minutes in the tent when his comrades reported the anomaly. It's the Snow Leopard Commando unit. Go rescue him. Lowering his binoculars, squad leader Wang spoke to the soldiers beside him, then dashed toward the approaching figure. Hearing it was the Snow Leopard Commando unit, the others followed. The man was indeed a member of the Snow Leopard Commando unit, the special forces of their army. Squad leader Wang recognized him at a glance by his attire, as joining the Snow Leopard Commando unit had always been his dream. He could never mistake that gear. Comrade, hello. I'm from the Chinese Armed Police Unit 9527. How can we help you? Squad leader Wang was the first to reach him, supporting the exhausted Special Forces soldier. Another soldier who ran up placed the man's other arm over his own shoulder, and together with the squad leader, they helped him back. Quick! Report to the commander. Zhaoyang has fallen. Send more reinforcements. You must hold the line. The man spoke these words with great effort before collapsing. If not for the strength of his will, he would have fallen long ago and never made it out of the fog. Squad leader Wang and his comrades helped him into the tent. Communications officer. Here. Report to the commander immediately. Xiaoyang has fallen. Request reinforcements. Yes, sir. The communications officer began sending a telegram to the higher command using his built-in communication equipment. Squad leader Wang looked at the unconscious soldier lying on the bed. His clothes were tattered, his face covered in blood. Even in his coma, veins bulged on his forehead. Wang did not know how many Snow Leopard Commando members had been sent into the fog by the higher-ups, but only this one had returned. What kind of battle had he endured? What had happened within the fog? No one knew. Their orders were simply to guard the edge of the mist and allow no one to pass. Everything would have to wait until the soldier regained consciousness. They had notified the rear about the wounded. Soon an ambulance drove up to the tent and took the unconscious soldier away. By now dawn had broken. The sunlight bathed the temporary outpost. Squad leader Wang stared at the fog ahead, his unease growing. He had never seen such a fog. It had a distinct boundary. On this side the sun shone brightly, while not far away the thick mist enveloped the city like a cotton candy. No one who entered had ever come out. Today he had witnessed the only person to emerge. This fog was too eerie. He had never feared ghosts, but now he was afraid of this mist. Within the fog, in an empty classroom, a mechanical synthesized voice suddenly sounded. Beep system upgrade complete. Rebooting. Beep boot sequence complete. Beep host detected as deceased. Beep. Xiao Yao. A call seemed to drift from the distant horizon to her ears, a woman's voice urgent and filled with concern. Was it calling for me? He felt his body being roughly shaken by a pair of hands, yet he had no strength to resist. Gentle. He was about to fall apart. He longed to open his eyes and see who was shaking him, to speak, to move a finger. But why? Why could he do nothing but think? Even the simplest act of opening his eyelids was agonizingly difficult, and moving a finger was utterly impossible. It felt like that sleep paralysis he used to have. Was it happening again? Oh. Suddenly it felt as if tens of thousands of needles were piercing his brain, as if a fighter jet was roaring low over his ears. A sharp pain shot through his entire body before concentrating in his head. The young man lying on the bed wished he could faint from the agony, but the searing pain refused to let him lose consciousness. Beads of sweat as large as beans oozed from his forehead and streamed down, soaking his clothes until he looked like a drowning victim just pulled from the water. He desperately wanted to clench his teeth to alleviate the pain, but this body seemed not to be his own. He couldn't control it at all. Xiao Yao, wake up. Don't scare your mother like this. What's wrong with you? Wake up. The woman, now drenched in tears, continued to shake the young man relentlessly. If not for the fact that his breathing was still normal, she would have already broken down. What's going on? As the words faded, a middle-aged man rushed in. He was about 1.6 meters tall, with a crew cut and wearing a security guard uniform. His furrowed brows betrayed nothing but concern and urgency. I made breakfast this morning and called Xiao Yao to eat. When he didn't answer after a long time, I came to check. Then I saw our son lying there unresponsive no matter how much I called. If it weren't for his breathing, I would have feared that Xiao Yao had already. If that were the case, I wouldn't want to live either. The middle-aged woman finished speaking and collapsed into the middle-aged man's arms. Though not particularly imposing, his figure was now her greatest pillar of support. Don't panic. Call 120 first and get Xiao Yao to the hospital quickly. The middle-aged man patted the woman's back, signaling her not to panic. He then sat by the young man's bed and tested his breathing by placing a finger under his nose. He's breathing, but it's a bit rapid. With all this sweat, it feels like he's having a nightmare. It seems so, but even if it's a dream, why can't we wake him up no matter how much we call it? He'll call 120 first. You stay here and watch him. The middle-aged man left the room, pulled out his phone, and dialed emergency services. Oh. With a blood-curdling scream, the young man on the bed suddenly sat bolt upright. The middle-aged woman watching him was startled, her breath catching in her throat. The way he shot up was like a corpse rising from the dead, enough to frighten anyone. In a single breath, the woman burst into tears of joy. Son, you're awake. You scared your mother to death. Let me see, are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort? The woman touched the young man's face, and then his body, afraid that he might be in pain somewhere. The young man slowly scanned his surroundings, a white ceiling, white walls, warm sunlight streaming in through the window, blanketing the entire quilt. He was covered in a large red cotton quilt embroidered with peonies, exceptionally warm and comfortable. This is my bed. His gaze shifted to the woman beside him, who was anxiously checking on him. This is my mom. Mom, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Sorry for worrying you. The young man tried to comfort the woman. Silly child, it's okay as long as you're fine. You scared your mother to death. How do you feel? If you're not feeling well today, don't go to school. Stay home and rest for a day. Breakfast was ready a while ago. It's probably cold by now. They'll go heat it up and bring it to you. Rest for a bit, my good son. As she spoke, the woman walked out the door. Honey, our son is fine. It was just a nightmare. Call 120 and tell them not to come. He's okay, so we won't need to go to the hospital. Don't let them make a wasted trip. Oh, our son's fine. I just made the call. They'll call them back and tell them not to come. The middle-aged man redialed the number he had just hung up and explained the situation. After finishing the call, he hurried into the room and, seeing that his son was fine, let out a sigh of relief. You never give us a moment's peace. A nightmare gets the whole family worried. Get up and eat. He gave the young man a light slap on the back of the head, then ruffled his hair, vigorously urging him to get up and eat. Was this the difference between a father's love and a mother's love? Once a father saw his son was fine, it was as if the boy wasn't even his own flesh and blood. Fragments of thought gradually cleared. I am Xiao Yao. Zhaoyang University of Technology Computer Science Department Class 146. 19 years old. Not long ago, I obtained a phone system that allowed me to level up by defeating monsters and store items. But the good times didn't last. Before long, I was eliminated by a classmate who might have become a zombie, Kai Zijing. The last thing I saw was Kai Zizhang's hand piercing through my back, taking my heart. The middle-aged woman and man just now were my parents. But in my memory, wasn't I dead? Xiao Yao touched his chest. Thump. Thump. The sound of a beating heart. His heart was still there. So what about those memories? Had I been reborn? Or was it just a nightmare? Just a very long one? The phone. Where was the phone? Xiao Yao fumbled around and finally pulled out his Huami phone from under the pillow. Beep. Host has awakened. Initiating identity verification. ZZZ8. A blue light emitted from the phone's front camera, scanning Xiao Yao's entire body. Beep. Identity verification successful. The phone screen switched, revealing the desktop. What caught his eye was a three-dimensional hologram of Xiao Yao himself. He gaped speechless. The hologram was so familiar, identical to the one in his memories. His eyes widened like brass bells. It wasn't a dream. On the left was Xiao Yao's personal information. Xiao Yao level 1, combat power 10, HP 100100, hunger 10100, strength 1, agility 1, intelligence 8, experience 010. He eagerly tapped the Big Dipper icon next to it. Personal skills: elementary school completed, normal 3 intelligence. Middle school completed, normal 2 intelligence. High school completed, normal 2 intelligence. University in progress, normal 0 intelligence. The personal information and skills were all there, matching his memories, though with slight discrepancies. He hurriedly clicked on the small chest icon, and the familiar storage space appeared along with 4 items. Mineral water bottle quantity, 999, drinking water. Mineral water pack quantity, 378, drinking water. Soul-locking bead slowly absorbs the vitality of living organisms within a 1-meter radius. Devouring at level 20 can absorb all vitality from the bead. Devouring below level 20 will backfire, and vitality will be instantly drained by the bead. Current vitality, 510000. Body forging art practicing can enhance physique. Mastery grants an indestructible diamond-like body. Required level 10. Money 23223. Xiao Yao looked at the bottle of mineral water he had extracted into his hand. It was ice cold. This was real. The memories were real. This was not a dream. Everything in the phone was there. But the question was, why had he become level 1? The Phoenix pendant. The detection glasses. They were all gone. What power had brought him back to life? And for Xiao Yao, the food is heated. Come eat while it's hot. Before she even arrived, a middle-aged woman's voice came from outside the house, followed by the woman herself, entering with an apron on, carrying some dishes. Mom, you don't need to bring it over. They'll come eat there. How can I eat in bed? Xiao Yao, seeing his mother had brought the food over, snapped back to reality. Mom, put the food in the kitchen. They'll get up and come eat. All right. Get up then. They'll put the food on the dining table. Remember to wash your hands first. The middle-aged woman looked at Xiao Yao with affection, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Xiao Yao got up, dressed, washed up in the yard, and sat down at the dining table to start his breakfast. A bowl of millet porridge, a fried egg, a glass of milk, and a slice of bread. As he ate, Xiao Yao suddenly asked, Mom, what's the date today? Today is December 2nd, Monday. Monday. If his memory served him right, he was killed on the evening of December 5th. That meant there were still 3 days before the world turned abnormal, leaving him 3 days of preparation time. Xiao Yao lowered his head, eating slowly as he thought. He finally decided to give his mother a warning. Mom, don't go to work for the next few days. I saw online that there's a severe flu in the US with over 1 million infected and more than 20,000 dead. These past few days there have been many people in China with colds and coughs too. Winter is the peak season for the flu. For safety, Mom, don't go to work until after the new year. All right. Just eat your meal quickly. The factory doesn't have much work these days anyway. They'll stay home, tidy up, clean, and prepare some New Year's food. The middle-aged woman watched Xiao Yao eat and agreed with a smile. Xiao Yao. A male voice came from outside. Zhou Tao is calling me. Mom, I'm off. Remember what I said. Don't go to work these days, just stay home. Also, Mom, buy more grain, fruits, and vegetables, enough for a month or 2, so you don't have to go out when you run out. By the time spring comes around, the Jingzhi solar term, the flu should be over. Xiao Yao didn't know exactly how long to say, but based on past epidemic experience, once the weather warms up in spring, the flu usually ends. All right. They'll go shopping this afternoon. Now hurry off to class. The middle-aged woman waved at Xiao Yao and began clearing the dishes. Pushing his electric scooter out the door, Xiao Yao was stunned. At the entrance stood a young man about 1.8 meters tall with a slanted fringe covering half his face. As the fringe brushed his eyelid, the young man pursed his lower lip and blew, lifting the hair from his face in an extraordinarily flamboyant pose. Zhou Tao. Xiao Yao stammered. How had the fat Zhou Tao in his memory become so handsome and no shit, who else would it be? You take forever to eat. I have to wait for you every time. If you're this slow again, I'm not waiting. Zhou Tao grumbled a few complaints, then mounted his scooter and rode ahead. What the fuck? How did this fat bastard get so tall and handsome? Even at my height of 1.75 meters, I feel he's towering and somehow oppressive. Xiao Yao was still in a daze, not yet recovered. Fat bastard, hurry up. Are we going to class or not? Zhou Tao turned back and shouted at Xiao Yao. Zhou Tao calling me a fat bastard. Are you blind? Wait. Xiao Yao suddenly looked down at his hands gripping the scooter handlebars. They looked like Michelin tires. Then he looked at his legs. A rounded bulge blocked his view. He couldn't even see his own feet. In panic, Xiao Yao pinched his face that was soft and plush. I'm actually fat. So fat I could keep Wang Sikong as a pet. Xiao Yao couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Fatty. Fatty. Zhou Tao shook Xiao Yao. Oh. Zhou Tao, were you always this tall and thin? Have you lost your mind? I've been like this since freshman year. Actually, I had a sudden growth spurt in senior year of high school. Don't you remember? Let's go, or we'll be late. So, I've always been this fat. No shit. You were a little Michelin tire since childhood. We grew up together in open crotch pants. How could I forget? Xiao Yao rode his scooter dazedly behind Zhou Tao. The information overload was staggering, his memory was off. He needed time to absorb it, or didn't know how. We common folks today were truly happy. Zhou Tao hummed an unfamiliar tune as he rode his scooter. The familiar scene replayed itself. Xiao Yao was afraid to ask Zhou Tao, afraid had rented a plot in the vermilion bird city of Skyline. If reality was following his memory, how terrifying would that be? Xiao Yao didn't ask why Zhou Tao was so happy, he just followed silently. Xiao Yao, I stayed up all night gaming last night, and finally rented a plot in Vermilion Bird City. They'll give you permissions, and we'll build a house farm and raise cattle together. Zhou Tao slowed down to ride alongside Xiao Yao, chatting idly and showing off with animated excitement, as if waiting for praise. What must come comes. He hadn't even asked, and Zhou Tao was already talking about it himself. Okay, Xiao Yao didn't want to dampen Zhou Tao's spirits. Soon enough people would be infected and turn into biting zombies, so he probably wouldn't get a chance to play games with him. Really, awesome. Zhou Tao was as happy as a child, though the 1.8-meter tall guy acting cute was a bit awkward. It seemed that personality didn't change whether fat or thin. He was still the same Zhou Tao. But if he had a second chance, he had to live well, protect his only brother, and the girlfriend had just acknowledged. He wondered where Xia Xian was. He kinda missed her. Xiao Yao completely forgot that after his rebirth, Xia Xian didn't know him yet. Ouch. A not aloud cry came from the road ahead, just within earshot of Xiao Yao and Zhou Tao. Xiao Yao followed the sound. In the distance, an old woman was sitting on the ground, one hand clutching her right foot, the other supporting her. A red Audi A4L had just passed by her, but the car sped away without stopping to check. Xiao Yao, there's an old lady who fell over there. Let's go help her up. It's dangerous for her to be in the middle of the road. Zhou Tao started to park his scooter by the roadside. Wait. Xiao Yao grabbed Zhou Tao. This old woman looked very familiar. She was the one from his memory who staged a fake fall. There were many people passing by, but no one stopped to help. Their gazes seemed to overlook her entirely. Could it be that only the two of them could see her? This was too eerie. How could so many people ignore a large woman sitting in the middle of the road? Ouch! The elderly woman was clutching her right leg, groaning incessantly, apparently having twisted her ankle and unable to stand. Xiao Yao, why did you pull me? Zhou Tao was puzzled. Xiao Yao was acting unusually today. But Xiao Yao couldn't tell Zhou Tao that this old woman was a scammer, nor could he reveal his ability to foresee the future. Since nothing had happened, yet any accusation now would be slander, and Zhou Tao would think him insane. If not for his intervention, Zhou Tao would surely have gone to help the fallen woman. What to do? This deviated from the memory of Zhou Tao, who had once stopped him from skipping class to avoid tardiness. Xiao Yao had initially planned to ride past as if unseen, but that seemed impossible now. Right, last time someone must have helped clear his name. Unfortunately, he never learned who that benefactor was before his death. Reborn, perhaps he could use this chance to find that person. Though the memory was slightly off, it shouldn't differ much. Since he decided to help, he must be prepared. Zhou Tao, did you bring your phone? Xiao Yao turned to Zhou Tao. Yes, why? Zhou Tao was confused. Why ask about a phone now? Oh, to call 120 and the police. They'll call the ambulance. You record this for me. I suspect she might be a scammer. The video will be a safety net. Xiao Yao took out his phone and dialed 120. Fatty, I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Why didn't I think of that? Zhou Tao pulled out his phone. I'm ready. Go ahead. And Xiao Yao looked at Zhou Tao seriously. No matter what happens, unless I ask for the video, never come forward to say you recorded it. Got it. What nonsense. Fine, go ahead. We're about to be late for class. Zhou Tao eagerly started recording. Could it be that fatty Xiao Yao wanted to post this good deed online? Who knew he was such a secret show-off? Remember what I said. Stay here no matter what happens, don't come over. If I can't make it to class, push my bike to school. If you still consider me your brother, you must listen to me. Xiao Yao looked Zhou Tao in the eyes again. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiao Yao's uncharacteristic seriousness made Zhou Tao drop his playful expression. Start recording. Xiao Yao turned and walked toward the old woman. His resolute back inspired a sudden admiration in Zhou Tao. Why did it feel like he was marching heroically into battle? Zhou Tao shook his head and focused on recording Xiao Yao. As Xiao Yao approached the old woman, the bustling crowd around seemed to come alive again, as if regaining vitality. "Ma'am, I've called an ambulance. Let me help you to the roadside to wait. There's too much traffic here, it's dangerous in the— Oh, thank you, young man." The old woman hobbled with Xiao Yao to the roadside and sat down. "Ma'am, please wait here. The ambulance will be here soon. I need to get to school now." Xiao Yao prepared to leave after— "Oh, you can't leave. You hit me, and now you want to run." The old woman suddenly grabbed Xiao Yao's clothes sitting on the ground, as if determined not to let him go. Some passersby, unaware of the truth, seemed to think they understood the situation. Everything unfolded as in his memory. Even though he had parked his bike far away, the old woman still clung to him. Sure enough, she was a scammer. Being reborn couldn't change the course of events. Xiao Yao noticed Zhou Tao about to approach and shot him a look. Zhou Tao, seeing Xiao Yao's gaze, remembered his words, "No matter what, don't come over." He stopped immediately, but his hand trembled as he recorded, afraid to miss any detail. Xiao Yao wasn't worried about being scammed this time because he had money in his phone, over 20,000 yuan, enough for 20 such scams. So he felt no fear or panic. His sole purpose was to find the person who had helped him last time. Amid the crowd's accusations and insults, Xiao Yao stood tall, wind in his face, scanning the surroundings. The myriad of faces meant nothing to him. In 2 days, he hoped they would all survive. But after a sweep, he didn't see the person he sought. Could it be that his benefactor wasn't here? Then where would they appear? He examined the area again. No surveillance cameras. Where was this helper? Beep beep. The crowd had grown, blocking half the road. A red BMW honked as it inched southward. What's all the honking? Just because you drive a BMW. The crowd found a new target for their complaints. Though they grumbled, they made way for the red BMW, knowing they were all talk. The cars behind followed slowly, one by one. Without the fear of his past life, Xiao Yao was drawn to the honking. His gaze followed. It's her. Yes, that was the school beauty Yixinru. Could it be that she helped me last time? Through the BMW's windshield, Xiao Yao saw a beautiful female driver, Yixinru, whom he had seen in the cafeteria. But this time she likely didn't know him or even realize he was a fellow student. A freshman driving a BMW suggested she was from a wealthy family. Yixinru glanced at Xiao Yao briefly before focusing on the road ahead, driving slowly past. She probably didn't notice he was her schoolmate. Xiao Yao also saw the expression on her face, annoyance and disdain. Whether it was for the crowd blocking the road or his direct gaze, he couldn't tell. Make way, make way. The police are here. Officer. Some self-proclaimed witnesses began recounting the incident to the police. Hello, student. Please come with us to the station for investigation. Don't worry, we'll look into the matter thoroughly. A young officer approached Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao glanced at him. It was Officer Kai from his past life. Without answering, he turned his gaze to the female driver Yixinru, who was slowly passing by. Sis, that chubby guy keeps staring at you, said Yishirhan, sitting in the passenger seat, to her sister, Yixinru, who was driving. I noticed. Yixinru felt a twinge of displeasure. Driving a BMW often attracted lecherous men who whistled and eyed her hungrily, making her instinctively wary of all men. But why didn't that chubby boy's gaze repulse her? She could even read something in it. Gratitude. Yes, it was gratitude. Why? Sis, that chubby guy got into a police car. We saw he was trying to help that fallen old woman. Should we go help him? Yishirhan urged her sister. Mind your own business. We need to get you to the training camp first, or we'll be late. Yixinru dismissed. Yishirhan stepped on the gas, and the red BMW sped away. Zhou Tao, please push my bike to school. He'll be back soon. Xiao Yao watched Yixinru disappear, then turned to Zhou. I have the video. Are you sure I shouldn't come with you? Zhou Tao was anxious. Since he had initially wanted to help the old woman, seeing Xiao Yao taken to the station troubled him. What should I tell the counselor? Just ask for leave for me. Make up an excuse. Okay, come back soon. Call me if anything happens. Got it. Oh, send me the video on WeChat. Xiao Yao almost forgot to ask for the video before leaving. He got into the police car. Zhou Tao watched the police car drive away with sirens wailing and lights flashing, then pushed Xiao Yao's bike toward school. In the police car, Xiao Yao pulled out his phone and saw the video had been sent. He felt some relief. He wouldn't reveal the video until the last moment because his only goal in going to the station was to find his benefactor. If that person appeared plus the last time, they would have helped him twice. A drop of kindness should be repaid like a gushing spring. If the apocalypse came, he would do his utmost to protect them for life. Could it be you, Yixinru? Inside the interrogation room of the Zhaoyang City Police Station. Name: Xiao Yao. Age: 19. Oh, officer, I declare here that I am wronged. Sitting calmly in the chair, Xiao Yao was exceptionally composed, completely unfazed by the situation. After living another life, he no longer cared much about being wronged. Oh, aside from life and death, everything else was trivial, wasn't it? I'm sorry, we've investigated the area. Since it wasn't an intersection, there are no surveillance cameras nearby, and there are many witnesses who can attest that you hit the old lady. If you don't have any other evidence, we will have to close the case. Don't worry, this isn't a major issue. You just need to compensate the victim for some medical expenses and emotional damages. The exact amount will need to be verified by the judicial authorities. Xiao Yao did not refute anything. He felt an instinctive aversion to the face of Officer Kai. If there's no evidence, you'd better hurry and pay the money to close the case. Xiao Yao left the office and sat in the waiting area. This time he did not go home or to school. Instead, he was waiting for someone who might show up. After sitting for a while, Xiao Yao felt something was missing. He pulled out his phone and realized that the previous task system was... Why were no tasks issued? There were no main tasks or side tasks. Looking at the bottle of water in his hand, Xiao Yao thought that if he couldn't even extract water from his phone, he might have believed that his phone had returned to normal. With no tasks, how would he obtain the investigative glasses? Did it mean he had to store item attributes on his phone in the future? Wouldn't that mean he couldn't assess a person's combat power? Ding ding. A WeChat message arrived. Xiao Yao opened it to find it was from Zhou Tao. Xiao Yao, how's it going on your end? It's fine, I've handled it here. I have some matters to attend to in the afternoon, so I might not be able to go to school. Just leave the electric bike in the parking shed, and he'll take a taxi to school tomorrow. Alright, I've informed the counselor, and he said he knows. Could you go to class? I have things to do, so I won't chat for now. Okay. Xiao Yao put down his phone and looked out the door. The sunlight streamed through the glass, reflecting off the floor and illuminating the entire hall. The person he was waiting for had not yet arrived. Could it be that because he changed his plans, the person who was supposed to come was not coming? Checking the time, it was already 1150. Xiao Yao stood up and walked outside. The compensation had not been paid yet, and the police had given a 3-day grace period. Although it was only 1,000 yuan, Xiao Yao did not want to be the one wronged. If after 3 days, everything remained the same, and the person who should have appeared did not show up, and if no anomalies occurred, he wouldn't mind returning to close the case. By then, as long as he presented the video, he believed the truth would come to light. However, for now, he could not present the video. I can't wait any longer. There are only 2.5 days left until the anomaly. Xiao Yao walked out of the police station. With 2.5 days left, he did not have much time to waste. He needed to speed up his leveling up during this period. He had to learn the body refining technique first. Remembering the despair and helplessness he felt when facing Kai Zijing last time, Xiao Yao clenched his fists. His desire for power had never been so strong at this moment. Taxi. Xiao Yao waved down a taxi as he exited the police station. Sitting in the car, Xiao Yao glanced at the archway of the Zhaoyang City police station. Perhaps because he altered his course of action this time, the person who was supposed to appear did not show up. He remembered that last time he went home first, then to the market, and also visited Qian Deduo's Defu restaurant. This time he simply sat in the police station for an entire morning. Now Xiao Yao could not afford to waste any more time, so he did not go to school. He needed to use the limited time to level up. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Xiao Yao had to temporarily set this aside as there were more important matters awaiting his attention. He then turned to the taxi driver and said, "Sir, take me to Shiqiao Market." "Sure thing." The taxi driver turned on the empty car light, made a U-turn at the intersection, and stepped on the gas, heading to Shiqiao Market in the south. The blue taxi maneuvered expertly through the busy traffic like a fish swimming in water. Not long after Xiao Yao left, a red BMW came from the north, turned left at the roadside of the police station, and drove into the police station. The car parked, the door opened, and getting out was Yi Xinru. "Sir, just park at the north gate." In just a few minutes, the taxi arrived at Shiqiao Market. "Hello, that will be 7 yuan. The driver turned to Xiao Yao in the back seat and said. The driver did not provide a printed receipt, only smiling at Xiao Yao as he waited for him to pay the fare. This is because providing a receipt means paying taxes, and if customers do not ask for one, these experienced drivers would not give one voluntarily. Only seasoned drivers understand this principle. Xiao Yao handed the driver 10 yuan, no need to give change. Now Xiao Yao felt a bit extravagant. 3 yuan change was not worth the time wasted. Besides, at this moment he did not care much about money. Wealth was merely an external object. Its value was assigned by people. If he said it was worthless, money was just a beautifully crafted piece of paper. If asked about the value of money aside from being a medium of exchange, Xiao Yao could hardly think of any. It seemed useless in itself. If he didn't need these exquisite pieces of paper to buy something, he might have just handed the driver a 100 yuan bill. "I'll thank you, take care." Although Xiao Yao only refused the 3 yuan change, the driver's smile made him feel more real and comfortable, unlike the previous perfunctory, awkward yet polite fake smile. Xiao Yao suddenly felt that the 3 extra yuan spent on a genuine smile from the driver seemed worth it. Thinking about this, Xiao Yao suddenly paused. If the anomaly could not be resolved in a short time, the value of this money would depreciate rapidly. According to the principle of value equivalence, with a shortage of goods, but the same amount of money, because money was the only thing that kept increasing. What I mean by more is not about how much money one has personally, but the overall amount across humanity. After all, money is the only thing that cannot be consumed. Right now, 3 yuan can buy a pound of bananas, but if the anomaly isn't resolved quickly, hoarding will create scarcity. At that time, even 30 yuan might not buy a pound of bananas. It was foreseeable that after a period of inflation, prices would soar to uncontrollable levels. If the anomaly could ultimately be controlled, then it would be fine. But if it couldn't, the entire region and country would fall and money would lose its recognized value. No amount of money would be more than beautifully crafted pieces of pap. In that case, his mom would probably send him straight to a mental hospital. As for being a whistleblower, Xiao Yao was uncertain if this was a regional or global issue. He himself was unclear about it and could end up in trouble. Reflecting on it now, it seemed he had no information regarding the anomaly. The only memory he had was of a day-long thick fog and the intermittent sounds of screaming. Ordinary people lost their minds and attacked others with surprisingly great strength. That was the only useful information he had. How did ordinary people lose their sanity? Was it because they breathed in the virus in the fog? But why did he and Zhou Tao go out several times without any discomfort? Moreover, many people from the entire class went back and forth to the restroom, supermarket, and cafeteria. Why did only Kai Zijing undergo a mutation in his class? There were about 30 people in the class, but only Kai Zijing was mutated, and he was an athlete who exercised daily and had a good constitution. Surely everyone would be infected by the anomaly. It couldn't just be Kai Zijing who mutated. Why was that? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it for now. After all, leveling up was the most crucial task. Xiao Yao looked at his phone's balance. 23213. No, it was still too little. This amount would barely be enough to reach level 10. He needed to find more money. Money. A single coin can stump even a hero. While money isn't everything lacking, it is truly impossible. Regardless of whether currency holds value in 2 days at this moment, it remains a splendid thing. Xiao Yao was desperately in need of funds. He recalled last time when he killed the rooster at his old home and sold the quill on Taobao for $1 million. Yet Xiao Yao was uncertain now, for events had deviated from his memory. He didn't know if killing the rooster would still yield an item, and having asked his mother to stay home from work for a few days, he couldn't find a plausible reason to slaughter the bird. The matter of the rooster would have to wait. He pondered other ways to raise money. Suddenly he remembered he might have a credit limit on Zfubo. Taking out his phone, he opened the app from the file folder and found the online loan feature. Trembling, he clicked the link. Borrow and repay at will with a total limit of 100 yuan. Indeed, there was a limit. He navigated through the borrowing process, and soon his Zfubo balance increased by 100 yuan. Combined with the 23213 yuan already in his phone account, he now had 33213 yuan. He recalled last time needing a large quantity, he had bought each chicken for 18 yuan. Killing each chicken yielded 5 yuan, and each gave 2 experience points. How many chickens could he buy with his current funds, and how much experience could he gain? His current level was 1A, requiring 10 experience points to level up, with each subsequent level doubling the needed experience. In the end, how many levels could Xiao Yao achieve, and with how much leftover experience? This was a math problem from some unknown grade, and Xiao Yao's head was already spinning. Unable to calm down and calculate, he could only start as soon as possible, taking it one step at a time. He would find out after slaughtering the chickens. He arrived again at the chicken shop on the westernmost edge of Shiqiao Market. From afar, he saw Pan Jie sitting at the entrance beckoning customers. Xiao Yao sighed with emotion. Pan Jie's appearance hadn't changed, but now she didn't recognize him. Boss, I want to buy some chickens, and I need a large quantity. What's the lowest price per chicken? Xiao Yao approached Pan Jie's shop and asked directly. Young man, what kind of chickens do you want? Broilers. Free-range chickens. Pheasants, the woman asked warmly, seeing a potential customer. What are the prices for each? Although Xiao Yao already knew the prices, this was his first meeting with Pan Jie, so he had to ask. Broilers are 20 yuan each, free-range chickens are 250 yuan each, and pheasants are 100 yuan each. Young man, which kind do you want? I only want broilers, a few thousand of them. What's the lowest price you can offer? Xiao Yao thought for a moment. At 20 yuan each, he could get 1660 chickens. But last time with just 90 chickens, he had gotten the price down to 18 yuan. This time with thousands, surely he could negotiate a lower price. Oh, I didn't realize you were such a big customer, young man. For a few thousand, I can give them to you at the lowest price of 18 yuan each, Jinlian replied with a beaming smile. 18 yuan is a bit high. I heard from another shop that they can do 17 yuan. If you're at 18 yuan, that's still a bit more. Can't you lower it a little? Xiao Yao asked. Xiao Yao had come directly to Pan Jie's shop. If not for needing many chickens to level up, he wouldn't have bothered haggling. My price is already very reasonable. I'm not trying to cheat you. You've seen that my shop is deep inside the market, so my prices are basically the lowest here. Since they can sell at 17 yuan, I can do the same for you, and they'll even deliver for free, Jinlian explained with a full-faced smile. How about 16 yuan each? I don't need you to deliver. Just take me to your chicken farm, and I'll hire workers to transport them myself. It's fine. After this batch, you'll need several more. You can start raising more. They'll still want tens of thousands of chickens. I don't have any requirements on their weight as long as they're healthy. All right then. You seem like an honest young man with no weight requirements. They'll take this deal for small profits, but quick turnover. Promise your sister you'll come back for more, okay? Definitely. So how many do you want? May I ask how many you have raised? I'm just a small operator, not a large-scale farmer. I have fewer than 5000 chickens. My younger brother has about 12000. Is that enough for you? So many. Xiao Yao was delighted at the abundance of chickens, but disheartened because he lacked the funds. No matter how many chickens there were, he couldn't afford them now. Young man, didn't you say you wanted a few thousand, and then tens of thousands more? Why are you scared now that we actually have tens of thousands? Jinlian laughed after speaking. No, it's not that. But for now I can only afford 2000 chickens. Let's start with that. First, take me to see your chicken farm, Xiao Yao said, estimating his total assets. He hadn't rented a place, nor did he plan to. Sister Zhang's courtyard in Daoxiang village was too small to hold over 200 chickens. Head to side after seeing the farm. All right, wait a moment. He'll lock up the shop. Jean Lian turned back to tidy up and then pulled down the rolling shutter door. Let's go, follow me, Jean Lian said after locking up, curiosity piqued. May I ask the name of this big boss? Xiao Yao, he replied. And you, sister? My name is Jean Lian. Oh, your surname? My surname is Jean. Xiao Yao's face remained expressionless, but inwardly he felt awkward. So her surname was Jean. He had always thought she was Pan. Good thing he hadn't called her sister Pan earlier. Brother Xiao Yao, my electric scooter is parked at the designated spot outside the market. Let's walk over first, and then it'll take you to the chicken farm, Jean Lian said, pointing outside. Fine with me, Xiao Yao replied indifferently. He just found it odd that a big boss who raised so many chickens only rode an electric scooter, not even a car. The two walked side by side toward the market exit. Oh, boss Jean, closing up early today, a shopkeeper from a neighboring chicken shop greeted Jean Lian. Yes, my brother here is visiting, so I'm heading home to make a nice meal, Jean Lian responded with a smile. She didn't want her competitors to know about such a big customer lest they snatch him away with better prices. Xiao Yao didn't explain and simply followed along like an obedient child. As they exited the north gate of the market, a scolding sound came from not far to the right. Move along now, or I'll throw all your junk away. Xiao Yao looked toward the sound and saw several elderly men surrounding a white-haired old woman. The one shouting was among the men, and his target was the old woman in the middle. A few people nearby gathered around out of curiosity. Xiao Yao, also curious about what was happening, said, Sister Jean Lian, let's go check it out. He joined the crowd, but memories of being scammed by a fake elderly person made him cautious. He wouldn't rush in blindly to help like before, head first understand the situation before deciding. Hurry up and leave, hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to set up a stall here. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a red armband. I've told you countless times not to set up on the roadside outside the market. The moment we turn our backs, you're back. At your age, have you no shame? As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached out to seize the items on the old woman's cloth. Please let me sell here for just a while. I beg you. I came from the mountains, walked 2 hours to get here, and haven't earned a single cent yet. I implore you, brother, just let me stay a little longer. He'll leave right away and won't bother anyone. Seeing the man about to grab her belongings, the old woman hurriedly shielded the pile of unknown items on the tattered cloth. Turning to the onlookers, she pleaded tearfully, Who wants some red ginseng? I just dug it from the mountain yesterday. It's still fresh. Please, won't someone buy some? I beg you. Sister, buy some red ginseng. It's good for nourishing the body when boiled in soup. No. Who has time to buy? A nearby woman quickly walked away. Watching the commotion was fine, but spending money on something useless. She wasn't about to waste her money. Little girl, buy some. A female student hurried off, afraid the old woman's soiled, grimy hands might touch her school uniform. Several people quickly dispersed as the old woman tried to peddle her goods. That's just how it is in China. Everyone loves to watch a spectacle, but no one wants to get involved. See, no one wants your rotten roots. Pack up and get out of here now. Don't think we won't touch you just because you're old. If you keep being unreasonable, don't blame us for being harsh. Seeing that none of the bystanders were buying, the middle-aged man stepped forward, flanked by two companions who also advanced menacingly, waiting for the old woman to say something. If she didn't leave, they would toss those worthless roots away. The reason they hadn't done so was the crowd, but now it seemed the onlookers didn't want to get involved, emboldening them. After all, she was old. Scaring her off was the easiest solution. Everyone stepped back, leaving only Xiao Yao standing there. The old woman, seeing someone still present, looked at him with a glimmer of hope and pleaded, Young man, buy some red ginseng. Xiao Yao looked at the tattered cloth on the ground, where several bundles of thin reddish-brown roots tied with rope lay. Honestly, he thought they looked like ordinary tree roots. What use could they be? But his greatest flaw was a soft heart. He couldn't bear to see weakness or misery. Almost against his will, he asked, Grandma, how much per bundle? 5 yuan a bundle. If you want them, he'll give them to you for 4. 5 bundles for 20 yuan. The prospect of a sale brought a smile to the old woman's face, deepening the wrinkles that resembled tree bark. Would you like some? Young man. At that moment, his phone beeped a few times, but Xiao Yao didn't notice the faint sound. All right, wrap them up for me. Xiao Yao pulled a 100 yuan note from his pocket. Grandma, hey, race 100. Young man, do you have change? I can't break such a large bill. Xiao Yao was speechless. 100 yuan couldn't be broken, but he couldn't very well withdraw money from his phone in front of everyone. Keep the change. Just wrap them up. He pulled out one root, examined it, and found nothing special. All right, that's fine. You should head back now. It's getting late, and you said it takes 2 hours to walk home. It'll be dark soon. Let's leave it at that. The roots were already wrapped in a tattered cloth. Xiao Yao picked them up. Grandma, I have things to do. They'll be going now. With that, he stuffed the 100 yuan note into her hands and turned to Jean Lian. Sister Jean Lian, let's go. We've already wasted enough time. That won't do, young man. I can't take more money from you. That would make me a beggar. Wait for me. The old woman stood up, bent over, and hurried toward the nearby supermarket. Let's go, Xiao Yao said to Jean Lian as he watched the old woman enter the store. He didn't want the change. Walking 2 hours each way, 4 hours total, was too hard on her. Consider it a small charity. Jean Lian retrieved her electric scooter, and Xiao Yao climbed onto the back. As she started the engine, she teased, I didn't expect you to have such a kind heart, Xiao Yao. Not at all. Seeing her just reminded me of my late grandmother. Brought back memories. Xiao Yao didn't want to dwell on it. By the way, Sister Jean Lian, where is your chicken farm? Is it far? Not far in Daoxiang Village. I have 5 large tiled rooms there. After I moved into an apartment, the old house sat empty, so I let my mother raise chickens in one of the rooms. Oh, Daoxiang Village. That's pretty close to my school. Let's go. It seemed he was heading to Daoxiang Village again. Young man, I have your change. Hey, where'd he go? Having broken the bill, the old woman emerged from the supermarket to find no trace of the young man. He left a while ago, said a bystander. Yeah, young people these days can be really kind-hearted. Just keep the money. All right, everyone disperse. All this commotion makes it look like something happened. The middle-aged man with the red armband, seeing that someone had bought the old woman's goods, decided to let it go. Since she no longer needed to sell, there was no reason to drive her away. Besides, in front of so many people, he didn't actually want to throw away her things. Everyone had phones now, and if it went viral, he'd be blamed as a temp worker and fired. Watching Xiao Yao's retreating figure, he thought at least that young man had helped. The old woman stared at the spot where Xiao Yao had disappeared into the bustling traffic, her wrinkled face twitching as she wiped the corner of her eye. Gathering her bundle, she headed toward the market. She had promised to buy her granddaughter a sugar-coated hawthorn stick. That was something she couldn't forget no matter what. It was a promise to her granddaughter. That was why she had been so desperate to sell the red ginseng. Without money, she couldn't buy the treat. Her greatest wish was to see the joyful smile on her granddaughter's face when she returned home with the candy. Board on the back of the scooter, Xiao Yao pulled out his phone to check the time. Random quest helped the distressed old woman being driven away by the market manager. Reward 20 XP, a pair of investigation glasses completed. Please claim your reward promptly. On the screen was a page with a line of prompt text and 2 boxes below. One box held a 20 EXP icon, the other a pair of glasses. Xiao Yao stared wide-eyed at the phone. When did this quest appear? When did I complete it? Though it was a random quest, Xiao Yao was overjoyed. This was the first quest since his rebirth, and he had been agonizing over the lack of missions. But how had this one been triggered? I say, Xiao Yao, my little brother, your figure is far too round. If it weren't for the decent quality of my electric scooter, I'd truly fear it would break down on the road. Jean Lian parked the electric scooter, pouted her cherry-like lips, and complained to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't help being so plump, or after all, this was the stout and broad body he had been reborn into. Still, with this physique, he figured he could survive even a week without eating. That was a small silver lining. Sister Jean Lian, is it this place? Xiao Yao pointed at the house beside him. Its entrance was a dilapidated iron gate, and within the yard stood a small bungalow, its interior invisible. Yet standing at the gate, he could faintly hear the clucking of chickens from within. This must be the right place. It's this place. Come on in with me, Jean Lian said, pushing open the gate and stepping inside. The chicken farm might be a bit smelly, so please bear with it, little brother Xiao Yao. Whoa. As soon as Xiao Yao followed Sister Jean Lian into the yard, a pungent odor of chicken manure hit him, a bit overwhelming. It's fine, it's fine. Sister Jean Lian moved to the small bungalow beside them. With a creak, a gray curtain was lifted, and an elderly woman emerged. Xiao Lian, who is this young man? Her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yao's face, scrutinizing him from head to toe, occasionally nodding. Not bad. Mom, he's my customer. He wants to buy quite a few chickens, so I brought him to see them. Mom, go back inside. He'll just Hello, Auntie, Xiao Yao said, bending slightly with a smile to greet the old woman despite being there to buy chickens. Basic courtesy, respecting the elderly, was necessary, unrelated to business. Ah, good. This young man is polite, very polite indeed. The old woman muttered to herself as she watched the two walk away. This chubby young man is quite nice. Xiao Lian is also at the age to be married. Xiao Yao followed Jean Lian forward, entering the northern room. The moment the door opened, he realized that the faint smell of chicken manure at the main gate was nothing. This was the real assault on the senses. Oh, my mother forgot to turn on the ventilation fan again. The worst thing for a chicken farm is poor ventilation. Jean Lian entered and walked to the wall, pressing a switch. For ventilation fans on the north wall slowly started up, then began to spin rapidly. Perhaps due to a psychological effect, after a moment Xiao Yao didn't find the smell so unbearable anymore. Or maybe he had just grown accustomed to it. This room has 2,500 chickens, and the room next door has another 2,500. They'll take you to see both, and whichever batch you prefer you can take. I don't have many demands. Either is fine, Xiao Yao said, looking around before turning to Jean Lian. Sister Jean Lian, I'd like to ask you for something. What do you need, little brother Xiao Yao? Let me see if I have it. Sister Jean Lian, do you have a knife here? Could you lend me? What do you need a knife for, little brother Xiao Yao? Jean Lian's smiling face suddenly stiffened. What did this chubby young man want a knife for? Could he be planning to rob her? Rob her of money? Or her virtue? Although she sold chickens at the market, she was still a genuine, untouched maiden. Oh, Sister Jean Lian, don't be afraid. I just want to slaughter a chicken on the spot to check the meat quality. To be honest, just looking at them doesn't tell me much. The quality of broiler chickens is mediocre anyway. At 16 yuan per chicken, what kind of quality can you expect? Hearing Xiao Yao's explanation, Jean Lian breathed a sigh of relief. I know, Sister Jean Lian. Are you afraid I might use the knife for something else? Don't worry. If you're scared, you can lock the door and toss the knife in through the window. Xiao Yao suddenly realized he might not have explained himself clearly. Who goes to someone's home and asks to borrow a knife? Sister Jean Lian might think he was a robber. Is it really just to slaughter a chicken and check the meat? As true as gold. Hey, race the idea, Sister Jean. Lien, you go out, lock the door, and throw the knife in through the window. You'll be outside, so what's there to fear from me? Little brother Xiao Yao will trust you this once. Don't let me down. After saying this, Jean Lien went out, and just to be safe locked the door from the outside. Hey, Xiao Yao hadn't expected Sister Jean Lien to be so cautious. While I'm at it, he'll claim that reward from earlier. He took out his phone, checked the storage space. There was exactly one empty slot, and said claim reward. A flash of light passed, and a warm current surged from within, bringing a soothing sensation from the depths of his heart. This was the feeling of leveling up so familiar to Xiao Yao. Eagerly, he checked his personal information. Xiao Yao level 2, combat power 13, HP 110110, hunger 80100, strength 2, agility 2, intelligence 9, experience 1020. He had indeed leveled up. After a quick glance, Xiao Yao impatiently opened his phone's storage box. In the last slot, a pair of glasses had appeared. He tapped to extract, and an ordinary-looking pair of black-framed glasses materialized in his hand. Xiao Yao toyed with the reconnaissance glasses in his hand, then took off his own nearsighted glasses. He remembered that the previous reconnaissance glasses had been a pair of contact lenses, but this time, they were physical. Moreover, these glasses looked exactly like his own nearsighted pair. Were they really reconnaissance glasses? Xiao Yao put on the reconnaissance glasses. Beep. Wearable device detected. Connecting. Beep. Connected. Device functions are disabled by default. They can be activated from the skill menu. What appeared before Xiao Yao's eyes was a display similar to his phone screen, but unlike the phone's desktop background, the reconnaissance glasses used reality as their backdrop, like a first-person game interface. In the upper left corner was his own avatar, next to it a line resembling an electrocardiogram that pulsed continuously. Below that was a red rectangular bar with HB 110110 displayed at the far right. Under the red bar was a yellow rectangular bar of the same width and length with hunger 80100 at the far right. Then beneath these a row of icons, an ID card, a wooden box, and the Big Dipper. Xiao Yao tried to navigate the interface he saw through the reconnaissance glasses without taking out his phone. As expected, he could control it with his brainwaves. Switch to skill menu. The interface switched to the skill menu where a new reconnaissance skill had appeared. Reconnaissance can detect information on items and creatures within a 3-meter range that are no more than 5 levels higher than the user. Costs 60 coins minute. Toggle on off. Activate. Xiao Yao silently commanded activation. He had waited so long for this moment. A blue light rapidly scanned outward from his vision, and then a light blue hollow circle appeared in the field of his left eye, moving with his gaze. Was this pupil tracking technology? System products were always top-notch. Indeed, technology several stages ahead of reality. The reconnaissance skill had finally arrived with an initial range of 3 meters. However, Xiao Yao also noticed that this skill had no proficiency meter, meaning it couldn't be upgraded. Still, 3 meters was decent. Eagerly, he turned his gaze to the chicken coop beside him. Within 3 meters, rows of chickens in the coop each had a red bar above their heads. Xiao Yao knew that must be their health bar representing their hit points. For chickens farther away, he couldn't see their health bars. Although he could see the bars on the nearby chickens, no attributes were displayed. He focused his gaze on one chicken, and the blue circle in his left eye locked onto it. The circle rotated slightly, and several lines of text appeared to its right. Common broiler chicken. Level 1. HB 2020. Tap tap tap. A sound of tapping on the window. Xiao Yao, little brother. Xiao Yao turned his head and saw that Sister Jinlian was indeed cautious. Outside the window, she brandished the kitchen knife in her hand, seemingly intent on passing it to him through the bars. Xiao Yao shook his head and walked over. His gaze fixed upon Sister Jinlian. A blue circular scan flickered across the top of her head, displaying Jinlian level 1, HB 100100, combat power 12. This Sister Jinlian, even at level 1, possessed a combat power higher than his own at the same level. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Here, Xiao Yao, the kitchen knife you wanted. Jinlian handed the knife to Xiao Yao, then took a step back, moving further from the window. The window had iron bars, so she wasn't afraid he could escape through it. Sister Jinlian, you are indeed exceedingly cautious. I am merely going to slaughter a chicken if there's no need for such alarm. Who knows what crooked schemes you're plotting. It's better to be careful. Jinlian pursed her lips. All right. Then Sister Jinlian, I am about to slaughter the chicken. Would you like to observe from outside the window, or go to Auntie's place first? I will call you when I'm done. Have you forgotten? I slaughter chickens every day at the market. There's nothing interesting about watching that. They'll go tidy up the bungalow. Call me through the window when you're finished. After saying this, Jinlian closed the window. All right, Sister Jinlian, please attend to your tasks. Xiao Yao watched Jinlian depart, then looked down at the kitchen knife in his hand. Kitchen knife, attack 23. Combat power 3. It actually had attack attributes now. Did that mean his own attributes also included an attack stat? Xiao Yao summoned his personal information panel. Xiao Yao level 2, combat power 1316, HB 111111, hunger 80100, attack 45, strength 2. Each point of strength increases HP by 1 attack, by 1 agility 2, intelligence 9, experience 1020. Indeed, the attack attribute had appeared. A chicken had 20 HP. With his current attack, it would take at least 4 strikes to kill one. He glanced at the thousands of chickens in the room and felt a wave of dizziness. Killing them one by one would exhaust him. There was no time to overthink it. Xiaoyao grabbed a chicken from a cage. Since it was a farm, each cage held 4 chickens in a cramped space. He seized one, swiftly beheaded it with a single chop of the knife, and tossed the carcass back into the cage. The instant the chicken's head was severed, Xiaoyao saw a red critical hit icon appear over its body, displaying 15. Then a small icon materialized on the headless chicken, bleeding, losing 1 HP per second until death. It seemed his base attack attribute wasn't the absolute standard. In a situation like this, severing the head caused a critical strike, dealing damage far exceeding his own attack power. This was reality, not a game where an attack had a single trigger point and damage was fixed. Reality was different. It had weaknesses, the head, the heart, and bleeding occurred. Reality was far more complex than a game. Combat power was merely a bonus from attributes. With proper technique, a single fatal blow was possible. This was both an opportunity and a risk. The opportunity was the ability to kill an enemy with higher combat power. The risk was being slain by a weaker foe. Xiaoyao frowned, looking at the chickens before him. He resolved to keep a low profile in both actions and demeanor. Before he grew strong, even with the powerful aid of the phone system, he could not afford to be reckless. To borrow a popular phrase, play it safe, don't be rash, develop, first level up first. The other chickens. Beep. Level up. Current level 3. After slaughtering for a short, while he had already reached level 3, Xiaoyao noticed a recurring prompt in the lower right corner of his vision: experience 2. Each chicken gave 2 experience points. Leveling up early on was quite fast. He had killed nearly 20 chickens with swift, decisive blows. Sister Jinlian thought he was only killing one, but he intended to slaughter every chicken here. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyao directly withdrew 0 yuan from his phone's spatial storage, placed it by the window, and turned back to continue his slaughter. Beep. Level up. Current level 4. Beep. Level up. Current level 5. Xiaoyao have... A woman's shrill scream came from behind Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao turned around and saw that it was indeed Jinlian. She was standing outside the window, staring at him in shock. He walked over to the window. The look in Jinlian's eyes had changed. It was fear. Involuntarily, she took half a step back. Sister Jinlian, are you insane? Didn't you say you were only killing one? I waited for you for ages, but you didn't call me, so I came to check. Jinlian looked past him at the chicken cages behind him, seeing the pile of dead birds. How many have you killed? Sister Jinlian, don't worry. I plan to slaughter all the chickens I'm buying and pack them up to take away. It's more convenient. Xiaoyao picked up the 200 yuan he had placed by the window. Sister Jinlian, hey, race 200 as a deposit. He'll transfer another 1000 to you via wealth pay. We'll settle the account after I finish killing them all. If there's extra, keep it. If it's not enough, it'll make up the difference. How does that sound? Jinlian took the 2 stacks of cash from Xiaoyao. You can transfer the money via wealth pay later. Since you want to slaughter them here, suit yourself. But you must find someone to clean up afterward, or he'll have a hell of a time tidying up. Of course, I guarantee he'll leave it spotless, good as new. I truly can't fathom what's going on in your head. But since you've paid, you're the boss. Do as you please. Jinlian looked at him. From slaughtering chickens, his clothes and face were inevitably spattered with blood. In his current state, he appeared somewhat terrifying to her. Had he been driven mad by the killing? Since had paid, she had let him continue. She was genuinely afraid that stopping him might provoke him into doing something rash. Still uneasy, Jinlian muttered to herself as she walked away, considering whether to call the police, for at that moment Xiaoyao looked like a bloodthirsty butcher. Xiaoyao watched Jinlian leave, then looked down at the bloodstains on his clothes. He did look rather frightening. Reality was still reality. Even though it had become game-like, there were differences. For instance, the chicken blood splattered on him couldn't be magically cleaned away. He couldn't change clothes now either. He would change after finishing the slaughter. Xiaoyao turned and resumed his great task of killing chickens. Xiaolian, come here. Your mother has something to tell you. Jinlian's mother addressed Jinlian, who had just entered the room and taken a kitchen knife from the stove. Mother, wait a moment. My younger brother borrowed a kitchen knife, and I need to return it. He'll be right back. With that, Jinlian took the knife and stepped out of the bungalow. Oh, this girl's so rash and reckless. She never lets me rest easy. Jinlian's mother watched her daughter's retreating figure heading toward the chicken coop in the north room and shook her head. She picked up a thermos by the wall and shook it, hearing the hollow sound that indicated it was empty. Opening a drawer in the cabinet, she took out a crumpled silver packet with the character for tea written on it. Removing the clip from the packet, she poured a small amount of tea leaves into the teapot, set it on the table with the lid off, and sat down by the stove. She gathered some kindling and lit a fire beneath the stove. The flames cast a warm, ruddy glow on her face. The weather had turned chilly, and the fire brought a bit of warmth. Before long, Jinlian returned. Mother, I'm back. What was it you wanted to tell me? She pushed open the door and saw her mother tending the fire. Jinlian, sit down. Let me talk to you. Jinlian's mother pointed to a small stool beside the table, indicating for her. Jinlian obeyed, perching on the stool with her legs together and her hands resting on her knees. She looked at her mother. Mother, what is it? You go to the market every day alone to slaughter and sell chickens. You only come back here to deliver feed or get vaccines for the chickens. I barely get a chance to speak with you when I see you. Mother, we see each other every day. Isn't it good enough just to meet? Besides, I'm busy at the market. Busy, busy, busy. You're already in your 20s, yet you haven't found a husband. What's the point of all your busy work? Your father passed away early. If you don't find a husband soon, do you want me, an old woman, to never see you bring a son-in-law home? Mother, what are you saying? The new year is coming. Don't speak such inauspicious words. Spit, spit, spit. Jin-Lian turned aside and pretended to spit. In my eyes, that young man today was quite good. His appearance may be ordinary, but at least he looks sturdy. Not like those young lads nowadays with their skinny arms and legs. A gust of wind could blow them away. Mother, what are you talking about? He's younger than me. How could that be possible? Besides, he only came to buy a chicken. Jin-Lian stuck out her tongue. Her mother was starting her nagging again. What's wrong with being younger? You're not old either. Even though you started working after junior high, our Shaolin has a pretty face and a good figure. You can cook, do laundry, and run your own business. You're better than any modern girl in every way. You're just too picky. You want to accept this one or that one. Otherwise, I'd have held a grandchild long ago. Mother, don't worry so much. I know what I'm doing. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. How can I just marry anyone casually? At the very least, he must be a good person with a good temper. Money and a house don't matter. What matters is that he treats me well, has ambition, and that we can live happily together. Plain and simple, yet full of joy. That's the marriage I dream of. All right, I won't interfere anymore. Just find me a son-in-law soon. I've told you countless times, but you never listen. Your two older sisters and your younger brother are all married. You're the only one left, a grown girl who's not in a hurry. You're driving me to death. Jin-Lian's mother poked her daughter's forehead with her finger, a gesture of frustration, affection, and resignation. Mother, I just want to stay by your side a little longer and keep you company. Jin-Lian nestled close to her mother, rubbing her cheek affectionately against hers. You always know how to talk. Do you think I need your company? If you can take care of your own future and stop causing me trouble, it'll burn incense to the heavens in gratitude. Enough talk. Go, go, go. Go to Uncle Wong's house next door and borrow some boiled water. That little chubby fellow came to our home. A guest is a guest. We have to brew some tea for him, don't we? Stop running around aimlessly. All right, Mother. I'm off. Jin-Lian picked up the thermos and skipped over to Uncle Wong's house to borrow water. No matter how old one gets in the presence of their mother, everyone remains a child forever. This girl. Jin-Lian's mother watched her daughter's receding figure and shook her head. Truly a child who never grows up, always causing her worry. She bent down and added a few more sticks of firewood to the stove. The weather was a bit cold, and the fire brought a little warmth. Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong. Who is it? A middle-aged man with graying hair opened the gate. Isn't this Jin-Lian from old Li's family? What brings you here? Uncle Wong, I've come to borrow some boiled water. Do you have any? Yes, yes, yes. Come in quickly. I just boiled a few pots and didn't know where to put them. I was even thinking of bringing a pot over to your mother. Uncle Wong warmly opened the door and invited Jin-Lian inside. Thank you, Uncle Wong. I can pour it myself. No need to pour. Just take my pot. Leave your thermos here. They'll boil another pot and bring it over to you later. That's too kind of you. Just leave it there and they'll come back for it later. That works too. Take my pot for now. Don't mention it. We're family. They'll be going now, Uncle Wong. Go on then. Uncle Wong watched Jin-Lian return with a look of fondness. Old Li's family had guests. Had need to boil more water and chop some more firewood. He took an axe from beside the wall and approached a pile of already sawn logs. Burning fire was fine, but boiling water required a separate kettle, and the logs were too big to fit. He had to split them. Tui, tui. He spat into his palms, rubbed them together, raised the axe, and brought it down on the wood. Heave. Ho. Mother, I'm back. Jin-Lian pushed open the door. The room had already warmed up from the fire. Brew the tea quickly. Let that chubby lad come and have some tea to warm himself up. All right, Mother. Jin-Lian filled the teapot with boiling water and covered it. The tea leaves needed time to steep. Mother, Uncle Wong next door is such a kind and easygoing person. Why did he never marry? He doesn't even have a child. All alone and pitiful. When he gets older, who will take care of him? In her memory, Uncle Wong had always been good to their family, yet he had remained a bachelor his whole life. Jin-Lian couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Jin-Lian's mother did not respond to her daughter's words. She simply added another stick of wood to the fire. Actually, your Uncle Wong and I were childhood sweethearts. Mother, what did you say? Jin-Lian's mouth fell open in shock. The Uncle Wong who had always lived next door was her mother's childhood sweetheart. I grew up with your Uncle Wong as childhood sweethearts, and we had already pledged our troth in secret, Jin-Lian's mother said, gazing at the burning firewood beneath the pot. The flames cast a glow upon her face, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as if she were recalling something joyful. Her thoughts drifted back to years ago. Back then we grew up together, practically inseparable since we were in diapers. As we grew older, our fondness for each other deepened, and love blossomed over time. We secretly pledged to be together forever, vowing that he would come to marry me when the time was right. He was the most handsome young man for miles around, and his family was once the wealthiest landlord in our village, the richest for leagues. But later misfortune struck. They were framed by villains, their lands and properties were all confiscated, and they were imprisoned. I heard he was locked up in the provincial prison, likely never to be released, destined to die behind bars. Mom, you've never told me about this before. Jinlian had never heard her mother speak of such a past, so she was momentarily taken aback. That her mother and Uncle Wang next door were childhood sweethearts and had endured such a painful memory only to end up apart made Jinlian feel a surge of pity. Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt a sense of injustice and regret on their behalf. You were too young before. What could you have understood if I had told you? Later, the wrongful conviction was overturned, but the confiscated property was never returned. They were granted their freedom, and your Uncle Wang came back. But by then I already had a family and children. I couldn't make him any promises. I felt I had wronged him. We had pledged our troth, yet I had secretly married and had children. Mom, you can't blame yourself for that. No one would have held out hope under those circumstances. Jinlian looked at her mother's face, a pang of sympathy in her heart. Later, your father got drunk, had a motorcycle accident on the way home, and passed away. Raising this family alone was even harder for me. Luckily, your two older sisters were sensible and became independent early, helping to support the household. What happened next? After that, your Uncle Wang was released and moved next door. Though we couldn't be together as before, being neighbors and looking out for each other, seeing each other every day, basking in the sun and reminiscing about the past, that was enough for me. How wonderful. When I'm older, I want to bask in the sun with my beloved too and share our memories. You little girl, go fetch that chubby lad for tea. He's been making a ruckus in the chicken coop in the north room. What's he been up to? Got it, Mom. I'm going now. Jinlian rose and headed to the north room. Jinlian's mother stared at the firelight under the pot, once again sinking into memories of the past, smiling occasionally and furrowing her brow from time to time. Before long, Jinlian returned, but her brows were furrowed, and she seemed distracted, lost in thought. Jinlian, why are you back alone? Where's that young man? Jinlian's mother had sent her to call Xiao Yao for tea, but now only Jinlian had returned, prompting her question. He's still slaughtering chickens. He said he wants to kill all the ones he bought. What a weirdo. How many chickens did he buy? Does he want to kill them all? He gave me 200 first, said he wants over 2. Jinlian waved 2 stacks of cash in her hand. That young man is quite peculiar. Killing chickens in a poultry farm. Cleaning up afterward will be a chore. Mom, he said he'll clean up for us. Oh, in that case, let him slaughter away. Mom, I still think we should go to Uncle Wang's house next door for now. This guy killing chickens in the farm is a bit odd, and there's no telling if he might have mental issues. Nowadays, mentally ill people can't be sentenced for murder. To be safe, let's go to Uncle Wang's and see what happens after he's done. If he seems crazy, we'll call the police. All right, let's go to your Uncle Wang's place. He has a stove, so it'll be cozier. It seems we'll need to keep a closer eye on that young man. With that, Jinlian's mother tidied up, quickly opened the door, and headed to Uncle Wang's next door. Mom, slow down. It was the first time Jinlian had seen her mother move so fast. Was that the physique of a middle-aged woman past her prime? The gate was unlocked. Jinlian's mother pushed open Uncle Wang's door. Old Wang, my daughter and I are here to warm up by your fire. You don't mind, do you? Oh, what are you saying? We're old neighbors. Make yourselves at home. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Jinlian's mother said, pulling up a stool and sitting by the stove. She extended both hands to warm them. A stove is really something. In a few days, I'll have Jinlian get me one too. We're so close. You can just come over here to warm up. Why go to all that trouble? That won't do. I can't come every day. Besides, I have to tend to the chickens at home. I can't always be running out. Then I'll set up a stove for you another day, Uncle Wang said after a moment's thought. He'll buy one and install it for you. You wouldn't know which kind burns well. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. You're being too polite. Uncle Wang. Jinlian had remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Only after they finished did she greet him politely. Ah, good. Have a seat. Seeing Jinlian still standing, Uncle Wang quickly fetched a stool and gestured, come sit down. Stay close to the stove to keep warm. He'll go out and chop some more firewood. With that, Uncle Wang opened the door and continued splitting wood in the yard. Inside the house, Jinlian's mother warmed herself by the fire, but her eyes were fixed on Brother Wang, who was chopping. Jinlian looked at her mother, then at Uncle Wang outside. Though they couldn't be together due to societal constraints, there was a kind of love that didn't require being together. Just seeing each other every day, exchanging a simple greeting, brought immense satisfaction. Jinlian suddenly felt a twinge of envy for their love. After all, life is short, and it's not easy to find someone with whom you share mutual affection. Hey, hey. Outside the house, Uncle Wang swung his axe, rhythmically chopping wood. Each swing and strike followed a cadence as melodious as a beautiful tune, the rhythm of labor. Immersed in his work, he chanted in tempo, lost in the joy of toil. Inside, Mother Jinlian was equally captivated by this beauty of labor. The laborer is the most beautiful person, and if anything could surpass that, it would be when the laborer is the one you love. Mother, you're single now, and Uncle Wang is single too. Why aren't you two together? Jinlian looked at her mother, speaking earnestly. Since they loved each other so deeply, why not be together? Both were unattached, and though she wasn't sure about her siblings' opinions, Jinlian was 1,000 times in favor. We've thought about it, even planned how to tell you all and the neighbors. But later we gave up, Mother Jinlian said softly, gazing at Uncle Wang outside. We're no longer young. There's little need to tie the knot. At our age, we'd face endless gossip and unfairness to you and your siblings. We don't want to endure whispers and blame behind our backs in our old age. Being simple neighbors is good enough. Mother Jinlian replied. Some love transcends form. It is the sublimation of affection, a spiritual bond far more profound than mere possession. Uncle Wong is a good man. If you two decide to be together, I would never oppose it. Jillian looked at Uncle Wong, then back at her mother, speaking seriously. They had grown up and become independent. She didn't mind her mother seeking her own happiness, and she believed her siblings would also see the joy in their mother's life. Silly child, you needn't meddle in our affairs. Focus on your own lifelong matters. That would be the greatest help. Mother Jillian gazed at Jillian with deep affection. She was heartened that Jillian felt this way, or it had been their worry about how to broach the topic with the children. Unexpectedly, her children supported her. Even if the whole world turned against her, her children's backing was the most comforting thing of all. Mom, I understand. The conversation circled back to her. Jillian turned away, pouting in protest. You child. Mother Jillian shook her head. Jillian could speak earnestly about others, but when it came to herself, just then, a cry came from outside. It was Uncle Wong, who had been chopping wood in the yard. He had thrown down his... Mother Jillian quickly rose, pushed open the door, and rushed into the yard. What's wrong, Brother Wong? She saw Uncle Wong clutching his left hand, blood dripping through his fingers. What happened to your hand? Oh, nothing serious. A splinter from the wood cut me. Seeing the concern in Mother Jillian's eyes, Uncle Wong felt the pain ease by half. Let me see. How could you be so careless? Mother Jillian pried open his hand. A long gash ran across the tiger's mouth of his left hand, blood flowing down. Though it wasn't an artery, the wound was deep and needed bandaging. No, you must go to the clinic for bandaging. Stop working. Mother Jillian tugged at Uncle Wong, ready to head to the clinic. Yes, Uncle Wong, go to the clinic and get it bandaged. Jillian urged anxiously. Women feared blood, especially seeing Uncle Wong's profuse bleeding staining the ground dark red. No need, no need. This little wound is nothing. In prison I had far worse injuries without any bandaging. You're making a fuss over nothing. Uncle Wong glanced at the gash. I have gauze, iodine, and tape in my room. I can bandage it myself. Going to the clinic for such a minor cut would make me seem like a fragile thing. Uncle Wong brushed past Jillian and her mother entering his house. They followed him inside. Found it. After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Uncle Wong pulled out a tied plastic bag. Sister, could you bandage it for me? It's hard with one hand. He handed the bag to Mother Jillian and sat on a stool by the stove. You stubborn man, I don't know what to do with you. Such a big wound, and you insist on treating it at home. Mother Jillian took the bag, untied it, and pulled out gauze, tape, and iodine. Kneeling down, she first cleaned the injured hand with iodine, then carefully wrapped it with gauze, all while scolding Uncle Wong. During those years in prison, I got hurt every day. No one cared. Only serious illnesses got medical treatment outside. For minor wounds, they wouldn't even give you gauze. I've long been used to it. Uncle Wong spoke of his past as casually, as if describing a scratch. Jillian couldn't fathom the hardship. Prison was a dark place. On the first day, regardless of the crime, you'd get a blow to the back of the head. How long you stayed unconscious depended on your willpower. Don't expect mercy from the one striking. It wasn't a guard, but the previous victim. Imagine the force they'd use. Some never woke up. Those fortunate enough to awaken faced the true darkness of prison life. I'm sorry, Brother Wong. You've suffered so much and I couldn't help it all. Mother Jillian finished bandaging his hand, tears glistening in her eyes. There is a pain in seeing a loved one hurt while being powerless to help. A pain only the experienced understand, a longing to bear the injury oneself. Silly girl, don't blame yourself. This is my destined tribulation. Uncle Wong gently stroked Mother Jillian's graying hair. You've aged, your hair is turning white. So have you. Mother Jillian looked up at him, pushing his hand away. The child is still here. Ahem. Uncle Wong awkwardly withdrew his hand. Jillian, I've watched her grow up. She's a good girl. Why hasn't she found a boyfriend yet? We're all waiting to taste your wedding candy. Uncle Wong, I'm already looking. Just haven't found the right one. When I do, we'll bring him to you first. Jillian felt a headache coming on. Why were elders always so concerned about the younger generation's marriage? While you two chat, I'm going out for a bit. With that, Jillian opened the door and stepped out. The sky was gradually darkening, and unbeknownst to her, a faint haze was beginning to spread silently. When one repeats the same mechanical action countless times, numbness gradually sets in. At this moment, Xiao Yao had been slaughtering chickens for hours. Initially, he felt a trace of pity and guilt toward the chickens, but now he had grown numb like a robotic arm, pulling a chicken from the cage, killing it, and tossing it into the bin. Though fatigue crept in, each level up swept away, all exhaustion filling him with renewed strength. Yet after killing the last chicken, he nearly collapsed to the ground. The higher the level, the more experience was needed. Since reaching level 9, nearly an hour had passed without another level up, and this grueling hour of mechanical slaughter had almost drained him. The experience gained from killing chickens had become negligible. Wearily, Xiao Yao sat on a bag of chicken feed in the corner and checked his personal information. Xiao Yao, level 9, combat power 34, 37, health 188188, hunger 10100, attack 1112, strength 9. Each point of strength increases health by 1 and attack by 1, agility 9, intelligence 16, experience 2, 4702, 560. He was close to leveling up. Just 45 more chickens would bring him to level 10, where he could learn the body tempering art. But the chickens in this room were all dead. Surveying the scene that resembled a chicken hell, Xiao Yao adjusted his reconnaissance glasses, now used merely as reading glasses. The reconnaissance skill had deactivated a while ago because the remaining money in his phone space had been consumed. Activating the skill cost 1 yuan per second. Fortunately, these chickens might drop some money. He needed to collect it now, not just to fund the skill, but also to pay the remaining 2 yuan to Sister Jinlian. He hoped these chickens would drop plenty of money, perhaps even a pleasant surprise. Xiao Yao retrieved the soul-locking pearl and the body-tempering art from his phone space, freeing up 3 slots. The chicken meat would also need to be stored. With the reconnaissance glasses no longer functional, Xiao Yao could only use his phone to indiscriminately collect items from Gurgle. Finally, the collection was complete. Just as Xiao Yao was about to inspect his haul, his stomach growled. He needed to find something to eat. The hunger meter on his phone showed 5,100. If he didn't eat soon, he would start losing health. Xiao Yao had no desire to experience that. Each chicken dropped 5 yuan, so after paying Sister Jinlian the remaining balance, he would have 2,500 yuan left. But he couldn't activate the reconnaissance skill for now. That amount wouldn't even cover an hour of use. Besides, activating the skill wouldn't help him level up now. He'd save it for when it was truly needed. His backpack now had 3 extra slots for chicken meat, but the soul-locking pearl and body-tempering art couldn't be stored, so he had to stuff them into his pants pockets. The only disappointment was that despite slaughtering so many chickens, not a single mini-boss had appeared. Aside from meat and money, nothing else dropped. With the loot collected, Xiao Yao looked at the blood-soaked room littered with feathers and gore and felt a headache coming on. Had he been too reckless? How could he explain the mysterious disappearance of so many chicken carcasses to Sister Jinlian? The secret of his phone space was something he hadn't even told his parents or family. He hadn't thought things through, and now it was a real problem. After racking his brain, he still couldn't figure out how to explain it. Maybe he should just go tell Sister Jinlian that he needed the house for a day to have someone clean it. Yes, that would work. With all the dead chickens in the room, she probably wouldn't come in to check. With a plan in mind, Xiao Yao walked to the door, opened the window, and shouted toward the bungalow to the south. Sister Jinlian opened the door. I'm done. There was no response. The sky outside had grown dim, signaling that dusk was approaching. How long have I been killing chickens? It's almost dark. Xiao Yao glanced at the time. Damn, it's already past 5. Could Sister Jinlian have gone home to cook dinner after watching me kill chickens? Jinlian hadn't come to check on Xiao Yao for a long time. She was afraid he might get addicted to killing and do something worse. But since Xiao Yao was merely killing chickens, she couldn't call the police, and he had paid her. So she had taken her mother and quietly hid at their neighbor Uncle Wang's house. If Xiao Yao caused no trouble, she would return to collect the money. If something went wrong, she would call the police. I can't stay here all night, Xiao Yao muttered, pulling at the door. A padlock hung on the outside. He'll have to break the door. He'll buy Sister Jinlian a new one another day. With that thought, Xiao Yao pulled the door. Nothing happened. He gathered all his strength and yanked hard. Crack! The door swung open. It was an old wooden door, and the screws securing the lock base had torn out, leaving the lock dangling on one side. It seemed that a strength of 9 was no joke. It rivaled the full-force strike of an exceptional athlete. Though Xiao Yao's combat power was only 34, remember that his raw strength was just 9. An exceptional athlete might have a combat power of 11 with strength as their primary attribute. Strength determined attack, with each point adding 1 health and 1 attack. As for agility and intelligence, Xiao Yao still didn't know their uses. Without any magical attacks, intelligence might just be a measure of IQ. Sister Jinlian. Auntie. Xiao Yao entered the bungalow calling out for Jinlian and her mother, but no one answered. He fumbled for the light switch on the wall and turned it on. The room was empty. A faint flicker of flames still glowed beneath the stove, suggesting they had been cooking not long ago. A Kong bed sat nearby, also unoccupied. Strange, where did Sister Jinlian and the others go? Xiao Yao looked around, but found no one. He walked to the main gate, ready to head out and check. Creak, creak. The gate wouldn't open. Damn, it's locked from the outside. What was Sister Jinlian thinking? Is she trying to lock me in here? The sound of chickens came from the northern building. Sister Jinlian's family raised 5,000 chickens, and there were still 2,500 in the adjacent room. I just need 45 more chickens to level up. I might as well kill a few more from Sister Jinlian's other batch. I still have 2,500 yuan left, enough to pay for 45 chickens. Xiao Yao walked toward the room on the right. A padlock hung on the door, but it wasn't locked, saving him the trouble of finding the key. Entering, he turned on the light and the exhaust fan. Target level 10. Let's go. About a quarter of an hour later, a faint glimmer of light flashed. Beep. Level up. Current level 10. The moment he leveled up, Xiao Yao eagerly pulled the body-tempering art book from his pocket. But then he realized he didn't know how to learn it. He patted the book with his hand. Nothing happened. He tapped it against his head. Still no reaction. Did he need to learn it within the phone space? But his phone space was currently full. To put the body-tempering art inside, he would have to remove everything else. Looking at the 5 slots crammed with items, Xiao Yao felt a pang of regret. He had learned that while money could be stored and withdrawn in bulk, each item had to be handled individually. He should have left 1 slot empty earlier. Xiao Yao stared at the phone's storage space, which was packed to the brim with items, and felt a headache coming on. It seemed he would have to take them out one by one again. The body forging technique had to be learned immediately, as mastering one more skill would grant him an extra layer of security for survival in the days ahead. Ding survived 1 day space 1. A notification appeared on the phone. Never before had Xiao Yao cherished this prompt as much as he did at this moment. It was like a pillow arriving just when he was sleepy or a bun delivered when he was hungry. The phone's storage had gained an extra slot. Xiao Yao eagerly used the phone to store the body forging technique, and sure enough a line of text appeared beneath it. Learnable. What was he waiting for? Xiao Yao impatiently tapped learn. A faint glimmer of light shot out from the phone's storage, streaming into his forehead. Startled by the method of learning, he found it rather direct. Then he felt something enter his mind, and an inexplicable sensation coursed through his entire body. He seemed to suddenly grasp some knowledge, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what he had understood. The body forging technique in the phone's storage gradually faded away. Seeing it vanish, Xiao Yao knew he had successfully learned it. He opened the skill panel to check the description. Body forging technique level 1 passive. Only a body tempered through countless trials can stand invincible. To learn offense 1 must first master defense, and the ultimate defense is to remain unbreachable. Defense 1, health 1, health recovery per minute 1. Each point of health consumed grants 1 proficiency. Current proficiency 0100000. What the hell? Xiao Yao stared at the skill description. Was this the legendary martial arts manual the old man had spoken? He had thought it was a heaven-defying cultivation method, but it turned out to be just a basic technique that slightly increased health and recovery. Moreover, it was passive. Only losing health would increase proficiency. How was he supposed to lose health? By cutting himself and slowly bleeding out. And he couldn't make the cut too deep since he could only recover 1 point of health. If he cut too much and bled to death, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Still, since it was a body forging technique, it should be about training his ability to withstand blows. Finding someone to attack him would do the trick. So was he destined to be nothing but a punching bag? At least, even without leveling up, it had some use, like the health recovery of 1 point. Better than nothing, right? A shrill woman's scream came from outside. Xiao Yao was startled by the sudden cry. What was happening out there? Xiao Yao quickly pushed open the door and rushed outside. With a creak, someone else from a nearby bungalow swiftly opened their door. It was Sister Jinlian. Their eyes met, both wearing grim expressions. Xiao Yao didn't know when Jinlian had returned, but at that moment he was more concerned about who had let out that blood-curdling scream. Huh. A faint smell of urea hung in the air. Xiao Yao sniffed and looked up at the darkened sky. Though thin, how could the fog appear now? According to his memory, it wasn't supposed to come until the morning of December 5th, 2 days later. But it was only the evening of December 2nd, and the fog was already rolling in. Since his rebirth, many things had deviated from the norm. Had the thick fog arrived early too? And that scream, who had let it out? Oh, another scream rang out, much fainter than the first, but Xiao Yao recognized it. It came from next door. The sound came from over there. Let's check it out, Xiao Yao said to Jinlian, who had already come to his side. Compared to the bloodstains on Xiao Yao, Jinlian was more terrified by the unknown piercing scream. All right. Jinlian followed Xiao Yao out. The scream had come from Uncle Wang's house next door. Though she couldn't tell who had screamed, Jinlian's heart pounded wildly, for she felt that voice sounded eerily like her mother's. Is anyone there? Xiao Yao stood at the gate and called out. After all, he couldn't just barge into someone's home. There was no response, only faint, strange noises drifting from within. My mom is here. This is Uncle Wang's house, Jinlian whispered beside him. With no answer, Xiao Yao tried the door. It was unlocked, so he pushed it open. Chomp, chomp. As the door swung open, the strange sounds grew clearer. Only one small bungalow had its lights on. Xiao Yao and Jinlian followed the light, slowly moving to the window. When they reached the window, they saw a middle-aged man with graying hair inside his back to them. Someone lay before him with blood pooled on the floor. The scene was eerie and horrifying. Uncle Wang. Jinlian recognized the silhouette. It was Uncle Wang. Then the person lying on the ground. Could it be her mother? Hearing Jinlian's faint voice, Uncle Wang, who had his back to them, slowly turned his head. Oh. The moment Uncle Wang turned around, Jinlian screamed, raising her hands in terror. Her shriek was even louder than the one they had heard earlier. Xiao Yao didn't scream, but he gripped the windowsill to steady himself, his body trembling. Uncle Wang's eyes were rolled back, entirely white with no pupils. Blood smeared his lips, and a half-eaten piece of intestine dangled from his mouth. His hands clutched an unidentified organ. Not good. Xiao Yao instantly understood what had happened. This middle-aged man had likely mutated. The fog had come early, so the mutations had come early too. Mom. Seeing Uncle Wang rise, Jinlian finally recognized the person lying on the ground. It was her mother. Her mother lay there lifeless, her clothes torn open, her flesh and organs stained with fresh blood ripped out by Uncle Wang and scattered everywhere. Mom. With another heart-wrenching cry, Jinlian burst into tears. She grabbed the door handle, about to open it. Are you crazy? Xiao Yao quickly seized her hand. Going in now would be like throwing themselves into a tiger's mouth, walking to their deaths. I want to go in and see my mom. That was her mother. She had to go in no matter how dangerous it was. Jinlian had completely forgotten what fear meant. Hungry. Seeing two living beings outside, Uncle Wang abandoned the corpse he had already claimed. Nothing made his blood boil more than the two vibrant lives outside the door. In his eyes, all he saw were beating hearts. A single voice echoed in the depths of his mind, hypnotizing him. That's delicious. I want to devour those beating hearts. The mutated middle-aged man rose swiftly, his hollow pallid eyes fixated unwaveringly on the two figures outside the window. He then dashed toward Xiao Yao and his companion with alarming speed. The bungalow was merely a few steps away, and in an instant the man was pressed against the window, his hands slapping against the glass with a resounding thud. His degraded intellect seemed incapable of comprehending why the tantalizing prey before him remained just out of reach. A guttural growl escaped his lips from time to time, and half-chewed flesh and blood tumbled from his gaping mouth, mingling with saliva. Streaks of crimson liquid trickled from the corners of his lips, searing into the senses of the two outside. Frustrated by his inability to claim the delicacy so close at hand, the middle-aged man's pounding against the window grew increasingly fierce. Aunt Jinlian, already terrified the moment Uncle Wang rushed over, instinctively grabbed Xiao Yao's arm. As the ghastly face pressed against the glass loomed mere inches away, the two couldn't help but stagger backward a few steps. Xiao Yao too was startled by the sudden turn of events. Crack! The glass, battered relentlessly by the middle-aged man, had already spiderwebbed with fissures. Not good run. Seizing Jinlian's hand, Xiao Yao retreated quickly. With a glance at the glass on the verge of shattering, he turned and pulled her into a sprint toward the courtyard exit. He hadn't activated his reconnaissance goggles earlier, leaving him unable to assess the threat level of this unknown danger. Survival came first. He had no desire to relive the despair of having his heart torn out. Anyone witnessing Xiao Yao's flight would have been astounded, a 160-pound man dashing at the speed of a national sprinter, dragging another person behind him, with the woman nearly being towed along. The two sprinted desperately back to their original room. Bursting into the courtyard, they bolted the main gate from inside, then raced into the bungalow. Still uneasy, Xiao Yao locked the bungalow door from within as well. Pant! Pant! Both collapsed onto the floor, backs pressed against the wall, heedless of the cold, ground chill. Roar! A low bone-rattling growl emanated from the neighboring house. A sharp pang struck Xiao Yao's chest, as if a needle had pierced his heart. Crash! The sound of the neighbor's glass shattering completely followed. Xiao Yao and Jinlian were tense to the breaking point, barely daring to breathe. Though Xiao Yao had already reached level 10, the encounter with a mutated human filled him with sheer terror. He feared death, but who didn't? Having been reborn once, Xiao Yao's dread was magnified to an extreme. He never wanted to experience rebirth again, and he dared not gamble on whether another death would grant him another chance. Would he even be himself after a second rebirth? Xiao Yao didn't dare to find out, so he had fled back. Sister Jinlian, Xiao Yao addressed her, recalling that he had heard her call the person lying down mother earlier, and it seemed she also recognized the middle-aged man. Why is your mother there? And who is that middle-aged man? Xiao Yao didn't ask how they had come to be this way, knowing that Jinlian likely understood even less than he did. He merely sought to confirm their identities. The one lying down is my mother. That murderer is Uncle Wang next door, my mother's childhood sweetheart. Jinlian finished in a low sob, her voice trembling with fear of attracting Uncle Wang's attention. Wasn't Uncle Wang her mother's sweetheart? Why? Why did he kill her mother? Weren't they two people in love? Why? Why? Unaware that Uncle Wang was no longer the man he once was, Jinlian believed he had acted out of unrequited love, turned to hatred, murdering her mother in a fit of twisted, murderous insanity. Not only had he killed her mother, but he had also devoured her organs. Her mother was gone, and Jinlian couldn't accept it. No, this isn't real. It must be a dream. Slap. Jinlian struck her own cheek hard. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, staining the clothes on her chest. Tears streamed from her eyes once more as she bit her lip tightly. Pain. Real pain. Confirmed that this was no dream. It was all true. I need to call 120. Mom can still be saved. She has to be. Fumbling frantically, Jinlian finally pulled a phone from her pocket. Her trembling, tear and bloodstained hands struggled to unlock the smartphone. After several failed attempts, the screen was smeared beyond recognition. In a fit of desperation, she mashed the buttons randomly, then hurled the phone against the wall. It clattered to the floor, its screen shattered into fragments, never having been unlocked. If she could do it over, she would have bought a button phone. But there was no going back. If she could start again, she would never have let her mother seek refuge next door. It was her fault her mother had met such a gruesome end. Blaming herself, Jinlian pounded her head in remorse. Stop it. There's no signal on the phone, Xiao Yao said. He had already tried calling 120 when Jinlian first mentioned it, but even the automated message, "The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable," didn't play. The call simply couldn't be made. Gurgle. Xiao Yao's stomach chose that inopportune moment to growl. His hunger level had likely dropped to 0. If he didn't replenish his energy soon, he might actually start losing health from starvation. Listening carefully, the noises from next door had faded as the creature gave up searching for them. Xiao Yao glanced at Jinlian. Oh, she was probably hungry too. To survive, they had to maintain their strength. Otherwise, encountering a mutant without the energy to flee would be a pathetic way to die. Xiao Yao opened the skill panel on his phone and activated the reconnaissance function. The mutation had begun prematurely. For now, he decided not to give Jinlian the money from his phone. Survival came first. Buzz, a beam of blue light extended from Xiao Yao's vision into the distance. The azure circle reappeared in his left eye's field of view. He looked over at Jinlian, still slumped on the floor. Beep beep. The blue circle scanned Jinlian. Name Jinlian. Race human. Level 1. Combat power 10. HP 34100. Xiaoyao focused on her again, double-checking her attributes. Why did her race now include human? And why did Jinlian's HP stand at only 34? What was going on? Xiaoyao quickly glanced at his avatar, noticing that the health bar on the right had changed. HP 134200. When had he lost health? Why did he feel nothing except for a gnawing hunger in his stomach? His hunger level had dropped to 0, so now he was losing 1 HP every minute. However, he had already learned the body forging technique, which restored 1 HP per minute, so the loss and recovery were balanced. Then where was the damage coming from? Xiaoyao glanced at the sky outside. It had darkened. Through the lamplight inside the room, he could faintly see a thin layer of white mist. Could it be the mist? After resting for half a day, Xiaoyao had regained some strength. He stood up, grasped the door handle, and stared solemnly at the outdoors, then checked his health bar again. HP 134200. He pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The moment he did, a new icon appeared beneath the hunger bar. Focusing on it, he saw a line of text beside the icon. Zombie virus layer 1, lose 1 HP per minute, stacks 1 layer per minute. When HP falls below 1, transforms into the undead race, zombie. HP 133200. After spending a minute in the courtyard, Xiaoyao saw his health drop by 1 point. He couldn't stay any longer. He dashed back inside and quickly shut the door. Leaning against the wall, Xiaoyao panted heavily. Now he finally understood how these mutated creatures came to be. The reconnaissance glasses had confirmed a truth he had been unwilling to accept. These mutated people were indeed zombies. He had tried to deny it, whether it was Kai Zijing who had killed him last time or the middle-aged man who had murdered someone next door. He had clung to the illusion that they were merely humans who had temporarily lost their sanity, that with proper treatment they might revert. But in the end they had become undead creatures, zombies. Their race had changed. Could they ever become human again? If it were just illness or mutation, the police could arrest them and send them to hospitals or psychiatric wards. But if they had truly become zombies, then from now on it would be a battle to the death. Kill or be killed. These zombies were once human, his own kind. Among them might even be his classmates, his friends. Could they ever turn back from zombies to humans? Xiaoyao couldn't be certain. The only thing he knew was that the mist that had appeared was toxic. Exposure to it caused poisoning, and the longer the exposure, the deeper the toxicity. He calculated an ordinary person with 100 HP would turn into a zombie in just 13 minutes. With his 200 HP, he could only last 19 minutes in the mist because the poisoning stacked and the layers multiplied the closer he got to the limit. Just then Xiaoyao saw Jinlian stand up and walk toward him. What are you doing? He saw the look in her eyes and his heart skipped a beat. What kind of look was that? Devoid of sorrow or joy, hollow and lifeless. Yes, hollow. At this moment, Sister Jinlian seemed like a walking corpse. If the reconnaissance glasses hadn't told him she was still human, Xiaoyao would have fled. It wasn't that he feared he couldn't defeat her, but he couldn't change his mindset fast enough to kill someone who had been his business partner, friend, and fellow human. Though Xiaoyao was a burly, stout man, he had never killed anything before except chickens. If not for leveling up, he wouldn't have even harmed them. Where's the cleaver? Sister Jinlian asked, expressionless. What cleaver? Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief hearing her speak. At least she was still human. The cleaver you used to kill the chicken. It's in the north room. You can't go out. Seeing her about to open the door, Xiaoyao hurriedly grabbed her hand. At that moment, Sister Jinlian had only 34 HP left. Exposed to the mist for another 7 minutes, she would become a zombie. He couldn't let that happen. I want to kill that heartless man and avenge my mother, Sister Jinlian said through gritted teeth. She had been crying for a long time, her eyes now tinged with red. She had lost her father and now her mother. Just hours ago, she and her mother had been chatting. Thinking of this, her eyes reddened further and tears welled up again. She couldn't accept this reality. She had to avenge her mother no matter how brutal that man was. You're crazy. That man is no longer human. He's a zombie. A zombie. Xiaoyao grabbed her arms and shook her forcefully, pointing at the mist outside. See that mist out there? This mist is poisonous. Stay in it for 13 minutes and you'll turn into a man-eating zombie like him. What are you saying? Jinlian turned her head woodenly to look at Xiaoyao. Zombie. Yes, the world is about to change. I don't know where this mist came from or how long it will last or if anyone will come to rescue us. All I know is that from now on we have to survive, by any means necessary, and wait for the military to save us. I believe the Huaxia nation won't abandon us. Zombie. Sister Jinlian repeated the word, unable to accept the truth. Zombies only existed in movies. In reality, how could such a virus exist? If Uncle Wong had already become a zombie, did she still need to take revenge? Thinking of Uncle Wong's terrifying face, Jinlian shuddered. She snapped out of her dazed expression and showed a human emotion, fear. If Uncle Wong were still human, she wouldn't be afraid. But knowing he had become a zombie, the terror of the unknown was the most frightening. She backed down. Xiaoyao, since you know about zombies, you must be able to help me take revenge, right? Kill Uncle Wong for me. Avenge my mother. Jinlian grabbed Xiaoyao's arm, placing her hope in him. As a mere woman, she was no match for a zombie. and Xiao Yao, strong and sturdy, could surely kill the zombie that Uncle Wang had become. Xiao Yao looked into her hopeful eyes. He wanted to help her take revenge, but a flicker of hesitation stirred within him. Could he with his strength defeat such a ferocious zombie? What if he died again? Although he had reached level 10 this time, his combat power didn't seem very high. He had originally planned to reach level 20 in 2 days to have the strength to protect himself. But now at only level 10, should he really risk his life for someone he had only just met? Ding! Random quest, help Jinlian take revenge. Reward 100 EXP, a mystery gift box. Xiao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the notification box appearing on the screen before him. So this is how the mission is being issued now. At present, it appears that the triggers for the 2 missions were both initiated when others requested his help. After his rebirth, the system has not autonomously issued missions, at least not yet. If there was any hesitation before about whether to help Sister Jinlian take revenge, now that hesitation has tipped decidedly toward aiding her. Xiao Yao is not a saint. He does not simply help every woman who comes asking for assistance. In his reborn self, his life is always the top priority. However, if the phone system can issue missions, it indicates that the danger level of this task should be within acceptable limits. At the very least, as long as it is a mission, there is a possibility of completion. Alright, I will definitely help you take revenge, so don't worry. Xiao Yao pondered for a moment before agreeing to Jinlian. After all, she was just a zombie. How formidable could she be in the early stages of the apocalypse? If he couldn't even eliminate a single zombie in the early days of the apocalypse, how could he hope to survive in this uncertain end times? Moreover, this is the second task after his rebirth. The first mission provided him with reconnaissance glasses, which are essential equipment. What might this second task offer? This system is actually getting mysterious, not telling him what it is, just mentioning a mysterious gift package. If the system were a woman, Xiao Yao would definitely give her a good scolding. Unfortunately, this system is merely a program incapable of any real communication. Gulyalu. His stomach grumbled insistently for food again. Xiao Yao rubbed his belly, and the embarrassed Jinlian let out a dry laugh. Sorry, that was my stomach. Xiao Yao awkwardly chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. It's fine, I'm hungry too. Let's make something to eat first. We can discuss revenge after we're fed. We'll go see if there's anything to eat. Jinlian turned around, wiping her tears away with her hand as she searched in her mother's little house. Hearing that Xiao Yao would help her take revenge eased the burden in her heart. The urgency to avenge her mother had also subsided. Over the years, she had been struggling alone, and her mother was her only support. Although her mother couldn't provide much help as long as her mother was around, even if she was quietly cooking or tending to the chickens, it was enough. With her mother present, she felt an endless source of strength. It was a kind of faith, a spiritual belief, the source of all her power. While they were searching for food together, the lights suddenly went out. If it were a moonlit night, it wouldn't have been so dark, but outside was thick fog blocking the moonlight from the sky. Without the lights, the night was pitch black, and it was as if one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, not to mention inside the house. Although Xiao Yao was wearing the reconnaissance glasses, everything around him was still shrouded in darkness, and he could only see various icons in his field of view. Did this lousy reconnaissance glasses even lack night vision? Xiao Yao. Sister Jinlian, I'm here. Xiao Yao called out as he moved toward the sound. It seems like the power is out. Where are you? I'm here. Sister Jinlian, just follow my voice and come forward. Xiao Yao walked forward, guiding Sister Jinlian by sound. Thud, an unknown noise echoed, followed by a woman's soft gasp. Ah? What happened, Sister Jinlian? Just as he was about to ask, Xiao Yao felt someone tumble into him. Sister Jinlian, I think I kicked something and tripped. Luckily you were in front of me, Xiao Yao, she replied. Are you okay, Sister Jinlian? Xiao Yao looked into the pitch blackness, only able to confirm that Sister Jinlian was currently in his arms. I'm fine. Sister Jinlian got up. Although Xiao Yao was a younger brother, this was her first time experiencing such close contact. Reflecting on the moment she touched Xiao Yao, was this what it felt like to rely on someone? Is this the feeling of safety? If it weren't for the pitch blackness, Sister Jinlian would certainly have noticed that her face had turned as red as a Fuji apple in front of her younger brother, who was several years younger. Xiao Yao took out his phone, and with its faint light, he could finally see a few things around him. Sister Jinlian, it seems like the power is out. They'll go check the switch to see if the circuit breaker tripped, or what happened. Xiao Yao turned on the flashlight feature on his phone, and instantly light filled the small room, bringing a sense of reassurance to both of them. Humans are creatures that fear the dark regardless of gender. Sister Jinlian stood before him, momentarily dazed, without responding. Sister Jinlian. Seeing her unresponsive, Xiao Yao asked again, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Oh, what is it? Sister Jinlian hastily glanced at Xiao Yao, realizing she had been a bit lost in thought. I'm going to check the circuit breaker to see if it tripped due to a short circuit or if the power is out. Where's the circuit breaker? In Auntie's house. Oh, it's in the house. They'll take you there. Jinlian turned to go into the inner room, took a step, and then turned back. Xiao Yao, could you please shine your phone light for me? I can't see the path clearly. Oh, sure. Xiao Yao walked alongside Jinlian into the inner room. As he lifted the curtain, a distinct smell wafted out. After a moment of thought, he recognized it as the scent of aged objects, something he had also encountered at his grandmother's house. Generally, older people's homes carry this kind of smell. Over there in the corner, Sister Jean Lian pointed. Xiao Yao directed his phone's flashlight toward where she indicated. It looks like the power is out. The circuit breaker switch is still on. What should we do now? If this is the apocalypse, when will the power come back on? Ah. Just as Xiao Yao was examining the circuit breaker switch, a piercing scream of a woman echoed through the air. Ah. Followed by a series of chilling cries. Chaos began to ensue at that moment. Xiao Yao and Jean Lian exchanged glances as an unending stream of screams filled the air. The outage made the once peaceful night eerily quiet, amplifying the sound of those desperate cries. Xiao Yao strained to listen. The screams were not coming from next door, but they were certainly not far off, likely from nearby neighbors. In the thick fog, a tremendous upheaval was occurring, marking the official onset of the apocalypse. The once tranquil night was now replaced by bloodshed and slaughter. The entire city was filled with sharp cries of anguish, desperate pleas for help, and sounds of painful moans. The living curled up in fear in their homes, each heart shrouded by the shadow of death. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Xiao Yao and Jean Lian quietly ate dinner around the table. The meal consisted of the dry rations and pickles that Jean Lian had found from her mother's stored supplies. There was rice and flour, but they dared not light a fire for fear of attracting the attention of zombies, so they had to make do with their mother's stored food for the night. On the table lay Jean Lian's phone, its screen emitting a faint glow. Although the screen was cracked, it still served its purpose as a source of light. Xiao Yao and Jean Lian silently consumed the dry food and pickles, each lost in their own thoughts. Xiao Yao put away his phone. He had never paid attention to this issue before. This miraculous phone system and the extraordinary phone itself actually needed to be charged. At that moment, Xiao Yao saw that the phone was down to 20 battery. If he hadn't received the low battery warning, he might have kept the flashlight on all night. Quickly, he turned off the flashlight function, not knowing how much battery it had consumed. The thought of it made him feel a pang of regret. He had never developed the habit of using a power bank, so he didn't carry one with him. Now with the power out, his phone faced a dire problem. Charging was impossible. Initially, Xiao Yao had hoped to use the thick fog to slowly drain his life points, and then return to the room to recover them, which would allow him to grind for skills, body refinement technique. However, the situation had become dire. He had no time, and the phone might shut down. If the phone turned off, he could not access its space, gain experience points, or level up, and naturally, he could not upgrade the body refinement technique. He had previously verified that all functions would shut down if the phone turned off, including the reconnaissance glasses. Therefore, he absolutely could not let the phone shut down. Xiao Yao took out his phone again and adjusted the brightness to the lowest setting as the screen consumed the most power. With 20 battery, it should last for a while. His primary task for tomorrow was to find a power bank to charge his phone. Helping Jean Lian take revenge was secondary. If only the phone could consume its space for money like the reconnaissance glass. Xiao Yao was unsure how much dry food he had eaten until he saw that the hunger level displayed in the reconnaissance glasses was already at 100,100. He felt that he could still eat a bit more, although it might make him feel a bit bloated. Perhaps this was the difference between reality and a game. Although the data was maxed out, he could still manage to eat more. Since his hunger level was full, there was no need to continue eating. He decided to save the remaining food and placed it into a plastic bag on the table. He poured a cup of water from the thermos beside the table, also filling a cup for Jean Lian. Sister Jean Lian, have a drink of water. Thank you. Jean Lian took the cup, blowing on it gently before sipping from the rim once the water had cooled enough. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Yao picked up his cup and drank heartily. His phone space contained plenty of water, but he did not casually take water from it in front of Jean Lian. Although this was the apocalypse, the fewer people who knew this secret, the less danger there would be. Xiao Yao did not yet trust Jean Lian completely. Xiao Yao, are you not eating anymore? I'm full. Then I'll clean up. The two exchanged simple dialogue as if they had been siblings for many years without excessive politeness, for neither had fully accepted the arrival of the apocalypse. They likely needed some time to adapt. Sister Jean Lian, you should go sleep on the bed first, Xiao Yao said, using the faint light from the phone to speak to her. What about you? I'll just lie here and sleep. You should hurry and sleep. Tomorrow I might need to go out to find some supplies. Do you really have to go out? Yes, I must go out. It relates to whether I can survive and whether I can take revenge for you. All right. Jean Lian didn't hold back. She was too tired and desperately needed rest. With the phone for light, she lifted the curtain and lay down on the bed, which still carried their mother's scent. She tightly grasped the corner of the blanket, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks as she listened to the distant mournful cries outside. Xiao Yao, I'm here, Sister Jean Lian. You can't come in and keep me company. I'm scared. It's not appropriate. It was already awkward for a man and a woman to be in the same room. Sharing a bed would complicate things further. The sounds outside are too frightening. I can't sleep. Although Jean Lian was a few years older than him, she was still a fragile woman. The events of that evening had greatly impacted her nerves. It was remarkable that she was still able to maintain a relatively clear mind and not break down. All right, I'll come in now. Xiao Yao lifted the curtain and entered the inner room. With the light from the phone, he could see Jean Lian lying under the blanket, her head the only thing visible. Xiao Yao sat on the edge of the bed, leaning against the wall. Sister Jean Lian, don't be afraid. I'm here. Thank you. Seeing Xiao Yao sitting beside her calmed Jin Lian's heart considerably. Xiao Yao put away his phone and quietly sat on the edge of the bed leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. He had spent the entire day killing chickens and felt quite exhausted. Though his hunger level was full, mental fatigue could not be replenished by food. At that moment he heard a soft rustling sound beside him and a delicate hand reached out to grasp his. It was Jin Lian's hand. Before Xiao Yao could react, she had tightly grasped his left hand. Feeling the coldness of Jin Lian's hand, Xiao Yao felt a pang of sympathy. He took both of his hands to hold hers, using his warmth to give her comfort. As Jin Lian held Xiao Yao's hand, she finally felt completely at ease. The warmth from his hand caused her lips to curl into a slight smile, with tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Before long she fell into a deep sleep. She was utterly exhausted. Xiao Yao was unsure how many years older Jin Lian was than him, but he genuinely regarded her as an older sister. Facing the apocalypse together, Jin Lian should be considered a kindred spirit in their shared tribulations. In the quiet night, distant cries echoed occasionally. Xiao Yao found himself waking up frequently, caught in a half-dream state. Eventually, as the cries faded, he fell into a deep sleep. At midnight on the dark, Kong's sister Jin Lian beside him was already in deep sleep. Xiao Yao sat on the Kong leaning against the wall with his head tilted to one side. Suddenly in his dream, veins bulged on Xiao Yao's forehead and beads of sweat as large as beans trickled down, making him look as if he had just taken a steam bath in an instant. Then a sharp cry escaped his lips. No. Xiao Yao, haunted by some nightmare, quickly sat up, his breathing turning rapid and his eyes wide open. Where was this? Xiao Yao swiftly scanned his surroundings. All he could see was darkness. Then he remembered. He was on Jin Lian's mother's Kong. He fumbled for his phone from his pocket. Though the brightness had been dimmed to the lowest, even a faint glimmer was bright enough in the dark. He checked the battery level, his greatest concern at the moment. Seeing it at 18, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it wasn't draining too fast. It was almost 1 a.m. Yet after sleeping so long, it was still the dead of night. Outside the window lay utter darkness. He shone the phone's light on sister Jin Lian beside him. She was lying on her side, facing him, her brows knitted tightly, as if she too was having no pleasant dream. His shout hadn't woken her. She must have been truly exhausted. Xiao Yao climbed off the Kong and went to the next room. On the phone, his health points had fully recovered 200,200. He activated the detective goggles function. Why not take this chance to go into the thick fog, lose some health? Using the faint light from his phone, Xiao Yao slowly pushed open the door and stepped into the dense fog outside. The midnight fog had grown even thicker. Xiao Yao dared not wander too far. Standing in the mist, it felt almost like bathing in milk. The faint light from his phone was nearly useless. Worried about the gate, he decided to check it first. Groping along the wall, he reached the main entrance and tested the lock. He let out a sigh of relief. He wondered if this rusty gate could withstand an attack from zombies. Zombies probably weren't that intelligent. As long as he and Jin Lian stayed quiet, it should be fine. Health 1. Health 1. Health 1. Only then did Xiao Yao notice the health points beneath his avatar rapidly decreasing. He was startled by the speed of the depletion. It was alarmingly fast. He quickly focused on the poison icon. Zombie virus level 7, it loses 7 HP per minute, stacking 1 layer per minute. When HP falls below 1, transforms into the undead race, zombie. How could this be? Why was it level 7 from the start? The short distance from the door to the gate took at most a minute, yet the HP loss had accelerated from 1 per minute to 1 in less than 10 seconds. Xiao Yao was briefly stunned, but quickly calmed down, not panicking excessively. With his current health, he could still hold on. Just 7 minutes less. He could manage. After testing the gate, he groped his way toward the bungalow. Standing at the entrance, he watched the seconds tick by, his eyes fixed on the decreasing health points. Health 99200. Beep. Health below 50 of maximum. Please choose a faction. This prompt appears only once. Choose wisely. A line of huge blood-red text appeared in Xiao Yao's vision, startling him. The characters flickered 3 times, followed by 2 boxes. On the left was a human, a masked figure holding a wooden club. Below it, a small line read attributes unchanged. On the right was a zombie, an image of a creature with arms outstretched and gnashing teeth. Below it, initial attributes multiplied by 5, with 1 free attribute point per level up. Please choose your faction. Below, a line of text kept flashing. What the FK? Xiao Yao cursed involuntarily. He could actually choose a faction. Xiao Yao was momentarily at a loss for which faction to pick. Glancing inadvertently at his health points, he saw 21,200. No, he couldn't stay here. He had to get back inside. He turned swiftly and walked into the house. Closing the door quickly, he wondered if the fog had seeped in through the crack. When he saw no poison icon, his tense heart relaxed. If the fog could follow him inside, even through a brief opening, there would be no escape, just waiting for death. Perhaps the amount that got in was too little to cause poisoning. What concerned Xiao Yao now was that he could actually choose a faction. Whether he chose human or zombie, he could survive. And choosing the zombie faction seemed clearly advantageous. Initial attributes multiplied by 5, plus an extra point per level up. That was tempting. But recalling the middle-aged man from next door during the day, he couldn't help shivering. If he became a zombie, would he still have intelligence? Would he retain self-awareness? Zombies seemed devoid of intellect, driven only by the instinct to hunt, no different from wild beasts. If he turned into a zombie and could only survive by eating humans, losing all self-awareness, what difference was there from a beast? At least beasts were cleaner. Zombies had such unsightly eating habits. No matter how many attributes were granted, if life lost its meaning, what was the point? Xiao Yao was only 19, with a bright future ahead. Wouldn't a dignified life be better? Even if he couldn't be a savior, playing it safe and surviving shouldn't be too hard. After a brief deliberation, he resolutely chose the human faction. Even without attribute bonuses, Xiao Yao believed that with his phone system, he could still overcome those hideous zombies. After all that time in the fog losing health, Xiao Yao glanced at the body forging techniques proficiency, only 2601000. A drop in the bucket. The road ahead was long. At this rate, when would it ever level up? Relying solely on the technique's health regeneration, restoring 100 HP, would take 7 days. Without healing potions, the time would be greatly extended. His health had recovered a bit, now at 22,200. Xiao Yao felt completely relieved. The poisoning was gone, he could only recover slowly now. That was already good. Ordinary people probably had no way to restore health points. Using the faint light from his phone, Xiao Yao groped his way back to the Kong. This time, he didn't sit on the edge, but lay down at the other end from Sister Jinlian. It was almost 2 a.m. Better to lie down and sleep. Sleeping sitting up had nearly given him a stiff neck. On December 3, 2114, at dawn, the thick fog that had persisted through the night showed no signs of dissipating. The entire city lay in a dead silence, broken only by the drunken stragglers, lost souls wandering aimlessly like headless flies, swaying unsteadily and occasionally emitting guttural roars. No one knew how many had been infected by the zombie virus, how many had fallen victim to the hordes, or how many survivors remained. Such numbers were beyond reckoning. A piercing cockcrow shattered the dawn like a drop of water plunging into scorching oil. It roused the dormant zombies and startled Xiao Yao from his slumber. He had hoped that silence would buy them a measure of safety, but now that hope was dashed by an unwitting traitor. If only he had slaughtered those chickens yesterday, but there was no time for regrets now. Jinlian was also jolted awake by the rooster's cry, her face etched with gravity. Under ordinary circumstances, a rooster's crow would be nothing. But this was the apocalypse, and that fowl was an unwitting accomplice to doom. Damn it, the rooster's crow will draw the zombies. Xiao Yao's expression grew somber. A rooster's crow was never a single call. It would echo repeatedly, and roosters would compete in a chorus, each vying to outdo the other in volume. What do we do? Jinlian's voice trembled with fear. Yesterday, a single zombie, Uncle Wong, had left her paralyzed. If more came, they would be annihilated. Where could they hide? Sister Jinlian, stay here and don't come out. He'll go kill those roosters. Without hesitation, Xiao Yao comforted Jinlian, then sprang up from the Kong. He hadn't undressed the night before, anticipating the need for a swift escape at any moment. Activating his reconnaissance ability, Xiao Yao pushed open the door. The sky was growing pale, though he wondered if the fog would lift with the sun. Glancing at the toxicity indicator, he saw zombie virus level 2. The poisoning was milder than at midnight when it had been at its peak. Now the toxicity was waning. Following the rooster's crow, he jogged north toward the chicken coop. Xiao Yao reached the chicken coop, pushed open the door, and quickly closed it behind him. The stench hit him like a wall. The place hadn't been cleaned or fed in ages, and the coop reeked like fermented filth. He fumbled for the wall switch and exhaust fan, but nothing happened. Stupid, the power had long since gone out. He ran back to the southern room, searching frantically until he found a towel on a rack by the door. Wrapping it around his face to cover his nose and mouth, he tied it in place with a piece of string. Returning to the northern coop, he struggled with the poor visibility. He didn't dare use his phone's flashlight, too extravagant. Groping in the dark, he began grabbing chickens from their cages and killing them. The remaining birds erupted in panicked squawks and fluttering wings. Normally the noise wouldn't have bothered him, but in the dead silence of dawn it was a death sentence. Roar, bang, bang, bang. A low growl mingled with the sound of pounding on the door. Xiao Yao's heart sank. The dreaded moment had arrived. From the noise, at least 2 zombies were hammering at the rusty iron gate. It wouldn't hold long. Abandoning the chickens, he dashed back to the house. Xiao Yao, what do we do? I hear someone banging on the door. Jinlian stammered, still not correcting herself, to say no use. There are too many chickens, and the visibility is terrible. It'd take hours to kill them all. We're out of time. Then what? We need to run. The fog outside is toxic. We can only last 10 minutes in it. So what do we do? Just wait to die? We'll go next door. But how? The zombies are at the door. We'll climb over the wall. Can we make it? Stay inside for now. Let me check the wall. Xiao Yao glanced at the table, then turned to Jinlian. And find a towel to cover your mouth. It might help. Xiao Yao hoisted the table. Once I go out, close the door quickly. Okay. Jinlian had already found a towel and tied it around her face, nodding frantically. The pounding grew louder, more than 2 zombies now. She feared the door would break in at any second. Xiao Yao carried the table outside, and Jinlian quickly shut the door, pressing her face against the glass to watch. The yard was small, and she could just make out his silhouette. Xiao Yao placed the table against the wall and climbed onto it. In the countryside, courtyard walls weren't high, and he could see over the top. Suddenly, a guttural snarl erupted from below. Startled, he looked down to find the middle-aged zombie from yesterday, standing at the base of the wall staring up with clawed hands reaching toward him, just inches short. If it could jump, it would have grabbed his head. But apparently zombies lacked that cunning. Xiao Yao flinched at the sight. His reconnaissance goggles focused a blue circle on the zombie's head. Zombie race, undead level 2 combat power 54 HP 512512. Xiao Yao was stunned. Even a mere level 2 zombie far surpassed him in both combat power and health. Truly the apocalypse favored its own. But since the zombie couldn't reach him, Xiao Yao saw an opportunity. This was like exploiting a positional advantage. However, his cleaver was too short to effectively strike the zombie's head. He dashed back to the house, scanning for something useful. There. He grabbed the large pot lid from the stove. It could serve as a shield, even if it was upside down. The zombie wouldn't know the difference. Xiao Yao returned to the wall using the pot lid to block the zombie's grasping hands while gritting his teeth and hacking at its arms with the cleaver. The moment the blade struck, a wave of nausea and goosebumps washed over him. This is a zombie. This is a zombie, not a human. Xiao Yao frantically hypnotized himself. The creature before him was not human. Soon both of the zombie's arms hung limp, useless, but it still snapped its jaws toward him. Blocking part of his view with the pot lid, Xiao Yao aimed at the head, closed his eyes, and swung the cleaver with all his might. He struck again and again, not caring how much damage he dealt, just hacking relentlessly. On the final blow, he struck with such force that the cleaver lodged into the zombie's skull. He tugged several times, but couldn't free it. Finally, he let go. The zombie, which had long since stopped snarling, collapsed like a heap of rotten flesh. Xiao Yao crouched on the wall, watching as the zombie collapsed to the ground motionless. Huff. He let out a long breath. The reconnaissance goggles showed no information about the zombie, indicating it was truly dead. Thankfully, this zombie was gone, otherwise Xiao Yao wouldn't know what weapon to use against it. This zombie had a health value of 512, and his right arm was already aching from the effort. If every zombie in this apocalypse had such health, what would he do? Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt a wave of confusion. This was just one zombie, and he barely managed to handle it. If 3 came at him, he would surely perish. Without a weapon, survival was already a dilemma, let alone becoming some sort of savior. A considerable amount of time had passed. Xiao Yao glanced at his health, which was 172,200. Fortunately, he hadn't lost much health. Not wanting to waste time, he saw the zombie was no longer moving, quickly climbed down from the table and returned to the house. Sister Jean Lian, I've killed that zombie from yesterday for you. Xiao Yao rushed back to share the good news with Jean Lian. Furthermore, he was quite curious about the mysterious gift he would receive. Really? Jean Lian exclaimed in surprise, genuinely touched that Xiao Yao had avenged her. Thank you. Jean Lian threw herself into Xiao Yao's embrace, tears streaming down her face once more. She must have shed all the tears she had in these past few days. Truly, I have avenged you. Thank you, Xiao Yao. Jean Lian hugged him tightly. The task completion notification had appeared, but Xiao Yao didn't claim the reward just yet. It wasn't the right time. Xiao Yao awkwardly extended his hand, finally gently patting Jean Lian's back. Sister Jean Lian, now isn't the time for sentimentality. We need to hurry and escape. There are still many zombies outside. Oh, right. Jean Lian quickly wiped her tears and got up, asking, what do we do next? You wrap the towel around yourself, and he'll grab a quilt from the bed. After saying this, Xiao Yao rushed into the inner room and picked up a quilt. Let's go, follow me. Jean Lian followed Xiao Yao outside. He climbed onto the table, spread the quilt he was holding, and threw it into the corner of the adjacent wall, perfectly covering the zombie he had just killed. This was to spare Jean Lian from the gruesome sight, and also to provide a foothold. Sister Jean Lian, hurry up and get on. Oh, okay. Jean Lian responded and climbed onto the table. Wait for me to go first, then you can climb over the wall while I catch you from below. After saying this, Xiao Yao flipped over the wall and jumped down. Although he landed on the quilt the moment his feet touched it, he still stepped onto a part of the zombie's body. He felt nauseated and nearly twisted his ankle. Finding a suitable position, he stood firm and called out to Jean Lian. Sister Jean Lian, hurry and jump down. They'll catch you. I can't. Sister Jean Lian hesitated for a moment, but slowly moved her body to straddle the wall, yet she was still too afraid to jump down. Hurry up. The thick fog is toxic. We don't have much time to waste. Xiao Yao urged, getting anxious. His gaze swept over Jean Lian, and her information appeared in front of him. Name Jean Lian, race human, level 1, combat power 10 health 41100. Huh. Xiao Yao noticed that Sister Jean Lian's health seemed to have increased significantly, but there was no time to dwell on that now. Hurry up, Sister Jean Lian. Xiao Yao truly wanted to give her a slap. Women were indeed troublesome. Just then the rusty door couldn't withstand the pounding of several zombies and finally collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Turning around to see the zombies pouring in, Jean Lian panicked and lost her balance, falling backward. Xiao Yao caught her as she fell, disregarding any notions of propriety, and quickly ran towards the room to the north. If they stayed there any longer, they would become zombies themselves without even being attacked. The house was just within reach, but the glass had already been shattered by the zombie he killed earlier. The fog inside was no better than outside, so Xiao Yao could only run to the room in the north. Fortunately, the door to the northern room wasn't locked. Xiao Yao pushed it open and quickly closed it behind him with his back, setting Jin Lian down. He tore the towel off his face and took deep breaths of the air inside. Although the room had a moldy smell, it was still better than the toxic fog outside. After intense activity and the towel's obstruction, Xiao Yao nearly suffocated. Sister Jin Lian also removed her towel, resting her hands on her knees and gasping for air. The earlier scare and the towel over her mouth had made it hard to breathe, leaving her feeling suffocated. She had nearly thought she would perish in the jaws of a zombie. Now that she was finally safe, she breathed in the scarce, clean air with relief. In the house on the other side of the wall, the zombies burst through the door, paying little attention to Jin Lian on the wall. They were drawn by the sounds from the chicken farm to the north, rushing toward it in a frenzy. The ensuing chaos was filled with the sounds of chickens and dogs in panic, far more horrific than the screams produced when Xiao Yao had killed chickens earlier. The sky outside gradually brightened, but the thick fog had not dissipated. After resting, Xiao Yao checked his phone storage and found it full. To claim the task reward, he needed to ensure there was free space. Thus, Xiao Yao took out the locked soul bead from his phone and put it in his pocket. Sister Jin Lian, you sit here and rest for a moment while I see if there's anything useful in the room, he said, choosing to avoid claiming the reward directly. Okay. Jin Lian found a chair to sit on. Uncle Wang's house didn't even have a sofa, but a chair was better than nothing. Xiao Yao was unsure if others would notice anything unusual when he claimed the reward, so he opted for a cautious approach. The room was quite large, and there was a small storage room on the west side. He pushed open the door to the storage room. Although it was a bit dark, he had no choice. He left a crack in the door so it wouldn't be too dark. After claiming the task reward, a faint light flashed before his eyes, and he received 100 experience points. He was particularly curious about what the mysterious gift would be. Open the gift. As a purple light flashed before him, an item appeared in the last available slot of his phone storage. Smart mechanical pet pickup, Xiaochang durability 100100. Unable to attack, can automatically collect money and items dropped within a 3-meter radius. If it weren't for the line below, Xiao Yao would have thought this mysterious gift was just air. After looking closely for a long time, he finally spotted a tiny mechanical pet in the storage grid of his phone. What is this? Xiaochang, or a robotic version? Xiao Yao looked at the intelligent robotic pet in his palm. Little Chong. It was a tiny creature not much bigger than a fly, clad in matte black armor, with 2 long antennas on its head and eyes that sparkled like the glow of fireflies. Can this thing pick up items? Xiao Yao doubted, wondering how much a bug-sized creature could lift. Xiao Yao slowly placed Little Chong on the ground, fearful of accidentally crushing it. He then took a bottle of water from his phone and tossed it onto the ground, keeping a close watch on Little Chong's movements. He noticed that Little Chong did not go to pick it up. Could it be that only items dropped by defeating monsters count? Does what I throw not count? Would the zombie I just killed drop something good? What if too much time passes and the good items refresh? No, I must hurry to check. Glancing at his health, which was 162,200, and recovering, well, he decided to go outside. Sister Jin Lian, you rest here for a moment and see if there are any useful items. We'll tidy up and move out soon. We have to move again. There are so many zombies next door. Are you sure you can sleep soundly at night? Besides, there's still a zombie in the yard and my aunts. Xiao Yao did not finish as he noticed Jin Lian's expression dimmed. For safety, Sake, you'll check if the zombie I killed is really dead. Sister Jin Lian, see if there are any food or tools. Don't take anything unnecessary. Jin Lian nodded, saying nothing more, and quietly turned to look for something edible or useful. Xiao Yao watched Jin Lian's back, regretting his words. Why did he have to bring up the subject that Jin Lian had? Xiao Yao turned and went to see if the dead zombie might drop something good. Bending down, Xiao Yao carefully approached the zombie's corpse, trying not to make too much noise. There could be countless zombies next door, and the chaotic sounds had not stopped. With over 2,400 chickens, Xiao Yao had taken a long time to kill them, let alone these mindless zombies. Covering his mouth with a towel, he realized it was somewhat effective. The poisoning state had changed from losing 1 health point every minute to 1 health point every 2 minutes. At least he confirmed that the poisoning state enters the body through breathing. As for whether it could penetrate the skin, he had no way to verify at the moment. He certainly couldn't wrap himself in a plastic bag, and besides, he didn't have a bag large enough. Little Chong was small, and Xiao Yao had no idea where it had gone. Fortunately, after using Little Chong, he saw an icon of a small dog appear among the icons at the bottom of his view, where he found information about Little Chong. Intelligent robotic pet pickup. Little Chong durability 100100. Unable to attack, can automatically pick up money and items dropped within a 3-meter radius. Status shows in use and durability is full. Xiao Yao was unsure of the purpose of this durability, but at least it proved that Little Chong was working. He just didn't know where it was. As he got closer to the blanket covering the zombie's body, Xiao Yao noticed several lines of text appear in the lower right corner of his view. Picked up money 100. Picked up inferior blood essence 1. Inferior blood essence. What is this? Xiao Yao opened his phone space, revealing a dark red crystal resembling rock candy lying within. Inferior blood essence, a crystal formed from the blood and flesh consumed by zombies, containing energy, serving as a source of energy that drives zombies' actions. Consuming it increases health limit by 10. It contains violent energy which may damage the nervous system. Side effects are significant. Please use with caution. Blood essence. Xiaoyao looked at the blood essence's information, surprised that it actually dropped an item, and a strange one at that. A health limit increase of 10. Such a good item. If used indefinitely, wouldn't that mean his life limit would no longer exist? Or is there a limit on how many times this can be used? Seeing the following information about potential damage to the nervous system, Xiaoyao hesitated. A 10-point health limit was not worth the risk, especially since leveling up already increased his health by 11. Xiaoyao put the blood essence in his pocket and placed the soul-locking orb back into his phone. There was no choice. The soul-locking orb absorbs the life force of nearby living beings. If it weren't for the fog, the soul-locking orb would be a perfect match for body refining. However, now Xiaoyao couldn't take it out. Dealing with the fog was already overwhelming. He couldn't bear the burden of both negative buffs. It could be deadly. Besides, he wasn't alone. Jinlian couldn't restore her life. Xiaoyao bent over as he walked toward the north room. Oh, he exclaimed, noticing a fire axe lying beside a pile of firewood which he picked up. Fire axe attack 57, combat power 7. The kitchen knife was stuck in the zombie's head and couldn't be removed for now. It wasn't that Xiaoyao didn't want to retrieve it, he simply couldn't bear to look at the zombie's corpse. This axe had a long handle perfectly suited for the upcoming battle. It had a longer attack range than the kitchen knife. With health at 112200 and a glance at Sister Jinlian, whose health was at 37,100, he noticed that her health had not recovered. Did she regain any health while sleeping last night? Xiaoyao did not know how much health she had recovered, but it was certainly not full. Seeing Jinlian's health, Xiaoyao felt troubled. With her current health, he wondered how far she could run. Even if she wrapped her mouth in a towel reducing the poisoning effect, she could only last for about 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, Xiaoyao wasn't sure if he could find a suitable place. Sister Jinlian, how about you? Did you find anything useful? I've already checked. There's no food. It might all be in the south house. Here there's just a fan, a broken television, and a suitcase full of clothes plus an empty backpack. There are also 2 boxes of white liquor, but nothing else useful. White liquor? Yes, it's unopened, but there's a thick layer of dust on it. It looks like it's been here for a long time. Xiaoyao stared at the 2 boxes of white liquor beside him, lost in thought. Perhaps for now they wouldn't need to run after all. When Xiaoyao heard Jinlian mention 2 cases of liquor, a thought struck him. 53 degrees, he said as he opened one case and checked the alcohol content. 2 whole cases of high-proof baijiu. Such a high alcohol concentration could certainly be used for combustion. He glanced at the clothes Jinlian had already pulled out. The fabric combined with alcohol could make Molotov cocktails, which could burn the zombies next door to death. However, since the neighboring house belonged to Jinlian, he couldn't just set it ablaze without asking her opinion. He decided to consult her first. If she disagreed, he would have to abandon this plan. Sister Jinlian, I've thought of a way to kill the zombies next door. What is it? We can soak these clothes in baijiu, light them, and throw them onto the zombies to burn them to death. Will that work? If done properly, it should be fine. Then let's burn them. But I'm not sure if the burning zombies might run around and set your house on fire too. Jinlian fell silent, lowering her head in thought for a moment. It's fine, go ahead. As long as we can kill these zombies, it doesn't matter if the house burns down. Who knows how long we'll survive anyway. If we die, what use would a house be? Are you really sure? Just do it, Xiaoyao. I have an apartment in the north of the city anyway. This old house isn't lived in. If we survive this disaster, I'll just renovate it. All right, Sister Jinlian. When this is over, I'll cover the renovation costs. You said it. Don't go back on your word. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Good, then I'll wait for you to build me a house. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyao took out all the clothes, opened several bottles of baijiu, and drenched the entire pile thoroughly. If the disaster ended, he figured he could make money easily with his phone system and help Jinlian renovate her house without any trouble. Sister Jinlian, stay inside. He'll go alone. How can that be? You've already breathed in a lot of the fog. Are you sure you're okay? What if you turn into a zombie too? I can hold on for a few more tens of minutes, but you can't breathe any more of the fog. All right, I'll wait for you here. Jinlian nodded solemnly. She had many questions for Xiaoyao, but she held them back. How did he know that staying in the fog for over 10 minutes would turn someone into a zombie? Since yesterday had only seen Uncle Wang's zombie. Yet time and again she swallowed her words. Everyone had secrets. Since Xiaoyao knew the time limit for zombification, he must also have a way to avoid it. Perhaps sticking with him gave her a better chance of survival than going it alone. Xiaoyao went to the southern monastery house, paid little attention to the corpse on the ground, and directly carried a table outside. He moved it to the eastern wall where the screams from the other side continued unabated. Suddenly a rooster flew onto the wall, startling Xiaoyao. Looking closely, he saw it was the neighbor's rooster. It seemed the cages in the chicken coop had been torn open by zombies and some chickens had escaped their siege. Ignoring the rooster, Xiaoyao climbed onto the table. Through the haze, he could vaguely see the yard swarming with escaped chickens and a few zombies clumsily chasing them. Their movements were so sluggish that they couldn't catch any. Catching a chicken was hard enough for a normal person, let alone these brainless zombies. More and more chickens escaped their clutches. Come here, you ugly zombies. Xiaoyao shouted. Some zombies busy chasing chickens turned their heads toward the sound. Despite the fog, their sense of smell was keener. They followed his voice toward the western wall. When they got closer and detected the scent of a living human, they excitedly lunged to devour him. But they couldn't jump or climb the table, so they could only stare at the human before them, growling mindlessly. Zombie. Race undead. Level 1. Combat power 45. HP 500500. Zombie. Race undead. Level 1. Combat power 40. HP 500500. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xiao Yao counted the zombies at the base of the wall. Only 4. And they were all just level 1, not even a single level 2. How did a level 2 zombie even evolve? Xiao Yao was curious, but had no time to ponder. He had to barbecue these zombies before they multiplied. They were all gathered at the wall's base, which minimized potential damage to the houses. That was a good thing. Jumping off the table, Xiao Yao fetched the remaining case of baijiu from the northern room. He opened several bottles and poured the liquor over the heads of the zombies below the wall, dousing them with 3 or 4 bottles. Then he tossed the alcohol-soaked clothes onto their heads and ignited a piece of fabric before throwing it into the zombie crowd. The zombies, thoroughly soaked in baijiu, burst into flames instantly. Above the zombies' heads, large chunks of HP began dropping in Zaiweo's vision. 555. The burning dealt only 5 points of damage per tick. At this rate, it would take nearly 2 minutes to kill them. Worried the alcohol wouldn't last that long, he poured a few more bottles over them, hoping they'd burn to death. An axe lay at his feet, but he had no desire for close combat. He'd rather let the fire do the work. He hurled the empty bottles toward the northern room of the chicken coop, hoping to lure out any zombies hiding there. Bang! Bang! After 2 bottles shattered, a zombie's roar echoed from within. Sure enough, Xiao Yao vaguely saw a shadow emerge from the northern room's doorway, stepping onto the broken glass shards without seeming to feel the pain. He threw 2 more bottles toward the zombie. This time the creature seemed to spot him. Spreading its arms, it roared and walked straight toward him. Yes, walked. Compared to the other zombies' toddler-like stumbling, this one's movement could actually be called walking. What the hell? Is that a human or a zombie? Xiao Yao was startled by the zombie's almost human-like gait. As it drew closer, he finally read its information. Zombie. Race undead. Level 3. Combat power 62. HP 530530. A level 3 zombie. It didn't seem all that different. Just slightly higher combat power and a bit more HP. Xiao Yao felt zombies weren't so hard to kill. They might have high stats, but without brains to use them, they were just walking XP. Watching this level 3 zombie, he saw it was just as brainless as the level 1s. It couldn't even climb a table. It could only snarl at him from below. He poured several bottles of baijiu over its head, and the nearby flames quickly spread to engulf it. In the adjacent courtyard, the raging flames on the zombies still burned fiercely. Fortunately, these zombies were far from the northern house and did not set it ablaze, saving Xiao Yao the cost of renovating the dwelling. Gazing at the level 3 zombie below, which like the other level 1 zombies had its health dropping in increments of 5, Xiao Yao felt a measure of relief. As long as the damage continued, it seemed the zombies were fairly easy to kill. He completely overlooked one issue: most survivors were unaware that the thick fog was toxic. Only a few had the habit of wearing masks when the fog arose. The majority did not, nor did they notice the fog's toxicity. This led to a large number of survivors failing to protect themselves, wasting their lives, and transforming into zombies. Experience 50, gold 80, experience 50, gold 80, experience 50, gold 80. The first few level 1 zombies began to fall, granting some experience. His pet Little Chong was somewhere unknown, but had also picked up some gold for him. Seeing the gold information appear in his field of view, Xiao Yao quickly freed up a slot on his phone. He had no intention of climbing down to search the zombie corpses, better to let Little Chong handle it. Before long, the level 3 zombie also collapsed. Experience 53, a gold 120, a low-quality blood essence 1. The level 3 zombie granted slightly more experience and gold along with a piece of low-quality blood essence. Xiao Yao retrieved it. After a while, there were no more prompts for item pickups. Are you kidding me? 5 zombies and only 1 piece of low-quality blood essence. The drop rate is abysmal. Having burned 5 zombies to death and obtained just 1 piece, he wondered if only zombies above level 2 dropped blood essence. Did killing these level 1 zombies only yield money? The money earned wasn't even enough to cover the cost of using the reconnaissance skill, let alone the 2 cases of liquor he had expended. Staring at the few remaining bottles, Xiao Yao winced in regret. It seemed he had wasted resources. At least he had gained a decent amount of experience. Glancing at his health bar, 61,200, he knew he had to hurry indoors to recover. Jumping off the table, he grabbed his wood-chopping axe and dashed toward the northern house. Huff! Huff! Tearing off the towel, Xiao Yao took deep breaths of the musty indoor air. At this moment, the stale atmosphere seemed sweeter than the toxic fog outside. Xiao Yao, how did it go? Sister Jinlian asked anxiously. Waiting inside had made her even more nervous than if she had faced the zombies herself. I've burned them all to death. Xiao Yao replied, catching his breath. That's wonderful. Sister Jinlian clapped her hands in excitement. With the zombies eliminated, they no longer had to flee. The zombies should be dead, but the doors and windows of the chicken farm next door are broken. The zombies killed quite a few chickens, and combined with the ones I killed yesterday, the smell of blood is strong. It might attract more zombies. Xiao Yao wasn't sure if the scent of blood would lure zombies, but based on movie depictions, they should be sensitive to it. He couldn't help but worry. So we still have to run. Sister Jillian frowned. There are zombie corpses in this courtyard too. Although the stronger smell from next door covers it, and I've covered them with a quilt, it's only a matter of time before they're discovered. This time I could use the courtyard wall to hold them off, but if they break through the main gate next time, we'll have nowhere to hide. Moreover, Xiao Yao had a more pressing concern. His phone battery was at only 12. He didn't know if it could last the day, so he had to find a way to charge it today. By the way, do you have a power bank? Xiao Yao had forgotten to ask Sister Jillian. Since she had a phone, perhaps she had brought one. The thought filled him with anticipation. Power bank. Jillian was puzzled. In a time like this, why would he need a power bank? Yes, a power bank for charging. I do have one, but I left in a hurry yesterday and didn't bring it. It's in the bag on my mother's Kong. That's great. Xiao Yao was thrilled. With a power bank, he could charge his phone. But I've used it several times already, so it might not have much power left. It's okay, something is better than nothing. Xiao Yao was excited despite the limitation. Sister Jillian, wait for me here. He'll go next door to get the power bank. And don't go outside. Your condition isn't suitable for going out. Xiao Yao specifically warned her, as Jillian only had 37 HP, which was quite dangerous. His own health had recovered a bit to 65,200, and going next door would only take a few minutes. He couldn't wait to get his hands on that power bank immediately. All right, be careful. Jillian watched as Xiao Yao hurriedly opened the door and left. She knew she couldn't assert too much of her own will now, as she had pinned all her hopes on him. If she made too many demands, he might abandon her. She had no idea what she would do then. No. Jillian suddenly clenched her fists. She couldn't rely entirely on Xiao Yao. If he thought she was useless, he might still leave her behind in the end. She had to prove her worth. In the courtyard shrouded in thick fog, Xiao Yao climbed onto the table and glanced at the zombies opposite. The flames were still burning and would continue for a while. Jumping down, he moved the table aside, estimating he was far enough from the zombie pile. Climbing back up, he saw a relatively clean patch of ground beside the pile, but there was no table below. With a leap, he landed, gripping his wood-chopping axe tightly. Scanning the area, he saw only a few calm chickens wandering in small groups, pecking at the dirt for food, utterly unafraid of the zombie corpses nearby. No zombies were in sight. Letting out a breath, he crouched and made his way to the southern singlestory house. Pushing open the door, he approached the Kong, where a black women's bag lay. Unzipping it, he found a pile of makeup tools. After rummaging, he spotted a white rectangular power bank. Pressing the button, the LED showed 1 bar of power left. Perfect. At least he could charge his phone a bit. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, he didn't bother searching for anything else. The gate was already broken and zombies could enter at any moment. He had to leave quickly. Turning around, he headed for the exit. Clatter. In his haste, Xiao Yao knocked over a plastic bag on the windowsill. Reflexively, he glanced at it. Red ginseng pack can be used to brew medicinal soup. Effects unknown. Red ginseng packet can be used to brew medicinal broth. Effects unknown. Xiao Yao stared at the plastic bag that had fallen from the windowsill. What was this? Was it that packet of red ginseng bought from the old lady, setting up a stall at the north gate of Shiqiao Market? It could be used to brew medicinal broth. It appeared to be a type of Chinese medicinal herb, but its effects remained a mystery. Taking it along, Xiao Yao stuffed the plastic bag into Sister Jillian's backpack. Charging his phone was the top priority. Xiao Yao adjusted the towel covering his mouth and pushed open the door. What now? There was no table, and the courtyard walls were so high that Xiao Yao couldn't possibly jump over them. Glancing at the pile of zombies nearby, now reduced to a few charred, tree-root-like remains, Xiao Yao couldn't help but shudder. After all burned like this, they were unrecognizable as zombies. Among the corpses lay the remnants of the table, which had apparently been reduced to ashes, leaving him nothing to step on to climb the wall. Roar! A low growl came from outside the door. It's a zombie. Hearing this sound, every hair on Xiao Yao's body stood on end. What should he do? He quickly scanned his surroundings, but the barren yard offered nothing to use as a barrier. With no other choice, Xiao Yao dashed back into the bungalow and closed the doors and windows. Just then a zombie staggered in from the main gate. Spotting the chickens in the yard, it excitedly reached out its hands to grab them. Phew. Xiao Yao exhaled deeply. It seemed the zombie hadn't noticed him. But he couldn't stay hidden here forever. The scent of blood in the yard would attract more zombies. Only one had arrived so far, but if more came, they might discover him. There was no liquor left to throw another Molotov cocktail. After a brief moment of thought, Xiao Yao steeled himself. He opened the window and threw a bottle of mineral water at the zombie chasing the chickens. The moment the bottle struck the zombie, turned its head, spotted the more appetizing human, and lunged toward the bungalow with wild gnashing fury. Come on, you ugly zombie. Let your fatty teach you a lesson. Xiao Yao gripped the wood-chopping axe tightly, standing like an iron tower inside the bungalow window, a fierce glint in his eyes. The window wall wasn't very high, and he needed to finish this quickly. Huh. As the zombie lunged through the window, Xiao Yao raised the axe and brought it down heavily onto the creature's head. Squelch. The axe embedded itself halfway into the skull. A large 34 appeared above the zombie's head, followed by continuous 555. It seemed Xiao Yao's blow had inflicted a bleeding wound. His own attributes alone couldn't have caused such high damage, but in the real world things weren't bound purely by stats. A fatal strike to a weak point could multiply the damage several times over. The axe was stuck in the zombie's skull, and Xiao Yao couldn't pull it out with a single tug. Roar. Although the blow had been critical, it didn't stop the zombie's arms from thrashing. Embedding the axe in its head only enraged the creature further. Indeed, Xiao Yao could see fury in its eyes. The zombie's health bar had only dropped by a small fraction, and the damage wasn't enough to slow it down. As its hands reached for him, Xiao Yao instantly released his grip on the axe handle and retreated several steps. He couldn't afford to be grabbed. Who knew if he'd be infected and die on the spot? It seemed the axe handle was too short, he'd need a longer weapon in the future. The 555 bleeding effect continued above the zombie's head. Despite losing a fair amount of health, it still bore a long health bar estimated at over 400 points. Now unarmed, Xiao Yao faced a dire situation. The zombie could crawl into the room at any moment, and more zombies might arrive outside the yard. Worse still, the window was wide open, and the thick fog outside had begun seeping into the bungalow, stacking layers of poison status on Xiao Yao. In his anxiety, sweat beaded on his forehead. He quickly scanned the bungalow for a suitable weapon. The kitchen knife was still stuck in the head of the zombie head killed earlier, and the pot lid was gone. Grabbing a small stool from the floor, Xiao Yao hurled it at the zombie's head, dealing 10 damage, likely boosted by his own strength. He picked up another stool and smashed it against the axe embedded in the zombie's skull, dealing 17 damage. It seemed to be working. As long as he kept striking the axe, the bleeding damage would persist. Xiao Yao quickly grabbed the dough board from beside the stove and began pounding it against the axe embedded in the zombie's head, blow after blow. Crack. After countless strikes, the dough board split in two with a sharp crack. Xiao Yao picked up the broken pieces and, wielding them in both hands, relentlessly hammered the zombie's skull. As its health bar neared depletion, the creature finally fell silent, its movements ceasing as its body slumped against the windowsill. It had never managed to crawl through. Experience 50, money 80. The zombie yielded 50 experience points and 80 coins before Xiao Yao crouched, panting heavily. His arms ached so much he could barely lift them. It was clear he was out of shape. This level of exertion had exhausted him. Without a proper weapon, killing zombies was backbreaking work. With his base strength of 10, it took about 50 hits to bring down a single zombie. That wouldn't do. At level 10, even a level 1 zombie was a struggle, making basic survival a challenge, let alone searching for a power bank. If he ran into a horde, he might as well start over. The axe head was buried deep in the zombie's skull, only the handle visible. Xiao Yao tugged at it twice, but it wouldn't budge. What now? Losing a weapon for every zombie killed was unsustainable. Leaving the axe for now, he knew he couldn't linger. Pushing aside the curtain to the inner room, he searched for tools. A cabinet on the Kong held only clothes to a table in the corner, had some daily items, and 2 plastic boxes. These boxes would have to serve as a stepping stool. He wasn't sure they'd hold. Plopped. Xiao Yao leaped directly from the top of the wall, his 160 gene weight, leaving 2 deep footprints in the ground. Without lingering, he dashed straight toward the northern room. His health points had already bottomed out. Xiao Yao glanced at his HP, 12,200. If he lingered any longer, he would become a zombie himself. He had no desire to be one. The 160 gene fat man sprinted, leaving behind a blur. Xiao Yao, how is it? I think I heard more zombie noises. Yeah, I just killed one. Barely escaped being devoured. Are you hurt? No, but the axe got stuck in the zombie's head. Ooh, I couldn't retrieve it. As long as you're not injured, that's what matters. Oh, right, your bag. Xiao Yao took off his backpack, pulled out the packet of red ginseng and a power bank, and handed the rest to Sister Jinlian. What time is it to be charging your phone? Is your life more important, or your phone? Life, of course. I'm charging it just to check the time. Besides, I'm so used to playing on my phone every day, I can't adapt without it. I can't even go to the bathroom without my phone. Truth would never do so. Xiao Yao fabricated an excuse. He grabbed the power bank, connected his phone to the charging cable, and watched as the battery slowly started to charge. The tension in his heart eased slightly. His phone had only 8 battery left. It couldn't be more thrilling. In truth, not being able to level up was secondary. What mattered was that the mineral water and other supplies stored in the phone's space couldn't be retrieved if it shut down. Although Sister Jinlian had a power bank, it only had 1 bar of charge left, and he had no idea how much it could replenish. He had to find more power banks. Xiao Yao picked up the green backpack beside him, which Sister Jinlian had found here. It seemed he couldn't rely entirely on the phone's space. What if the phone died one day? He'd have tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water, but might die of thirst because the phone was out of power. He needed to prepare some food and emergency supplies to keep in the backpack. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Xiao Yao's gaze shifted back to the plastic bag. Red ginseng package can be decocted into a medicinal soup. Effect unknown. What exactly was red ginseng? Sister Jinlian, do you know what red ginseng is? It's a kind of health supplement said to nourish blood and boost vitality. Whether it actually works, who knows? Oh, how do you usually consume it? You can boil it directly into soup or dry it and grind it into powder to steep in water, like herbal medicine. Sister Jinlian, can you help me boil these red ginseng into a soup? Xiao Yao, little brother, is it appropriate to make a fire now? Won't the smoke from the chimney attract zombies? It should be fine. Based on the zombies we've encountered so far, they're less intelligent than a child. They're just sensitive to living creatures like live chickens or people. Smoke probably doesn't bother them. They might not even know what it is. But if the zombies do come, we'll have nowhere to hide. Don't worry, Sister Jeanlian. If zombies come, they'll stand in front of you. Besides, there's heavy fog outside. The smoke from the fire won't be that easy to spot. All right, Xiao Yao, little brother. I can help you make the soup, but we need to go to the southern bungalow. There's no stove here. Xiao Yao glanced at his HB 20200. Running there should take less than a minute. No big deal. Okay, let's run. Don't stay in the fog too long. Okay. Jeanlian and Xiao Yao adjusted their towels together, covering their mouths. Run. Xiao Yao saw that Jeanlian was ready. After shouting, he quickly pulled open the door and sprinted toward the southern bungalow. It wasn't far. They soon reached the southern bungalow and closed the door. What met their eyes was a corpse lying directly in front of them. Mom! A heart-wrenching, piercing cry of anguish. Xiao Yao grabbed Jeanlian, stopping her from lunging at the corpse on the ground. The entire floor was stained with blood. Jeanlian's mother's body lay near the stove not far away. The room was already filled with thick fog. Not good, the window here is broken. There's fog inside the room too. Xiao Yao realized that the poisoning status hadn't disappeared even after entering the house. He took Jeanlian's hand, opened the door again, and ran back north. Huff! Huff! They had nearly kicked the bucket. The window of the southern bungalow had been smashed by zombies, and the entire room was filled with dense fog. If Xiao Yao hadn't been constantly monitoring his health and noticed the poisoning status hadn't disappeared, they would have become zombies by now. Wah! 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 Sister Jeanlian beside him had lost control of her emotions the moment she saw her mother's corpse, sobbing quietly. I'm sorry. Xiao Yao felt deeply regretful. If he hadn't dragged Sister Jeanlian over, he wouldn't have stirred up her tears again. Xiao Yao pulled Sister Jeanlian into his arms, gently patting her back. I'm sorry, Sister Jeanlian. Wah! 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 Jeanlian didn't reply to Xiao Yao. She leaned heavily into his embrace, crying freely. Her tears soaked Xiao Yao's chest. Xiao Yao said nothing more, gently patting Jeanlian's back in silent comfort. Xiao Yao held Sister Jeanlian quietly, letting her vent her emotions. Although he had only met Jeanlian's mother once, Xiao Yao felt she was a very kind elder without any airs of seniority. He never imagined that after just one meeting they would be separated by life and death. Watching Jeanlian, who had turned into a tearful mess in his arms, Xiao Yao thought of his own family. Why had he known the apocalypse was coming, yet still gone out to wander? Why hadn't he told his family the truth in advance? One's body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents. Oh, everything he had was given by them. What right did he have to keep secrets from them? Even if his parents wanted his phone system, he had no reason to refuse, because everything he had came from them. Without them, he wouldn't even be in this world. Why hadn't he confessed to his parents from the start about the heaven-defying phone system, the impending apocalypse, all of it, and instead told himself that the fewer people who knew the bet? Mom! Xiao Yao screamed silently in his heart. Are you okay? Please don't let anything happen to you. Although it had only been one night since he left home, it felt like several centuries. His phone had no signal. He was completely cut off from his family. He didn't know if they were worried about not being able to reach him or if they had listened to him and stayed home. He hadn't been to class yesterday, nor had he returned home last night. Were his family worrying about him, right now grieving over losing contact with him? Jeanlian's crying tore at Xiao Yao's heart. He desperately wanted to be by his parents' side. What was the point of protecting a girlfriend, protecting buddies, protecting a savior, if he couldn't even protect his own parents? He was someone who had been reborn, yet he was foolishly trying to protect others. Had he forgotten who he even was? Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, tears streaming from his eyes. I want to go home. I want to go home. This was the sole thought in Xiao Yao's mind at that moment. His only goal from then on was to embark on the journey home, no matter how perilous the path. Yet before setting out, he needed to make some preparations. After all, both of them had little health remaining, and Xiao Yao was still uncertain whether he should take Jeanlian with him. Jeanlian could only recover her health while sleeping, and the road ahead was fraught with danger. Xiao Yao could not guarantee her safety, nor was he even confident in ensuring his own. Jeanlian gradually stopped sobbing and pulled away from Xiao Yao's embrace. Sorry I got your clothes wet. It's nothing. Xiao Yao blinked hard, trying to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Jeanlian looked at Xiao Yao, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and felt her own tears, which had just stopped threatening to. Xiao Yao hastily wiped the tears from the corners of Jeanlian's eyes. Jeanlian, please accept my condolences. What happened was beyond our control. All we can do now is strive to survive. Only by living can there be hope. But how are we going to survive? Are we just going to wait for death? We don't have much food, it won't last a few days. Don't worry, you'll figure out the food situation. Just keep your spirits up and don't be too pessimistic. If we can hold out until the thick fog lifts, perhaps the country will send help soon. Trust the nation, trust yourself, and trust me. Xiao Yao gripped Jeanlian's arm solemnly. A person's will to live determined whether they could survive. Once the hope for life vanished, their spirit would quickly crumble. Food and water were not Xiao Yao's concerns, as his phone space stored tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water and over 2,000 chickens. What troubled him most was the issue of charging. With no sun, the solar equipment was useless. He urgently needed charging devices, power banks, generators, any possible power supply. Jinlian am planning to head home soon. Xiao Yao pondered for a moment before deciding to tell Jinlian to see if she was willing to come with him. If she agreed, he would do his utmost to protect her. If she chose to stay, he would leave her enough food and water for a week. As long as she remained safely indoors, she should be able to survive. If the disaster hadn't passed and rescue hadn't arrived within a week, then it would be up to fate. Xiao Yao could only pray that Jinlian would continue to live on. He couldn't leave all the supplies behind. He wasn't so selfless as to sacrifice himself for others. Helping others must be done while ensuring one's own safety. That was a lesson taught by the old lady who had faked a fall. Home. Yes, home. I'm deeply worried about my family's safety, so I must go back even if the road is fraught with countless dangers. But we might encounter who knows how many zombies. We might not even be able to get through this thick fog. I know, but I have no choice. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest. Do you have to go? I must go. Jinlian, I'm not sure you'll survive this journey, so I can't guarantee your safety either. Whether you stay or come with me, it's your decision. He'll respect your choice. I don't know. Let me think it over calmly. Rest assured, Jinlian. If you decide to stay, he'll leave you enough food and water for a week. So don't have any worries or concerns. Xiao Yao watched as Jinlian walked alone to the window, staring intently at the dense fog outside. He did not disturb her. This was reality. Everyone had their own concerns and thoughts. With the arrival of this catastrophe, every choice would determine life or death. Xiao Yao was not a god. He couldn't exude an aura of dominance that would make everyone blindly follow him. Xiao Yao looked at Jinlian's back and silently thought to himself, if you are willing to come with me, if you are willing to trust me, then between the zombies and you there will always be someone standing in the middle, and that will be me. Unless I fall, I will never let you face the zombies alone. If you trust me, I will hold up the sky for you. Without interfering further in Jinlian's thoughts, Xiao Yao glanced at his health points, 45,200. Having recovered some vitality, he decided to move the stove from the south wing. Since the south wing was shrouded in fog, it was better to light the stove in the north room and cook the soup. Xiao Yao was eager to see the effects of the red ginseng soup. Since it was a tonic, it should be beneficial. After adjusting his towel, he pushed open the door and dashed to the south wing. The stove was an ordinary household model that could burn coal or firewood. However, due to frequent gas poisoning incidents in recent years, many rural households only used firewood now. It produced a strong flame, avoided gas poisoning, and was cost-effective. Xiao Yao dismantled the stove and tested its weight. It was lighter than expected, perhaps because his strength had increased. Without lingering, he carried the stove to the north room, then returned to fetch a non-stick pan, a ladle, a cleaver, a chopping bow. Let me do it. As Xiao Yao hesitated, Jinlian's voice sounded beside him. He turned his head to see her walking over gracefully, a faint smile on her face, as beautiful as azaleas blooming in early spring. Jinlian, you. Xiao Yao was momentarily puzzled. Xiao Yao, I may not be good at much, but I can cook. From now on, leave the household chores like cooking to me. Jinlian, have you decided to come with me? Otherwise what? Do you expect me to stay alone in this rundown house weeping? Jinlian, the way you say that sounds a bit strange to me. Go wash the red ginseng. Today I'll make you some red ginseng. Although staying behind would grant temporary safety, Jinlian preferred to take a gamble, for herself and for tomorrow. Today marked the second day of the apocalypse. Most of the survivors who had managed to live through the ordeal were still paralyzed by the terror of the previous night, cowering in their homes waiting for the disaster to pass. Meanwhile, those without any food reserves risked sneaking out of their houses to scavenge for supplies. Some unfortunate souls were discovered by zombies in the thick fog and were killed in the ensuing assault, others having spent too long in the mist transformed into zombies themselves. Those waiting at home for them never saw their return. More and more people dared not step outside again, not even for a single grain of rice or a drop of water, for to go out meant facing an uncertain fate, while staying indoors only meant enduring hunger. They dared not gamble with their lives, especially since only a day had passed, and many could still hold on. Xiao Yao went to the southern bungalow, fetched a bucket of water, and thoroughly washed the red ginseng. On his way back, he also grabbed several bottles of mineral water and an entire piece of chicken. Opening the door, he carried the bucket into the house and quickly shut it behind him. Jinlian had already heated the pot, waiting only for Xiao Yao's return. When he came back from the southern bungalow, he also brought various cooking condiments like soy sauce and salt. It seemed that these food seasonings also needed to be prepared, though otherwise eating dry chicken would be quite hard to swallow. Jinlian, after simmering the red ginseng soup, let's also boil a pot of chicken soup, Xiao Yao said, placing the mineral water and chicken on a small stool. Not bad, we can have a feast tonight. The sudden appearance of the chicken was understandable to Jinlian. After all, Xiao Yao had been slaughtering chickens all day yesterday. But the mineral water, if she wasn't mistaken, wasn't from her own home. Could it be from Uncle Wang's? Jinlian didn't ask. Xiao Yao had said he would handle the food, and it wasn't her concern. However, she was curious. This was already butchered chicken, and without boiling water, how had Xiao Yao managed to pluck the feathers? Usually when slaughtering a chicken, you dip it in scalding water to make feather plucking easier. But Xiao Yao had only been gone for a short while, and she had been watching the stove the whole time. He hadn't come to get any boiling water. The chicken's arrival was a bit peculiar, but judging by its appearance, it was indeed chicken. What secrets did this Xiao Yao hold? Glug glug. The water in the pot bubbled and boiled. Jin Lian placed the washed red ginseng into the boiling water. Soon the entire pot turned a light red, then deepened in color, as if a packet of brown sugar had been added, until the whole pot resembled a vessel of brown sugar water. It needs to simmer for another half-hour, Jin Lian said as she covered the pot. Simmering soup required proper timing, otherwise the nutrients in the red ginseng couldn't be fully released. Jin Lian sat by the stove staring at the flames, lost in thought. On the other side, Xiao Yao was preparing his weapons. From the southern bungalow, he had only found a cleaver and a boning knife. The cleaver was similar to the one from yesterday, but he hadn't expected the boning knife's attack attribute to surpass even that of the wood-chopping axe. The boning knife boasted an impressive attack of 1012. Testing its sharpness, Xiao Yao found that with his strength a single forceful swing could easily split firewood, a formidable strike. Ordinary people would struggle to split wood with an axe in one blow, but Xiao Yao's full-powered swing could cleave through wood effortlessly. After several test swings, he gained a better understanding of his own power, having reached level 10. His strength had increased from the original 1 point to 10, and he had never precisely measured the extent of his attributes. This showed some growth in his power, yet even with such attributes, he couldn't split a zombie's skull in one blow. Perhaps the skull was the hardest part. Xiao Yao toyed with the boning knife, lost in thought. It was sharp enough, but its attack range was too short. Close-quarters combat was never the best option. Xiao Yao searched the yard carefully for any long weapon. Soon he opened the door and carried back a shovel. Its attack range was considerable, but it felt unwieldy and its attributes were pitifully low, only 23, matching the cleaver's. However, the shovel was long. Moving a safe distance from Jin Lian, he tested it. Though not a weapon, he could practice with it like Guan Yes glaive. He raised the shovel above his head and swung it down forcefully, smashing the already split firewood into splinters. Some wood chips flew toward his face, nearly striking him. A startling reminder not to get injured by his own recklessness rather than by zombies. It seemed playing with firewood was risky. He tried a simple upward swing, then spun the shovel in a full circle using its momentum. The shovel whirled into a round shape, gaining speed. Starting was easy, but stopping proved difficult. Xiao Yao realized the problem. Not good. The faster I spin, the harder it is to stop. Jin Lian watched with wide eyes, sensing something was wrong. If the shovel flew off, it could be dangerous. Xiao Yao stopped. I want to, but the shovel won't let me. Wait, let me hide first, then you let go. Jin Lian hurried to the warehouse door next door. Let go now. Then Jin Lian closed the door and hid at the far end of the warehouse. What do I do now? Xiao Yao found that the wooden handle seemed glued to his hand. Yet the spinning shovel whirred like a tornado, and for a moment he didn't want to let go. Why not test how fast it could go? Gritting his teeth, he gripped the handle tightly, channeling the shovel's rotational force along with his own strength. Faster. 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 Xiao Yao was utterly absorbed in the joy of spinning, for now the centrifugal force from the shovel was moving his 160-pound body. Not good. Just as he was reveling in the sensation, the shovel suddenly flew out of his hands. Without it, a violent dizziness struck his mind. Like a drunken man, he lost control of his body and staggered toward a nearby broken bed. Crack! The bed shattered under his weight. Xiao Yao lay amidst the splintered wood, stars dancing before his eyes, his head still spinning. Yet a smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he even wanted to laugh out loud. For through his dizzy vision, he saw the shovel embedded in the wall like a javelin. What delighted him even more was the sound from the system at that moment. Congratulations, host. You have independently comprehended a skill for the first time. Please name the skill. Bang. Crack. Hidden in the small storage room, Jin Lian heard a loud crash, followed by the sound of something shattering. After a while, hearing no more unusual noises outside, she slowly opened the door. What met her eyes was Xiao Yao lying on a collapsed bed. Xiao Yao, are you alright? Jin Lian hurried over to check on Xiao Yao. Cough. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Xiao Yao's face twisted as he forced a smile. Hiss, he shifted slightly, and a searing pain shot through his buttocks. What's wrong, Xiao Yao? Are you hurt anywhere? Jin Lian looked at his expression, which seemed genuine, as if he were truly in pain. Sister Jean, help me up. I can't seem to get up, or it hurts whenever I move. Xiao Yao grimaced, occasionally sucking in cold air through his teeth. Look at you spinning around for no reason and hurting yourself. Jin Lian scolded angrily, reaching out to pull him up. But Xiao Yao was far too heavy for a frail woman like her. Xiao Yao, you're way too heavy. You should lose some weight. Oh, I can't budge you at all. After several attempts, Jin Lian finally gave up, panting heavily. You're so fat. What girl would ever like you? Hiss. Sister Jean, don't tease me. I don't know why, but I've been this fat since birth. Maybe it's my constitution. Even drinking cold water makes me gain weight. Xiao Yao felt helpless. Ever since his rebirth, he had been this fat, and strangely his appetite had grown enormously. He couldn't go a day without eating dozens of steamed buns. Could it be that he had been reborn as Zhu Beiji? Xiao Yao touched his nose. Thankfully, it was a human nose. Then he felt his ears, not as big as palm leaves. Fat was fine. After all, he ate his own family's grain. If his obesity offended anyone or got in their way, they could tell him, and he would immediately add them to his blacklist. They wouldn't get a sip of his water or a bite of his chicken. That was it. Head jotted down in a little notebook, anyone who called him fat would be recorded. If they asked for his help, he'd refuse. If they insisted, they'd have to pay extra. Double the reward. Xiao Yao glanced at Jean Lian, who was still nagging about his weight. Oh, forget it. Her nagging was as relentless as his mother's, like a sister to him. The dizziness had mostly subsided. Aside from the pain in his buttocks, he felt no other discomfort. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "Sister Jean, help me up one more time." Leaning on the broken bed and Jean Lian's arm, he slowly stood up. Hiss. Something seemed to be stuck in his buttocks. "Sister Jean, can you check if there's something in my butt? It hurts a bit." "Let me see." Jean Lian moved behind him and saw a small piece of wood embedded in his buttock. "Xiao Yao, there's a piece of wood in your butt." "Oh, no wonder it hurts so much." Xiao Yao glanced at his status and noticed a bleeding effect beneath his bleeding loses 1 HP per minute, remaining 26 minutes. He hadn't noticed the icon earlier. Thankfully, he had learned the body forging technique. Otherwise, with only 38 HP left, he might bleed to death. Logically, a small hole in the butt shouldn't be fatal, but Xiao Yao dared not take the risk. If he really died from such a wound, who would believe him? They'd just laugh. "Sister Jean, could you please pull out the wood? I can't move like this." Unable to see the wood himself, Xiao Yao had to ask Jean Lian for help. "All right, bear with it." Jean Lian looked at the piece of wood. It wasn't large, but the surrounding fabric was already stained dark red with blood. Without further hesitation, she said, "Here I go. I'm pulling it out." "Oh." A sharp scream escaped Xiao Yao's lips, but he quickly clamped his hand over his mouth. He mustn't make a sound. Who knew how many zombies were still lurking nearby? Slap. Slap. Xiao Yao struck himself twice. "Xiao Yao, what are you doing?" Jean Lian was puzzled. Why would he slap himself after having the wood pulled out? "I couldn't help it. I screamed too loud. I'm afraid it'll attract zombies. Just teaching myself a lesson. Don't worry, it's not that serious. If there are zombies, they go to the chicken farm next door first. The smell of blood is stronger there." "Oh no. Sister Jean, quick, help me plug the hole in my butt. If we don't, I'm going to die." After slapping himself, Xiao Yao suddenly shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "All right, I'll find something to plug it with." Jean Lian, flustered by his sudden panic, rushed to a pile of clothes to find something suitable to staunch the bleeding. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. He saw his health dropping rapidly. Bleeding loses 5 HP per minute, remaining 60 minutes. With only 30 HP left, Xiao Yao was at a loss. The bleeding had exceeded his natural recovery rate. At this rate, he'd be dead in about 8 minutes. He regretted pulling out the wood. Had only made things worse. He had no idea how big the wound was, but he knew that if he didn't stop the bleeding soon, he was done for. Forgetting the pain in his buttocks, Xiao Yao quickly pulled down his pants, leaving only his boxers, and lay flat on the ground. "Sister Jean, quick, help me plug the hole." Coming. Jean Lian grabbed a few shirts, some white, some gray, and frantically wrapped them around Xiao Yao's thighs to cover the wound. Don't panic. Jean Lian kept reassuring him and herself as she wrapped the clothes tightly and tied a knot. It's done. "Xiao Yao, I've plugged it." Xiao Yao kept an eye on his bleeding status. Bleeding loses 1 HP per minute, remaining 60 minutes. Though the duration had increased, at least he wouldn't die. Phew. Xiao Yao let out a long breath and lay still on the ground, not daring to move. He'd just have to wait out these 60 minutes. If he triggered a stronger bleeding effect again, he'd be done for. And that would be a truly pathetic end. "Thank you, Sister Jean. As long as you're okay. You scared me half to death with all that fussing." A grown man crying over a splinter in his butt. "Are you even a man?" Jean Lian fanned herself with her hand, exhausted from the frantic activity. She unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt. "Let me get you some soup to drink." With that, she walked toward the stove. "Thank you, Sister Jean." Xiao Yao watched her retreating figure. There were many things he couldn't tell her. The phone system was both an opportunity and a challenge, a double-edged sword. Sister Jean Lian ladled a bowl of red ginseng soup, blowing on it gently. "Come on, Xiao Yao, drink this." This phrase felt oddly familiar to Xiao Yao, reminiscent of the dialogue from the water margin, where Pan Jean Lian fed Wu Dalong his medicine. But he was no Wu Dalong, nor was Jean Lian that Pan Jean Lian. Struggling to sit up, he replied, "All right, Sister Jean Lian." Since Xiao Yao was lying on his stomach, he could only raise his upper body, making it awkward to take the bowl. "Let me feed you instead," she said. Seeing his difficulty, Jean Lian crouched down and fed him the soup. "It's not hot anymore." Open wide, gulp. The temperature of the red ginseng soup was just right, and Xiao Yao downed it in a few large swallows. A warm current flowed down his throat, through his esophagus, into his stomach, and finally settled in his abdomen, spreading a comforting warmth that felt exceptionally soothing. "That was delicious, Sister Jean Lian. You should have some too." "Emma, I will. You should rest now. Seeing you like this really scared me. I still need you to help me fend off those zombies. Anyway, you'll go cook the chicken soup now. You'll make sure you get plenty to eat later." "All right, Sister Jean Lian. I can't wait to taste your chicken soup." After downing the hot soup, the pain in his rear had subsided somewhat. Suddenly, Xiao Yao noticed that his health points were slowly increasing, having recovered to 45,200. Beneath his avatar, a new status effect had appeared alongside the bleeding debuff. Healing restores 10 HP per second. Duration 3 seconds. Is this the effect of the red ginseng soup? A surge of ecstasy washed over Xiao Yao. He had been so focused on drinking that he had completely overlooked the properties of the red ginseng soup. Sister Jillian, could you pour me another bowl? Your soup is really delicious. All right. Let me pour out this pot first. I need the pot to cook the chicken soup. Watching Jillian pour the red ginseng soup into a larger basin, Xiao Yao longed to get up and fetch it himself. But in his current state, he dared not move, fearing he might accidentally trigger an intensified bleed. Helpless, he could only watch Jillian's movements, which seemed to slow down dozens of times in his anxious eyes. Red ginseng soup restores 10 HP per second. Duration 25 seconds. Jillian brought over the basin and then went to prepare the chicken soup. Cradling the large basin, Xiao Yao's reconnaissance glasses displayed the properties of this sizable portion of red ginseng soup. It was exactly what he needed, the first and only restorative elixir he had encountered. Red ginseng. The old woman at the stall. It seemed he had a few more goals now. Glancing at his health, which had recovered to 75,200, he realized that drinking this entire basin would be wasteful. Sister Jillian, could you bring me a small bowl? Here. Jillian set down a small bowl and returned to cooking. Xiao Yao took the bowl and ladled out a serving. Red ginseng soup restores 10 HP per second. Duration 5 seconds. It appeared the basin held exactly 5 bowls plus the one he had already drunk, making 6 in total. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Yao downed one bowl then another. His health had risen to 175,200. Though not fully restored, he was no longer in critical condition. He tried sitting up, the pain in his rear had lessened, but the bleeding debuff persisted with 52 minutes remaining. For the next hour, strenuous activity was out of the question. With his health nearly full, Xiao Yao felt less fearful and began to move around cautiously. Normal activities were now possible. He emptied a few mineral water bottles and carefully poured the remaining red ginseng soup into them. This was a life-saving medicine, not to be wasted unless absolutely necessary. The leftover soup filled 3 bottles, and he stowed 2 of them in his backpack. Xiao Yao, you're okay now. Jillian turned around and saw him sitting up pouring the soup into bottles. You recovered pretty quickly. After all, a piece of wood in the rear shouldn't have hurt that much. Yeah, I'm fine. By the way, Sister Jillian, why haven't you had any of the red ginseng soup? Noticing that Jillian's health was still at 36,100, Xiao Yao realized she hadn't drunk any. He handed her one of the bottles. Sister Jillian, I found that this soup can restore vitality. After a few bowls, my injuries are mostly healed. You should have some too. Are you stupid? Red ginseng soup is meant to nourish qi and blood. Of course I know that. Just drink it, please. They'll have it after the chicken soup. Drink it now before it gets cold. All right, fine. Jillian picked up the bottle, took a sip, and drank half of it. So full. I can't finish it. They'll have the rest later. Okay, but don't forget. Even if you skip the chicken soup, make sure you finish that bottle. Got it. I never took you for such a nag, and a big man at that. Jillian set the half-empty bottle aside and returned to cooking the chicken soup. Xiao Yao reached out, then lowered his hand. Oh, forget it. He would just keep an eye on her health. A quick glance showed it had risen to 61,100. At least after a night's rest, she would recover a fair amount. Her words also reminded him of something he had overlooked. It seemed this restorative soup couldn't be consumed endlessly. Though his own appetite was large, allowing him to drink several bowls without feeling full, there was a limit. People could get full, even bloated. Unlike in a game, he couldn't just chug potions continuously. This was a problem. The sky was gradually darkening. It seemed they would have to spend the night here and resume their journey home tomorrow. Speaking of which, how much charge was left on his phone? Xiao Yao pulled out his phone. The power bank's light was off, indicating it was dead. There was no charging icon on the phone either. He checked the battery, 32 remaining. Phew. Seeing the remaining battery, Xiao Yao let out a long sigh of relief. It was still low, but at least it could last a while longer, alleviating the urgent need to search for another power bank. He stowed the dead power bank in his backpack. Though useless now, it was the only one he had, so he kept it. After all, besides the 2 bottles of red ginseng soup, his backpack was nearly empty. Come on, dinner's ready. Xiao Yao, come eat. Jillian's voice came from nearby. Xiao Yao looked over to see that she had already ladled out the chicken soup and placed it on the table. Coming, he replied, getting up to drink the soup. The bowl contained several large pieces of chicken. A blue light circled, revealing the soup's properties. Chicken soup restores 25 hunger points. Xiao Yao glanced at his hunger meter, 5,100, nearly empty. It seemed he would need to drink 4 large bowls tonight. Fortunately, his stomach was capacious, otherwise 4 bowls of soup would have been impossible to down without bursting. He was grateful that his rebirth hadn't left him as a scrawny man with a tiny appetite and delicate intestines. Otherwise, merely managing his hunger each day would have been a full-time job. Tonight we feast on chicken. Xiao Yao and Jillian quickly devoured the entire pot of chicken soup, the bottom of the pot, as clean as a freshly washed new one, with a pile of chicken bones left on the table. It felt like they hadn't tasted such delicious chicken or soup in ages. Xiao Yao let out a burp, picked up a small wooden stick from somewhere to pick his teeth, and said, Sister Jillian, your cooking skills are beyond words. The flavor is absolutely exquisite. After speaking, Xiao Yao gave Jillian a thumbs up. Oh, I just tried making it after slaughtering chickens every day. It's merely a simple cooking trick. Jillian replied modestly, but a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Then I'll rely on you for our future meals, Sister Jillian. The taste is truly superb, on par with a chef from a 5-star hotel. Xiao Yao, you flatter me. And now you're using such fancy words. At that moment, a line of text appeared in Zaiweo's vision. Ding survived 1 day, phone space 1. It seemed his phone's storage had increased by 1 slot. He decided to check his inventory. The phone space now had 7 slots containing mineral water bottle 990, mineral water pack 378, chicken 999, chicken 999, chicken 501, soul lock bead empty, and money 1130. Water was plentiful, and though there was a lot of chicken, it was all raw. Eating it directly carried a risk of poisoning. Boiling it required conditions he wasn't sure he'd have in the future. He planned to take out a few chickens and cook more while they had a stove and firewood. Money was still too scarce. He'd have to ask Jinlian for the 20,000 head given her back, promising to repay later. He hadn't checked his stats in a while. Since reaching level 10, Head killed a few zombies, but hadn't leveled up. Curious about his experience points, Xiaoyao opened his personal information. Xiaoyao race, human, level 10, combat power 37, health 175200, hunger 100100. When hunger reaches 0, lose 1 HP per minute, attack 10, defense 1, health recovery 1 per minute, strength 10. Each point of strength increases health by 1 and attack by 1, agility 10, intelligence 17, experience 404, 5120. Xiaoyao recalled that the zombies had encountered in recent days were levels 13. A basic level 1 zombie had 500 HP and a combat power of 4050. Based on a faction prompt had seen earlier, zombie-based stats were multiplied by 5, doubling each level. So even the weakest zombie had 500 HP. Since he hadn't joined the zombie faction, he didn't know how they leveled up, but he hypothesized if ordinary humans lost HP and turned into zombies in the mist, that poison state might benefit the zombie faction. Zombies standing in the mist would slowly level up, effectively gaining experience passively. This meant level 1 zombies would become rarer and future zombies would be harder to def. These were the only 2 paths Xiaoyao could think of indicating a serious issue ahead. To kill a level 1 zombie, an ordinary level 1 human with an attack of about 1 plus weapon bonuses from cleavers or axes might reach an attack of 4 at best. A single ordinary human would need to attack continuously 125 times or about 100 times with critical hits to kill 1 zombie. During this, they'd have to avoid poisoning and zombie scratches. Though zombies had low intelligence, achieving 100 hits without taking damage was incredibly difficult. Zaiweo's heart sank. In this disaster, countless humans would turn into zombies early on. How many survivors would be left? He clenched his fists. Even if zombies stood still and leveled up, he couldn't fall behind. He only had minimal self-defense ability. If he had firearms like pistols or machine guns, dealing with zombies would be easier. But this wasn't America, had only seen such weapons in online pictures. He couldn't hope to find them in reality. He wondered about the national situation. Was the disaster regional, national, or global? Why hadn't the country acted after a day, sending planes, artillery, and tanks to mow down the zombies? The absence of any heavy weapon sounds suggested things were worse than he imagined. For now, he had to focus on self-preservation. Sister Jinlian, I'll go get a few more chickens. While we have the chance, let's cook more for the road. All right, but have you considered that carrying too much might slow us down? He'll figure that out. Xiaoyao checked his status. The bleeding had stopped, and his health was slowly recovering. He gently untied the shirt wrapped around his leg and reached to feel the wound from the wooden stake. It seemed to have scabbed over. He wanted to see it himself, but his round body made it impossible to view his own buttocks. He felt too embarrassed to ask Jinlian to check the wound. Asking a girl to look at his rear was something he couldn't bring himself to say. Jinlian seemed only a few years older than him. Back then had been in just his underwear, a memory that now felt awkward. But given the circumstances, they both chose to forget that scene. He stole a glance at Jinlian, who seemed lost in thought. Not wanting to pry, he tested the wound, found it fine, and tossed the shirt away. It looked old, and he didn't want to risk tetanus or something. Dying that way would be too unjust. Sister Jinlian, I'll go to the south house to get some bedding. It's cold at night, just clothes won't cut it. Okay, Jinlian watched Zaiweo's retreating figure. If he were her boyfriend, it wouldn't be so bad. He was a bit chubby, but not a bad person. Chubby could be seen as sturdy. She chuckled, remembering his round physique and how Head cried over a hole in his butt. He was still a child at heart. She thought of herself. Sometimes when she mishandled a kitchen knife, cutting her fingers, she wouldn't utter a word. Could Xiaoyao really protect her? But she had no choice. At least Xiaoyao had killed several zombies on his own. He should be reliable. She just hadn't expected a man's legs to have such fair skin. Thinking about it, she found it amusing. If not for his weight, Xiaoyao could almost be called a pretty boy. The night deepened, and the thick fog persisted. Occasionally, a piercing scream would ring out from the hazy darkness, only to be swiftly swallowed by the merciless night. Perhaps yet another unfortunate soul had been discovered by the zombies. Now the outside world was likely entirely under the dominion of the undead. How much longer could those fortunate survivors, relying on their meager food supplies, cling to their fragile existence? Xiaoyao retrieved several quilts from the southern bungalow along with 5 chickens from his phone storage space. He deliberately let the thick fog outside drain his health until it dropped to a mere 20 out of 200 before entering the room, seizing every minute to increase his proficiency in the body forging art. He wondered what the level 2 body forging art would be like, but it had to be better than this paltry health regeneration of 1 per minute. The proficiency of his level 1 body forging art had already reached 520 out of 1000. The path to advancement was long and arduous. Sister Jinlian, I'll have to trouble you again. Please cook a few more chickens, Xiao Yao said, handing over the 5 chickens he had retrieved from his phone's storage space. All right. It's still early, and there's nothing else to do anyway. This will help pass the time, Sister Jinlian replied, taking the 5 chickens from Xiao Yao without asking where they came from. If he didn't want to say, why bother asking? As he watched Sister Jinlian take the 5 chickens, Xiao Yao noticed no trace of curiosity or suspicion on her face. She didn't inquire about the origin of the meat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how he would have answered if she had asked. Fortunately, she didn't. The two of them seemed to have formed an unspoken understanding, and Xiao Yao cherished it. You don't ask, I don't tell, we eat meat and fight zombies together. That was fine. Many things in life had no reason, like this apocalypse. Why? Who could answer? The heavens had posed a question, and even they couldn't come up with a solution. Xiao Yao still remembered that he had yet to name the skill he had comprehended on his own. Back then he had just injured his rear, and the naming prompt had appeared just as Sister Jinlian came out to ask him something. Then came dinner, leaving him no time to think of a name. Now with his stomach full and content, Xiao Yao grabbed a small stool, sat off to the side, and pulled up his skill panel. Personal skills. Academics, ordinary intelligence 7. Survey can survey information on items and creatures within a 3-meter radius that are no more than 5 levels above the user. Costs 60 gold minute. Active and active. Body forging art, level 1 passive. Only a body tempered through countless trials can stand undefeated. To learn offense, one must first master defense, and the best defense is to remain unbreached. Defense 1 health regeneration 1 per minute. Gain 1 proficiency for every 1 health consumed. Current proficiency 52010000. Unnamed skill, please name it first. He currently had only 4 skills. The intelligence bonuses from elementary, middle, high school, and university had been consolidated into a single academics category. Xiao Yao could still click into the academic subcategory to find the original subdivisions. It seemed there was still an opportunity to relearn knowledge, perhaps even self-study masters and doctoral degrees to further his education. The pursuit of knowledge was endless, and this academic skill was likely boundless as well, a passive skill with no upper limit. However, developing this skill would prove far more challenging than leveling up through monster slaying. Next was survey, followed by body forging art. At the very bottom was the skill he had comprehended himself, still awaiting a name. Xiao Yao was momentarily at a loss for what to call it. Recalling the earlier scene, he remembered swinging the shovel. The attack's power came from the shovel's inherent force, the centrifugal energy of its spin, and the rotational speed, a combination of factors that dealt damage. As the shovel spun faster, it resembled a whirlwind. Xiao Yao remembered a skill from a certain game, a signature move of a blade, Master Blade Storm. No, he didn't have a blade. Shovel Storm. That sounded far too rustic. Besides, while the spin was fast, it didn't quite reach the level of a storm. Spiral thrust, cyclone drill, Pegasus meteor spin. Wow, naming a skill was harder than killing zombies. Xiao Yao felt his brain cells melting away. Since it wasn't quite a storm, but resembled a small tornado, why not call it? A flash of clarity struck Xiao Yao, and he finally settled on a name: Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash. Dazzling, domineering, and explosively cool. A simple whirlwind slash felt too understated, so he added Thunderbolt to the front. Congratulations, host. Skill successfully named. Xiao Yao eagerly opened the newly named skill. Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash Level 1, a continuous attack skill. The user can move in a designated direction while continuously attacking surrounding enemy units. The user cannot be stunned or knocked back during the continuous attack. After the skill ends, the user will experience a severe dizzy spell. Use with caution. Deals 45 of base attack damage. Movement speed reduced by 30. During continuous attack, 1 stack is accumulated per second up to a maximum of 3 stacks. Each stack increases attack damage by 5 and attack range by 1 meter. Skill consumes 2 mental power per second. After the skill ends, the user is stunned for 1 minute, unable to attack or move. Skill proficiency 010000. Upon reading the description of Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash, Xiao Yao felt a wave of disgust, like opening a legendary treasure chest only to find a clove of garlic. The skill seemed utterly useless. His attack power was already low, and using this skill would only allow him to deal 45 of that damage. Even with 3 stacks, it would only reach 60. What good was that? His current attack power was 10. With the skill, he could only deal 6 damage. His movement speed would be reduced, and after the skill ended, he would be stunned for a full minute. Damn it. Xiao Yao cursed silently. That 1 minute of stun would be more than enough for zombies to kill him several times over. He angrily closed the skill panel. Ding. Due to the host's comprehension of an active skill, the mental power attribute has been unlocked on your personal information. Another notification appeared. Mental power unlocked. Xiao Yao opened his personal information panel again. Xiao Yao. Race human. Level 10. Combat power 37. Health 30,200. Mental power 127,127. Hunger 100,100. When hunger reaches 0, lose 1 health per minute. Attack 10. Defense 1. Health regeneration 1 minute. Strength 10. Each point of strength increases health by 1 and attack by 1. Agility 10. Intelligence 17. Each point of intelligence increases mental power by 1. Experience 404-5120 inch. After reading the description, Xiao Yao realized that mental power only increased by 1 per level. His health had reached 200, but his mental power was a mere 127 points. Based on the skill's consumption rate, he could continuously spin for about a minute. With his current barehanded attack of 10A, spinning for a full minute would deal roughly 380 total damage. That wasn't even enough to kill a level 1 zombie, which had 500 health. After unleashing the entire skill, he would be stunned for a minute, completely helpless. And the skill only lasted a minute. That was far too short, completely unworthy of a manly man like himself. There was a famous phone that charged for 2 hours and talked for 5 minutes, but his skill spun for 1 minute and then left him incapacitated for another. He couldn't bear the shame. This was his only self-comprehended skill, and it turned out to be such a useless one. Xiao Yao felt like tearing his phone apart to see what kind of CPU it had. Was it American-made just to mess with him? Still, the skill did have one potential use. It was an area effect attack, and with full stacks its range could reach 3 meters. It was probably useless against zombies, but it might be effective against weaker enemies. Those with less than 380 health, or even lower considering not all enemies had 0 defense. Enemies with less than 300 health perhaps. What kind of enemy had less than 300 health? Xiao Yao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Sister Jinlian. Humans. The origin of zombies. Xiao Yao suddenly realized that for now the only creatures with less than 300 health were those other than zombies, the planet's natives humans. Even after leveling up to 10, they only had 200 health. Oh, and the chickens from the neighboring farm along with other low-health animals. This skill, it seemed, was not meant to be used against zombies for the time being. At least without a weapon with higher attack power, this skill would likely be useless. He wondered how many chickens were left next door. Tomorrow he could go and kill them first. Although each chicken only gave 2 experience points, every bit counted. It was certainly much easier than killing zombies, and it would be a perfect chance to test his new skill. A chicken had only 20 health points. With the Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash spinning up, he could finish it in seconds. If not for the poor visibility at night, Xiao Yao would have wanted to climb over the wall to kill chickens right then. Xiao Yao, the chicken soup is ready. Jinlian called out to him at that moment. Xiao Yao followed her voice and saw several whole chickens steaming. I don't have containers, so I only used 1 pot for the soup. The rest can only stay on the counter. Thank you, Sister Jinlian. With these chickens we can eat for a day or 2, Xiao Yao said, looking at the 5 chicken. Chicken meat eating restores 100 hunger. A whole chicken could restore 100 hunger points. Xiao Yao realized that his hunger decreased by 100 per day, so these 5 chickens could sustain him for 5 days. With Jinlian, they could last about 3 days without cooking. He wondered if they would still be able to cook after leaving. If only he could take the stove, firewood, salt, and seasonings with him. He was struck by his own thought. He had a phone system, so carrying the stove and firewood wouldn't be a problem. The seasonings could go into his backpack. With that idea, a bold thought emerged: why not put everything into a large box and store the box in the phone space? That way it wouldn't take up much room. He felt foolish for not thinking of this earlier. He could pack things up, allowing the phone space to hold much more. Sister Jinlian, let's just sleep here tonight. Tomorrow we'll head home. Alright, it's getting late, and I'm a bit sleepy. Jinlian yawned. It's all your fault. We had an old bed to lie on, but now it's broken, and we can only lean. I'm really sorry. They'll get you a big Simmons mattress to sleep on. Alright, I'll be waiting. Jinlian found a board, leaned against the wall, and sat down, wrapping herself in the bedding Xiao Yao had brought from the southern bungalow. As she pulled the quilt around her, a strong smell hit her. Jinlian frowned. The bedding reeked of sweat. But she had no choice. If she didn't cover herself, she might catch a cold. Getting sick in times like these was a real problem, let alone buying medicine. She tugged the quilt down a bit, moving it farther from her nose to lessen the odor. They'll sleep now. You should rest early too. Save your energy to help me fight zombies. They'll sit a while longer, Sister Jinlian. You sleep first. They'll keep watch for a bit. Don't overwork yourself. Got it. Good night, Sister Jinlian. Good night. Perhaps because she was exhausted, or because she felt reassured with Xiao Yao on guard, Jinlian soon fell asleep. Seeing Jinlian asleep, Xiao Yao moved a little farther away and sorted through his backpack. It still held 4 small bundles of red ginseng, 2 low-quality blood essences, a dead power bank, a charger, and a charging cable. He placed the backpack on the ground and tried to store it with his phone. The backpack dissolved into pixels and vanished. Picked up backpack 1. The prompt indicated it had been stored. Xiao Yao opened his phone space and saw a backpack icon lying in the newly expanded area. He retrieved the backpack and opened it to check. Everything inside was still there. It seemed this method worked. He could put non-stackable items into a backpack and then store the whole backpack. However, there was a problem. He wouldn't know what was inside each backpack. If he had many backpacks later, he wouldn't know which contained what. Finding a specific item would require retrieving and searching through all of them, which would be troublesome. Since backpacks could be stored, could boxes be stored too? Xiao Yao glanced at the box of clothes nearby and picked up box 1. It worked. Xiao Yao took out all the old clothes from the box, then retrieved the soul-locking pearl from his phone space. A small bead taking up an entire slot was too extravagant. He placed the pearl in the box, then stored the box back into his phone's space. He could collect more boxes, even larger ones, to store more items. Eventually, he could just store a truck filling its cargo hold with things. He wondered, had he ever thought about this before? How large an object could his phone space store? A car? A truck? An airplane? Or an aircraft carrier? How about trying to store the Earth itself? Xiao Yao attempted to store the Earth, but got no response. Maybe that was too far-fetched. If he stored the Earth, where would he go? He'd end up in a vacuum and suffocate. So what was the maximum size his phone space could handle? Xiao Yao was burning with curiosity and wanted to test it, but there was nothing suitable in sight to experiment with. He had to let it go. He turned his attention back and checked the cooked chicken. It was still warm. He stored the 5 whole chickens into his phone space. Putting them in a backpack wouldn't work, and the old clothes box was dirty. Directly storing them in the phone space meant he could retrieve them whenever he wanted to eat. That night, fatigue crept over Xiao Yao's senses. He glanced toward Jinlian and saw she had slumped to one side the quilt, not properly covering her. Xiao Yao helped pull the quilt up over her. Seeing that Jinlian had left a set of bedding for him, he picked it up, grabbed a small stool, and went to the door. He tested the door, bolting it from the inside for safety. Sitting at the threshold, leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Through the door, all was quiet outside. No sounds of unfortunate souls being bitten by zombies, no zombie noises. An eerie silence. On December 4th, 2114, the third day of the apocalypse, a rooster's crow shattered the silence at dawn. Xiao Yao swiftly grabbed the shovel beside him. It's that damn rooster again. Today I'm going to kill them all. Xiao Yao listened carefully. The crow didn't come from the neighboring chicken farm, but seemed to originate from this very courtyard. Could a rooster from next door have flown over the wall and landed here? If so, the situation was dire. The sound might attract nearby zombies, making this place unsafe. What should we do? Jinlian woke up as well, startled by the rooster's crow. She understood the gravity of the— Jinlian, there's no time. Pack up quickly. Take only what's useful, leave everything else, and travel light. I'll see if I can kill that rooster. If not, well, evacuate immediately. Xiao Yao's face was grim. If this place fell to zombies too, they'd have nowhere to hide. The neighbor's gate was already broken, and zombies might have already followed the scent of blood there. He couldn't take refuge next door. His only option was to kill the annoying rooster or flee. Xiao Yao wrapped a towel around his mouth. He'll go to the yard and see if I can kill that rooster. With that, he opened the door and vanished into the thick fog. Chickens in cages were easy to kill. Just grab them and chop. But a rooster outside. Xiao Yao wasn't confident he could catch it. After all, a cornered chicken could fly. Stay safe. Before Jinlian could finish, Xiao Yao had already dashed out. She quickly began packing, though there was little to take. Most things belonged to Uncle Wang next door. Damn rooster, I'll make sure you're tonight's roast chicken. Shovel in hand, Xiao Yao crouched low and crept toward the sound of the crow. He planned to strike it dead before it noticed him. From the neighboring yard, more crows erupted in a chorus. Xiao Yao glanced over. Don't worry, I'll roast all of you soon enough. He muttered fiercely. From the sound of it, only one rooster had strayed into this yard. That was manageable. If he killed it, the zombies would be drawn to the neighbor's place instead, giving him another chance to farm experience. Rounding a corner, Xiao Yao spotted the rooster behind a screen wall. It had its back to him, neck craned skyward, ready to crow again. Time to dot. He raised the shovel and brought it down hard on the rooster. The bird's crow was cut short, choking as if someone had grabbed. 26. A large red damage number appeared in Xiao Yao's vision. A critical hit. Surely that was enough, but then he noticed ripples above the rooster's head along with tiny stars. Its head spun as if it were drunk. What? A stun indicator. And why was the rooster's health bar still so long? Xiao Yao was stunned. Weren't these broiler chickens supposed to have only 20 HP? How could a 26 damage hit barely dent its health? He realized the rooster's stats weren't what had assumed. Mutated broiler, undead creature level 2, combat power 11, HP 110. What the heck? Even chickens have mutated. Xiao Yao was dumbfounded. Chickens had mutated and gained a level. The stunned rooster snapped out of its daze, screeching and flapping its wings to attack. Xiao Yao shook off his shock and raised the shovel again. He'll teach you to crow. He struck twice, dealing 12 and 13 damage. These hits were weak and failed to stun the bird. The rooster leaped into the air and raged, aiming to peck him. Xiao Yao sidestepped. Missed me. I've killed thousands of chickens. I won't let one peck me. As the rooster landed, Xiao Yao struck again with the shovel. This single bird wasn't worth using his ultimate move, the Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash, which had a heavy cooldown. Hey! He smashed the shovel onto the rooster's head, triggering another critical hit, with 26 damage, stunning it again. Xiao Yao didn't waste the opportunity. While the enemy was down, he struck repeatedly until the rooster's health bar emptied and it collapsed. Experience 11. Money 11. A mutated chicken gave such meager rewards, barely enough to fill a crack. Still, compared to the usual 2 experience points, this was a jackpot. Xiao Yao poked the dead mutated broiler with his shovel, flipping the carcass aside. Beneath it lay a red crystal, a blood essence. Low-grade blood essence. Read the identifier on his reconnaissance glasses. Did mutated broilers drop blood essence now? Since his phone storage was full, his pet little Chong hadn't picked up the blood essence. Xiao Yao grabbed it himself, checked the carcass for more loot, and found nothing else. He hurried back to the north room. Although he hadn't lost much health, he needed to process this new development. He had to rethink his plans. Broilers had mutated, their HP quintupled, and worse, they were no longer defenseless. They were now aggressive. Did you kill it, eh? Yes. Good, we're safe for now. No. What's wrong? The broilers have mutated just like the zombies. They're aggressive now and tougher to kill. Xiao Yao didn't mention that their HP had increased fivefold, making them even stronger than ordinary humans. What? Mutated broilers? Then the neighbor's place must be full of them. Are we in danger here? I don't know how many chickens are left next door. Their doors and windows are already broken. Most of the remaining broilers have probably mutated. There could be a lot of them. Xiao Yao frowned. If the remaining broilers were still normal, 20 HP non-aggressive, he could use his Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash to farm experience and collect chicken meat for food. But mutated broilers had high HP, were aggressive, and didn't drop meat. On the bright side, their experience yield was several times higher, and level 2 mutated broilers dropped low-grade blood essence. Though Xiao Yao didn't want to use it yet, the side effects seemed severe. It might be useful someday like money. Who would complain about having too much? Moreover, killing these mutated broilers was far easier than taking down zombies. 2 days ago, after slaughtering the chickens at the farm, about 2455 remained. When zombies attacked, their low intelligence meant they probably didn't eat many. Later, Xiao Yao lured those zombies out and roasted them. Some broilers had escaped their cages. Conservatively, at least 100 broilers remained next door. If all of them had mutated, this was no small matter. The massive experience would be enough to level him up to 11, along with a mountain of low-grade blood essence. But the sheer number was terrifying. If 1,000 mutated broilers attacked him at once, even one peck could be fatal. Losing health was one thing, but turning into a zombie from a peck was another. Last night, Xiao Yao had wondered why it was so quiet. Now he understood. Even mindless undead, like zombies, might fear such a horde of mutated broilers. 2 paths lay before him: flee while the mutated broilers hadn't crossed into his yard, or find a way to eliminate them all. The rewards would be immense: massive experience and blood essence. This might be his only chance, as the broilers would only grow stronger. Next time, he might face thousands of mutated creatures rivaling his own power. He'll go for it, Xiao Yao steeled himself. Starving to death was for the timid, the bold would feast. These mutated broilers had to be reaped. Though they were numerous, they were far easier to kill than zombies. Moreover, not many were outside the cages. Most were likely still trapped inside. With their limited intelligence, they probably couldn't escape for now. He would first pick off the ones outside one by one, then set the cages ablaze to finish the rest. Xiao Yao, don't be reckless. Kill what you can, but if it's too much, get back here quickly. Jean Lian worried for him from the sidelines, feeling utterly helpless as a woman. Right? They'll grab more clothes from the south room first, then take out the outer broilers and burn those in the cages. For now, I assume most are still inside. If they all break out, we run. Sister Jean Lian, let's head straight to the inner room of the south house. It's close to the gate, making our escape easier. That's the only way for now. They packed their bags and dashed toward the south room. Creak. Xiao Yao pushed open the door. The room was thick with fog. To the inner room. It's foggy out here. Without pausing, they went straight to the inner room. Jean Lian's mother's corpse still blocked the doorway, forcing them to step over it. As she did, Jean Lian's legs trembled again. Xiao Yao quickly steadied Jean Lian and pushed open the inner door. He had to find a way to move her mother's body out. This wouldn't do. Sister Jean Lian, I'll move Annie's body outside first. Once this disaster is over, we'll give her a proper burial. Jean Lian could only nod frantically, unable to say more. Xiao Yao offered no empty words of comfort. An outsider could only do so much. This was something she had to overcome herself. Xiao Yao went to the outer room, grabbed a piece of cloth, wrapped it around the corpse's legs, and heaved it up, dragging it slowly outside to the north side of the screen wall in the yard. Seeing the mangled body up close, his stomach churned violently. Ugh! He couldn't hold it in and vomited onto the ground beside him, retching several times until only saliva remained. Patting his chest to steady his breath, he averted his eyes from the rotted belly, pulled the cloth over it, and placed the corpse's hands on its stomach. Auntie, when this is over, we'll come back to bury you properly. Rest in peace. Jade Bangle Health Regeneration 2 minutes. As his gaze focused, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Xiao Yao caught sight of the jade bangle on the corpse's wrist. It had attributes. After double-checking, he confirmed, "Sorry for the intrusion, Auntie." He decided to take the bangle off for a look. After considerable effort, he managed to slide it off, wiped it clean with cloth, put it on his wrist, and summoned his personal info. Xiao Yao, race human, level 10, combat power 37, HP 30200, spirit 127127, hunger 100100. When hunger reaches 0, lose 1 HP per minute, attack 10, defense 1, health regen 3 minutes, strength 10. Each point increases HP by 1 and attack by 1, agility 10, intelligence 17. Each point increases spirit by 1, experience 4045120. Health regen had indeed become 3 per minute. This was a godsend. It would save a lot of red ginseng soup, which could now be reserved for emergencies. Minor injuries could be healed by the bangle. Jean Lian would also gain this regeneration, greatly boosting her survival odds. For now, Xiao Yao would borrow it, as it increased his chances against the mutated broilers. He checked the covered corpse for anything else useful, but found nothing. Sorry, Annie. He pulled the cloth over her face and returned to the house to recover his HP. Back in the inner room, Xiao Yao decided not to hide the truth from Jean Lian. After all, it was her mother's belonging. Sister Jean Lian, I took this from Annie's body. Mother's bangle. Jean Lian took the jade bangle, stroking it gently, as she sobbed silently. Sister Jean Lian, I want to tell you a secret. Go ahead. Since the apocalypse began, I've gained some abilities. I can see the true nature of objects. For example, this jade bangle can restore health. I knew you were special, but I didn't know it was such an amazing power. Jean Lian wasn't too surprised, as she had suspected it from the start. Please keep it secret, Sister Jean Lian. Of course. We're friends who've shared hardship, aren't we? I trust you. I know this is yours, but I'd like to borrow it for now. With the bangle on, it'll have a better chance against those mutated broilers. Here. Jean Lian didn't hesitate and handed it over. Don't worry, you'll return it once the zombies are dealt with. No, you keep it. How can I? It was your mother's. It should be your heirloom. No, you need it more than I do. They'll give it to you, but on what condition? If he could keep it for now, it would greatly aid his survival and help him grow stronger faster. You must protect me until the end of the apocalypse. Side quest: protect Jean Lian until the apocalypse ends. Reward 100 million experience, 1 mystery gift pack. What the hell? Xiao Yao was stunned. The mystery pack was secondary. 100 million experience alone was a game changer. His heart danced with joy, but the sheer amount also made him sigh. The apocalypse probably wouldn't end anytime soon. Maybe he'd have to protect her for a lifetime. Whatever. He'd take the quest first. Alright, if zombies want to eat you, they'll have to step over my dead body. As long as I'm here, no one will lay a finger on you. Even without the quest, Xiao Yao would protect Jean Lian. He already saw her as his own sister. He never realized that greater rewards came with greater dangers. Could he really handle a quest worth 100 million experience? Wait, since quests could be triggered by others' requests, why not exploit that? Sister Jean Lian, please beg me. Ask me to kill those mutated broilers. Xiao Yao was eager to test this method. It felt like a total exploit. If it worked, he could already envision an endless stream of quests. Jean Lian was baffled by his request and didn't know how to respond. Just say, please kill those mutated broilers for me. That's all. Oh, brother Xiao Yao, please kill those mutated broilers. Side quest: help Jean Lian kill mutated broilers. Kill 100 mutated broilers to earn 1,000 experience, 1,000 gold, and 1 bottle of red ginseng soup. This quest can be stacked. Yeah. The 160-pound fatty jumped for joy, leaving Jean Lian staring in bewilderment. No, I'm perfectly normal, Xiao Yao said, gripping Jean Lian's shoulders. Thank you, Sister Jean Lian. I have a request from now on. Please find every excuse to ask me for favors. Remember that. Xiao Yao looked at her with utter seriousness. I don't know what you're up to, Jean Lian replied, her mood lifted by his evident joy, but seeing you this happy, it must be something good. Then he'll trouble you from now on. No trouble at all, not in the least. I'd be delighted. Xiao Yao was still too exhilarated to calm down, gesticulating wildly. After a while, his excitement subsided. He clenched his fists and gazed out the window. Bring it on, apocalypse. I'm ready. He glanced at his health bar. It had fully recovered. With the jade bracelet, his recovery rate would be greatly accelerated. Sister Jean Lian, wait here. I'm going to kill those mutated chickens. Wish me luck. Alright, be careful. Remember, if it gets tough, come back. Where there's life, there's hope. Got it, Sister Jean Lian. With that, Xiao Yao grabbed a pile of clothes and left the bungalow. He walked to the table by the wall. Right, let me check if that zombie I first killed dropped anything good. That loot pet doesn't seem very reliable. So far, the loot pet had only picked up 2 types of items: money and low-quality blood essence. It had ignored everything else. How could it drop nothing at all? He remembered that before his rebirth, even killing a chicken had dropped a feather quill. But killing a zombie only yielded useless low-quality blood essence. Growing suspicious, he decided to search the corpse himself. He pulled back the blanket covering the zombie. Whoa, he muttered. Having already vomited once, he only furrowed his brow at the sight. Using a shovel, he prodded the corpse, checking for any jewelry on its hands. Low-quality iron ring, attack 12. His vision focused on a ring on the zombie's left middle finger, and a description appeared. Just as he suspected, the loot pet was completely unreliable. It only picked up money. But did low-quality blood essence count as money? He couldn't rely entirely on that useless loot pet Xiao. What if it missed a precious treasure and discarded it? What if it failed to pick up an incredible artifact? That would be heartbreaking. Xiao Yao wiped the dirty iron ring clean, not caring about the filth, and slipped it onto his finger. Suddenly his mood brightened. There were still a few zombie corpses next door, though they were burned to charcoal. But there must be something fireproof. He would search thoroughly after killing the mutated chickens. A surge of determination filled Xiao Yao. Let the zombies come. He'll send every last one of you back to. With a goal, he found his drive. He climbed onto the table and peered over the wall. In the neighboring yard, he spotted dozens of chickens scattered about. They were too far away to tell if they were mutated. He placed his backpack on his chest and took out 2 bottles of ginseng soup, storing them in the front pocket. These were life-saving potions. In a critical moment, he might not have time to dig through his bag. Having them close at hand would be convenient. He glanced again at the chickens in the yard, then at the bungalow next door. The window was open and a zombie lay slumped on the sill. The room inside was surely filled with poisonous mist which would inflict a poison status. But this was the only way. He tossed the clothes and blankets over the wall, leaped across, and dashed into the bungalow. He shut the door through the zombie's corpse outside and closed the window. Using this small room, he planned to lure a few mutated chickens and take them out one by one. When he ran over, he had hugged the south wall and surprisingly hadn't been noticed by the chickens. He pushed the door open, hoping there were no zombies inside. He wasn't sure if mutated chickens and zombies could coexist peacefully. If they were on the same side, both being undead creatures, that would make things much harder. Xiao Yao picked up a stone from the ground and threw it toward the nearest chickens. Since they were more than 3 meters away, he couldn't confirm if they were mutated. He would have to judge by their aggression. The stone hit a mutated rooster. Cluck, cluck, cluck. It flapped its wings and charged toward Xiao Yao. So it is mutated. Xiao Yao scrambled back. These mutated chickens were surprisingly united. He had only thrown the stone at one, but now 4 or 5 were rushing at him. He ran back in a panic. He had been so confident before setting out, but facing several at once made him a bit nervous. He dashed back into the house. This time, he didn't close the door. The room was already filled with poisonous mist, so it didn't matter. Besides, he planned to use the doorway as a tactical advantage to kill the chickens. Take this, he yelled, swinging his shovel. The first mutated chicken to reach him lunged forward to peck. Xiao Yao smacked it with his shovel. 5 chickens weren't worth using his ultimate skill, Thunderous Whirlwind Slash. If zombies showed up, he wouldn't have the energy to escape. Normal attacks were enough. They'll chop you. They'll smack you. They'll scoop you. They'll sweep you. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill. Please name it. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill. Please name it. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new skill. Please name it. Xiao Yao's enthusiasm grew. Every single move was a skill. A flood of skill notifications left him dizzy. It seemed that after this battle he would have plenty to do. Naming all these skills would probably drain half his brain cells. But he knew this wasn't the time for naming. As he pondered, a chicken from the back, unable to reach him, flew over the others, trying to cut in line and get itself killed. Xiao Yao didn't hesitate. He smacked it with his shovel. The airborne chicken was stunned, its head spinning, and it fell with a thud into the flock. Strike while the iron is hot. He hit it several more times until its health bar was nearly empty. The other chickens flapped their wings trying to save it. Or rather, they were all eager to die. Xiao Yao had no choice but to fend off the nearest ones. Even with health regeneration, he didn't want to be pecked by these mutated creatures. His life was precious, and he wasn't about to test it. He hit whichever came close, and if one got too near, he used his shovel to fling it away. But these chickens... Smack, smack, smack. The mutated chickens' beaks were incredibly tough, clanging against the shovel like metal. Tough, huh? Let me stab your neck. Stab your eyes. Forget it, your eyes are too small. Stab your neck. Stab your claws. The few mutated chickens were no match for Xiao Yao. After a flurry of blows, they lay dead in a heap. Experience 11, money 11. Experience 11, money 11. Experience 11, money 11. A cascade of experience and money notifications confirmed his victory in this small ambush. If a handful of mutated roosters had given him such a hard time, he couldn't imagine killing over 1,000. But the process wasn't too perilous. Now it was time to loot the bodies and see if these chickens had anything valuable. Xiao Yao rummaged through and found a few pieces of low-quality blood essence beneath the corpses of several mutated chickens, but he didn't discover anything else. This won't do. The drop rate of this low-quality blood essence is so high, just picking these up will tire me out completely. Xiao Yao checked his phone's spatial storage. It was filled to the brim with 7 compartments. It's still not enough space. Let's put these cooked chickens into the box to free up a compartment. He went to the inner room, found a large plastic bag, put the 5 pieces of chicken inside, then placed the bag into the box and returned it to his phone space. If I had a bit more space, I wouldn't have to run back and forth every time I need to store something. This is so troublesome. The items were piling up. He was reluctant to throw anything away. Sigh, what a hassle. Acquired low-quality blood essence, X1. Just as he freed up a space, a notification appeared. It seemed he had overlooked one while searching earlier. His phone's storage now contained 7 pieces of low-quality blood essence. Low-quality blood essence crystals formed within a zombie's body after it absorbs blood and flesh containing energy that serves as the power source for the zombie's movements. Consuming it increases life limit by 10. Contains berserk energy that may damage the nervous system. Side effects are significant. Please use with caution. If it weren't for this last sentence, Xiao Yao could have consumed these 7 pieces and increased his life to 270, which would be much quicker than leveling up. However, the significant side effects made him give up the idea of consumption. Yet if this thing cannot be eaten, what use does it have? With such a high drop rate, it's completely a waste. Ultimately, Xiao Yao restrained this impulse. He decided to keep them for now and think of a way to study them later. At present, merely examining them with his eyes seemed unlikely to yield any insights. Perhaps if he encountered a scientist in the future, he could let them study it. He could save this to enhance his life and find a way to eliminate the side effects, but he wasn't sure if that could be achieved. Time was of the essence, and there was no time for research. The priority was to eliminate this group of mutated chickens. Xiao Yao continued to crouch and move towards the northern room, continuously drawing in several batches of mutated chickens. Not too many at a time, just 3 to 5 or 6 to 7. Once he lost control and attracted a dozen mutated chickens at once. In the end, he activated the Thunderstorm Slash to regain control of the situation. The moment he finished using the Thunderstorm Slash, he was left with a 1-minute dizziness effect, unable to attack or move. Xiao Yao now lay among a pile of mutated chickens like a zombie. Phew. Please don't let any zombies come while I'm utterly defenseless. Xiao Yao prayed fervently. The only part of him that could still move was his eyes, which he could still rotate. Even moving his face had become exceptionally difficult. What a terrible skill this was. This minute felt longer than an entire night. Please don't let any zombies come, please, don't let any zombies come. I beg you, heavens. Fortunately, it seemed that the heavens had heard Xiao Yao's prayers, and the long minute finally ended with a countdown. Creak. Xiao Yao got up and stretched his limbs and joints. He vowed never to use this terrible skill again unless absolutely necessary. It was like putting himself on a spit to roast, too frightening. This was undoubtedly a fatal weakness, being in a vulnerable state for a whole minute. If someone with malicious intent took advantage of this time to harm him, it would be a tragic death. No, this skill must never be used again. Xiao Yao silently made a decision. This skill was essentially a suicide move. He continued to lure in several waves of mutated chickens, successfully attracting all those outside the cage and eliminating them. The remaining ones were still inside the cage. It seemed these mutated chickens couldn't break the cage, or perhaps they didn't know how to destroy it. When Xiao Yao tried to lure the mutated chickens outside the cage, those inside flapped their wings desperately, trying to attack him, but they were blocked by the cage. They could only stretch their heads through the bars and screech at him. It would be too dangerous to reach in and kill them. He might get pecked. He could no longer use the methods from before to kill these mutated chickens. After much contemplation, Xiao Yao ultimately decided to set them on fire. This was currently the easiest method to implement, but it might mean truly burning down Jin Lian's house. It seemed he would really have to pay to help Jin Lian rebuild in the future. For experience for the task for survival, he had to take the Xiao Yao dragged a quilt from the western wall of the courtyard still piled with clothes to the northern room where the chickens were kept. The mutated chickens screeched sharply the moment they saw him flapping their wings and trying to break free from the cage to peck at him, completely lacking the docility they once had. Xiao Yao covered the cages containing the mutated chickens with the clothes and quilt, then sprinkled some white liquor on it. There were only 2 bottles of white liquor left, and he didn't know if it would work. After using the last 2 bottles, Xiao Yao rubbed his lighter. The weak flame illuminated his face. This time he was going for something big. He didn't know how much experience it would give him. Burn my experience. He aimed the lighter at one corner of the quilt. The flame quickly transformed into a half-meter-high blaze as it caught the soaked corner, nearly igniting Xiao Yao's hair. He retreated from the chicken-raising room and ran to the neighboring room he had emptied out a few days ago. He dared not stray too far. Generally in games, if you exceed a certain distance, the monsters you kill do not count as yours. Xiao Yao wasn't sure if such a setting existed in reality, so he could only wait briefly in the neighboring room. Listening to the cries of the mutated chickens next door, Xiao Yao felt goosebumps all over. I'm sorry, mutated chickens, it's either you die or you perish. I send you to reincarnation in your next life. Don't be a chicken. Xiao Yao constantly kept an eye on the notifications in his field of vision. After about 5 minutes, a series of experience notifications finally appeared. Experience 11. Experience 12. Experience 11. The continuous increase in experience made Xiao Yao beam with joy. Watching this stream was akin to a hacker spamming the screen. It felt as exhilarating as printing money. Before long, a task completion notification appeared. Random task completed. Help Jin Lian kill mutated chickens. Kill 100 mutated chickens for a reward of 1,000 experience, 1,000 currency, and 1 bottle of red ginseng soup. You've killed 123 mutated chickens. Would you like to claim your reward? This task can be stacked. Once you claim the reward, it will no longer stack. Would you like to claim the reward now? Not claiming. Xiao Yao saw the task completion notification and chuckled. He was enjoying it too much. Of course, he would wait to claim it at the end to maximize his benefits. After burning all these mutated chickens, he might even level up to level 12. Experience 11. Experience 11. Experience 12. The experience points continued to soar, but there were no notifications for currency or the pickup of low-quality blood essence. It seemed that even if he was close by, he couldn't collect items through walls. He could only wait a while longer until the fire was out before collecting them. Ding. Level up. Current level 11. The experience notification scrolled without pause, and soon a level up prompt appeared. It was exhilarating. If this pace continued, he might reach the maximum level in a single day, though he had no idea what that cap might be. Ding. Level up. Current level 12. After leveling up twice in quick succession, Xiao Yao's initial excitement had given way to numbness. Experience. No. Experience had become nothing more than a string of digits in Xiao Yao's eyes. He could barely see the experience bar moving anymore. The mutated chickens were mostly dead, and each one now yielded a mere 11 points. The required experience for leveling up had already climbed into the tens of thousands. He glanced at his personal stats. Xiao Yao race human, level 12, combat power 48, HP 220222, 10 per level spirit 1, 311311 per level hunger 8, 0100 at 0, lose 1 HP per minute attack, 12, 15, 17 defense 1, HP regeneration 3 minute, strength 12, 1 HP, and 1 attack per point agility 12, intelligence 19, 1 spirit per point experience 709920 To reach level 13, required over 200 experience. After so many upgrades, Xiao Yao had roughly figured the pattern. Each level required double the previous one. The higher he went, the harder it would be. With a ring adding 12 to attack and an iron shovel adding 23, his combat power now matched a level 1 zombie. It was almost pitiful, a level 12 fighter barely on par with a level 1 zombie. Experience notifications grew sparse from a torrent to a trickle. The mutated chickens in the adjacent area were likely nearly all burned. The screeches of the mutated chickens faded with only an occasional cry. Seeing the experience stream slow, Xiao Yao picked up his iron shovel. Let's go, Xiao Chong. Time to collect some money. Xiao Yao called out to Xiao Chong, wherever it was not caring if it understood. He walked to the neighboring chicken farm, where flames still raged. The blaze was intense enough to sear the skin tongues of fire licking outward from the building. Shielding his face with an arm, Xiao Yao surveyed the scene. The bedding, clothes, and alcohol alone wouldn't have caused such a conflagration, but the chicken's feathers had fueled a massive inferno. He tried several times to enter, but the heat was unbearable. Inside lay a fortune in coins and inferior blood essence, but was it worth risking his life? Money 11, inferior blood essence 1, money 11, inferior blood essence 1, money 11, inferior blood essence 1. Though he couldn't get inside, Xiao Chong had begun its work. Its range was 3 meters, and it could reach where he couldn't. A stream of pickup notifications filled his vision. Go, Xiao Chong. It was perfect. Xiao Yao pumped his fist in excitement. Now he could only rely on Xiao Chong. There was no way he could enter. Ding. Warning. Xiao Chong's durability is below 50. A large warning box appeared in his vision. What? Durability below 50. Is Xiao Chong afraid of fire? Xiao Yao had barely shifted from excitement to this alert. Ding. Warning. Xiao Chong's durability is below 40. Ding. Warning. Xiao Chong's durability is below 30. No, I have to recall Xiao Chong first, Xiao Yao said, quickly opening the pet panel. Xiao Chong's durability was down to 10A, and the icon showed the little robot engulfed in flames. He immediately selected recall. The durability stopped dropping at 5. Phew, that was close. Xiao Yao pounded his chest. Though Xiao Chong seemed useless, it was his first robotic pet companion. With it, he no longer had to strain himself picking up coins. I'm sorry, Xiao Chong. I almost let you sacrifice yourself. I thought you were just a tireless worker, but you can die too. Having Xiao Chong felt ordinary, but nearly losing it made Xiao Yao realize it had become an indispensable part of his life. Staring at the 5 durability, he wondered how to restore it. Had never bothered to find out. Intelligent robotic pet pickup. Xiao Chong durability 5100 cannot attack, automatically picks up coins and items within a 3-meter radius. Status active, recalled, reparable, upgradable. Huh. Xiao Yao noticed 2 new options at the end of Xiao Chong's info: reparable and upgradable. He rarely paid attention to Xiao Chong. After all, the pet couldn't even make a sound and had 0 presence. He selected repair. Use 10 inferior blood essence to restore 95 durability. Yes, no. Xiao Yao's eyes widened. Inferior blood essence. Could it restore Xiao Chong's durability? Yes. Consumed 10 inferior blood essence. He quickly checked Xiao Chong's durability, fully restored. So this stuff had a use after all. Looks like inferior blood essence isn't completely useless. At least it can feed Xiao Chong. Don't worry, Xiao Chong. From now on, this is your exclusive dog food. Well, you're not a dog, so pet food. What did upgradable mean? He selected the upgrade option. Use 100 inferior blood essence to upgrade intelligent robotic pet, Xiao Chong. Yes, no, yes. Xiao Yao didn't begrudge the 100 inferior blood essence. After all, most of it had been collected by Xiao Chong itself. It had earned its share. Besides, had almost lost it due to his own mistake. Even if Xiao Chong needed every last piece, he wouldn't hesitate. Ding. Intelligent robotic pet, Xiao Chong upgraded to 2-star. Huh. So Xiao Chong's level used a star system. Xiao Yao eagerly opened its stats to check the new attributes. Intelligent robotic pet pickup. Xiao Chong 2-star, durability 200200, cannot attack, automatically picks up coins and items within a 4-meter radius. Status active, recalled, upgradable. Xiao Yao noticed that after the upgrade, durability had doubled and the range increased by 1 meter. Not much had changed. Seeing upgradable again, he thought, keep upgrading. Use 200 inferior blood essence to upgrade intelligent robotic pet, Xiao Chong. Yes, no, yes. Insufficient inferior blood essence. Cannot upgrade. What? I thought I was loaded. Xiao Yao checked his inventory and found only 72 inferior blood. Since Xiao Chong's durability was full, he sent it out again to collect more inferior blood essence. Go, Xiao Chong. Now you're earning your own dog food. Pet food. Work hard. A tiny Xiao Chong, now the size of a thumbnail, appeared on the ground and quickly crawled into the fire. Xiao Yao actually saw it this time. I didn't expect Xiao Chong to grow so much after upgrading. It's as big as a thumbnail now. I wonder how big it'll get with more upgrades. Xiaoqiang was an indefatigable work machine. As Xiaoqiang entered the fire scene, the notification messages for picking up money and low-grade blood essence flooded the screen, just like the experience gained moments before. Money 11, a low-grade blood essence 1. Insufficient space pickup, failed. Money 11, a low-grade blood essence 1. Huh. The pickup information flashed by like a screen refresh. Xiaoyao did not notice the prompt about insufficient space and pickup failure. What puzzled him was the glove that had suddenly appeared at his feet. What is this? Wasn't it here just a moment ago? Insufficient space pickup, failed. Another pickup failure prompt appeared in the lower right corner of his vision, but Xiaoyao was now curiously holding the glove. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He was certain the glove had not been there before. Huh, how did another one appear? And it's exactly the same. Xiaoyao crouched down. Another glove had appeared on the ground. He picked up the second one. Comparing it to the first glove, he found they were an identical pair. Xiaoyao focused his gaze. The blue aperture of his detection goggles locked onto the glove, and its information materialized. Mutant Chicken Claw Gloves Attack 9, Combat Power 9. Is this a mutated broiler chicken's claw? It actually dropped equipment. So after upgrading, Xiaoqiang's functions have improved. The previous 1-star Xiaoqiang only picked up money and low-grade blood essence. But after the upgrade, Xiaoqiang also collects equipment. More importantly, regardless of whether your inventory is full, it picks up items directly. If the space is insufficient, it stacks them at your feet for you to choose. How thoughtful. The other glove indeed had identical attributes. Xiaoyao glanced at Xiaoqiang's status. Its durability was still at 130,200. He wondered if Xiaoqiang would automatically return when its durability was low, or if the owner always needed to monitor its status. Such a practical, thoughtful, and tireless little companion and pickup pet must not encounter any more mishaps. Crack. At that moment, a tremendous sound came from inside the house, followed by a wave of scorching air rushing out of the door and windows. The blast pushed Xiaoyao back several meters. Smelling the acrid odor of burning, he touched his hair. Geez, my hair is all curled up. If I had been any closer, I might have been roasted like a suckling pig. Oh no, the house is collapsing. The fire had grown so intense that it had ignited the roof. Without support, the roof tiles were about to cave in. No. Xiaoqiang. Xiaoyao quickly checked Xiaoqiang's durability, 110,200. Phew, at least Xiaoqiang wasn't hit. Beep. Warning. Xiaoqiang's durability is below 50. A large notification box appeared in his field of vision. What? Durability dropped below 50 so quickly. Just as Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, a prompt appeared indicating Xiaoqiang's durability was plummeting. Beep. Warning. Xiaoqiang's durability is below 40. Beep. Warning. Xiaoqiang's durability is below 30. Recall. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyao chose to recall Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang must not die. How could he have been so foolish as to send Xiaoqiang into mortal danger to collect those low-grade blood essence? Although low-grade blood essence was useful, it was nothing compared to Xiaoqiang's worth. Crack. The roof finally could no longer bear the weight of the tiles, and the entire structure collapsed. The flames spread to the neighboring roof, and it seemed the entire row of houses would soon be engulfed. Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang, come out quickly. I can't lose you. Xiaoyao lay on the ground staring at the blazing inferno just inches away. He desperately wanted to rush in and save Xiaoqiang, but Xiaoqiang was as small as an insect. How could he possibly find it in there? Xiaoqiang. The interior of the house had become a sea of flames with crackling sounds filling the air. Xiaoyao kept his eyes fixed on Xiaoqiang's status. It still showed recalling. Xiaoqiang might be stuck somewhere and unable to return normally. Its durability had plummeted to a dangerously low 5,200. Never before had Xiaoyao felt such a fear of losing Xiaoqiang. If he could do it all over again, he would never let Xiaoqiang enter such a perilous fire scene to pick up items, even if there were countless riches inside. But could he have a second chance? A foreboding feeling gripped Xiaoyao. Xiaoqiang, you can't die? The durability remained at 5,200 and stopped decreasing. Xiaoqiang is still alive. Xiaoqiang, come out quickly. At that moment, Xiaoyao noticed the durability had stopped dropping. As Xiaoqiang is back. Xiaoqiang's attributes now displayed. Intelligent robot pet pickup Xiaoqiang 2-star, durability 5,200, unable to attack, can automatically pick up money and items dropped within a 4-meter radius. Unavailable, recalling, reparable, upgradable. Great. Xiaoyao jumped for joy. Xiaoqiang was not dead. Xiaoqiang was still alive. Use. Xiaoyao finally understood the feeling of regaining something lost. Having experienced it twice in the same day, the dramatic ups and downs nearly gave him a heart attack. He wanted to summon Xiaoqiang, hold it in his hands, and gently stroke it. Beep. The pickup pet's movement function is damaged and cannot be used. Please repair it first. Xiaoyao was unaware that when he issued the recall command, Xiaoqiang had sprinted back swiftly. On its return journey, it was blown away by a wave of searing air from the flames flung far from its path. When Xiaoyao was pushed back by the heat wave, he instinctively shielded his eyes with his arms and did not see Xiaoqiang being blown away. Now Xiaoqiang had only 2 claws left, dragging its mutilated body back to the phone space. Because its body was damaged, it could not be used again until it was repaired. Repair. Xiaoyao was about to say repair when a thought struck him after his own upgrade. He was fully healed. If he upgraded Xiaoxiang, wouldn't it also be fully restored? Upgrade. Do you want to use 200 low-grade blood essence to upgrade the intelligent robot pet Xiaoxiang? Yes, no. Yes, Xiaoyao did not check Xiaoqiang's new attributes. Continue upgrading. Do you want to use 400 low-grade blood essence to upgrade the intelligent robot pet Xiaoxiang? Yes, no. Yes, continue upgrading. Do you want to use 800 low-grade blood essence to upgrade the intelligent robot pet Xiaoxiang? Yes, no. Yes, continue upgrading. Do you want to use 1600 low-grade blood essence to upgrade the intelligent robot pet Xiaoxiang? Yes, no. Yes, insufficient low-grade blood essence. Cannot upgrade. Phew, Xiaoyao let out a breath. This time Xiaoqiang's durability should be much higher. No more worrying about anemia and heart attacks. Xiaoyao eagerly checked Xiaoqiang's new attributes. Intelligent robot pet pickup Xiaoxiang 5-star, durability 500500 auto return, when below X 500 unable to attack, can automatically pick up money and items dropped within a 7-meter radius. Available standby upgradable. As expected, upgrading fully restored the durability. The first time he had repaired it before upgrading, wasting 10 low-grade blood essence. But that was a trivial loss. The important thing was that Xiaoxiang was safe now. The 5-star Xiaoxiang had several new features. First, its pickup range had expanded to a 7-meter radius. Also, it could now be set to auto-return when its durability fell below a certain threshold. This feature was exactly what he wanted most, greatly ensuring Xiaoqiang's survivability. Xiaoyao couldn't monitor Xiaoqiang's durability 247. He dreaded the thought of Xiaoxiang being in danger again due to his neglect. He set the auto-return threshold to 200,500. 200 durability should be enough for Xiaoxiang to return safely. Use. Xiaoyao couldn't wait to deploy Xiaoxiang. This time he would give it a good gentle stroke. Xiaoyao summoned Xiaoqiang, but he did not see the little creature's figure. It had not obediently appeared in his palm, vanishing somewhere the moment it was called. Then Xiaoyao noticed a series of pickup notifications appearing in his field of vision. Insufficient space pickup failed. Insufficient space pickup failed. Insufficient space pickup failed. 3 prompts flashed in succession, and Xiaoyao realized that several items which had not been there before now lay at his feet. He shook his head. This Xiaoqiang truly unable to rest such a diligent little sidekick. Well, it seems I can only check on him through the pet info panel. Xiaoyao picked up an axe from the ground, curious to see what goodies Xiaoqiang had fetched for him. Fine woodcutter's axe, attack 1518, combat power 18. This weapon was impressive, boasting the best stats he had ever seen. Beside it lay a few golden ornaments. What attributes might they hold? Gold necklace, all attributes 1, combat power 3. Gold ring, all attributes 1, combat power 3. Hey, not bad. I was just lacking a suitable weapon. Xiaoyao picked up the woodcutter's axe. Its handle was slightly longer than the one previously lodged in a zombie's head. He swung it twice, quite handy. There was also a gold necklace and a gold ring. Although their attributes were mediocre, something was better than nothing. Xiaoyao put the necklace around his neck and slipped the ring onto his left hand. Tisk, a grown man adorned with a jade bangle, a gold necklace, and a gold ring. The necklace was a bit thin though. If it were a thick chain paired with a pair of sunglasses, he would look every bit the nouveau riche. Xiaoyao glanced at the charred zombie corpses not far away. Those must have been what Xiaoqiang scavenged from over there, saving him the trouble of looting the bodies himself. With the mutant chicken claw gloves and the fine woodcutter's axe, his stats would skyrocket. Xiaoyao put down the axe and first put on the gloves. Shing. As soon as he donned the gloves, Xiaoyao was startled, nearly injuring himself. The gloved hands clenched into fists automatically, and from the front of the gloves, a large chicken claw emerged. This was, by the gods, hideous. Was this a budget version of Wolverine? Xiaoyao rubbed the chicken claws protruding from the left and right gloves together. Shing, a faint metallic clang echoed. This truly was a discount Wolverine. It seemed he couldn't wield the fine woodcutter's axe while wearing the gloves and vice versa. These shouldn't be called gloves, they were more like gauntlets. Left with no choice, Xiaoyao removed the gloves. Forget it. These gloves were likely another piece of junk. He had no desire to engage in close combat with zombies. The woodcutter's axe suited him better. Xiaoyao took off the gloves, picked up the fine woodcutter's axe again, and called up his personal stats. With this axe and the golden ornaments, he might even be able to take down a zombie unknown. Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief. His stats had vastly improved, giving him a fighting chance against zombies face-to-face. The only issue was his health, which was still half that of a zombie's, but there was no helping it. The only skill that could increase his max health, body forging art, was too slow to level up. Not good. Xiaoyao suddenly realized his health was running dangerously low. He had been in the thick fog for too long and needed to get back to his room immediately. Xiaoyao dashed toward the southern bungalow. There was no time to scale the wall to the neighboring house. He had to reach the bungalow first to recover his health, or he risked being forcibly converted to the zombie faction. Xiaoyao closed the door, hurried into the inner room, and watched the poison status disappear. A heavy weight lifted from his heart. If only there were a health warning system, he might one day overlook it and turn into a zombie. He recalled that the first time his health dropped below 50, the system had offered a faction choice. Since then, no more prompts had appeared. The phone system seemed hell-bent on forcing him to join the zombie faction. How infuriating. Should he try converting and see what happened? But then he imagined the zombie form and quickly dismissed the thought. No, how could he even entertain such an idea? The problem remained, though, there was no one to remind him about his health. Truly vexing. The health recovery process was agonizingly slow. Xiao Yao checked his stats. It would take over an hour to fully recover. Even with the jade bangle providing a paltry 3 health per minute, it was still a struggle. Oh right. Xiao Yao almost forgot he had a stacked random quest reward waiting to be claimed. He pulled up his quest list. Claim reward. Beep, insufficient phone storage, cannot claim. Xiao Yao wanted to complain, but he had lost all his temper. The phone storage upgrade was probably the slowest thing now. Helpless Xiao Yao had to take out the large box from his phone storage as the quantities of other items were too numerous. He checked his quest list. Random quest completed. Help Jean Lien kill mutant chickens. Kill 100 mutant chickens for a reward of 1,000 experience, 1,000 gold, and 1 bottle of red ginseng soup. Mutant chickens killed 2,103. Claim reward. This quest is stackable. Claiming the reward will end stacking. Claim now. Yes. Experience 21,000. Gold 21,000. Red ginseng soup 21 bottles. Beep, level up. Current level 13. A surge of warmth flowed through his body, not only restoring his health to full, but also satiating his hunger. Leveling up was truly the way to go. Xiao Yao's combat power had now reached an astonishing 70, with attack stats of 3,033. He was soaring. Facing an ordinary zombie heathen would be a breeze. Haha. Xiao Yao touched his hair, singed by the fire. Heating confrontation was out of the question. It would never be an option. He was just venting. After all, zombies were no pushovers. One scratch and had become one of them. That wouldn't be pretty. Hungry. Although the fire to the north still crackled loudly, Xiao Yao paid it no mind. They would be leaving soon. But then he suddenly thought he heard the sound of zombies. Not good. The noise from the fire will attract zombies too. Earlier, the presence of over 1,000 mutant chickens had kept them at bay, but now that they were gone, the zombies would brazenly try to occupy this yard. Let Fatty have a go at you ugly zombies. Xiao Yao picked up the finely crafted axe beside him, swinging it left and right a couple of times. The axe made a sharp sound in the air, eager to display its prowess. He was about to test whether this exquisite axe was suitable for him and see if he could sever the zombie's head with a single blow. Xiao Yao gently pushed open the door, peeking outside to locate the zombie's position, wary of making too much noise and alerting it. He wasn't sure how many zombies were in the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he saw a zombie clad in tattered black garments shuffling towards the north of the yard, seemingly searching for something, undisturbed by the sound of the door. Xiao Yao glanced behind the zombie, and at the doorway, no other zombies were approaching. It appeared there was only one zombie in the courtyard. Gripping the axe tightly, he stealthily passed through the doorway. He hadn't closed the door when he rushed in earlier, which spared him the noise of opening it now. He crouched down quietly, nearing the zombie's back, and as he got closer, the zombie's information appeared in his line of sight. Zombie. Race undead. Level 2. Combat power 62. Health 531,531. It was actually a level 2 zombie. However, Xiao Yao did not panic. It was still within his expectations. With no choice left, he raised the axe high above his head, aiming it at the back of the zombie's skull, which seemed to be a weak point. Perhaps the zombie, sensed the presence of the living, the slowly advancing zombie, halted its movements and was about to turn around. Xiao Yao would not let it turn easily. He swiftly swung the axe down towards the back of the zombie's head. Hey! A dull thud echoed as the axe struck flesh. A large red damage indicator appeared on the back of the zombie's skull. 90. Followed by a series of bleeding status notifications. 555. The zombie struck on the back of its head, did not die. Xiao Yao noticed that the zombie's health had only dropped by 1/5. It seemed that the axe was still not sharp enough to sever the zombie's head in one strike. Xiao Yao vigorously shook the axe handle back and forth to prevent it from getting stuck in the bone. After a few shakes, he felt the axe had more mobility and was likely free, then he quickly pulled it out. The zombie had already turned around after Xiao Yao withdrew the axe. It was a young male zombie estimated to be under 25 years old before infection. Its body was frail with half of its face already bitten off. Xiao Yao could see the zombie's toothless jaw with its completely white eyes appearing blind. It turned its head towards Xiao Yao, tilting its head and baring its teeth. Having been struck on the back of its head, it seemed to be enraged, extending its hands and growling as it lunged towards Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao swung the axe from his left side towards the zombie. The spinning axe carved a semicircle in front of him, the force of the axe knocking the zombie's arms aside as it stumbled, nearly falling to Xiao Yao's right side. In an instant, Xiao Yao spun the axe again, this time aiming it at the zombie's body from his right side, and made another semicircle swing, landing 2 consecutive blows on the zombie's arms, severing them completely. The zombie's arms now drooped, unable to reach for Xiao Yao anymore, likely already cut off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending a skill. Please name it. Another notification for skill comprehension appeared. There was no time to name it now, and if Xiao Yao remembered correctly, there were still several skills needing names. With no arms, let's see how you can grab me. As if understanding Xiao Yao's words, the zombie with its arms hanging limply opened its bloodied mouth and lunged at Xiao Yao. Get lost. With a sharp kick to the zombie's abdomen, Xiao Yao sent it stumbling back 2 steps. To his surprise, some blood and guts were expelled from the zombie's belly. Perhaps it already had a wound, otherwise Xiao Yao would not believe his strength was enough to kick open someone else's belly. The zombie sat down on the ground, unwilling to give up, still struggling to get up. Xiao Yao took a couple of steps closer, seizing the opportunity. "Hey, your intestines are hanging out," Xiao Yao kindly reminded the zombie, but the zombie paid no heed, completely ignoring his words as it struggled to rise again to bite him. "You're too weak. I have more important things to do, no time to play with you. Let me send you to hell." Xiao Yao raised the axe above his left shoulder and forcefully swung it down towards the zombie's neck. The axe sank deep into the zombie's neck. To Xiao Yao's astonishment, such a powerful blow still did not sever the ugly zombie's head. 90202020, his attacks were still too weak, but the wounds on the zombie's neck and back of the head along with the severed arms allowed the bleeding status to stack, causing the bleeding damage to nearly rival his regular attacks. "Then let me send you off once more. May you find peace in the Western paradise." Xiao Yao vigorously shook the axe handle a few times to pull it out, then struck the gap in the zombie's neck again. Strangely, only some dark red pus-like blood oozed out. It did not spurt out like a fountain as he had imagined. If Xiao Yao remembered correctly, there were major arteries in the neck. Did the zombie no longer need a heart for energy? Xiao Yao recalled the description of low-quality blood essence. Low-quality blood essence crystals formed from zombies consuming flesh and blood containing energy, serving as the source of energy that drives the zombie's movements. Consumption increases health limit by 10, contains violent energy, which may damage the nervous system. Side effects are significant. Please use with caution. As the host of the mobile phone system, the low-quality blood essence appeared directly beneath the corpse he killed or was picked up by little insects. Could other humans who killed zombies also obtain this low-quality blood essence? After all, it was the energy source for the zombies. Where exactly was this low-quality blood essence located within a zombie's body? The head, the heart, the dantian. Xiao Yao's hands did not stop swinging the axe, striking down blow after blow, as if he were chopping an old tree stump. Thud. The zombie finally ceased to suffer. Health bar, empty eyes glazed over its body, leaning to one side, lying on the ground with unclosed eyes. Its neck also tilted, and Xiao Yao ultimately did not sever this zombie's neck. He suspected whether this zombie's neck had evolved into something as hard as iron, even sturdier than a tree stump. The zombie's body slumped to one side, its life extinguished, its neck nearly severed, head lolling backward as dark red pus pooled on the ground. Its entrails hung from beneath the black coat, the scene grotesquely bloody. Though he had slain many zombies before, this was the first time Xiao Yao had faced the aftermath of a kill so closely without averting his gaze. Despite being undead, they once were human, and their forms remained unmistakably human. As the zombie's health bar finally emptied, Xiao Yao's trembling hands could no longer hold the woodcutter's axe. It clattered to the ground, stirring a wisp of dust. He collapsed onto the ground, letting his quivering hands shake like a seizure. They say that when people are agitated, adrenaline surges, causing tremors and a trembling voice. But there was no choice. This was the apocalypse. It was either the zombie or him. He had to force himself to accept these nauseating entrails, mangled limbs, and bloody scenes, for in the days to come, he would face far more zombies. If he couldn't endure such minor horrors, how could he speak of survival? Xiao Yao choked back the rising bile and gasped for air. Time ticked by second by second. The poison of the thick fog continued to drain his health, and at any moment more zombies might wander into this courtyard. Xiao Yao had no time to calm his nerves. After a while, Xiao Yao's body gradually steadied. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the scene, for his heart slowly settled into calm, now devoid of turmoil. From someone who once feared killing even a chicken, he now faced bloody spectacles hidden. If this was growth, he would rather never grow up. But this was the apocalypse. He had to learn to be cold-blooded. At least his start wasn't too pathetic, though. He had once fainted in an operating room. He remembered when his father was in surgery late at night. With no nurse available, the doctor asked Xiao Yao to hold his father's limbs. He witnessed the entire suturing process, and when he saw the needle stitching his father's torn wound, his vision blurred, and he collapsed unconscious. It took a while for him to wake, and the doctor said it was impressive he lasted so long facing such a bloody scene for the first time. At least this time Xiao Yao didn't faint, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. Huff! He forcefully exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Through this semi-ambush skirmish, Xiao Yao had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Ordinary level 2 zombies posed no real threat. They couldn't wield weapons. For safety, he could first target their limbs, then their mouths, crippling both their attack methods. After that, it was just mindless sustained output. The zombies' attack patterns were too simplistic, though their flesh was thick and tough, requiring many hacks. With a proper weapon, he might finish the fight faster. He figured he could face 2 zombies alone without losing, but he dared not try more. He'd have to flee instead, since his life mattered most. Glancing at the ground, he spotted a leather belt nearby. Xiao Chong was as diligent as ever. Leather belt strength 6, combat power 6. Not bad. It effectively added 6 health points and 6 attack. Xiao Yao picked it up and headed next door to regroup with Sister Jilian. He had been out for a while, as she must be getting anxious. Leaping over the wall, Xiao Yao landed on the other side. Sister Jilian. Xiao Yao. As soon as he pushed open the door, Jean Lian threw herself into his arms. "You're back at last. I was so afraid you'd never return. Sister Jean Lian, I'm back, aren't I? Besides, I promised to protect you until the end of the apocalypse. A gentleman's word is as unbreakable as 8 horses. I won't break my promise." Xiao Yao gently patted Jean Lian's back. He had always regarded her as his own sister. This gesture was purely a younger brother's care for his elder sister. "Xiao Yao," Jean Lian said, rising and cupping his face, examining him closely. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm perfect. By the way, Sister Jean Lian, you must be starving. We haven't had breakfast or lunch, and it's already past 2 in the afternoon. Let's have lunch first, then we'll head home." "Okay." Seeing that Xiao Yao was truly unharmed, Jean Lian felt relieved. She was terrified that he might abandon her and flee. If that happened, she didn't know how she would survive alone. Xiao Yao stepped outside, retrieved 2 cooked chickens from his phone's storage space, and returned to the inner room. Seeing the still steaming chicken, Jean Lian shot Xiao Yao a glare. She knew he had many secrets, but he was still hiding from her, which stirred a flicker of displeasure. He still didn't trust her. She grabbed the chicken and ate sullenly. Even if he were to retrieve something, at least pick something reasonable: instant noodles, cold man to bread milk. Those would be fine. But steaming hot chicken fetched in 2 seconds. Was he a god? Could he perform magic tricks? Either don't give her such illogical food, or tell her directly where it came from, or stop hiding. Making her eat something so inexplicable while keeping secrets was truly agonizing. Though she had restrained herself from questioning him, he didn't have to be so blatant. Jean Lian bit into the chicken, fiercely eating with resentment. Haha. Xiao Yao didn't want to say much to Sister Jean Lian. Until he grew strong, he couldn't reveal his phone's storage space to anyone except his parents. Sharing food with Jean Lian was already pushing the boundaries of trust. But he had no choice. The only edible food in his phone's storage was last night's cooked chicken. Raw chicken had a 50 chance of poisoning. He'd have to prepare more normal food in the future: bread, instant noodles, milk. Things that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Pulling out steaming hot cooked chicken was bound to raise questions unless someone was a fool. Still, this was a chance to test Jean Lian to see if she was worth protecting. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone lives for themselves. Who has the energy to protect a stranger? If you don't ask, I won't tell. Well, eat meat and fight zombies together. If you can curb your curiosity, they'll be your teammate. Beep. Phone battery below 20. Please charge immediately. A notification appeared in Xiao Yao's vision. Damn it, my phone's almost dead again. This lousy smartphone. I didn't buy a phone, I bought a tyrant. After about half an hour, Xiao Yao and Jean Lian had both finished their lunch. They tidied up, briefly packed their belongings, and prepared to set off. Xiao Yao checked his own health bar and Sister Jean Lian's. Both were at full health. As a precaution, he took out 2 bottles of red ginseng soup and handed them to Jean Lian. Sister Jean Lian, here are 2 bottles of red ginseng soup. Keep them safe. They can save your life in a critical moment. Are they really that miraculous? Trust me. All right, Xiao Yao, I trust you. Jean Lian took the 2 bottles of red ginseng soup and carefully placed them into her handbag. Next, Xiao Yao retrieved the seldom-used boning knife and handed it to Jean Lian. Sister, take this. Although it will protect you, you should also have a weapon for self-defense. Well, all right, but doesn't this dagger have a sheath? I'm worried I might accidentally cut myself or you. Xiao Yao looked at the boning knife and thought it over. Perhaps it would be better for Sister Jean Lian to take the cleaver instead. Sister Jean Lian, take this cleaver instead. It should be fine. You used to butcher chickens after all. This is better. That dagger wasn't comfortable to handle. All right, everything is ready. Let's set off. Xiao Yao waved his hand, grandly preparing to embark on the journey home. Wait, Xiao Yao, aren't we taking these 2 bottles of water? They're still unopened. Jean Lian noticed that Xiao Yao had stood up, but 2 unopened bottles of mineral water remained on the Kong. Leave them here, Xiao Yao said, turning back to look at Jean Lian. Other survivors might come here for shelter later. If they have food and water, fine. But if they don't, these 2 bottles could save their lives. Why not? From now on, at every place we stop, we'll leave behind 2 bottles of water and some food. There are so few survivors left, we should stand together. After saying this, Xiao Yao pushed open the door and stepped outside first. Jean Lian gazed at Xiao Yao's retreating figure, countless words on her lips, but unsure where to begin. Xiao Yao had already walked far ahead, so Jean Lian quickened her pace to catch up. Xiao Yao crouched low, reaching out to slowly remove the lock hanging on the gate. He quietly opened the door. Creak. The gate let out a faint sound. Xiao Yao paused briefly, then continued pulling it open. Creak. It seemed the friction between the gate and its frame was unavoidable. Xiao Yao could only move as slowly as possible. The gate opened just a crack. Within his line of sight, there were no zombies near the entrance. He slowly poked his head out. To the left, not far away, was the entrance to Jean Lian's house, where an electric scooter lay overturned on the ground, likely the one he had ridden last time. No zombies nearby. Further off, a thick fog obscured his vision, making it impossible to see if any zombies lurked there. He could only faintly hear low growls suggesting some were not far away. Then Xiao Yao looked westward. To his right, leaning against the wall, was a bicycle, an aged one with a crossbar. To the west, there were also no zombies. Xiao Yao pressed his ear toward that direction and listened carefully for a while, hearing nothing. Sister Jean Lian, let's head west. I hear zombie sounds from the east. Xiao Yao turned back to say to Jean Lian. All right, I'll follow you. Jean Lian's hand gripping the cleaver trembled slightly. Xiao Yao glanced at Jean Lian's health bar, 98,100. She was already losing health. They needed to hurry. Sister Jean Lian, wear this jade bracelet for now. But, no buts. Just wear it for now, we'll talk later. Xiao Yao had no time to explain here. The journey that had begun could not be halted. Let's go. Follow me. Xiao Yao pushed the door open, slipped sideways through the gate, and reached his hand back. Oh. Jean Lian extended her right hand and grasped Xiao Yao's left. An unusual sense of reassurance filled her heart. The bicycle was unrideable. Although a manual bicycle made less noise, the poor visibility ahead made ride. Xiao Yao glanced at the bicycle. Bicycle movement speed 12 km/h, durability 5100. The durability was nearly depleted. It appeared to be an aged bicycle. Xiao Yao pulled Jean Lian along as they continued forward. Jean Lian suddenly let out a sound. There was an intersection ahead, and Xiao Yao was about to check for zombies there when Jean Lian's cry startled him. He quickly turned back and gestured to her, signaling her to keep quiet. Shoo! Jean Lian pointed to the side. Xiao Yao followed her gaze and saw a headless corpse lying at the base of the southern wall. The ground around it had turned black. No wonder Jean Lian was startled. Xiao Yao covered Jean Lian's face. Don't look. Keep moving. After a few steps, Xiao Yao let go. He felt along the wall and crouched at its corner to check if there were zombies on the north-south road. From the south, he could faintly hear zombie sounds, but couldn't determine their number. He dared not take risks. He looked north instead and saw an ordinary sedan parked there. He listened carefully. No zombie sounds seemed to come from that direction. This way, Xiao Yao said, pulling Jean Lian's hand as they crept north along the wall beside the sedan. To the north of the sedan was an ordinary pickup truck. Xiao Yao stopped in his tracks. Since they were moving in a crouch, he couldn't see if there were zombies on the other side of the truck. After a moment of thought, he lay flat on the ground and peered through the space beneath the truck. On the other side, he saw many feet shuffling slowly. Zombie race, undead level, 2, combat power, 63 health, 533,533. Zombie race, undead level, 2, combat power, 60 health, 530,530. These were the feet of zombies. Xiao Yao's expression turned grim. He could no longer rely solely on sound to detect zombies, as some of them were apparently silent. Roar! A low growl came from the other side. The quiet group of zombies began to stir. Unknown to Xiao Yao and Jean Lian, their brief pause had allowed the zombies to catch the scent of living humans. Not good. Xiao Yao suddenly noticed the feet of the zombies on the other side moving faster. They were clearly agitated, likely having detected their presence. He hadn't considered before that zombies had a keen sense of smell. They must have picked up their scent. We can't stay here long. Sister Jean Lian, let's move faster. Xiao Yao pulled Jean Lian along, moving quickly in a crouch beside the vehicles. Several zombies, having caught the scent of living humans, shifted from a dormant state to agitation, stumbling toward where Xiao Yao had passed. The larger group of zombies, hearing the growls, also began moving slowly in their direction. Xiao Yao glanced back at the countless shadowy figures of zombies in the thick fog and quickened his pace. There was no way to retreat to the courtyard now. They had no choice but to steel themselves and press forward. Ahead lay an intersection. Xiao Yao swiftly scanned the surroundings. There were no zombies. He pulled Sister Jean Lian along as they dashed across the crossroads. Glancing back, he saw no trace of the undead. Their movement speed wasn't swift yet. It seemed they tracked living beings by scent, likely converging on his previous location. They couldn't linger here long, either. Soon the creatures might shift to this spot. Pressing on, they came upon a silver-white minivan. A sudden inspiration struck Xiao Yao. Why not commandeer a vehicle? Driving would surely outpace running on foot. But alas, Xiao Yao had never learned to drive. Sister Jean Lian, can you drive? Oh no, I just signed up for lessons, but I haven't even passed the written test yet. That's a problem. I can't drive either. Xiao Yao clenched his fists in frustration. If only he could drive now, he could barrel through the streets instead of being chased by zombies on foot. Xiao Yao reached the van and tugged at the door. To his surprise, it swung open, unlocked. Sister Jean Lian, but we don't know how to drive. No time to explain. Just get in. Xiao Yao pulled at the rear door. It too opened. He climbed into the back of the van, then turned and extended his hand. Xiao Yao grabbed Sister Jean Lian's hand and swiftly yanked the door shut. The slam was loud, but he had no other choice. Though Sister Jean Lian possessed a jade bracelet, navigating through the dense fog while evading zombies and choosing routes was exhausting. Moreover, her poisoning stacked a layer each minute, dropping her health below 50. Currently, her health stood at 25 out of 100. Xiao Yao had to free her from the poisoned state first, otherwise she'd transform into a zombie within 2 minutes. Quick, Sister Jean Lian, drink a bottle of red ginseng soup. Though precious life was more valuable, he needed to restore her health first. All right. Without further question, Sister Jean Lian pulled a bottle of red ginseng soup from the bag on her chest. Xiao Yao watched her health points rise and breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't in the driver's cabin, but in the back of the van, which had been modified. The rear seats removed entirely. The side windows were opaque, likely for cargo transport. Nearby sat 2 baskets. Xiao Yao rummaged through them, finding some wilted vegetables. Still, they were edible in a pinch. With the windows opaque, he could only see outside through the windshield. No zombies in sight. By hiding in the van, they temporarily masked their scent, evading detection. Outside, only a vast white fog remained. The zombies had tracked their odor, not their visual presence. Letting out a breath, Xiao Yao noticed his own health had dropped significantly. He needed to recover. He pulled out a bottle of red ginseng soup and gulped it down. Roar! Roar! A zombie's growl sounded nearby, followed by the thumping of glass. Damn, another zombie. Could they still detect their scent inside the van? Xiao Yao glanced at his and Sister Jillian's health bars. They'd only recovered a little. He downed another bottle, determined to restore their health fully first. Xiao Yao, I can't drink anymore. You have to, even if you can't. Drink as much as you can. This is life-saving medicine. Final try again. Sister Jillian closed her eyes, mimicking Xiao Yao, and gulped down the soup. Xiao Yao watched her. If she complained about drinking water, she'd be too princess-like to survive. Thankfully, she didn't disappoint him. She downed 2 bottles with leftover soup spilling from her lips and soaking her chest. Here. Xiao Yao handed her 2 more bottles. More. Not to drink. Put them in your bag. Oh, you scared me. If I drank 2 more, I'd burst. Roar. Another low growl interrupted Xiao Yao. The sound was close, seemingly right beside the van, yet why wasn't it thumping the vehicle? Xiao Yao crouched and tried to squeeze past the gear shift between the driver and passenger seats. His bulky frame made the movement arduous. After great effort, he settled into the driver's seat, caught his breath, and looked toward the source of the growl. About a meter away stood a row of small bungalows. A zombie with an indistinct face was pounding on a window, growling at the van outside. Since the distance was within his reconnaissance goggles range, Xiao Yao focused, and the creature's information appeared in his vision. Zombie. Race undead. Level 4. Combat power 70. Health 580,580 inch. This zombie was high level. Could he take it heat in? Moreover, behind this fat zombie, Xiao Yao spotted another smaller one shuffling back and forth. What to do now? Was this van the zombies? Had it heard the door slam? Or smelled their living scent? If the van couldn't mask their scent, other zombies would soon track them here. Had they just found a vehicle only to abandon it before driving off? Yet this zombie seemed oddly familiar. Fatbald. Could it be his former business partner from before his rebirth? Qian Duo. Xiao Yao confirmed it. The zombie's jaw hung loose, attached by a few strands of flesh ready to fall. Dark red blood dripped steadily. Its obese torso was bare, smeared with pus and gore. Its belly was grotesquely swollen, like an overinflated balloon about to burst. Xiao Yao himself was fat, but why did he find this particular zombie so repulsive? Damn, though he was heavy, he wasn't that grotesque. Besides, his fat body housed a thin man's soul. He glanced up at the bungalow sign, Xiaohong Hair Salon. Next to it was another, a Z Hair Salon. Is this Hair Salon Street? So Sister Jillian's chicken farm was just 1 street away. He scanned the area again. No mistake. This was the street had often passed in his past life. He looked back at the fat zombie. He had to kill it, but howling would soon attract more. Just as Xiao Yao prepared to exit and slay the fat zombie, he noticed a young girl's face reflected in the glass door of the adjacent AZ Hair Salon. She wasn't a zombie. The young girl cautiously peeked out with 2 eyes watching the van. When she saw Xiao Yao in the driver's seat staring back, she ducked down in fright. Then slowly she rose again, revealing her face. Xiao Yao knew she wasn't a zombie because his reconnaissance goggles displayed her information. Name AZ. Race human. Level 1. Combat power 8. Health 36,100 inch. She was human and her health was critically low. This was the first survivor Xiao Yao had encountered besides Jinlian. Through the glass, he saw the young girl's lips moving as if she were saying something. Random quest: rescue survivor AZ and escort her to safety. Reward 200 experience points. Though he couldn't hear a Z, a quest prompt appeared in his vision. Az's lips moved up and down as if she were saying something. The sudden appearance of a random task prompt made Xiao Yao realize that the young girl was named Azzy, and perhaps he needed to save her. Without further delay, he would first take down the fat zombie. Sister Jinlian, hand me the wood-chopping axe, Xiao Yao said, turning back to Jinlian. It had been difficult enough for him, a large man, to climb into the driver's seat earlier, so he hadn't brought the axe with him. It was still in the back of the van. Xiao Yao took the axe and glanced at the windshield of the van. The sounds of zombies were already faintly audible. Xiao Yao pushed open the van door, gripping the axe tightly, and walked toward the fat zombie. Crack! The fat zombie inside the house, seeing someone get out of the van, became even more enraged. It pounded against the window with greater force, shattering the glass in a few strikes. Its entire body lunged forward, getting stuck in the window frame like a round ball. It writhed madly, trying to break free from the door frame, as if determined to get up and grab Xiao Yao. With the fat zombie blocking the doorway, the skinny zombie behind it couldn't get out and could only stretch out its hands, trying to reach Xiao Yao. Strike while the iron is hot. Xiao Yao raised the axe and brought it down on the fat zombie's head. Thud! The axe embedded a few inches deep and got stuck. What the hell has this zombie's skull evolved to be this hard? Xiao Yao grunted, shaking the axe handle back and forth, trying to dislodge it. Hun. Jirwai. The fat zombie suddenly began to writhe violently, its body swelling and expanding. Not good. Xiao Yao sensed a bad premonition, as if the zombie were a balloon about to burst. He quickly stepped back a few paces. The fat zombie's belly swelled enormously, shattering the wooden door frame, and it rolled out like a balloon. Xiao Yao dashed toward the back of the van. Opening the door was no longer an option. He had to get as far away from this zombie as possible. The zombie's body expanded to its limit, swelling like a giant balloon, then it shuddered, and with a deafening boom. The sound was like a car tire exploding, like a firecracker thrown into a still lake. With a bang, it exploded into a rain of blood, and fragments of limbs and flesh rained down from the sky. The skinny zombie that had emerged behind the fat one was also nowhere to be seen, likely torn into pieces by the blast. The shockwave rippled through the thick fog. In the distance, excited zombie shrieks followed. The sound made Xiao Yao, who was lying on the ground in pain, force himself to his feet. He glanced at his health bar, which was nearly empty. The explosion was as powerful as a small grenade. The zombie cries sounded just like the prelude in games before a horde of zombies descended upon the battlefield. Xiao Yao couldn't help but feel terrified. Limping, Xiao Yao reached the van. The windows were shattered and one door was badly dented. He tried the handle, but the door was stuck and wouldn't budge. He had no choice but to hobble to the other side of the van. "Sister Jinlian, are you okay?" Xiao Yao's first concern was for Jinlian. He could take a beating, but he feared for her as her health was much lower than his. "I'm fine." "Xiao Yao, what's wrong with you? Your face is covered in blood. Are you alright?" Jinlian shook her head quickly to indicate she was fine, but when she saw Xiao Yao's bloodied face, she was terrified. Was he going to die? "Quick, get out of the van. Zombies are coming soon. We need to hide in that room over there." "Xiao Yao, don't scare me. Are you sure you're okay?" Jinlian stumbled out of the van and struggled to support Xiao Yao. He was too heavy, his weight nearly crushed the frail. "I'm fine, gulp gulp." Xiao Yao pulled out a bottle of red ginseng decoction and chugged it down. His health was dropping rapidly, and he needed to replenish it as soon as possible. Knowing that Jinlian couldn't bear his weight, he used all his strength to support himself. "Open the door." Xiao Yao pounded on the door of Az's hair salon. The explosion had occurred near the van, and Xiao Yao covering the salon's glass door with blood and flesh. The glass was cracked, and it looked like it would shatter with the slightest touch. You should leave quickly. The zombies. They'll be here soon." A trembling, tearful woman's voice came from inside. "If you don't open the door, I'll smash it down right now." Xiao Yao needed a safe place to recover his health and couldn't afford to waste time looking for another room. Besides, the next door was already broken. "Please just leave me alone. Go hide somewhere else," the woman inside begged. "They'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll split it with my axe." 3, 2. Xiao Yao growled. The sounds of zombies were getting closer. Fortunately, they still couldn't run, or they would have already arrived. Wait, it'll open it," the woman said frantically. With a creak, the door opened, and a woman's silhouette flashed by, quickly hiding behind a pink curtain not far away. Xiao Yao hurried into the room and closed the door. He noticed that thick tape was still stuck to the inside of the glass, so, although the explosion had cracked it, the glass hadn't shattered completely. The girl was resourceful. Earlier she had called out for him to save her, but now that he needed shelter and came to her for help, she had barred the door. Xiao Yao was beginning to waver on whether to accept this random quest. This was no time for sulking. Xiao Yao scanned the room. There was a chair and a sofa. Opposite the sofa and chair hung a pink curtain behind which a single bed was partially visible. He didn't know what else was back there. The woman had certainly hidden behind it. He would deal with her later. First, block the door with the sofa. Xiao Yao and Jinlian struggled to move the sofa to the door, blocking it. Both the window and the door had curtains, and Xiao Yao drew them shut. At least this way the zombies wouldn't see them through sight, if the zombies still had vision. "Sister Jinlian, you should go behind the curtain too. They'll handle the front." Both women were terrified by the situation. Outside, an unknown number of zombies could arrive at any moment. Inside, there was a man with a blood-smeared face looking like a murderer on the run. Jinlian was slightly better off being Xiao Yao's teammate and knowing he had some survival secrets. But Azzy, who had caught a glimpse of Xiao Yao's bloody face when she opened the door, had already hidden in the back. Bleeding poison, lose 10 HP per minute. When HP falls below 1, transform into undead race, zombie. The zombie virus enters the body through wounds. This status cannot be removed automatically. An antidote is required to dispel the bleeding poison. Bleeding poison loses 10 HP per minute. When HP drops below 1, transforms into the undead race, zombie. The zombie virus enters the body through wounds. This status cannot be automatically removed. An antidote potion is required to dispel the bleeding poison state. Xiao Yao glanced again at this negative buff, his expression a mixture of solemnity, despair, and a hint of resignation. At the very least, he understood one truth: if injured in the thick fog, survival was nearly impossible, for the zombie virus in the mist would enter the body through the wound. Even if he reached a safe place, he could not dispel this poison state. An ordinary person with 100 HP injured in the fog could only live for about 10 minutes, even if hidden. Though his own HP was twice that of an ordinary person, it merely granted him an extra 10 minutes of life. What filled Xiao Yao with despair now was that there was no time to search for an antidote potion. The only remaining option was to level up to 14. Upon leveling up, all negative buffs should be removed. This was the sole method Xiao Yao could conceive. He checked his experience points: 792940960. Leveling up required such a vast amount of experience that it seemed impossible in a short time. Based on killing a single zombie for 55 experience points, he would need to slay 600 zombies, an utterly unattainable task. Without an antidote potion and unable to level up quickly, Xiao Yao found himself in a desperate predicament. Sister Jinlian, he uttered, his voice devoid of any emotion. I'm here. Sister Jinlian quickly rushed over from behind, her tears already streaming down her cheeks, as she saw Xiao Yao's face covered in blood, especially the glimmer of despair in his eyes. Xiao Yao. Words failed them. Jinlian had been with Xiao Yao for a long time. Every time they faced a situation, Xiao Yao had looked at her with hope. But this time his gaze held undisguised despair and sorrow. Jinlian roughly understood the dire straits they were in. Survival seemed unlikely. This tiny room of barely a dozen square meters might well become their final resting place. Sister Jinlian, lend me your jade bracelet for a while. Xiao Yao forced a smile uglier than tears, which combined with his blood-soaked face appeared even more eerie. Xiao Yao, don't scare me. You promised to protect me until the end of the apocalypse. Don't be like this, I'm afraid. Jinlian quickly removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and helped put it on Xiao Yao's. She remembered Xiao Yao saying this jade bracelet could restore vitality. Seeing him in such a state when he needed it most, Jinlian naturally did not begrudge it. Sister Jinlian, I keep my word. Don't worry, be good, and go to the back. Leave killing zombies to me. Xiao Yao. Be good, Sister Jinlian. Having you here will only distract me. Xiao Yao. Promise me you'll survive. I promise. Watching Jinlian hide behind the curtain in this small room of only a few dozen square meters, Xiao Yao could clearly hear her soft sobbing. Roar. Sporadic zombies had already gathered outside the door, emitting low growls. They were attracted by the sound of the explosion. The number of zombies would increase over time, then gradually stabilize. Xiao Yao had no idea how many would remain. It was a matter of fate. He could only pray for a miracle, for in his current state, even unleashing his ultimate skill Thunderbolt Whirlwind Slash, he could not kill them all. Moreover, it would attract even more zombies. The 1-minute stun after using the ultimate skill was his greatest weakness. If he couldn't eliminate all the zombies, it would be akin to walking to his death. For now, Xiao Yao didn't know how long he could wait. He was frantically drinking red ginseng soup to sustain his life, as his natural HP recovery could no longer offset the HP loss from the bleeding poison. Only by consuming the soup could his HP slowly increase. Xiao Yao glanced at his personal information. Xiao Yao, race human, level 13, combat power 70, HP 123245, gains 10 HP per level. Spirit 136136, gains 1 spirit per level. Hunger 85100, loses 1 HP per minute when hunger reaches 0. Attack 3033. Defense 1. HP recovery 12 minute. Strength 132. Each point of strength increases HP by 1, attack by 1. Agility 132. Intelligence 202. Each point of intelligence increases spirit by 1. Experience 79294096 inch. His HP had recovered to half, and he still had 18 bottles of red ginseng soup, which he kept drinking continuously, otherwise he would die even faster. Xiao Yao quietly lifted a corner of the curtain. Outside the door, figures stirred within the thick fog. If not for the information from his reconnaissance goggles, he might have thought the apocalypse was over. They were groups of zombies wandering back and forth at the entrance, all drawn by the explosion. Seeing such a massive number of zombies, Xiao Yao's confidence wavered. He lowered the curtain and drank 2 more bottles of red ginseng soup, restoring his HP to full. However, due to the negative buff, he still lost 10 HP every minute. He had only 16 bottles of red ginseng soup left. If he stayed quietly in the room, if the zombies outside didn't discover them, if the zombies didn't enter, if all these ifs went according to his wishes, his HP could sustain him for nearly 2 hours. But after 2 hours without the soup, he would still die. Waiting 2 hours for death was worse than dying outright. Xiao Yao made up his mind. He had to do something. Xiao Yao was still carrying his backpack, only now did he have time to take it off. SSS. The backpack scraped against the wound on his back, sending a jolt of pain. He examined the backpack and saw a large hole torn by the explosion. If the backpack hadn't shielded him, he would surely have been killed by the zombie's self-destruction. Stroking the backpack's surface, he sighed. He had no idea how many items were left. He rummaged through it and found only 3 bundles of red ginseng. The rest had fallen out, perhaps near the van, or destroyed in the blast. Oh no, Xiao Yao suddenly tensed. The soul-locking bead was missing. Because his phone's inventory was limited, it held only items in large quantities. To save space, he had stored the bead in his backpack. But now, after searching the entire backpack, he could not find it. Soul-locking bead slowly absorbs the vitality of living organisms within a 1-meter radius. At level 20, devouring can absorb all its vitality. Devouring below level 20 will cause backlash, instantly draining the user's vitality. Current vitality 201,000. Xiao Yao clearly remembered the bead's attributes. Perhaps because his reconnaissance skill was too low, it couldn't display the exact amount of HP the bead absorbed. But he had calculated that it absorbed roughly 1 HP per minute. With red ginseng soup, he had no fear of the bead absorbing his vitality, so he had kept it in his backpack. Now the bead that had accompanied him was gone, either outside or destroyed. If it had fallen outside, it could help him by absorbing the zombie's vitality. However, to drain the zombie's life force through the bead would take over 8 hours, and its absorption range was only a 1-meter radius, a mere drop in the bucket. Moreover, in 8 hours he would likely have joined their ranks. He had only 2 H. Suddenly a series of urgent alarm sounds echoed from outside. Beep, beep, beep. The countless zombies at the door were lowly growling with excitement. Xiao Yao raised his head and quietly lifted a corner of the curtain, seeing countless zombies slowly moving southward. Are we saved? Listening to the alarm, it seemed that a car to the south had triggered its anti-theft alarm, the shrill sound piercing the evening air. At this time, if it weren't for the apocalypse, the streets should be bustling with traffic as people finished work or school. Moments ago, the zombies, drawn by the explosion of the fat zombie, were moving towards the sound. One limping zombie also shuffled along with the crowd towards the explosion, but unfortunately it stumbled over its own feet, crashing into a parked car, triggering its anti-theft alarm. The other zombies that were heading towards the explosion now changed direction and headed straight for the car that set off the alarm. Clap, clap, clap. The first few zombies were vigorously banging on the car that was sounding the alarm as if there were delicious food inside. It appeared as if they were unboxing a delivery, and the rest of the zombies joined in wildly, starting their own unboxing party. Xiao Yao lowered the curtain, wondering which unfortunate soul had triggered the car's anti-theft alarm. It seemed that next time he should throw a stone first to verify, otherwise if he triggered the alarm while opening the door, it would be like shouting to the zombies, "I'm here." Luckily, this van did not have an anti-theft alarm, otherwise it would have been surrounded by zombies by now. Next time he should avoid high-end vehicles, as they usually come with anti-theft systems. After confirming that there were no zombies at the door, he noticed that there was only one disabled zombie slowly crawling southward. It was unclear whether it had been disabled from the start or had been trampled into that state by the horde. Clearly, to catch up with the main group of zombies, it would need to make more effort. Xiao Yao let out a huge sigh of relief as he dropped the curtain. With the zombies gone, all he needed to do now was deal with the poisoning. "Sister Jinlian," Xiao Yao called out as he had no experience in making red ginseng soup. "Xiao Yao," Jinlian emerged from behind her face, still bearing traces of tears. "We are temporarily safe." The zombies were attracted away by the alarm sound. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief, his earlier tension dissipating. "Really? That's great," Jinlian exclaimed, joyfully jumping up like a child. "Indeed. However, Sister Jinlian, I would like to ask you for a favor. There's something I need your advice on." "What's there to ask between us? Just say it directly." "Well, I want to brew some more red ginseng soup. We're running low on it." "Oh, leave that to me." "No, this time I want to brew it myself." "Sister Jinlian, I need your assistance." "All right, but it seems we don't have a pot. Isn't there one here?" Xiao Yao pointed to the stove beside him. As soon as he entered the small room, he felt it was much warmer inside than outside, indicating there was heating equipment. Beside him was a coal stove with a pile of honeycomb-like coals stacked against the wall, seemingly prepared for a winter. Xiao Yao lifted the lid with a fire hook, and to his surprise there were still burning coals inside. This little hair salon owner seemed to be living quite well. Even if he didn't save her, she could probably survive for 10 days or half a month, though he wondered if she had prepared enough food. "This belongs to the young lady. We should consult her opinion first." Sister Jinlian, please go ask her." Jinlian turned and walked behind the curtain. "Young lady, I apologize for startling you." "Sister, it's no trouble at all. You are the first living people I've seen in days who I thought I was the only one left in the... I believe there are definitely more survivors out there. I miss my parents so much, who I wonder how they are doing now." Parents, what a piercing term. Jinlian had already lost her father and recently lost her mother. Familial ties felt like an unattainable luxury to her now. All right, she still had 2 older sisters and a younger brother. However, besides being closer to her brother, she had quarreled with her 2 sisters since childhood, and they could never stay quiet together for 5 minutes. Yet now Jinlian suddenly thought of her 2 sisters and younger brother, for they were her last family. But they were far away, and seeking them would be as difficult as a pilgrimage to the west fraught with dangers. It was impossible to ask Xiao Yao to protect her while searching for them. He needed to find his own family. If she were to go alone, she feared being devoured by zombies before even leaving the village. Jinlian could only temporarily stick with Xiao Yao to go home and search for her siblings, making alternate plans for survival. Staying alive was her primary consideration. "I believe your parents will be safe." Jinlian tidied her emotions and tried to comfort the young girl. "I hope so. I wonder when this disaster will end and my food is running low and won't last for many days. By the way, speaking of which, we would like to borrow your stove for a bit." "If it's that fat guy who wants to borrow it, right? I heard you, no lending it to you." "It's my sister who wants to borrow it. It's already evening, and we need to eat and prepare some dinner." "If no lending you, I won't lend it no matter what you say. If you keep insisting on not lending it, I will throw you out right now." "I'm notifying you, not negotiating," Xiao Yao said as he picked up the pot nearby, preparing to clean it to brew red ginseng soup. Wow, this pot hasn't been washed in years. Inside the pot was a layer of blackened dried rice residue, visibly burnt. He wondered if this girl could even cook. The pot was almost scorched. Xiao Yao had long been displeased with the owner of this hair salon. Since she wouldn't let him enter when he first approached, he had grievances against her. Sending her to safety, He wasn't her father, so why should he cater to her? 200 experience points weren't enough to impress him, and the mysterious gift package couldn't even get him a tank. It didn't matter whether he could open it or not, he had already learned some of the system's quirks. This mysterious gift package was probably useless. Claiming it was useless might still have some value, while saying it was useful would imply it was of little use. Whether to take it or not was inconsequential. Saving people. He would save people whenever he felt like it, regardless of whether it was a task, and if he found someone unpleasant, he wouldn't accept the task, even for a great gift. Oomph, came a snort from behind the curtain. The tap water's been off for ages anyway. You couldn't cook even if you wanted to. What? No water. Xiao Yao twisted the faucet, watching as a single drop of water struggled to fall after a long pause. He then checked the bucket beside it, empty. It seemed the blackout wasn't the only issue. The water supply had also failed. Without electricity or water, what would be next? How much longer could the survivors hold on? Xiao Yao glanced at the curtain. That girl still hadn't come out. She was clearly terrified of him. Her refusal to open the door stemmed from a fear that he might lead zombies their way. Everyone fought for their own survival. She had no obligation to let him in, did she? When had he become so overbearing, so petty as to hold a grudge against a young girl? Reflecting on it, Xiao Yao shook his head. At 19, he should have learned to curb his impulsive temper. Hey, I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier. I apologize. Xiao Yao offered his apology toward the curtain. She wouldn't come out, and he still had no idea what she looked like. He couldn't just barge behind the curtain. It felt like intruding into a young woman's private space. If I don't accept your apology. Fine. Xiao Yao was about to mutter take it or leave it, but stopped himself. What will it take for you to accept? Unless you give me a bottle of water right now. No to. Hey. Xiao Yao thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Was Az's condition for forgiveness really this steep? Side quest: help Ozzy find 2 bottles of water. Reward 20 experience. Little did Xiao Yao know water had become an invaluable commodity. The girl hadn't had a drink in a day, her lips already cracked and parched. Without replenishment, she risked dying of dehydration. 2 bottles, huh? That's a bit tough. Xiao Yao pondered, a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth, as if hatching a mischievous plan. Though he had tens of thousands of bottles in his phone space, the girl seemed desperate. He might as well leverage those 2 bottles for greater gain. A small punishment for her earlier refusal to open the door. Then 1 bottle is fine too. I can get you water, but I need a drink too. If you've got nothing to trade, I'd rather keep it for myself. Jinlian emerged, glaring at Xiao Yao. She leaned in and whispered, I never knew you could be so wicked. She'll. She wouldn't open the door for me. Xiao Yao gestured for Jinlian to stay quiet. Though had forgiven Aji, he still wanted to teach her a lesson, so she'd know who she was dealing with. Jinlian said nothing, merely shaking her head. What do you want in exchange? Came a hesitant voice from behind the curtain. Well, tell me what you've got. I have 5 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. What do you want? Seriously, that's all the junk you've got. Your stuff is junk. This is all the food I have left. If you think it's junk, then don't you dare touch a single noodle. Forget it, I'm not interested in your scraps. Tell me, what else do you have? If it's just instant noodles and sausages you want, get a single bottle of water. Xiao Yao pulled out a pack of bottled water and 2 chickens right in front of Jinlian. The chickens needed to be cooked, the pre-cooked ones were long gone. He stood with his back to the curtain, so Aji couldn't see, but Jinlian had a clear view. Jinlian saw a beam of light shoot from the center of Xiao Yao's glasses, and suddenly a pack of water and 2 plucked chickens appeared on the floor. Her eyes widened. This. Jinlian stopped stuttering and helped me scrub the pot. Since binding the reconnaissance glasses, Xiao Yao discovered that when the detection function was active, he could store and retrieve items directly through them. Had even taken the glasses off to examine them, finding a small hole above the nose bridge between the lenses like a camera lens. This kept the phone relatively safe, making it seem as if items came from the glasses. Jinlian was still reeling from the shock. What kind of treasure were these glasses? Scrub the pot. With this mineral water. What else? That's way too wasteful. It's fine. We've got plenty. If you're full of it. I don't believe you'd use mineral water to scrub a pot. You're just trying to trick me into coming out. I want fall for. A girl with purple frizzy hair stepped out from behind the curtain. Her dark circles rivaled Conan's, her cracked lips smeared with thick red lipstick, and she even had an earring on her lip. She wore a purple jacket over a white thermal, a miniskirt, purple stockings pulled up to her knees, and black knee-high boots. A total delinquent girl. In times like these, she still dressed like this. Or maybe she just couldn't wash off her makeup without water. Right now, the delinquent girl was staring wide-eyed at the bottled water on the floor. Why was this really that much mineral water? Aji rushed over excitedly, touching the bottles to confirm they were real. Mister, can I take a few? No. The word Mr. made Xiao Yao shudder involuntarily. Don't call me that, it creeps me out. Just call me Xiao Yao. Brother Xiao Yao, please, I'll trade you my stuff. What stuff? Wait here. The delinquent girl dashed back, followed by the sound of rummaging, and emerged with a purple box. Here, this is my little treasure chest. Take whatever you like. Treasure chest? Xiao Yao asked skeptically. He wasn't particularly interested in her stash, though maybe it contained some useful jewelry. Yep. 1 item for 1 bottle of water. Fair enough, right? The delinquent girl tilted her head, grinning at Xiao Yao, as if the deal heavily favored him. I've got tons of treasures in here. It's more than enough for the whole pack of water. Deal. Xiao Yao wasn't short on water, but if there was a useful piece of jewelry inside, it would be a win. A man's word is his bond. A man's word is unbreakable. Aji tore open the pack of water, pulled out a bottle, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. Who says girls are weak? You should see them tear open packages, especially delivery boxes. Every girl has the strength of an ox. She finished an entire bottle, pausing to catch her breath. I never knew mineral water could taste this good. Gold ring, fake imitation decorative item. Gold necklace, fake imitation decorative item. Gold bracelet, fake imitation decorative item. Geez, Xiao Yao wanted to complain bitterly about this little delinquent girl. The little stash you've put together is all imitation counterfeit junk. No attributes at all. Was this really her collection? Xiao Yao glanced at the small stash beside him. There was still half a chest left, so he might as well go through it all. Jade ring, fake imitation decorative item. Jade bracelet, fake imitation decorative item. Jade thumb ring, health recovery, 2 minutes. After searching through the rest in the corner of the stash, Xiao Yao finally found the only piece of jewelry with attributes in this little treasure trove. A thumb ring with health recovery 2. This was the second piece of health recovery equipment he had ever seen. It was worth it even if he had to give the entire pack of bottled water to AZ. Xiao Yao picked up the thumb ring and slipped it onto his left thumb. Not bad. A nice green color, my favorite. AZ, you'll take this thumb ring, Xiao Yao said, raising the ring on his hand toward AZ, who was drinking water. Cough, cough. How do you know my name is AZ? AZ, who had been drinking water, choked as the water went down the wrong pipe. You've dyed your whole body purple. What else would I call you? Besides, there's a sign outside your door that says AZ's Hair Salon. Oh, true. But you only want one. Yeah, just one is enough. But I've already drunk 2 bottles of... No big deal. You can take 2 more. Really? Hurry up before I change my mind. If you wouldn't dare. AZ quickly grabbed 2 more bottles of water, glanced at Xiao Yao to see him looking at the thumb ring, then swiftly snatched another 2 and stuffed them into her top before sneaking behind the curtain to hide them. Jean Lian watched this with a shake of her head, but didn't expose her. Xiao Yao, however, wasn't focused on AZ. He scanned his personal information, the 1 health recovery from body forging technique, plus the 2 from Sister Jean Lian's jade bracelet, and now the 2 from the jade thumb ring, bringing his total health recovery to 5. But the negative buff reduced his health by 10 per minute, leaving a deficit of 5 health points. The ginseng soup could sustain him for another 180 minutes, but that was far from enough. The room gradually grew dim. It seemed night was about to fall. With the power outage, darkness would soon engulf. Just then a faint pink glow emerged from behind the curtain. AZ, do you still have power here? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. If there was electricity, he could charge his phone. No, the power's been out here for a while too. This is my little desk lamp, solar powered. But there hasn't been sun for days, so the stored charge is almost gone. Otherwise the light wouldn't be this dim. As she spoke, AZ brought out the small lamp, which resembled a rotating lantern. Its faint glow filled the solar powered. Since the thick fog came, Xiao Yao hadn't seen the sun in days either. Solar power had become a... Hey, this little lamp has a USB port. Can it charge a phone? Of course. Great, I want to trade for this lamp. You want it? ITLL cost you 2. No 4 bottles of water. Deal. Xiao Yao snatched the lamp. Give me the charging cable. Ooh, I lost mine. Oh, the charging cable is 1 bottle. Take as much as you want, just get me that cable. Xiao Yao didn't care about the water. What mattered was having something to charge his phone again. Xiao Yao quickly turned off the lamp to save power. Hey, don't turn it off. It's pitch black in here. How am I supposed to find anything? Hurry up. Xiao Yao turned the lamp back on and urged AZ to find the charging cable. Charging. Current battery 15. Xiao Yao glanced at his phone. It was charging. Whatever amount it could take as long. I don't get you. At a time like this, you're still playing with your phone. None of your business. Let me play with it. No, who cares? There's probably nothing but shady stuff on it. You're obviously just a lazy otaku. I don't need to see it to know what's in there. If you don't care, then stay out of it. Don't even think about getting your hands on my phone. Xiao Yao caught the mischievous look in AZ's eyes and knew she wouldn't give up easily. She might even try to steal his phone. Though there was no shady stuff on it, if she discovered his personal info or the phone's storage space, that would be a problem. He had to set up a fingerprint lock. With that thought, Xiao Yao navigated to the security settings and enabled fingerprint unlocking. Trying to peek at his phone. Not a chance. He had to nip all potential risks in the bud. Ding. Survived 1 day. Phone storage 1. Another day survived. Xiao Yao checked his phone storage. It now had 8 slots. Sister Jean Lian, have you finished scrubbing the pot? Yes, the water's already boiling. Good, now teach me how to make gin. It's not that hard. Just bring the water to a boil, add an appropriate amount of ginseng, and let it simmer for half an hour. Oh, that's simple. What did you think? Oh, okay, I'll give it a try. The room darkened entirely with only the faint glow of the coal stove casting light. Aren't we supposed to cook dinner first? Why are you making some soup now? AZ crunched on her instant noodles. Hurry up, I want to boil some noodles. I haven't had boiled ones in ages. My insides are all dried up. Between bites of ham sausage and instant noodles, AZ spoke. If Xiao Yao weren't making soup, she would have already boiled the noodles. Sister, what's your name? Jean Lian. Wow, Sister Jean Lian, who gave you that name? The author. Cough, cough. AZ choked on some noodle crumbs, tears in her eyes. Who gave it? When I was little, my parents said they got it from a fortune teller. He said this name would make me famous. Well, it sure will make you. Sister Jean Lian, what's Xiao Yao to you? Your boyfriend? No, he's my little brother. Huh, little brother. Why don't you share the same last name? Cousin. Jean Lian looked at Xiao Yao. The coal stove's glow illuminated his face. Was he her cousin? Oh. Az also looked at Xiao Yao, her eyes narrowing into slits. Today she had scammed 11 bottles of water from that lazy otaku. Joyful, she mentally cheered. Suddenly, Az's eyes widened. Where did the water come from? If she remembered correctly, they hadn't brought any water. Xiao Yao completely shut out the outside world, his gaze fixed intently on the coal-burning stove. For in his field of vision, a progress bar appeared above the pot on the stove, nearly reaching the red zone. As an avid gamer, Xiao Yao knew that the red mark signified the optimal moment. The progress bar crept forward slowly. Now, Xiao Yao swiftly grabbed the red ginseng beside him, a bundle of 10 stalks already washed clean by Sister Jinlian. He lifted the lid, tossed in all 10, and quickly covered it again. A purple perfect flashed in his vision. Flawless. This was the ideal time for adding the ingredient. The progress bar beside the pot continued its slow advance. Ding. Congratulations, host, on independently comprehending the alchemy art. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your first successful brewing of a perfect grade mutated potion. Please name the potion. Alchemy art. Xiao Yao's heart leaped with joy. If not for the two women watching him closely, he might have danced a jig. But considering his physique, the mere thought of that scene was too absurd to entertain. He forced down his elation. Xiao Yao glanced at his skill. Alchemy art beginner. The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Increases final product effectiveness by 10 with a 1 chance of mutation. Proficiency 101,0000. Kid, are you full of question marks? Indeed, this alchemy art could just as well be called cooking or culinary arts. Any skill that involves preparing ingredients through cooking methods, frying, stir-frying, braising, stewing, boiling, could be. What the F? Xiao Yao had thought had learned some profound martial art, perhaps becoming an alchemist, a grandmaster, a sought-after prize for major powers. But it turned out to be just a cooking skill. Well, an extra skill is still a gain. Xiao Yao checked the description again. 10 effectiveness, 1 mutation chance. It seemed he'd have to take over the cooking from now on. One reason was to grind proficiency, the other was the chance of mutation. The unknown was always the most enticing. What might it yield? Xiao Yao lifted the lid. Unnamed, a decoction brewed from red ginseng. Restores 11 HP per second for 25 seconds. Perfectly extracts the medicinal value of the ginseng. The potion has mutated. First consumption permanently increases max HP by 10. Subsequent doses have no effect. Holy cow, a permanent 10 to max HP. This whole pot could serve thousands if each person took just a sip. Xiao Yao picked up a bowl, ladled some, and took a sip to see how much his max HP would increase. After finishing the entire bowl, Xiao Yao confirmed that the loophole of a single sip wouldn't work. He had to drink a whole bowl to trigger the 10 max HP prompt. No such bug existed. Unnamed, a decoction brewed from red ginseng. Restores 11 HP per second for 5 seconds. Perfectly extracts the medicinal value of the ginseng. The potion has mutated. First consumption permanently increases max HP by 10. Subsequent doses have no effect. This pot yielded 5 bowls. Xiao Yao thought about giving one to Jean Lian and the others, but then realized that if he did, he might not survive the night. He decided to keep it for now. He found a large basin, poured the potion in, and set it aside to cool for bottling. Then he put the pot back on the stove and continued brewing. Brother Xiao Yao, are you still making soup? Aren't we having dinner? As he asked, watching him. In a bit. Let me finish this soup first. Xiao Yao replied without turning around. He glanced at his hunger meter, 30,100. But making the soup took priority. He could eat later. Besides, if his hunger dropped to 0, the system would force him to lose HP. They only felt hungry, they wouldn't lose health. What was there to fear? Oh, all right. Well, rest for a bit. Call us when you're done. As he yawned, stretched, and turned back. Sure, you two go rest. Xiao Yao watched them disappear behind the curtain and pulled the pack of water heads secretly retrieved over to the stove. That little hooligan had taken 11 bottles of his water. If he hadn't quietly snatched back one pack, while Azzy wasn't looking, he wouldn't have been able to brew the soup. Seeing Xiao Yao prepare another batch, Azzy and Jean Lian found nothing interesting to watch and returned to the small bed behind the curtain to rest. Without electricity, the only option was to sleep early and conserve energy. What else could they do? Xiao Yao could faintly hear the two whispering behind the curtain, but he had no interest in eavesdropping. Business came first. He stared intently at the progress bar over the pot, his eyes growing dry and sore. Finally it ended. After brewing 2 more pots, he eagerly lifted the lid. Unnamed, a decoction brewed from red ginseng. Restores 11 HP per second for 5 seconds. Perfectly extracts the medicinal value of the ginseng. The potion has mutated. First consumption permanently increases max HP by 8. Subsequent doses have no effect. The attributes of the third pot of red ginseng soup. Unnamed, a decoction brewed from red ginseng. Restores 11 HP per second for 5 seconds. Perfectly extracts the medicinal value of the ginseng. The potion has mutated. First consumption permanently increases max HP by 12. Subsequent doses have no effect. Excellent. Head brewed 3 pots in total each, granting a different max HP increase. That meant he could gain at least 30 max HP. But Xiao Yao couldn't drink them now. These potions were primarily for healing, and he couldn't afford to waste them. With the potions done, it was time to cook chicken soup. After all, he was a man with a skill and stat bonuses. Chicken soup broiler restores 110 hunger. Increases HP recovery by 1 per minute for 30 minutes. Hey, wake up. Time to eat. Get up, you 2 lazy pigs. No response from inside. Damn, these women can really sleep. Xiao Yao stood up, pulled out his phone, and used its faint glow to step behind the curtain for the first time. He nudged Jinlian, who was lying on the outside. Hey sister Jinlian, time to eat. He shook her arm, but there was no response. In his vision, Jinlian's health had dropped slightly, and a new line of information appeared. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Indoor carbon monoxide levels exceed safe limits. Loses 1 HP per minute. Status cannot be voluntarily removed. What the hell? They had carbon monoxide poisoning. Xiao Yao checked Azzy lying further inside. Her status bar also showed the carbon monoxide icon. He quickly glanced at his own status. He had the same debuff. He hadn't noticed because he was constantly losing HP anyway. No, I have to put out the stove first. Xiao Yao rushed back and shut the damper on the coal stove. No, that's wrong. Closing the damper will produce even more carbon monoxide. He moved the sofa blocking the door, pulled back the curtain, and saw no zombies outside. He opened the door, carried the stove outside, and quickly shut the door again. What do I do now? Xiao Yao grabbed his hair, nearly tearing it out in frustration. The first step for carbon monoxide poisoning was to open the windows and let in fresh air. But opening the windows would let in the toxic fog outside, causing poisoning too. Not opening them meant the indoor carbon monoxide would continue its damage. Xiao Yao was caught in a dilemma. The car that had triggered its anti-theft alarm was now nowhere to be seen. Because it was completely surrounded by zombies, even the roof covered with them as they madly beat against the vehicle. The constant contact kept the alarm blaring without end. The hood had been pounded flat, thin wisps of black smoke seeping out from underneath. Then faint flames began to flicker from beneath the hood. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Like a grenade blast, the entire car exploded. Viewed through the reconnaissance goggles, the vehicle's durability had been drained to zero. The zombies encircling it were hurled into the air by the blast, torn into countless fragments of limbs and flesh. Where the car once stood, a vacuum zone formed, the ground cratered and pitted. Shattered pieces of the car mingled with zombie body parts, scattering everywhere. Some leather upholstery and other unidentifiable objects burned, providing the only light in the night. A nearby pickup truck lost its cargo bed in the explosion, tilting to one side. The car's anti-theft alarm finally fell silent, leaving only the crackling of flames and the low growls of surrounding zombies. The vacuum zone was soon filled by the encroaching horde. Xiao Yao was startled by the explosion. Even from a street away, the blast rattled the windows of the room. If not for the several layers of tape stuck to the glass, it might have shattered. Is the military here? Xiao Yao listened carefully and noticed only a single explosion. He quietly opened the door and looked southward, spotting flames several streets away, surrounded by a ring of zombies, as if gathered for a bonfire party. He realized it was likely the car with the anti-theft alarm that had exploded. But there was no time to dwell on that. Inside, 2 women were poisoned. One with excessive indoor carbon monoxide levels, the other from the toxic fog. He had to move them to safety as soon as possible. If he delayed, the zombies would slowly spread this way. Taking advantage of the explosion, drawing the zombies away, he had to act quickly. Xiao Yao hurried back inside and checked the health points of the 2 women. They had dropped significantly. He needed to wake them up as soon as possible. Sister Jinlian. Sister Jinlian. Miss C. Miss C. He called out repeatedly, but neither woman responded. If not for the reconnaissance goggles showing they still had health points, Xiao Yao would have thought they were dead. The carbon monoxide poisoning status persisted, but it seemed they could hold on for another half hour. He had to find a safe place within that time and move them both. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yao quickly opened the door, scanned the surroundings, and saw no zombies. He decided to search north first. Night vision was poor, so he dared not move too fast. After crossing one street, he spotted a truck parked by the roadside, its cargo bed covered with a tarpaulin. He had no idea what it carried. Collect. Xiao Yao had always wanted to use his phone's spatial storage to take a flatbed truck, which would make both travel and hauling convenient. Now a flatbed truck on the road presented the perfect opportunity. Beep. Item volume too large, cannot collect. The notification in his field of vision made Xiao Yao realize for the first time that the phone's space had a volume limit. He wondered what the maximum size it could accommodate was, but there was no time to investigate. Since he couldn't take it, he tried to open the driver's cabin. He quietly grabbed the door handle, hoping there was no anti-theft alarm. However, Xiao Yao pulled several times, but couldn't open the door. An ordinary truck, and it was locked. He had no skill at lock picking, and breaking the window would create noise, inevitably attracting other zombies. Moreover, a broken window would render the truck useless. If the toxic fog filled the cabin, it would be no different from being outside. He had to give up for now and continue searching for a safe house. Oh. Xiao Yao looked up and saw a box truck ahead. Initially focused on the flatbed, he thought the shape ahead was a wall. As he drew closer, he realized it was a box truck with a house-like cargo compartment. He went to the back and found a padlock on the door. He tested it. It was locked. Wait. He lifted the handle. Surprisingly, although the lock was fastened, the door could still be opened. He lifted the compartment handle, revealing darkness inside. Taking out his phone, he turned on the flashlight and saw rows of blue boxes, each the size of a range hood, their contents unknown. Xiao Yao lifted the handle. The lock was actually secured, yet the door could be opened. He raised the compartment handle, and inside was pitch black, revealing nothing. He took out his phone, activated the flashlight, and discovered rows of blue boxes inside, each as large as a range hood, their contents unknown. Not good. The door had been opened too long. The once safe compartment was now infiltrated by the toxic fog. Xiao Yao closed the rear door. He would deal with it later. First, he needed to find a room. Next to the box truck was a small bungalow with an object resembling a refrigerator by the door. It was a tiny room, empty save for a few broken tables and chairs strewn on the floor. A for rent sign was taped to the window. More than 10 minutes had passed. The room was far from ideal, but there was no more time to search for another. Xiao Yao glared at the lock on the door, then yanked it hard in frustration. Snap! The lock actually opened. Xiao Yao held the rusted lock in his hand. The quality was abysmal, but this was no time for complaints. Heaven never seals off all exits. He quickly opened the door, tidied up, briefly arranged a few chairs into a makeshift bed, then rushed out. There were still 2 women waiting for him to rescue. Hardly daring to breathe, Xiao Yao returned to Z's hair salon. He decided to carry Miss Z. First, her health points were dangerously low. He swiftly picked up Miss Z, opened the door, and headed toward the room he had found. He dared not run. The sound of footsteps would be too conspicuous. He had to proceed cautiously, all the while watching for zombies. Fortunately, the zombies hadn't yet reached this area. Xiao Yao placed Miss Z on the makeshift bed of chairs, then returned to the salon to pick up Sister Jinlian. Finally, he had transferred both women to this safe abandoned room. Fortunately, the doors and windows were intact. He checked their statuses. They were no longer suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning, but neither had regained consciousness, and their health points had dropped to critical levels. Name Z. Race human. Level 1. Combat power 8. 6,100. Name Jinlian. Race human. Level 1. Combat power 10. 36,100 inch. Sister Jinlian. Sister Jinlian. Xiao Yao shook Jinlian vigorously, hoping to wake her, so he could give them red ginseng soup to restore health. Miss Z. Miss Z. It was useless. Both remained unconscious, unresponsive no matter how he called. If not for their health points still showing, Xiao Yao would have thought they were dead. He dared not shake them anymore. Their remaining health was so low that he feared he might accidentally drain it and kill them. What should he do in this situation? If only there were a doctor or nurse nearby, but where could he find one now? Could it be that he needed to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? But he didn't know how. Xiao Yao glanced at Sister Jinlian and Girl Azzy, wondering if this counted as taking advantage of their vulnerability. Though propriety dictated that men and women should not touch, he could think of no other way to revive them. Their life force had already dropped too low. There was no time to dwell on such concerns. Only one solution came to Xiao Yao's mind: rescue breathing. They had been poisoned by inhaling excessive carbon monoxide. By supplying them with sufficient oxygen through rescue breathing, they might regain consciousness. But how was rescue breathing supposed to be performed? Was it simply mouth-to-mouth? That didn't seem right. He had never learned the technique before. Never in his life had Xiao Yao imagined he would need to use rescue breathing to save someone, yet now he had no choice but to force himself through it. He decided to start with Sister Jinlian, since she was more familiar to him. As for Azzy, with her lips coated in thick lipstick, Xiao Yao found himself hesitating. Sister Jinlian, forgive me. With those words, Xiao Yao laid Sister Jinlian flat, pinched her nose, took a deep breath, and blew into her mouth. He watched her chest rise, indicating the air had entered her lungs. Pressing his ear to her nose, he detected a faint exhalation. It's working. He'll continue. Xiao Yao tirelessly performed rescue breathing on Sister Jinlian. Initially embarrassed, he soon cast aside all distractions as she remained unresponsive. This was about saving a life. To entertain impure thoughts now would be despicable. After dozens of breaths and roughly 5 minutes, Sister Jinlian's complexion gradually regained its color. Cough. Cough. Jinlian suddenly coughed, then turned to the side, gasping for air. Thank goodness. Sister Jinlian, you're awake. Persistence paid off. Seeing Sister Jinlian cough, Xiao Yao felt a childlike joy. It was his first time attempting rescue breathing, and he hadn't known if it would work. Fortunately, it had. Xiao Yao. Sister Jinlian, still groggy from waking, blinked and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Sister Jinlian, it's me. Xiao Yao grasped her arm. Where is this? What happened to me? Sister Jinlian hadn't yet recovered from her day. It's all my fault. I was boiling soup indoors, and the carbon monoxide levels became too high. You both got poisoned. All poisoned. Yes, you both fell unconscious. But we're safe now. This is an abandoned house on the next street over. I moved you here. Oh, just now I felt like. Sister Jinlian, I apologize. I had no choice but to perform rescue breathing on you. I'm sorry. Xiao Yao stood and bowed to Sister Jinlian in apology. It did seem somewhat like taking advantage. Sister Jinlian sensed something was off, but having been unconscious, she didn't know what had happened. Had Xiao Yao really performed rescue breathing on her? This was her first kiss gone without a trace, and she hadn't even felt it. It was so unfair. I couldn't wake you no matter what I tried. I had no other ideas. I'm sorry. If you want to hit me or scold me, go ahead. Xiao Yao looked like a repentant child. Uffed. Sister Jinlian suddenly burst into laughter. Silly little brother, you're my brother. How could I hit or scold you? Besides, you saved me. But it was my soup that poisoned you. No buts. I'm fine now, aren't I? But. Stop with the buts. That girl Azzy still hasn't woken up. Aren't you going to give her rescue breathing? No, I don't know her well. I saved you first so you could revive her yourself. Are you sure you want me to do it? You might miss your chance. Xiao Yao looked at Azzy lying nearby. Despite her heavy makeup, the young punk girl was actually quite pretty. For a moment he hesitated. Well, miss this golden opportunity, and there won't be another. Sister Jinlian, stop joking. This is serious. Saving lives comes first. You're awake now, so the task falls to you. Am I the type to take advantage? Hurry and save her, Sister Jinlian. Be careful. Her life is hanging by a thread. Don't be too rough. Xiao Yao shook his head, banishing stray thoughts. This was about saving a life. How could he let his mind wander? A man's ambitions should be grand, not fixated on petty advantages like taking liberties with girls. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. By the way, Sister Jinlian, drink some red ginseng soup first. Your vitality is very low. Xiao Yao took out an ordinary bottle of red ginseng soup and handed it to her. Okay. Sister Jinlian didn't stand on ceremony. She took the soup and drank it all in one go. Perhaps she was thirsty, for she finished the entire bottle without pause. Xiao Yao watched as her life force slowly recovered to a healthier level, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, Sister Jinlian's life was far more precious to him than Azis, a girl he had met by chance. After finishing her drink, Sister Jinlian went to perform rescue breathing on Azzy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao stepped out to return to Az's barbershop. The prepared red ginseng soup and chicken broth were still there. Back at the shop, he packed the now-cooled red ginseng soup into several empty mineral water bottles. Finding a suitcase in Az's room, he stored the bottles inside. The coal stove, with its draft still open, continued to burn, though the flames had died down, enough to keep the chicken broth warm. Xiao Yao lifted the lid and a wave of steam hit him. Perfect, the broth was still hot. He carried the entire pot toward the abandoned room to the north. About 5 minutes later, Azzy also regained consciousness with a series of coughs followed by deep, ragged breaths. Xiao Yao returned with the suitcase. Seeing Azzy awake, he felt a great relief. At least everyone was safe. Though neither was seriously harmed, their life force needed replenishment, especially Az's, which had dropped to a mere 5 points. Xiao Yao handed 2 more bottles of red ginseng soup to Sister Jinlian and Azzy. Have some red ginseng soup. Didn't I just drink one? Sister Jinlian said. Sister Jinlian, take your time, but you must finish this one. It's better. Xiao Yao didn't explain further. After all, they had nearly died because of his negligence. Making a small sacrifice was worthwhile, otherwise his conscience would never be at ease. Xiao Yao also apologized to Azzy for nearly causing her death due to his mistake. I almost died because of you, and you think a bottle of drink makes up for it? No way. Though Azzy complained, she didn't refuse the offering. Earlier, upon learning why she had fainted, she had wanted to strangle Xiao Yao. But looking at his chubby frame, she merely muttered under her breath. Now she snatched the red ginseng soup from him without hesitation, tilting her head back and gulping it down. She was quite thirsty. Sister Jinlian, knowing that Xiao Yao's soup must have some special property, frowned as she drank, pausing several times. In the end, she managed to finish it. The soup Xiao Yao had given them wasn't ordinary. It was his own mutated brew, the best batch, which granted a permanent 12 to maximum life force. Unnamed, a decoction of red ginseng restoring 11 health per second for 5 seconds. The medicinal value of the ginseng has been perfectly extracted, causing the soup to mutate. First consumption grants a permanent 12 to maximum health. Subsequent doses have no effect. He hadn't had time to name it before the chaos erupted. Now that both women were stable, Xiao Yao decided to christen the 3. He called it "Don't use a coal stove soup now." 12. A constant reminder that using a coal stove could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Every time he saw it, he'd remember to avoid coal stoves. The 8 health variant became "Don't use a coal stove soup now." 8. And the 10 version became "Don't use a coal stove soup now." 10. The names would serve as a constant reminder while clearly indicating the health boost. Perfect. Xiao Yao waved his hand, finalizing the names for all 3 soups. Xiao Yao handed 2 bottles of "Don't use a coal stove soup now." 12-inch to Sister Jinlian and Girl Azu. After watching them drink it, he noticed their health points slowly rising. Sister Jinlian had just consumed a bottle of red ginseng soup earlier. Xiao Yao glanced at her health status. Name: Jinlian, race human, level 1, combat power 10, 112,112. Her health was now fully restored. As for Girl Azu, her information read: name: Azu, race human, level 1, combat power 8, 60,112. Though not fully recovered, she was mostly healed. Through his recent studies, Xiao Yao discovered that ordinary humans could restore 10 of their health through sleep. Thus, after a night's rest, Azu's health would rise to 71,112, making her relatively safer than before. Come, I've also made chicken soup. Eat it while it's still hot. Xiao Yao brought out the chicken soup, skipping the bowls and directly tearing off pieces of chicken for Sister Jinlian and Girl Azu. After all, this soup he had brewed could also restore a small amount of health, satisfying both hunger and recovery. Broiler chicken soup made from broiler chickens. Hunger 110, health recovery 1 per minute for 30 minutes. However, since the entire pot was shared among the three of them, the health restoration would be minimal. Still, having meat to eat and being full was a luxury. By now, countless survivors were already worrying about food, as many days had passed without being able to go out to buy supplies, and most had nearly exhausted their stocks. After a satisfying meal, Sister Jinlian and girl Azu leaned against each other and fell asleep. But Xiao Yao found himself unable to rest. Originally, he had 16 bottles of red ginseng soup, and after brewing 3 more pots, he could restore 1625 health points, lasting about 5.5 hours. However, after the recent transfer, giving away 3 bottles and consuming some himself, he now had only 14 regular bottles and a few mutated ones capable of restoring just 1085 health points, lasting only 3.5 hours. It was only 8 p.m., and he feared he might not even survive the night. Turning his head to look at the 2 sleeping women, he chose not to disturb them. After all, they couldn't help much anyway. Constantly monitoring his health, Xiao Yao suddenly realized that his health had stopped decreasing. After a long while with no change, he hastily checked the negative buff. Poison zombie virus loses 5 health per minute. When health drops below 1, transforms into the undead race, zombie. The zombie virus enters the body through wounds. This state cannot be automatically removed. An antidote is required to dispel the zombie virus. Strange, the negative buff has changed. Xiao Yao hurriedly reached for his back, remembering that when the fat zombie exploded, his back had been directly injured. Fortunately, his backpack had blocked some of the blast, or his back might have been a bloody mess. After struggling to reach it for a while, he gave up. His burly frame made it impossible to touch his own back. However, he recalled that his face had been scraped against the ground, peeling off skin and causing significant bleeding. He touched his cheek. It seems to have scabbed over. Xiao Yao gently tested it. The bleeding had indeed stopped, and it felt like a scab was forming. These might just be superficial wounds that could heal on their own. He remembered that when his butt had been pierced with a hole, he had needed bandaging to stop the bleeding. Perhaps that wound had been too deep. Yes. Xiao Yao pumped his fist in excitement. Now there were 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. The good news was that the bleeding state had been lifted and health loss had balanced out with recovery, allowing him to sleep peacefully tonight. The bad news was that the zombie virus had entered his body, and only by finding an antidote could he dispel the poison state. Xiao Yao shook his head self-deprecatingly. Was he now half a zombie? If not for the body-tempering art, and these 2 jade accessories barely keeping him alive, he would likely have turned into a corpse by now. Whatever the case, the outcome was still favorable. He had only temporarily lost his health recovery ability. But thinking further, Xiao Yao realized there was an even greater benefit. This inadvertently upgraded the body-tempering art. He checked its proficiency, 130010000. Calculating if he maintained his current state, he could level up in 29 hours. Then he wouldn't have to fear so much. A blessing in disguise. This had forcibly opened the path to upgrading the body-tempering art. Next, he needed to search for an antidote to the zombie virus and find more jade accessories, as they seemed to have health-restoring properties provided they weren't fakes. Xiao Yao gazed out into the pitch-black night. When dawn broke, he would need to thoroughly search the area where the fat zombie had exploded for lost items. The soul-locking bead might seem useless for now, but he felt it would serve some purpose later. If he didn't retrieve it now, it might be too hard to find when needed. There were also the mutated chicken claw gloves, a bundle of red ginseng, and a dead power bank, though the last one didn't matter since it had no charge. He hadn't traveled far on his way home when so many problems arose. Could he make it home safely? And what about these 2 women in the room? How long could he protect them? Right now, he was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, barely able to save himself. Was he truly capable of protecting them? If possible, finding a relatively safe place for them to stay might be far safer than following him. That would be their best option. For now, his primary task was to get home, followed by finding an antidote, searching for jade accessories, helping Sister Jinlian and girl Azu locate a safe spot, and hunting for red ginseng. Red ginseng had only been given as a reward during a mission and never dropped by zombies. Its importance was undeniable. Restoring health made it a strategic resource for the future. He couldn't tell anyone about searching for red ginseng, lest its effects become public knowledge. Given his current abilities, obtaining it would become exceedingly difficult. It wasn't that Xiao Yao was selfish in the apocalypse, who could claim to have no selfish motives. Of course, if he had enough red ginseng, sharing it with others wouldn't be out of the question. Just now, when Sister Jinlian and girl Azu needed it, he had selflessly offered his soup to save them. Helping others while ensuring his own survival. That was the lesson the old lady who faked being hit had taught him. Help others, but protect yourself. Sorry, but Xiao Yao's moral consciousness hadn't reached that level yet. Otherwise, he could just hand over his phone system to the authorities and be done with it. Why bother playing alone? Call him petty or selfish. Who cared? A saint. Being a saint was impossible. It would never be possible in this lifetime. December 5th, 2114, the 4th day of the apocalypse, or more precisely 3.5 days, as it began in the afternoon of the first day. Without the crowing of the mutated meat chickens, they slept unusually soundly, the most restful sleep in days. though only relatively, for no one dared to truly let their guard down. Xiao Yao woke slightly earlier than the two women, perhaps because the mutated chickens had fixed his biological clock. The golden 72-hour rescue window had passed. If help were coming, it should have arrived by now. Yet they still saw no sign of rescue, not even the distant echo of gunfire. The air was eerily silent. Could it be? Xiao Yao did not know what obstacles the rescue teams faced, nor could he imagine the difficulties they encountered. He had always believed help would come, but now he truly abandoned hope. Beyond the golden window, any rescue seemed unlikely. From now on, they could only rely on themselves. Xiao Yao glanced at Sister Jinlian and girl Azu. Azu's health had indeed risen to 71 out of 112. It seemed ordinary people could recover 10 health through sleep. Xiao Yao felt a glimmer of hope for the survivors. At least they could regenerate health. As long as they stayed indoors and isolated, survival was possible, provided they had enough food. He gazed out the window, wondering about his family. Are you all right? Soon the two women woke one after another. This morning they had no idea what to eat. The chicken soup was gone, and Azu hadn't brought her instant noodles or sausages. Wait here. They'll check the barber shop. This room had no stove, and the raw chicken in the phone space couldn't be cooked. Xiao Yao had no choice but to head to the barber shop. Be careful, Sister Jinlian said as she watched Xiao Yao leave, then began organizing their supplies. Xiao Yao's suitcase lay open, containing 12 bottles of red ginseng soup. Jinlian knew these were life-saving medicines and must be guarded well. You lazy shootin', taking my suitcase without even asking. Azu saw her pink suitcase being used by Xiao Yao without a word of permission and reached for it. Azu, that suitcase belongs to Xiao Yao now. Nonsense. It's mine. There's even a photo of me on it. Fine, then I'll take the contents out. No way. Whatever goes into my suitcase is mine. Azu, if you keep this up, we won't take you with us when Xiao Yao wants to go with you. I was fine in the barber shop. You barged and dragged me here, and now you want my suitcase. No one's taking it. And you owe me food. Azu snatched the suitcase and grabbed a bottle labeled, "Don't use cold stove soup, no." 12, gulping it down. What awful drink. Tastes terrible. I wouldn't touch it if I weren't so thirsty. Don't. Jinlian tried to stop her, but Azu was too fast. Before she could speak, Azu had already drained most. The suitcase is yours, but I won't let you touch what's inside. Jinlian grappled with Azu. She hadn't fought earlier, knowing the suitcase was indeed Azu's, but she couldn't allow her to drink the contents. These were life-saving medicines, and Azu had already consumed one. I want. The suitcase is mine, and so is everything in it. Azu refused to back down. She could have survived a few more days on her own, but Xiao Yao and the others had sparked a glimmer of hope. Yet after explosions and poisoning, she wondered if staying with them was wise. Frustration boiled inside her. Jinlian, strong from slaughtering chickens, and Azu, with years of barber work toughening her hands, were evenly matched. Xiao Yao walked in carrying a plastic bag and saw the two women pulling each other's hair. What are you doing? The two women were locked in a fight. Let go, Jinlian said. You let go first. No, you first. Xiao Yao shouted, then remembered the zombies outside and lowered his voice. Both of you let go. There are zombies out there. If you have energy, go kill them. What's going on here? They slowly released each other, exchanging glares. The plastic sisterhood had shattered in an instant. Xiao Yao was baffled. They were such good friends when he left. What happened? Sister Jinlian, tell me what's going on. Xiao Yao, she drank your red ginseng soup and claims everything in the suitcase is hers. Girl Azu, is that true? Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes. You may be a woman, but if you touch my things without a valid reason, I won't forgive you easily. The suitcase is mine, so everything in it is mine too. Azu looked at Xiao Yao's face. Though the bloodstains had dried, his gaze made her uneasy. I'm sorry, I was just thirsty, so I drank your drink. They'll give up all the water we traded yesterday, okay? Azu dared not meet Xiao Yao's eyes, speaking timidly, a stark contrast to her fierce, hair-pulling moments earlier. Xiao Yao saw that Azu's health was full. She had indeed drunk his red ginseng soup. He sighed. She didn't know its value, she probably thought it was just a drink. What could he do? Make her spit it out. Or kill her. Consider that bottle the rent for your suitcase. Don't let it happen again. He let it go. It was his fault for not securing his belongings and for using her suitcase without permission. In the end, one could only rely on oneself. Sister Jinlian, thank you for protecting the rest. Otherwise, all the soup would be gone. I'm sorry for losing one, but it's fine. It's just one bottle. We'll have more. Xiao Yao took the remaining 11 bottles of mutated red ginseng soup. Losing one that boosted health by 12 pained him. It was a one-time use, effective only the first time. Azu had wasted 2 bottles. The old backpack was damaged, and Azu's suitcase was too bulky. He needed to find a new backpack. Earlier, he had gone to the barber shop to retrieve Azu's 4 packs of instant noodles and 1 sausage, and searched the area where the fat zombie had exploded. Fortunately, he found the soul-locking bead and the dead power bank. Everything else was gone. Zombies lurked nearby, so he dared not stay long. He retrieved the most important item and returned. With a new space added yesterday, he stored the bead in his phone space for safety. The barber shop is still filled with carbon monoxide fumes, so we can't cook there. We'll have to make do with this for breakfast, Xiao Yao said. Those are my instant noodles and sausage. They're mine. Azu saw Xiao Yao pull out her only food from the plastic bag and snatched it away. Girl Azu, I know this is your food. We can only eat this now. If you refuse to share, well, respect your choice. But if you share, I promise to return double the amount within a day. And don't forget you stole my drink. Deal. Azu had been waiting for this. She knew that without Xiao Yao and the others, she could last at most 2 days. Venturing out for food alone would mean being devoured by zombies. Azu shared the food, and they ate in silence. As Xiao Yao chewed his instant noodles, he pondered their next steps. First, he needed to check the blue box in the nearby box truck. If the door could open, perhaps he could charge his phone using the vehicle's charger, solving the battery issue. There were many cars on the road, but he had to avoid triggering alarms. Second, today was the 4th day of the apocalypse. When he went out, he noticed the zombie virus stacked from level 4. He hadn't paid attention before due to the lack of health recovery, but now he realized that leaving the house stacked 4 layers of the virus. In a few more days, it would reach 10 layers. After 100 days, stepping outside would mean 100 layers of poison. Could they survive? Xiao Yao frowned deeply. The mist was growing more dangerous. Xiao Yao finished his instant noodles, though even with mineral water to wash them down, they were still hard to swallow. There was no helping it. Circumstances didn't allow for better. He glanced at Sister Jinlian and Azi, who were still dryly eating their own noodles, and said, "You two go ahead and eat. He'll step outside to take a look." After greeting them, Xiao Yao stepped outside. The thick fog had grown denser with visibility, now less than 5 meters. If not for the box truck parked nearby, coming out would have been a poor decision. Creak. Xiao Yao opened the rear door of the box truck, not far from the entrance. Though he had tried to move quietly, the metal body emitted a faint sound. He glanced back several times, but within the limited visibility, spotted no traces of zombies. I wonder what's in these blue boxes. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Yao climbed into the truck with careful steps as the metal body would creak at the slightest movement, forcing him to tread as lightly as possible. Inside the truck, rows of blue boxes greeted him. These boxes were secured with zip ties, each bearing a numbered tag. Xiao Yao flipped one over and saw it had an anti-theft buckle, designed to prevent tampering during transit. Upon delivery, the intact buckles would assure the recipient that the goods hadn't been disturbed. But this was merely a deterrent, for the honest. A knife could easily cut through them. Xiao Yao picked up his wood-chopping axe and sliced open the anti-theft zip tie on one blue plastic box. This is Maotai liquor. From the blue plastic box, he lifted out a carton bearing the unmistakable label XX Maotai. This stack of boxes, beyond doubt, was filled with Maotai. In peacetime, a single bottle would cost 2,000 yuan, and a carton of 6 bottles would be 1,000. Each blue box held 2 cartons. Xiao Yao counted 40 blue boxes in the truck. That meant 480 bottles worth 96,000 yuan. Yet here they sat by the roadside, the truck's rear door not even locked. Perhaps the driver had simply hung the lock on the door handle, creating an illusion of security. Or maybe in peaceful times no one would bother to steal. But now in the apocalypse, Xiao Yao could only temporarily borrow them. Though liquor had little immediate use, it might prove valuable later. Better to store it in his phone space for safekeeping than leave it to gather dust. He wondered if the truck's driver was still alive, a survivor, or long turned into a zombie. Staring at the pile of blue boxes, Xiao Yao felt a moment of daze. This was 96,000 yuan worth of goods. If only it were cash, he could store it in his phone space to feed his reconnaissance glasses. But these stacks of Maotai were for now utterly useless. Using them to make Molotov cocktails would be too extravagant, 2,000 yuan per bottle. The very thought was unimaginable, and he couldn't bear to waste them that way. Xiao Yao frowned at his phone space. He'd have to take out the soul-locking pearl again, as the other items were too numerous and had no place to be stored, nor any suitable backpack to hold them. He still had some red ginseng soup left. Even if he lost health, he could hold out a bit longer. Carefully, he placed the soul-locking pearl into his coat pocket. If he endured one more day, he could expand another space slot and put the pearl back. Xiao Yao placed the 2 cartons of Maotai back into the blue plastic box and stored the entire box into his phone. Now the last empty slot in his phone space held 40 large blue plastic boxes. It seemed the space could handle them without issue. Xiao Yao had feared a prompt about the items being too large, but fortunately none appeared. He recalled trying to store the truck itself only to receive a warning about excessive volume. So the maximum volume his phone could store was smaller than the truck, but larger than these blue boxes. The exact limit he would need to test with other items. Xiao Yao scanned the now empty truck interior and wasted no time jumping out. With the initial poison stack already at 4 layers, he had 4 fewer minutes than before. Since the truck was cleared, there was no reason to linger. After jumping down, he found a flatbed truck nearby, its cargo covered with a tarpaulin. He moved along the side to the rear and lifted the tarp to take a look. Wow! Xiao Yao tested its weight. This is a truckload of purified water. Each barrel must be nearly 30 liters. Stacked in 2 layers, there were at least 200 barrels of purified water. Xiao Yao checked his phone space. Which items could he swap out? 200 barrels of purified water was no small haul. If he could take them, it would be a treasure trove. Even if he couldn't drink it all, it could help others in need, or even be sold for profit. The mineral water couldn't be swapped out. It was convenient to use and wouldn't draw attention. The barrels of purified water, however, would be hard to retrieve without notice. The 3 packs of chicken were also off limits. With so many animals now mutated, this old-era chicken had become a rare delicacy. The red ginseng soup, though only 14 bottles, was life-saving medicine far more precious than water. And blood essence? Absolutely not. That was Xiao Chang's pet food. That left only the 480 bottles of Mao Tai he had just collected. 480 bottles of Mao Tai versus 200 barrels of purified water. This was a truly difficult choice. Mao Tai was priceless. If the apocalypse dragged on, it might never be brewed again. Yet for now it served no purpose. Water, on the other hand, was a strategic resource. But here he was facing the dilemma of choosing between the fish and the bear's paw. The poison stack had already reached 10 layers. Xiao Yao didn't linger. He headed back to the abandoned shack to plan his next move. He drank some red ginseng soup to restore health. Without the ability to regenerate life, his time in the thick fog was growing shorter. Sister Jinlian, have you two finished eating? We're done. Good. I might need to change our plans. I need to go to the school's clinic to the north and look for some medicine. Xiao Yao recalled that the clinic was right next to the school's guardhouse, not far from the entrance. He could search there for antidotes. Being constantly poisoned made survival, whether fleeing or fighting zombies, extremely inconvenient. Besides, his route home would pass by the school anyway. All right, do as you see fit, Sister Jinlian. Listen quietly. Don't forget the food you promised me, Azi reminded him from the side. By the way, Azi, do you know how to drive? Neither Xiao Yao nor Jinlian could drive. If Azi could, finding a car would speed up their journey and save a lot of time. Oh, a little. I have my license, but I've only driven the driving school's car. I haven't driven since I got it. Xiao Yao felt a headache coming on. This Azi was only half-trained. He wasn't about to entrust his safety to a half-baked driver. Forget it, well, find another way. Next, we're heading to the school to the north. You can choose to come with us or stay behind. Xiao Yao laid out the situation for Azi. Everyone had the right to choose. Of course I'm coming with you. Don't forget you still owe me food. Azi declared with righteous indignation. Left alone, she would starve to death. She didn't want that. Having finally encountered survivors, even if reluctantly, she had to follow them. It was still better than staying alone in the barbershop. All right, but I need to set some rules in advance. Since you're following me, you must obey all my commands. Don't run off, and don't make any noise. You'll see about that. I'm not joking. You must comply unconditionally. If you can't follow orders and end up attracting zombies, you'll not only harm yourself, but also endanger our entire group. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. If you can't do it, I won't allow you to stay in this team. Got it? Look me in the eye and say it again. I said got it. I hope you remember your words. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Got it, Azi muttered under her breath. Younger than me, and still trying to boss me around. Xiao Yao didn't bother reasoning with Azi further. He had a feeling she wasn't very reliable. He would adapt as situations arose. After all, there was a random quest tied to her with a mysterious gift pack as a reward. Whatever it contained would surely be of use. As for Azi, he would protect her if possible. The poison had drained a significant amount of health. Xiao Yao took out a bottle of Don't Use Coal Stove Soup No. 10. Since the same type of ginseng soup only increased maximum health on the first consumption, he intended to drink this No. 10. Barring any surprises, it should boost his maximum health by another 10 points. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Yao finished the bottle of No. 10 in one breath. His health was slowly recovering, but the anticipated increase in maximum health did not occur. His health bar was now full, so he stopped wasting resources. He planned to try No. 8 later. If that also failed to raise the cap, it would mean each variant of the ginseng soup was effective only once. Sister Jinlian, take these bottles of ginseng soup. Xiao Yao handed Jinlian 3 bottles of Don't Use Coal Stove Soup No. 10-inch, and then gave Azi 2 bottles of Don't Use Coal Stove Soup No. 8. It wasn't out of generosity. He simply couldn't carry them all himself. These mutated ginseng soups couldn't stack with the ordinary ones, and a suitcase was too cumbersome. He glanced at Azi's pink suitcase. Rip. He tore off a compartment from the suitcase and placed the remaining 5 bottles of mutated ginseng soup inside. Azi watched as he destroyed her beloved suitcase, momentarily at a loss for words before falling silent. They'll replace it with 2 later. We can't carry too much now. We need to travel light. Fine, I've noted it down. Don't forget to pay me back. Xiao Yao shook his head and stopped arguing with Azi. He discarded the dead power bank. It was useless and kept only Azi's charging cable. After checking for any overlooked items, he waved his hand. Target school infirmary. Move out. Once outside, Xiao Yao glanced back at the flatbed truck. The 200 barrels of purified water would have to stay for now. He would retrieve them later when his phone's inventory had space. With tens of thousands of water bottles already in his phone space, purified water wasn't an immediate necessity. Besides, water should be easier to come by than Mao Tai liquor, which would be hard to find in such quantities later. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Fish is common, but bear paw is rare. More and more supplies were appearing, but his phone space only expanded by 1 slot per day. It couldn't keep up with his pace. The limited phone space had become his greatest bottleneck. If only he could purchase extra space with money. Sister Jinlian, hold on to my clothes. Azi, hold on to Sister Jinlian's. Have you ever played Duck Duck Goose? Form a line like that. Move softly and stay quiet. I've played it. I was never caught when I was the goose. Azi exclaimed. You'd better drop that mindset. In this game of Duck Duck Goose, we're playing with our lives. Jinlian said nothing, merely nodding heavily as she gripped the back of Xiao Yao's shirt with both hands. Azzy let out a soft huff, but obediently grabbed Jinlian's clothes. Noticing the bulges at the chests of Azzy and Jinlian, Xiao Yao's expression turned odd. They had tucked the ginseng soup bottles into their shirt fronts. It was a difficult situation. Their pants pockets were too small, and both hands were needed to hold onto each other, leaving no other place for the bottles. They really needed to find backpacks, one for each person, to carry more items and avoid such awkwardness. Xiao Yao turned around, holding the torn suitcase compartment with 5 bottles of mutated ginseng in his left hand and gripping the wood-chopping axe tightly in his right. Jinlian held the back of his shirt like a game of duck, duck, goose, where he was the mother hen protecting her chicks. Stay close to the wall and keep quiet. Xiao Yao crept along the base of the wall. The zombies had likely been attracted to the south by yesterday's explosion, so this short northward stretch was devoid of them. Only occasional scattered mutilated corpses on the ground reminded them this was no dream. Without Xiao Yao's repeated warnings, Azzy would have screamed the entire way. Ahead lay a main road. About 20 meters west was the school's south gate. At the village entrance, Xiao Yao halted. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, no zombies in sight. Yet he dared not rush toward the school gate to the west. If his memory served, the apocalypse had struck right after school let out. The fog limited visibility to 5 meters, and his reconnaissance glasses only reached 3. The 20-meter distance to the gate was completely exposed with no cover. It could be perilous, especially with 2 liabilities in tow. Xiao Yao scanned the storefronts along the street. Nearby was the burger joint where he and Xia Xin had once eaten. Perhaps he could leave Jinlian and Azzy there while he scouted ahead alone. The apocalypse had struck right after school, so this burger place was likely bustling with customers. There might be zombies inside. Xiao Yao sidled up to the wall. The door was automatic. It would close once a customer released it. Now dark bloodstains and bloody handprints marred the glass. The lower half of the windows and door were covered in frosted stickers obscuring the interior. Normally the lights would be on, but with the power out, he couldn't see inside. To check for zombies, he would have to peer in. Wait here for me, Xiao Yao whispered to Jinlian. She nodded, pressing herself tightly against the wall, her eyes dark. Xiao Yao crouched and crept to the window, slowly rising to peer inside. As expected, a crowd of figures was shifting about. He quickly ducked down. Zombie. Race undead. Level 4. Combat power 68. Health 566,566 inch. After glimpsing the first figure's stats through his reconnaissance glasses, Xiao Yao immediately lowered himself. There was no need to check the others. Zombies and humans couldn't coexist peacefully. With such a harmonious scene inside, it was 99% certain they were all zombies. It was time to trigger some tasks. Xiao Yao stepped back from the entrance of the burger joint. Sister Jinlian, there are some zombies inside. If we want to go in, we need to kill them first. Then should we find another place? Sister Jinlian hesitated upon hearing about the numerous zombies inside. No need. Remember what I told you. Xiao Yao recalled the bug, the ability to have those around him issue tasks. What did you say? Sister Jinlian had already forgotten. Beg me to kill these zombies. I remember. Xiao Yao, please kill all the zombies in the burger joint. Sister Jinlian suddenly recalled his words, though she had no idea this method could issue tasks to Xiao Yao, though, but she thought he simply wanted her encouragement. Ding. Random task, help Jinlian clear the burger joint of zombies. Reward experience 100 money, 100 red ginseng soup 1. What the hell? Such a meager reward. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Xiao Yao then turned to Miss Azzy. Miss Azzy, say the same thing as Jinlian. Huh, are you insane? So cringy. Azzy shuddered with disgust as she watched Jinlian utter those words, convinced that Xiao Yao was indeed a cringy otaku for demanding such a line. Do you still want food? Always threatening me. Fine, Xiao Yao, please kill all the zombies in the burger joint. Azzy forced out the words, nearly retching from the humiliation. This perverted cringy otaku. Would he later make her wear a maid outfit and say, Master, please take me? The thought made her shudder involuntarily, the image too horrifying to contemplate. She stole a glance at Xiao Yao and saw him smirking after hearing her words, a lecherous grin. She had to find a way to escape from him soon, lest she be forced into such degrading attire. Ding. Random task, help Azzy clear the burger joint of zombies. Reward experience 100 money, 100 red ginseng soup 1. It worked. Tasks can stack, haha. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Yao's mouth. This was definitely another bug, and to his surprise it could even stack, a double bug. By clearing the burger joint of zombies, he could claim 2 sets of rewards. Oblivious to how his smile appeared to Azzy as the lecherous grin of a cringy otaku, Xiao Yao had no intention of revealing the truth. Sister Jinlian, I'll go kill all the zombies inside. You wait at the door. When I signal, come in quickly, Xiao Yao whispered into her ear. Note I might be immobile for a minute. Don't be afraid. Guard me during that minute. He'll be up after that. I'm counting on you. In the confined space, Xiao Yao decided to use his first learned skill, Thunderous Whirlwind Slash. It was his only area effect ability, and the number of zombies was just right for testing it. However, the 1-minute immobilization after the skill was its greatest flaw. He quietly confided this to Jinlian, unwilling to let others know, especially Azzy, whom he never considered part of the team. She was merely a survivor with a task he had rescued along the way. I understand. Jinlian nodded, solemnly learning for the first time of Xiao Yao's weakness. The meager rewards from the random tasks suggested that clearing the burger joint of zombies posed a relatively low risk given his strength. Xiao Yao glanced at his skills. Thunderous Whirlwind / Level 1, Sustained Attack Skill. Can move in a designated direction, continuously attacking surrounding enemy units. Immune to stuns and knockbacks during the attack. After the skill, severe dizziness ensues. Use with caution. Deals 45 of base attack damage. Movement speed reduced by 30. Each second of sustained attack stacks 1 layer up to a maximum of 3 stacks. Each stack increases attack damage by 5 and attack range by 1 meter. Consumes 2 spirit points per second. After the skill, stuns for 1 minute, unable to attack or move. Skill proficiency 010000. This was the first skill he had learned with a description that spanned nearly a page. Due to its severe side effects, he had never used it since mastering it. In the cramped space of the burger joint with a considerable number of zombies, a fully stacked 3-layer Thunderous Whirlwind slash would cover a radius of 3 meters, perfect for this assault. He checked his attack attribute, 3033. With the full 3 stacks, the slash would deal 18 damage per second. With 136 spirit points, he could sustain the output for 68 seconds, totaling 1224 damage, enough to kill the zombies twice over. Coupled with the cleaver's lacerations causing bleeding, it should be manageable. Sister Jinlian, keep an eye on the situation at the door both inside and out. Got it. Stay safe. Jinlian felt uneasy. Xiao Yao had previously only killed zombies by setting fires from atop walls. This face-to-face encounter was his first. Could he really do it? He probably could. Xiao Yao nodded, firmly turned, and walked toward the burger joint's entrance. He took out a bottle of red ginseng soup, opened the lid, and held it in his mouth, allowing him to replenish health while fighting. Let's follow. Jinlian pulled Az's hand and crouched quietly by the window as Xiao Yao opened the door and entered. They dared not stray far, as somehow this chubby Xiao Yao had become their pillar of strength and distance-bred insecurity. On the other side, Xiao Yao opened the door to the burger joint and stepped inside. The door closed automatically behind it. Before his eyes, a group of zombies turned their dull gazes toward the entrance. Xiao Yao estimated at least 10 of them. Upon hearing the door open and spotting a living person, they let out excited guttural roars and stretched out their arms, shambling toward him. Come on, let me teach you what area effect means. Xiao Yao tightened his grip on the cleaver's handle, careful not to let it fly out. Thunderous Whirlwind slash rise. The cleaver in his hand swung uncontrollably to the right, pulling his arms in a full circle around him. As it spun, a whooshing sound filled the air. After 3 seconds, the very air around seemed to ripple from the blade's force like the shimmering heat haze above asphalt on a scorching summer day. White streaks of energy shot outward from his spinning form. The nearest zombies, upon entering his attack range, were struck by the skill, their bodies sliced as if by countless flying blades. Wounds appeared on their arms and torsos, and dark clotted blood oozed from the gashes like pus from squeezed pimples. Disgusting, yet the zombies showed no signs of pain. Roar. The zombies, oblivious to fear or pain, swarmed toward Xiao Yao. Some, their arms severed after too many cuts, still lunged at him, craving the taste of living flesh. Xiao Yao could no longer control his hands, but oddly he could still move his feet and steer his direction, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Likely the 30 movement speed penalty from the skill. Whenever a zombie neared him, the spinning cleaver sent it stumbling sideways. None could get close. Relieved, Xiao Yao realized that as long as the skill persisted, the zombies couldn't reach him. With only a minute left before the skill ended, he couldn't waste time. He had to eliminate all the zombies before it wore off. He steered his body into the thick of the horde like a human buzzsaw, carving through them. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew in all directions as he spun. Thud. The final piece of a zombie's limb plummeted from the sky, striking Xiao Yao's stomach with a bounce before rolling aside. Though the impact was negligible, the sheer revulsion was indescribable. He watched helplessly as the gory chunk landed on him, unable to evade. This faint sound marked the last noise within the burger joint. Xiao Yao lay amidst a ring of zombie corpses, his head pillowed on a zombie's thigh, his hand still gripping the wood-chopping axe resting on another zombie's head. I swear I'm never using that skill again. Xiao Yao's inner voice screamed in silent anguish. The skill was exhilarating. Zombies couldn't get near him, but once the thrill faded, his body deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly immobile. His head spun violently, stars dancing before his eyes, the whole world revolving around him. He shut his eyes, originally intending to call Jinlian in for protection, but the zombies were all slain, and for now it was safe. He couldn't even muster the energy to shout. There's no sound inside anymore, said Azzy to Jinlian. They had heard the commotion from within, the chaotic din of the burger joint, and dared not peek through the window to see what was happening. The two clung to each other, seeking mutual comfort, abandoning all pretense of vigilance. Fortunately, the zombies on the street had been lured away by the explosion, otherwise they would have been devoured by now. Only when the burger joint fell silent did they slowly release their embrace, completely forgetting their morning hair-pulling quarrel. It seems. There's no sound. Jinlian pressed her ear to the door, listening intently. Has Xiao Yao already killed all the zombies? But why hasn't he come out? Why is he so quiet? Could he be It had been quiet for a while, yet Xiao Yao remained inside. Could he have perished alongside the zombies? Oh heavens, although Xiao Yao was just a chubby otaku, he was still a man, more reassuring than two helpless women. No, that can't be. Jean Lian recalled Xiao Yao mentioning he would experience a 1-minute dizziness phase. Let's go in and check on him. Xiao Yao. Pushing open the door, they were met with a hellish sight. The floor was littered with zombie corpses and severed limbs. Tables and chairs lay toppled in disarray, and dark blood splattered the walls. Yet Jean Lian's eyes were fixed solely on Xiao Yao lying in the center, his portly figure unmistakable. He lay motionless, eyes closed, an arm resting on his stomach. Was it his? Tears streamed down Jean Lian's face. Xiao Yao, you can't die. She rushed toward him, heedless of the zombie carcasses beneath her feet, oblivious to the gore. Reaching his side, she lifted his head with effort. Xiao Yao, don't you dare die. Cough. Cough. Xiao Yao choked as she shook him. Xiao Yao, you're alive. Jean Lian's joy overflowed as she rocked his shoulders. Jean Lian, stop shaking me, or I really will die. Xiao Yao hadn't recovered from the dizziness and wanted to rest his eyes, but Jean Lian mistakenly thought he had perished. Some time had passed, he'd be back to normal in a few dozen seconds. Thank goodness you're not dead. Jean Lian pressed her cheek against his, tears falling onto his face, mingling with blood to create a messy smear. The blood was from zombies, of course. Though they couldn't get close, their blood splattered everywhere. Jean Lian, I'm fine. Give me a moment, and it'll be okay. Seeing her tear-streaked face warmed Xiao Yao's heart. I really am fine. You scared me to death. Don't ever do that again. All right, I won't. Xiao Yao genuinely resolved never to use that skill again. It was too treacherous. And this arm? Jean Lian pointed at the limb on his stomach. It's from a zombie. Ugh, disgusting. Seeing that both his hands were intact, she quickly withdrew her finger, now noticing the sea of corpses. Ugh. Ugh. Her stomach churned, and she finally doubled over, vomiting heavily. Xiao Yao didn't console her. Such scenes would only become more frequent in the days ahead. It was time for Jean Lian to get accustomed. He tested his fingers. They could move. He rolled his neck and slowly rose, feeling as if he had slept for ages, his body still weary. Jean Lian, are you all right? He gently patted her back. I'm fine, just a bit nauseous. Well, face more of this in the future. And you'll have to learn to kill zombies too. What? Me too? Yes, you too. I can't guarantee I'll always protect you. If something happens to me one day, who will? So you must learn to protect yourself. Xiao Yao, don't talk like that. All right, I won't. But you still need to learn. Ill learn. Still feel like throwing up. No more. Jean Lian had likely emptied everything from yesterday. Now only dry heaves remained. By the way, where's Azzy? Xiao Yao suddenly realized he hadn't seen her. Ah, she came in with me. She's by the door. Jean Lian pointed to the entrance where Azzy sat slumped on the floor, head lolling. Azzy, let me check. Xiao Yao walked over. Up close, Azzy's vital signs seemed normal, just some health loss from the outdoor mist. Perhaps the horrific scene had overwhelmed her nerves, prompting her brain to shut down for protection, much like his own past fainting at the sight of blood. She's just fainted. Fainting's better than vomiting like you did. Just fainted. That's a relief. So can we still stay in this burger joint like this? Jean Lian frowned at the corpses around them. Though she had stopped vomiting, she didn't want to linger in such an environment a moment. Let's check the kitchen, Xiao Yao said, equally eager to leave. He helped the unconscious Azzy up and slowly made his way to the back with Jean Lian. The burger joint had a cashier counter behind, which was a small door leading to the kitchen. Xiao Yao placed Azzy on a chair behind the counter. They'll check the kitchen first. Wait here. It was uncertain if zombies lurked in the kitchen. Given the earlier commotion, any zombies inside should have emerged, but caution prevailed. Head scout ahead alone. Moi. Xiao Yao tried the door twice. It was locked from the inside. During the apocalypse's onset, the place had been bustling with customers. The door couldn't have been locked. Could it be? Were there survivors inside? Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Yao lightly knocked on the kitchen door a few times. Anyone there? He pressed his ear gently against the door, but no sound came from within. After a moment, Xiao Yao confirmed there was no response. Strange. He turned to Jean Lian and said, the door is locked from the inside, yet there's no sound at all. What should we do? Maybe we should find another place. Jean Lian glanced back at the heaps of zombie corpses on the ground, a shiver running down her spine. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. No need. It wasn't easy clearing this area. Finding another spot might mean killing more zombies all over again. Xiao Yao didn't turn around as he replied to Jean Lian, his gaze fixed on the kitchen door. His spiritual energy had been completely drained from unleashing his skills, leaving his head feeling heavy and groggy. It would take a full day to recover fully. In his current state, he couldn't afford another large-scale zombie slaughter. They had to rest and recuperate at this burger joint for now. Actually, we could make do here. Behind the cash register, we won't have to see those zombie corpses, so it's tolerable. Jean Lian sat down on a small stool, deliberately, turning her gaze away from the corpses outside the counter. She glanced at Azzy, who was still unconscious. Is Azzy going to be okay? She'll be fine. She's just unconscious. We just need to wait for her to wake up. Xiao Yao shot a quick look at Azzy's condition. Aside from a slight loss in health points, there were no negative debuffs. She was certainly out of danger. Of course, he could forcibly wake her, but unconsciousness was the brain's way of protecting its nerves. Forcing her awake might cause some damage to her brain. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better to let her wake up naturally. That's a relief. Jean Lian let out a sigh. It looks like we'll have to break it down. Xiao Yao stared at the kitchen door for a while. There was no other way. The door was locked from the inside. If they had lockpicking tools they could try, but they didn't. The only option was to ram the door open. As for damaging someone else's property, well, it was the apocalypse. Who cared? Survival came first. Huh. Xiao Yao suddenly noticed that when he focused on the keyhole, it seemed to magnify. He leaned in closer. A prompt appeared above the keyhole, lockpicking tool required. Unable to unlock. What the? Lockpicking counts as a skill too. Xiao Yao's mind churned. A lockpicking tool. What was that? He had never heard of such a thing. It seemed skills weren't limited to killing monsters or cooking. A lockpicking skill sounded intriguing. Having an extra skill always meant a better chance of survival. What other skills might there be? Xiao Yao suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for this world that had turned into a game. Xiao Yao snapped back to reality. Without a lockpicking tool, he'd have to force the door open. Jean Lian stepped back. I'm going to break the door down. Xiao Yao turned to warn her, asking her to shield a Z, who was still slumped in her chair and couldn't move out of the way. All right. Jean Lian stood up, turning her back to Xiao Yao to block a Z. Hey. Xiao Yao took a short rune up and slammed his shoulder into the kitchen door. Crack. The kitchen door splintered on impact, the lock still clinging to the frame. Perhaps because it was just a kitchen door, the quality wasn't great. Or maybe Xiao Yao's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even special forces soldiers might not be stronger. Either way, the door burst open with one powerful shove. The lock was broken and a small crack appeared in the door, but it didn't fly off its hinges as expected. Xiao Yao pushed hard against it, but found it wouldn't budge. Something heavy must have been blocking it from the inside. Hey. Xiao Yao planted his feet and pressed his shoulder against the door, shoving with all his might. A grating sound of heavy objects scraping against the floor echoed as he forced the door open. Behind it, a long counter had been pushed against the door, piled high with boxes of various sizes. Someone must have barricaded the door with the counter and then stacked boxes on top to add weight, making it so hard to push. That meant there was a living person in the kitchen. The reason they hadn't made a sound was probably because they were terrified by the zombies outside and dared not utter a peep. Is anyone there? I'm human, not a zombie. Xiao Yao said softly, afraid that raising his voice would startle whoever was inside. He waited a moment, but still no response. Xiao Yao muttered to himself, strange. Zombies can't talk. I'm clearly speaking like a human. Why isn't the survivor inside answering me? Xiao Yao tightened his grip on the wood-chopping axe in his hand. Whether it was a survivor or a zombie, he had to go in and check. Anyone there? He asked again, unwilling to give up, but still got no reply. Jean Lian, I need to go in and take a look, Xiao Yao said, turning back to her. Oh, it's so dark in there. Do you really have to go in? Jean Lian peered into the kitchen. With the power out, it was pitch black inside, impossible to make out anything. She felt a pang of fear. Yeah, it's probably a survivor. If it were a zombie, it would have come out and bitten me by now. Then why hasn't he come out after hearing us talk? Probably scared by the zombies outside. Too afraid to come out. Alright, stay safe. Yeah, keep an eye on the outside. If anything happens, let me know immediately. Got it. Xiao Yao pulled out his phone. The battery was down to 19. Although he had charged it a bit using a ZIS solar-powered desk lamp, it wasn't a professional power bank and hadn't done much good. The lamp had run out of power, and the phone had only reached 21 before dropping back to 19. But there was no choice. The kitchen was pitch black. Without the phone's light, he couldn't see a thing inside. Xiao Yao turned on the flashlight function. An abnormally bright beam illuminated the kitchen, making him wince. The flashlight had no brightness adjustment, so he had to hurry his exploration. He grabbed the counter, hoisted himself up, and jumped over to the other side. On the right side of the kitchen was a row of workstations with microwaves and ovens. On top of one microwave sat a packet of already moldy burger buns. A cleaver lay on a cutting board, and next to it was a deep fryer. Xiao Yao glanced at the oil inside. It had turned black. If he hadn't been in a kitchen, he might have mistaken it for crude oil. Nearby was a sink, though he couldn't tell if the tap was on or off. Water dripped slowly from the faucet, quickly draining through the filter, so the basin held barely any water. On the left stood a shelf stocked with jars and bottles of ingredients, along with some cardboard boxes of unknown contents. Xiao Yao ventured deeper and spotted a small single bed in the far corner. A figure was curled under the blanket, judging by the shape someone was hiding beneath it. Hey there, friend. Xiao Yao gently patted the person huddled under the covers. Don't hide, I can see you. Xiao Yao patted the bedding again. The person beneath the quilt shifted slightly. Something feels off. Since the person was covered by the blanket, Xiao Yao couldn't identify them through his reconnaissance glasses just yet. Could this be a sleeping pig? I'm lifting the blanket, Xiao Yao said, grabbing a corner and gently pulling it down. Zombie. Race undead. Level 4. Combat power 70. HP 580580. What the heck? As the zombie's head emerged, Xiao Yao nearly jumped out of his skin, stepping back instantly. Beneath the quilt was a zombie wearing a mask and headphones. The information from his reconnaissance glasses confirmed this was no survivor. It was a zombie. A zombie listening to music. How bizarre. Covered by a quilt, wearing headphones and a transparent mask, Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned. Growl. Sensing the scent of a living human, the zombie turned its head, saw a beating heart before it, and let out an excited growl before lunging at Xiao Yao. If I'd known you were a zombie, I'd have killed you through the blanket. Xiao Yao quickly covered the zombie with the quilt again. The zombie thrashed beneath, but its intellect seemed lacking. It couldn't figure out how to throw off the blanket. Take that, and that. While the zombie was trapped under the quilt, Xiao Yao hacked away at it relentlessly. The cotton-filled blanket soon burst, sending fibers flying. Before long, the struggling ceased, and the zombie beneath was reduced to a mangled mess, its pus and innards staining the cotton a dark crimson. Experience 58. Gold 58. After a while, Xiao Yao grew tired, and the blanket fell silent. Seeing the notifications for experience and gold in his field of vision, he knew the zombie was dead. Exhausted, and with his mental energy depleted, Xiao Yao slumped to the ground, too drained to move. Beep. Random quest completed. Clear the zombies from the burger shop for Azzy. Reward experience 100 gold 100 red ginseng soup 1. Beep. Random quest completed. Clear the zombies from the burger shop for Jean Lien. Reward experience 100 gold 100 red ginseng soup 1. Notifications for the completed quests appeared in his vision. Xiao Yao claimed the rewards. The 200 experience points barely made a dent in the 400 needed to level up. It seemed the burger shop was finally clear. With the quests completed, there should be no more zombies inside. Xiao Yao realized he should have noticed earlier. The unfinished quest meant a zombie remained. He had assumed the locked kitchen door hid survivors, but it turned out to be a zombie. How had it locked itself in? Perhaps it had still been a survivor then. How had it been infected in the kitchen? Or had it hidden in the kitchen before fully turning? All was a mystery. Resting a while, Xiao Yao slowly got up and shone his phone's flashlight toward the bedside table. There he spotted small bottles, cotton swabs, and a roll of gauze. He realized the zombie had likely been injured before turning. The iodine and gauze suggested self-treatment. Having been wounded himself, Xiao Yao knew that injuries in the mist caused continuous bleeding and poisoning. Even bandaged, the poison persisted. Not everyone had life-restoring equipment. This survivor had probably been hurt, and the mist bandaged the wound, but the poison drained their life until they turned. Why they wore headphones, he couldn't guess. Xiao Yao stepped on something hard. He bent down to pick it up. Leather belt, strength 5, a combat power 5. A piece of gear, likely loot from the bed zombie. Checking the floor for more drops, he found none. Xiao Chong must have picked them up, but since his phone inventory was full, the items were left at his feet. Xiao Yao removed his own belt and checked its stats. Belt, common item. His belt was just a common item with no stats. He tossed it aside and threaded the new leather belt through his pants. 5 strength meant 5 attack points. This belt was even more powerful than his cleaver. Right? Xiao Yao suddenly remembered. He had killed over a dozen zombies outside, but with his phone inventory full, he hadn't picked up any loot. Their drops might still be there. The stench of blood was overwhelming, and he had wanted to leave quickly, forgetting zombies dropped items. He decided to check. Xiao Yao shoved the table, blocking the door aside, creating a narrow passage. Xiao Yao, how is it? Jean Lien asked as he emerged from the kitchen. There was a zombie in the kitchen, but I killed it, Xiao Yao said casually. It had been simple. Smothering it under the blanket required no struggle. Great. Let's go to the kitchen then, Jean Lien said, eager to leave the main area. The kitchen's too dark, it's not convenient. Let's stay at the counter for now. Wait here, Jean Lien, he'll check something first, Xiao Yao said. As he was still unconscious and would likely need to sleep it off, he would move the zombie corpse from the kitchen before letting Jean Lien in. Being in the dark with a corpse would be terrifying. He needed to check the counter area for any good drops. There they are. Xiao Yao approached the spot where he had collapsed after unleashing his whirlwind lightning slash. Among the zombie corpses, he spotted several pieces of dropped gear. A dagger with a sheath. Xiao Yao picked it up and drew the blade, a small carving knife. Carving knife, attack 326, combat power 26. Wow, this little knife packs a punch. The maximum attack reached 26, but the minimum was only 3, a huge damage range, unreliable. Xiao Yao sheathed the knife and tucked it into his belt. It was convenient to carry, perfect for self-defense. Next, he examined another piece of gear, a pair of Nikes. Nike shoes, movement speed 10. Speed boosting shoes. Xiao Yao held them amazed. This was his first speed-enhancing gear. He eagerly swapped his worn-out canvas shoes for the Nikes, which fit perfectly. Wearing the Nikes, he took a few steps. Perhaps it was psychological, but he felt noticeably faster. He checked for more. Xiao Yao picked up a badge-like object from the ground. Prophecy medal, HP 50, intelligence 5, combat power 5. A medal that boosted max HP and added 5 intelligence. Impressive stats. He flipped it over, found a pin, and attached it to his clothes. Scanning the ground, he found nothing else. He had killed many zombies and gained 4 pieces of gear. Though the experience was meager, his overall strength had increased significantly. Xiao Yao opened his character info. Xiao Yao, race human, level 13, combat power 80, HP 285305 increases by 10 per level, mental energy 1133 increases by 1 per level, hunger 5100 euro, hunger causes 1 HP loss per minute, attack 3538, defense 1 HP, regen 5 minutes, strength 20, each point adds 1 HP and 1 attack, agility 13, intelligence 27, each point adds 1 mental energy, experience 873740960. His stats had greatly improved, but being level 13 and only matching a level 4 zombie was nothing to boast about. Zombies were also growing stronger. He noticed the zombies he had killed were all at least level 4, with some even at level 5. Level 5 zombies moved like normal humans, but still didn't know how to run. Xiao Yao wondered at what level they would gain intelligence and the ability to sprint, level 6 or 7. Who knew? Zombies were constantly leveling up and gaining intelligence was inevitable. When that happened with their far superior combat power, humanity would face its true calamity. How many survivors would? But for now his leveling speed had slowed drastically. At this rate he needed to kill nearly 600 more zombies to level up. His ultimate skill, Whirlwind Lightning / only lasted 68 seconds, nowhere near enough to kill 600 zombies, especially with its 3-meter attack range. Even surrounded, he couldn't take down that many. If the skill ended and a zombie remained, he'd be dead. The road ahead was long and arduous, and Xiao Yao had no allies. Grumble. His stomach protested. He had eaten instant noodles in the morning, but now he was hungry again. Intense exercise seemed to accelerate hunger depletion. He had to eat. Zero hunger would cause HP loss. With his body still poisoned, his HP regen barely kept pace. He couldn't afford to lose more health. Cough. Cough. A series of coughing sounds emerged. You're awake. Where is this? As he opened her eyes in confusion, her vision greeted by a dimly lit room. The one addressing her was none other than Sister Jinlian. This is the back kitchen of the burger joint. And those zombies. All dead. Gurgle. As he let out an awkward chuckle, her stomach protesting loudly, for she had eaten but little that morning. The entire room was bathed in a warm glow emanating from a single white candle, not overly bright, yet deeply comforting. As he looked up and caught sight of a familiar figure bustling about the stove. This was the burger shop's back kitchen. Xiao Yao had discovered a stash of candles in the bedside cabinet, lighting them to dispel the darkness. The zombie corpse on the single bed had already been wrapped in bedding and hauled outside by Xiao Yao. On the counter stood a gas stove. Fortunately, the gas tank felt heavy, still containing ample fuel that would likely last a long while. Xiao Yao was now stir-frying chicken on that stove. Had found a stash of chicken mint for burgers and fried chicken in the fridge along with some burger buns, but due to the power outage those refrigerated items had long since turned moldy and rancid. He discarded them without hesitation, for food poisoning was a risk he couldn't afford. There was no hospital to turn to now. The chicken he was cooking came from his phone's storage space. Luckily, this burger shop boasted a variety of seasonings, chicken bouillon, cumin salt, and more. Xiao Yao checked their expiration dates. Most were good for about 18 months, a year and a half. These seasonings had a longer shelf life than the food itself, so they were still usable. His previous meals had been nothing but plain boiled chicken, but now he could finally savor some flavor. Had realized that among tea. Without electricity, the range hood in the back kitchen was useless. Xiao Yao had heard the unconscious Azzy coughing earlier, guessing she might have woken up, or perhaps been choked awake by the smoke. He was cooking not just for sustenance, but to level up his alchemy skill. He glanced at his alchemy panel. Alchemy novice, the finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Final product effect 10, a 1 chance of mutation. Proficiency 4, 10000 inch. Soon the chicken was done, and his alchemy skill had gained another point of proficiency. Each meal prepared added 1 point. Xiao Yao did the math, 3 meals a day, and it would take 9 years to level up. This logic seemed utterly absurd. Stir-fried chicken, hunger 110, health regen 1 per minute for 30 minutes. Not bad. Another dish that could both fill the stomach and restore vitality. Come on, you must be hungry. Eat up, Xiao Yao said, scooping the stir-fried chicken onto a plate and setting it on the bedside table. There was nothing else to eat, for now it was chicken or nothing. Azzy, already famished, tore off a drumstick and devoured it greedily, her mouth stuffed to the brim, as if she wished she had another. I never knew you were such a good cook, Xiao Yao. There's a saying that fits you perfectly. What saying? Big head, thick neck. Either a tycoon or a cook. Jinlian nearly spat out. Xiao Yao shuddered. So Azzy saw him as nothing more than a restaurant chef. Sure, he was a bit chubby, but he was no cook. As for being a tycoon, that didn't fit either. It seemed he'd never lived this down. I've made up my mind. I'm sticking with you from now on, Azzy declared, swallowing a mouthful of chicken and catching her breath. For food this good, it's a deal I won't regret. Hey, did you even ask for my opinion? I never said I'd keep you around, Xiao Yao retorted, growing anxious. He could barely protect himself, let alone Sister Jinlian, and now a deadweight like Azzy. No way. What? A gorgeous girl like me wants to follow you, and you have a problem with that? Azzy pouted. Back in high school, she'd been the class belle. Though she never took the college entrance exams and started working early, she still had confidence in her looks. She glanced at Xiao Yao. What did he have besides being overweight and a decent cook? Just a lazy otaku, and he dared to have an issue with her. Azzy conveniently forgot how she'd fantasized about Xiao Yao making her wear a maid outfit. Fine, you're a beauty. But you're not my type. I can take you to a relatively safe place along the way, and then we go our separate ways. I have my own destination. Ooh, I can't keep you with me. Not your type. Did I hear that right? I was the class belle in high school. Are you kidding me? I said I want to tag along, not marry you. Why would I need to be your type? You, a lazy otaku, have such high standards. I was just saying. Even if you begged me to stay, I wouldn't want to, Azzy sneered, eyeing Xiao Yao. Aside from being fat and able to cook, he had no other merits, and he wasn't even handsome. She was only sticking with him because there was no one else. Once they reached safety, she'd leave without him asking. Good. Xiao Yao patted his chest in relief. Just a shampoo girl from a hair salon. He didn't want her truly latching onto him. Even if she were a goddess, he wouldn't want a public bus by his side. The thought disgusted him. He glanced at Azzy, her face caked in thick makeup, the powder a centimeter deep. Wasn't she afraid of breaking out in a rash? Damn it. Azzy fumed at Xiao Yao's expression. This lazy otaku actually acted as if he feared Shed cling to him. If not for his size, Shed have slapped him. Forget it. She needed his protection for now, but Shed have to endure. All right, stop squabbling like a pair of rivals. Jinlian intervened, watching their bickering. Eat up. In this apocalypse, having delicious chicken and a full stomach is a rare blessing. We should cherish it. Sister Jinlian is the best, Xiao Yao muttered as he ate. See, that's what being reasonable looks like. Xiao Yao, as he threw down her chicken. Don't push it. I swear I'll leave right now. She stood up, glaring at Xiao Yao. Be my guest. Xiao Yao stepped aside, extending his left hand. You're free to leave anytime. But let me make one thing clear. What? If you leave, you're always welcome to go. But if you come back, sorry, there's no place for you here. Azzy wanted nothing more than to escape this humiliation, but the thought of the zombies outside made her realize she wouldn't make it far. Returning to her salon would mean soon venturing out again for food, and as a lone woman, scavenging would be nearly impossible. She sat down sullenly, her silence a form of protest. So you've decided to stay? Azzy turned her head away, unwilling to engage. Since you're staying, I need to lay rules. Yes, rules. If you stay in this group, there's only one leader. Me, Xiao Yao said, locking eyes with Azzy. I said this morning, join my team, and you follow orders. That wasn't just talk. Look at the chicken you're eating. I provided it. Look at the zombies outside. I killed them. What have you done? Azzy was speechless, unsure how to respond. All you've done is shriek on the road, nearly attracting zombies faint at the sight of them, and wait here for a meal to be served. And even then you complain. Yes, I'm a cook. I give you food to survive. Doesn't that make me your provider? Shouldn't you show me the same respect you'd show a parent? But instead you throw tantrums. So tell me, what have you actually contributed? Or is this how you treat your own parents? Do you think parents are obligated to hand you food and a safe place to live? Giving you food and taking you along is already the best care you could ask for. Don't forget, I'm not your parent. I have no such duty. You'd better recognize your situation. Azzy lowered her head, saying nothing, uncertain if she had absorbed Xiao Yao's words. Before long, a soft sob drifted from her direction. Xiao Yao watched Azzy as she wiped her tears. He had only said a few words to her, so why was she crying? Women were truly troublesome, too delicate for any criticism. Xiao Yao, look at yourself. The girl is just in a bad mood, venting her emotions. Can't you be more accommodating? Jinlian glared at Xiao Yao with a look of exasperation, then turned to comfort Azzy. Azzy, it's all right. I'm here. Xiao Yao wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Stop crying. Tears will ruin your pretty face. No one has ever been so harsh with me. Azzy sobbed, her head still bowed. Xiao Yao shot her a sidelong glance. TCH, a common bus, yet so pretentious. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman, it would lower his dignity. Xiao Yao, why don't you apologize to Miss Azzy? Jinlian signaled him with her eyes, urging him to make amends. I only spoke the truth. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? She's the one who owes an apology. Azzy is still a girl, Xiao Yao. Can't you be more considerate? If anyone should apologize, it's her. You two eat. I'm full. They'll go check outside. Xiao Yao set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to leave the kitchen. An apology? Impossible. He would never apologize in this lifetime. Xiao Yao, you. Jinlian watched him walk out. It's fine, Azzy. With me here, I won't let you leave this team. Really, Sister Jinlian? Xiao Yao is so fierce. I'm afraid he might actually drive me away. No, he won't. This younger brother of mine responds to softness, not hardness. Being so stubborn won't get you anywhere. Jinlian could clearly see that Azzy wanted a voice in the team, not just to be a protected lamb. But she had chosen the wrong approach. With her looks, most young men would come running with a mere gesture, but Xiao Yao was different. He was a block of wood. Her tactics were like hitting cotton. Xiao Yao wasn't swayed. Well then, what should I do? Azzy's face flushed as her intentions were exposed. She had indeed tried to win Xiao Yao over this way to gain some influence, unwilling to remain at the bottom of the group. I think it's best if you apologize to Xiao Yao. After all, he provides us with a safe place and food. He deserves an apology. Jinlian spoke slowly. She had a fair idea of Azzy's motives. She simply wanted leverage in the team. Jinlian decided to go with the flow and help Azzy out. If Xiao Yao and Azzy could become a pair, that wouldn't be bad either. Jinlian had come to terms with it. She was much older than Xiao Yao, and he had always seen her as a sister. They had spent so much time alone together, yet he never crossed the line. Even after he gave her mouth-to-mouth, things reverted to how they were. Perhaps Xiao Yao truly had no feelings for her. Azzy was young and beautiful, but she would make a good girlfriend for Xiao Yao. So Jinlian tested Azzy's attitude, and also Xiao Yao's, to see if he was indifferent only to her, or to all women. If it was just her, she could let go completely. If it was all women, then Xiao Yao was truly a wooden man, not one to take the initiative. Outside the counter of the burger joint, a busy figure dragged corpses back and forth across the floor. Xiao Yao moved all 11 zombie corpses out of the burger shop, piling them at a nearby intersection. He had initially thought to use his phone's storage space to collect them, avoiding direct contact, but the system indicated the items were too large to store. Left with no choice, he had to carry them by hand. Fortunately, he found a pair of rubber gloves in the kitchen, or he wouldn't have touched them barehanded. After clearing the corpses, Xiao Yao swept up the remaining limbs and debris. The bloodstains could wait. Water was scarce now that the supply had been cut off. He surveyed the burger joint. Dragging the bodies had left trails of blood across the floor like racetracks, and the walls and tables were splattered with gore. It was still grisly, but at least the corpses were gone. It looked much better now. Brother Xiao Yao, you must be tired. Have some water. As Xiao Yao stood in the hall looking out at the burger shop, a voice came from behind. He turned to see Z. I'm not thirsty. Xiao Yao turned away. I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have acted that way. It's fine. Xiao Yao wasn't so petty as to hold a grudge against the girl. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Z tugged at his hand, swaying it gently. Since toughness didn't work, she was trying softness. I forgive you. As long as you follow orders and obey commands from now on, I'll protect you and get you to a safe place. I won't be unreasonable anymore. I'll listen to you. If you say east, I won't go west. It's not that serious. Just don't cause trouble. A bead of sweat formed on Xiao Yao's forehead. What had come over Z? He quickly pulled his arm free and dashed toward the kitchen. There are still many boxes in the back. Let me see if there's anything useful. Brother Xiao Yao will help you. Z watched him flee into the kitchen, a sly smile in her eyes as she stared at his retreating figure. Indeed, acting coy was an irresistible temptation for men. Xiao Yao rushed back to the kitchen. Aziz's actions reminded him of his girlfriend from before his rebirth, Xia Xian. He wondered if she was still alive. He would rest here tonight, then head to the school clinic tomorrow for the antidote, and afterward check the classroom to see if Xia Xian was there. Was she on her way home at school, in the classroom, or at home? He didn't know, but tomorrow he would go see. Are you still okay, Xia Xian? Xiao Yao clenched his fist tightly. Aziz's sudden shift had brought Xia Xian to mind. Thinking of her, a smile tugged at his lips. The strawberry-flavored kiss, so sweet. It had been his first kiss. But after his rebirth, that first kiss was gone, given to Sister Jean Lian instead. That was different, though. It was to save her life. At the time, Xiao Yao had no impure thoughts, only the pure intent to help. The only one who stirred such feelings was Xia Xian. Brother Xiao Yao, what are you looking for? Let me help. By then, Az had returned, her big eyes blinking as she fixed her gaze. Geez, Xiao Yao muttered to himself. Who could resist such an act of cuteness? But then he remembered she was a socialite, a salon girl, and it was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. He couldn't betray Xia Xian. I'll do it myself. Don't bother me. Xiao Yao put on a stern face and rummaged through the boxes on the shelves. Who cares? Az noticed his sudden coldness. Toughness didn't work, and neither did softness. Impossible to please. She wasn't going to serve him anymore. With that, she went to sit on the single bed, glaring resentfully at his back. Phew. Seeing that Az had stopped pestering him, Xiao Yao let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Yao tidied up the back kitchen of the burger shop. Most of the ingredients on the shelves had already started to mold. Although they might still be edible, Xiao Yao dared not take the risk. Food poisoning would be a troublesome ordeal. Beside him stood a horizontal freezer, its contents naturally perishable. After the power outage, within just a few days, the ice inside had nearly melted completely, and the food had begun to emit a foul odor. Xiao Yao pinched a plastic bag between two fingers. Inside was something resembling fried chicken, looking as if it had been dredged from water. The freezer had accumulated half a pool of melted water, rendering these items inedible. If consuming them led to any mishap, the loss would outweigh the gain. Xiao Yao closed the freezer. Virtually no food remained fit for consumption. Only a few seasonings could still be used, along with the stove and a cleaver. As for electrical appliances like the microwave, deep fryer, and oven, without electricity, they seemed almost entirely useless. Next to the single bed lay a small shoulder bag. Though tiny, it could at least hold some small items. Xiao Yao placed the iodine and gauze from the bedside table into the bag, and also put the soul-locking bead from his pocket into it. Beep. Phone battery below 10. Enter power-saving mode. A prompt appeared in his field of vision. Because he had activated the phone's flashlight function, the battery was draining exceptionally fast. Now, with only 10 power left, if he didn't charge it, the phone would likely shut down by evening. The phone was his greatest asset for survival and must never be allowed to power off. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 p.m. There was still time to go out and scavenge. No. Xiao Yao directly selected no to avoid entering power-saving mode. Of course, he couldn't activate that mode. He had tried it before. In power-saving mode, the phone essentially functioned like an ordinary device. What use would that be? Sister Jinlian, I need to step out and search for supplies nearby. All right. Stay safe. Sister Jinlian, upon hearing Xiao Yao's intention to leave, showed no great reaction. She knew Xiao Yao harbored many secrets, so she refrained from asking, merely praying for his safe return. In this way, she could also survive a little longer. If she couldn't help, she would at least avoid causing trouble. Xiao Yao, you're going out. I want to come too. Upon hearing about the outing, Azzy insisted on joining. In the dim, confined back kitchen with nothing to do but stare at the faint flicker of a candle, she was utterly bored. Stay put. Xiao Yao gave her no kindness. Why? I'm coming. As he pouted, sulking defiantly. Either stay here obediently or go wherever you please. Just don't follow me. Brother Xiao Yao, please take me with you. I promise I really will behave. What? Forgot what I said. In this group, I'm the leader. Either listen to me or get out immediately. As he pouted, tears welling in her eyes on the verge of crying. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Women are nothing but trouble. Xiao Yao, seeing Azzy about to weep again, was thoroughly annoyed. He had only brought her along because of the mission, not because she was particularly attractive. Didn't Azzy realize that? Stay here obediently. He'll bring you back something tasty. Sister Jinlian, find something to block the door. He'll be back soon. Don't open it for anyone but me. Okay. Come back quickly, Jinlian replied. Don't forget you promised to bring me something good. As he heard Xiao Yao say he would bring her delicious food. It had been so long since she had eaten anything truly good. Days of instant noodles, and now chicken every day, she was sick of it. Glancing at Azzy, who was still looking at him with pitiful eyes, Xiao Yao turned and walked out of the back kitchen. Sister Jinlian blocked the door. Got it. Go and come back quickly. Jinlian's voice came from inside, followed by the sound of objects being moved. Xiao Yao tested the back kitchen door. Although the door was broken and couldn't be locked from the inside, propping a table or counter against it could still hold off ordinary zombies to some extent. Xiao Yao gently pushed the back kitchen door. It was acceptable. At least without significant force, it was hard to open. He was only going out to look for something to charge his phone and wouldn't go far, so he didn't need a very sturdy defense. The front door of the burger shop could be opened from both inside and out, so blocking it was futile. Thus, Xiao Yao had Jinlian block the back kitchen door instead. Xiao Yao exited the burger shop. To the left was an alley heading south, the same route they had taken in the morning. To the west was the road leading to the school. Since it was dismissal time, he would likely encounter many zombies. His spiritual energy hadn't fully recovered, yet making combat inadvisable for now. To the north was a river. Swimming in the freezing winter was hardly wise, so that direction was temporarily impassable. Now he could only explore eastward, searching room by room along the street. Surely he would find a power bank or something. Xiao Yao pressed close to the wall, crouching low as he slowly advanced eastward. Next to the burger shop was a printing and copying store. The entrance was littered with shards of glass and scattered papers, some with writing, some blank. Peering inside, he saw the floor covered in loose sheets with 2 long trails of blood extending to the wall. Following the bloodstains, he spotted a zombie seated against the wall. It wore dark blue jeans and a jacket now tattered into strips, hanging from its body, arms exposed with deep wounds. Its left leg was stretched out, but the foot was missing, with bone visible at the lower calf. The right leg was entirely absent below the thigh, the exposed flesh at the stump now a blackened mess. The 2 long blood trails on the floor had flowed from the gaps where its legs were severed. The zombie's left hand rested on the stump of its right leg, its head bowed so low it nearly touched its stomach. Whether alive or dead was unclear. The shop was small. Crunch. Xiao Yao, trying to sneak up on the zombie, stepped on the broken glass at the entrance, producing a slight sound. Hungry. The zombie, which had been brooding with its head down, awakened from its dormant state upon hearing the noise. It slowly raised its head, revealing a withered face. Its gum was fully exposed with dark blackish blood stains between its teeth. Upon seeing Xiao Yao before it, the zombie's mouth even dripped with dark red saliva which fell onto its already soiled clothes without concern. Xiao Yao shuddered with revulsion. Could it be any more disgusting? The zombie, agitated, tried to rise and grab Xiao Yao, but seemed to forget it had no feet. It fell flat on its face, then crawled forward using its hands instead of feet. How touching, Xiao Yao remarked, watching the zombie laboriously crawl toward him. Its appearance reminded him of the disabled beggars on the streets during peacetime, pleading for money. The scene was almost identical, except beggars only asked for coins while these zombies sought his life. Zombie. Race undead. Level 4. Combat power 60. HP 550,550 inch. As it drew closer, the zombie's information appeared in Xiao Yao's field of vision. Now even this crippled zombie had such high-level combat power and health. Watching it crawl to his feet, like a beggar pleading for a morsel of his flesh, Xiao Yao felt not a shred of pity. He raised the woodcutter's axe in his hand and swung it down hard at the zombie's head. Squelch. 60,555 inch. The axe sank into the zombie's skull, dealing 60 damage. Though substantial, it would take nearly 10 strikes to deplete the zombie's 550 health. Fortunately, cleaving the head triggered a bleeding effect. The blow sent the zombie sprawling. Xiao Yao pressed down on the axe handle, pinning the zombie's face to the ground as it desperately clawed at him. Moi. Once again, the axe lodged stubbornly in the zombie's skull. Seeing its hand reaching for him, Xiao Yao kicked it away, then wrenched the axe free. He swung again at the zombie's arm, determined to hack it into a limbless torso. A few chops rendered its arms useless. Now bereft of limbs, the zombie could only raise its exposed gums and gnash futilely at the air. "I'm no beauty, why stare at me like that?" Xiao Yao remarked as the zombie glared at him. "If looks could kill, he'd have died countless times. Let me end your misery quickly. I still need to charge my phone." Xiao Yao glanced at his poison status, now stacked to 10 layers, having drained 55 HP. He downed a bottle of red ginseng decoction in gulps. At this rate, he couldn't afford to dawdle. With a few more swings, he emptied the zombie's health bar. Its head lolled, to one side silent. Experience 55. Money 55-inch. Xiaoyao looked at his feet. No equipment had dropped. This was a poor zombie. He wiped the blood off his axe on the corpse and strode into the print shop. He prayed there would be power banks, otherwise this effort would be wasted. After searching, he indeed found some power banks, several in fact. Jackpot. On the counter lay a pile of power banks and tangled charging cables. A note on the wall read, "Charge power banks 1 yuan per 1 WMA." The shop ran a side business charging them. What a stroke of luck. Xiaoyao unplugged them all 1, 2, 3. 5. All 5 were fully charged, one even with a flashlight function. Perfect. He felt like a lottery winner, a sudden nouveau riche. No words could capture his joy. He stuffed them into his shoulder bag, which bulged from the weight. He took 2 good cables and a charger, leaving the rest. He plugged his phone into a power bank. Each could charge it 3 times, meaning 15 charges total, or 12 if he used one as a flashlight. He wouldn't worry about phone battery for at least half a month. The biggest problem was solved. He searched further and found a cash box. Rattle. The cash box had a key in the lock. He opened the drawer to find neatly arranged bills, 1s, 5s, 10s. Lifting a partition revealed hundreds. He pocketed them all via his phone, roughly over 200 yuan. Not much, but better than nothing. More than a zombie's 50 yuan drop. His total savings now exceeded 5000. Had need to check the burger shop's register too and collect the 200 Jean Lian owed him. Time was slipping away. His poison stack had reached alarming levels, draining even his 312 HP. The print shop's broken door allowed the fog in, so the stack kept rising. Xiaoyao sprinted back to the burger shop next door. He slammed the door shut and gasped for fresh air. The thickening fog reeked of urea, like inhaling opium smoke, harsh on the throat. Had need to find masks, hopefully at the school clinic. The burger shop must have more money than the print shop. Xiaoyao went straight to the register, which boasted a fancy display screen. He tugged at the cash drawer. It was locked. He searched the counter, but found no key. A glance at the drawer, lockpick required. Cannot. Great, another prompt, Xiaoyao muttered. A lockpick. Where would he find one? Without a key or tool, brute force was his only option. He raised his axe and brought it down on the cash drawer. Bang! The drawer split open. He struck again, shattering it completely to reveal the cash inside. He rummaged through it. This doesn't make sense. Only about 600 yuan. That defied his expectations. The burger shop should have earned far more than the print shop. He glanced up and spotted a QR code on the drawer. This cursed QR code, he realized. Most payments were digital, leaving little cash. Sigh, he sighed. 600 was better than nothing, though the ruined drawer was probably worth more. Jean Lian him back. Xiaoyao called to the back kitchen, then leaned against the door to push it open with his shoulder. December 6, 2114. Xiaoyao stretched and yawned, opening his drowsy eyes. The kitchen was windowless and pitch darkness still enveloped his sight. Groping for the reconnaissance glasses by his hand, he put them on and rolled his neck, eliciting a series of cracks from his bones. Sleeping sitting up was truly uncomfortable, but there was no other choice. The only single bed was occupied by 2 girls, and Xiaoyao couldn't squeeze in. Given his physique, even that wooden bed might not have supported his weight, so he had yielded it to them. After loosening his neck, he felt somewhat better. Pulling out his phone, he saw it was 6 a.m. This was already the 5th day of the apocalypse, yet the road home remained dauntingly long. Though his home was only 6 kilometers away, a mere half-hour bike ride in peacetime. Now it would take days to traverse. After all 5 days had passed, and Xiaoyao still hadn't left this village. He was at a burger shop at the north entrance of Daoxiang village. Farther north lay his school. On the main interface of the reconnaissance glasses, aside from the icons and attributes, only the faint glow of his phone illuminated the surrounding darkness. Scanning his status, all attributes were full, but one negative buff persisted, a poisoning effect that drained 5 HP per minute. Fortunately, he wore 2 pieces of equipment that restored HP, and his own body tempering technique granted a natural recovery of 1 HP per minute. Speaking of which, that technique should have leveled up by now. Using the dim light of his phone, Xiaoyao saw Sister Jinlian and girl Azzy huddled together on the single bed. One of them was softly snoring. Shaking his head, he tiptoed to the kitchen door and carefully moved the counter, blocking it. Outside, the sky was barely brightening. Xiaoyao grabbed a chair and sat by the window, gazing out. The thick fog persisted with no sign of dissipating. He felt a trace of confusion. The fog seemed fixed in place, completely still. Why was there no wind? Even if the sun refused to appear, at least a breeze could blow away this haze. There was no wind, no rain. Was this area somehow sealed? Of course, aside from the absence of wind and rain, there was still no sign of rescue. Xiaoyao strained his ears, catching faint, distant sounds, like weeping, like laughter, like screams. What exactly were they? No one knew. It was eerily strange. Lowering his head, Xiaoyao pulled out his phone and, using the light from outside, checked what his body tempering technique looked like after leveling up. He opened the skill panel. Academics, average intelligence 7. Reconnaissance can inspect information on items and creatures within a 3-meter radius that are no more than 5 levels above the user. Cost 1 gold second. Upgradable. At the top was his first skill, Academics. Failing to excel in his studies had always been a pain in Xiao Yao's heart. What did this average rating even mean? 10 years of hard study, and all he gained was a paltry 7 intelligence. A single medal dropped by a monster gave him 5 intelligence. It felt like a decade wasted. If he had studied harder, would he have gained more intelligence? When he had time, he resolved to thoroughly review every course from elementary to university, hoping to squeeze out a few more points. The second skill came from the reconnaissance glasses. Xiao Yao noticed that this skill now had a few extra words upgrade. He hadn't opened the skill panel in a long time and didn't know when this upgrade option appeared. Since it was available, he decided to upgrade. The 3-meter range was already becoming insufficient. Upgrade. A prompt appeared in his vision. Reconnaissance glasses are currently being worn. Cannot upgrade. So he needed to take them off first. Xiao Yao removed the glasses. Just last night, he had gained a phone storage space, so he stored the glasses directly into upgrade. Beep. Upgrading requires 100 low-grade blood essences. Proceed. This thing needs blood essences to upgrade too. Xiao Yao checked his phone storage. Since upgrading Xiaoqiang, he hadn't used many blood essences, and killing zombies at the burger shop had dropped a few more. He now had 606 low-grade blood essences left. Playing with a piece the size of rock candy, he wondered if these would be essential for all future upgrades. Would other equipment also require low-grade blood essences to upgrade? Upgrade. He'd worry about the future later. For now, he was relatively well off. He only had 2 pieces of equipment to upgrade the reconnaissance glasses and the loot-collecting pet Xiaoqiang. Who else would get the upgrades? Beep. Reconnaissance glasses upgraded to 2 stars. Xiao Yao glanced at the skill panel. It could still be upgraded. Upgrade. Beep. Upgrading requires 200 low-grade blood essences. Proceed. Yes. Beep. Reconnaissance glasses upgraded to 3 stars. Upgrade. Beep. Upgrading requires 400 low-grade blood essences. Proceed. No. As expected, the next upgrade cost 400. Xiao Yao now had only 306 low-grade blood essences left. He needed to gather more quickly. These were a strategic resource more valuable than gold. For now, at least, they were only useful to him. Let's see what attributes the upgraded glasses had. Xiao Yao retrieved them from his phone storage. Whoa. Originally, the reconnaissance glasses looked like ordinary black-rimmed nearsighted glasses. Now in his hand, they resembled a pair of sunglasses, aviators. Would wearing these affect his vision? Xiao Yao put them on. A blue light curtain extended from his eyes into the distance, and the familiar interface appeared: his avatar, HB spirit energy, hunger level in the top left, and various icons below. Despite being sunglasses, they didn't darken his view. Instead, everything appeared clearer and brighter, even brighter than daytime. It was astonishing, though the scenery had a slight green tint. Was that because they were sunglasses? On the far right of his vision, several new icons appeared. Xiao Yao focused on one. Reconnaissance can inspect information on items and creatures within a 5-meter radius that are no more than 15 levels above the user. Cost 3 gold second. On-off switch available. Now he could toggle skills directly on this interface, saving time and adding convenience. After the upgrade, the range increased by 2 meters, but the gold cost tripled, from 1 to 3 per second. With only 5600 gold in his account, the skill could only run for half an hour. Xiao Yao quickly turned it off, wondering if this upgrade was a blessing or a curse. Originally, he could sustain reconnaissance for 5 hours, now it was just 30 minutes. He needed to find more gold urgently. He looked at the next icon. Night vision cost 10 gold second. On-off switch available. Damn. Xiao Yao grumbled. This was a powerful feature. He could now see day and night. But the exorbitant cost of 10 gold per second was pure robbery. With 5600 gold, night vision would only last 9 minutes. Another money guzzler. He quickly turned it off, and his vision returned to normal. It was still dawn, not very bright. He now realized why everything had seemed so clear earlier. The 3-star glasses had activated night vision, but the cost was steep. In just a few minutes, his gold had dropped to 4400. Having just solved the phone battery issue, he now faced a gold shortage. The reconnaissance glasses were second only to his phone in importance, and now he was nearly broke. Below were empty slots. Xiao Yao knew these could be customized. He placed Whirlwind Slash on the main interface. Though he might not use it, he had few other skills to put there. The body tempering technique was passive and couldn't be moved. As for the others, why were there a few unnamed skills at the bottom of the skill panel? At the bottom of the skill bar, 3 unnamed skills appeared. Unnamed single target attack strikes the opponent's vital points, dealing 120 of base damage and causing a 1-second stun, requires a blunt weapon. The chance of stun is based on the ratio of one's strength to the enemy's, with an effective stun only once every 5 minutes, consuming 5 mental power per use. Unnamed area attack sweeps enemies within a semicircular area in front, dealing 80 of base damage, consuming 5 mental power per use. Unnamed single target attack strikes left and right, quickly attacking the enemy twice, each dealing 70 of base damage, consuming 5 mental power per use. With 3 skills, 2 single target and 1 area attack. When first comprehending a skill, one could only see the introduction after naming it. Now the skill introduction is visible directly. The system has become increasingly considerate, as Xiao Yao has never liked naming, so he decided to name them based on the descriptions. Xiao Yao waved his hand, and directly named the 3 skills. Heavy Strike, Sweep, Slash. He then placed all 3 skills on the main interface for convenient use. Although these 3 skills consume a lot of mental power, they do not have the side effects of Thunderstorm Slash, indicating that they can be used continuously. Not good, not good. While studying the new skills, Xiao Yao was interrupted by a frantic voice from behind. He turned to see Sister Jinlian rushing over from the kitchen in a fluster. What happened, Sister Jinlian? It's bad, Miss AZ. Sister Jinlian gasped, nearly out of breath. What happened? Hurry up and tell me, as she turned. Mutated. Become a zombie. Xiao Yao was even more anxious than Jinlian, urging her to finish her sentence. If she had turned, the mission would be ruined, and as for feelings, having known a Z for only a day, where would the feelings come from? Xiao Yao was most concerned about whether the mission would fail if a Z turned into a zombie. Xiao Yao hurriedly checked the mission list. The mission was still there. No, Miss AZ. She's running a fever. Sister Jinlian finally revealed what was wrong with a Z. You scared me. Upon hearing that a Z only had a fever, the tension in Xiao Yao's throat relaxed. A fever was manageable as long as she wasn't turning into a zombie. Why are you relieved? It's a fever. A fever. Sister Jinlian pinched Xiao Yao's arm. I know it's just a fever. She's not a zombie. The problem is we don't have any medicine to reduce the fever, and we can't give her an injection right now. If this keeps up, she won't be able to withstand it. I understand. Xiao Yao frowned tightly. It seemed the trip to the school infirmary had to be expedited. Let's go and see how serious Aziz's fever is. The two rushed to the kitchen, and Xiao Yao placed the back of his hand against Aziz's forehead. It was warm, and he scanned. Fever loses 1 health point per minute. Status cannot be cancelled autonomously. Requires fever-reducing medicine or an injection. Aziz only had 112 health points left. Losing 1 per minute meant she could last less than 2 hours. The 2 life-restoring items he wore could barely keep him from losing health. Truly a case of misfortunes coming in waves. If he removed one of the life-restoring items, would he be alright? Xiao Yao glanced at the upgraded level 2 body refinement technique. Body refinement technique level 2 passive. Only a body that withstands countless trials can remain undefeated. To learn to attack, one must first learn to defend, and the best defense is not being hit. Defense 2, health 2, restores 2 health points per minute, gaining 1 proficiency for every 1 health point consumed. Current proficiency 102,000. With level 2 body refinement technique, he could now restore 2 health points per minute, but if he removed an item, he couldn't balance it with his poison state. How much red ginseng soup do you and Az have? I have 2 bottles, Az has 1 bottle. Thinking it over, Xiao Yao decided not to remove the equipment for now. If he did and couldn't return safely, it would be a total wipeout. With 3 bottles of mutated red ginseng soup, giving them all to Az would allow her to last for 4.5 hours. After some thought, he took out 2 bottles of red ginseng soup. Sister Jinlian, take these 2 bottles of red ginseng soup. Every 50 minutes, give 1 bottle to Miss Az. Remember, it must be exactly every 50 minutes. No early, no late. The timing must be precise. If given too early, the red ginseng soup would be wasted, and they wouldn't last long enough. If given too late, Miss Az might lose all her health points. Xiao Yao couldn't risk it. All right. Sister Jinlian was also extremely anxious. A fever at this moment was indeed life-threatening. We mustn't delay. Oh, I will go find fever-reducing medicine now. Xiao Yao immediately decided to go find the fever-reducing medicine right away. Why don't you eat breakfast first? Sister Jinlian suggested. We'll talk about breakfast later. If you have time, you can make some. I'll eat when I get back. Though he hadn't eaten breakfast, he couldn't wait any longer. After all, this fever was not a normal one. It involved continuous health loss and couldn't be treated as usual. They had to race against time. Then be careful and come back quickly. I'm going. Make sure to block the door. By the way, Sister Jinlian, about the 2,000 yuan I lent you, I haven't had the courage to ask for it, but I urgently need that money now. Don't be so polite with me in the future. If you want something, just tell me directly. This money probably won't be of much use now. Sister Jinlian took out the 2,000 yuan from her backpack without hesitation and handed it to Xiao Yao. Thank you, Sister Jinlian. Don't worry, I will pay you back tenfold. I believe you. I'm leaving a wait for me to come back. Xiao Yao turned and left the kitchen, closing the door behind him. He stored the 2,000 yuan in his mobile space. With 2,440 currency, he could at least use some skills for a while. He slung on his shoulder bag, gripped his axe tightly, glanced back at the kitchen door, and thought, Sister Jinlian, Az, you must hold on. I'm going to find the fever-reducing medicine right now. As Xiao Yao exited the burger shop, he was greeted by a thick fog. Although the reconnaissance glasses had a detection range of 5 meters, the visibility in this fog was less than 3 meters. The glasses could only reveal information within 3 meters. Xiao Yao slowly felt his way along the wall as he headed west. After crossing the intersection, he passed a street-side shop offering calligraphy training. Looking inside, he saw some figures moving, but this was not the time to kill zombies. Finding fever-reducing medicine for Az was the priority. 2 cars were parked at the entrance of the calligraphy training center. Continuing west, he approached a music store. As he got closer, he could faintly hear unusual sounds. Definitely not music. That was the sound of zombies. Xiao Yao pressed himself against the side of a parked car, straining his ears. Ahead, he could hear a low growl from a zombie not far away. However, due to the poor visibility, he couldn't discern how many zombies were ahead. It seemed the road to the west was temporarily blocked. What to do now? The school gate was just a few meters away. Once inside, the infirmary was less than 100 meters from the guard room, yet it felt exceptionally difficult at this moment. Xiao Yao glanced toward the west, although dawn had broken. From the sound of it, a considerable number of zombies had already gathered at the school gate. Engaging in a group battle with zombies in this open space outside would be extremely unwise. One had to worry about being bitten or scratched while also managing the accumulation of poison stacks. Don't forget, even without fighting the zombies, Xiao Yao could only hold out for less than half an hour. Even if he drank potions to maintain his health, once the poison stacks reached 20 layers, he would lose over 20 health points per minute. Too fast for potions to keep up. Moreover, he only had 11 bottles of red ginseng decoction left and couldn't afford to waste them. By the way, Xiao Yao suddenly recalled that there was a gap in the school's wire fence at the southeast corner of the wall. He could enter the school from there. Since the main gate was blocked, he had to check that spot. Xiao Yao got up and retraced his steps. Having spent quite some time in the thick fog, he returned to the burger shop to drink a bottle of red ginseng decoction and restore his health. Xiao Yao didn't go back to the kitchen. With his health fully restored, he set out from the burger shop again. Leaving the burger shop, Xiao Yao went straight to the riverbank across the street. He walked cautiously along the slope by the river. Although there were almost no zombies on the slope, caution was the better part of valor. He remembered that after coming out from the southeast corner of the school, there was no bridge over the river, but a path paved with large marble bricks. The gaps between the marbles were wide enough for water to flow through, and they could serve as stepping stones to cross the river. However, due to its remote location, few people used it. Xiao Yao hunched over and slowly moved eastward along the slope. From the southern road came the occasional low growls of zombies. Xiao Yao barely dared to breathe, keeping his head down, afraid the zombies would hear him or pick up his scent. Fortunately, the steep slope and the increasingly strong smell of urea in the fog interfered with the zombies' sense of smell. He made it to the marble path without incident and stepped lightly onto the stones, moving northward. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his vision. An LV5 symbol appeared, followed by a long red bar, undoubtedly the health bar. This must be a new feature unlocked after the reconnaissance glasses were upgraded. Without needing to focus his eyes, it directly displayed the target's information, though only the level and health bar were shown. It couldn't even distinguish whether it was a zombie, let alone display combat power. Still, it was useful, allowing him to see the level and health of multiple targets at once. Xiao Yao focused his gaze on that figure, and more detailed information appeared. Zombie. Race undead. Level 5. Combat power 70. Health 610,610 inch. Xiao Yao's eyes widened like brass bells. In such a narrow space, he had encountered a zombie. If not for the reconnaissance glasses, he would have mistaken it for an old fisherman. The zombie wore a bamboo hat, head lowered as if asleep, draped in a coat, sitting on a small stool placed on the marble. It held a fishing rod, its line disappearing into the thick fog with no end in sight. Beside it sat a small bucket. Whether it contained fish was anyone's guess. This was likely an old man who had been fishing here before the apocalypse. Fortunately, Xiao Yao walked softly and hadn't disturbed the sleeping zombie. It was blocking the marble path. Since this path was rarely used, fishing elders often sat here, and Xiao Yao had momentarily forgotten. Should he turn back now, or kill the zombie and charge through? No going back meant he'd have to come out again, as he couldn't hold on for hours. Xiao Yao steeled himself, gripped his wood axe tightly, and decided to take the risk. He carefully crept closer to the zombie. When he was close enough, Xiao Yao flipped the axe blade around. A zombie with 610 health would take time to kill, and he had no time to waste. He aimed the blunt side of the axe at the back of the sleeping zombie's head and struck hard. 46. A damage number appeared above the zombie's head. For a zombie with 610 health, the health bar barely moved. However, stars circled the zombie's head, and it collapsed into the river beside it, falling silent. Why, yes, Xiao Yao didn't linger. He kicked the stool out of the way, then kicked the fish bucket aside. Go fishing now, he muttered, and ran forward without looking back. He had used a heavy strike skill which caused a 1-second stun, but only with a blunt weapon. That's why he hadn't slashed with the axe. A slash would only cause bleeding, while a blunt hit had a chance to stun. It hadn't disappointed. The back of the axe struck the zombie's head, causing a 1-second stun. Though the zombie had fallen silent in the water, it would likely wake soon. With only 46 health lost out of 610, it was barely a tickle. Xiao Yao had no time to fight on such a narrow path. Once the zombie woke, he wouldn't have much advantage. He quickly crossed the path. Fortunately, there was no second fishing elder. Roar. An angry roar came from the thick fog behind him, making his hair stand on end. The fishing elder he had ambushed must have woken up and was angrily searching for him. Xiao Yao didn't dare stop. He quickened his pace while scanning the area ahead. Xiao Yao climbed the slope. Across from him was the school wall, a low wall topped with layers of wire fencing. Whether to save money or out of laziness, the fencing was the same style as that around the basketball court, like enclosing prisoners. But it wasn't as sturdy as prison fencing. Many places had gaps. Right in front of him was a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Originally that size, after Xiao Yao had sneaked through a few times, it had widened enough for 2 people. He climbed the wall, slipped through the gap, and jumped inside the school. Behind him, the angry zombie's voice grew closer, as if it had followed him, perhaps drawn by his lingering scent. The wall was only a meter high. Hopefully the zombie couldn't climb it. Xiao Yao gripped his wood axe and crept along the base of the wire fence, moving westward. To the north was a school garden, which might harbor zombies. It was a popular spot for couples to rendezvous. He stayed close to the wall to avoid disturbing any romantic scenes. Carefully, he moved toward the guardhouse near the school gate. The infirmary was west of the guardhouse, so he had to pass it. As he crept toward the guardhouse, rustling sounds came from the small garden to the north. Xiao Yao didn't check if it was zombies, nor did he dare to. His goal was to find medicine, not to kill zombies for leveling up. He reminded himself not to engage in battle. He edged toward the guardhouse cautiously. Roar! Roar! As he neared the guardhouse, he could hear the low growls of zombies rising and falling at the school gate. Xiao Yao crouched at the corner behind the guardhouse. It was certain that many zombies were at the main gate. He didn't know if the gate was open or closed. If it was dismissal time, the gate would be open, making things difficult. The combined zombies inside and outside would be even more numerous. How could he get to the other side? Fighting through was impossible. With his current mental strength, too many zombies would overwhelm him, trapping him with no way out. His poison stack had reached 15 layers, leaving him little time to think. He had to find a safe place first to cancel the poison status. He tried the guardhouse window, locked. He tried each window one by one. Luck was with him, the northernmost window was unlocked. But he didn't know if zombies were inside. Xiao Yao peered through the window into the guardhouse. There was no fog inside, so he could plopped. Although Xiao Yao was already quite light, his frame still made a noticeable sound when he jumped down and landed on the floor. He crouched, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Finding no unusual activity, he quickly closed the window. Phew. Xiao Yao noticed that the poison status beneath his avatar had been lifted, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. Without the poison status, his health could slowly recover. However, to be safe, he took out a bottle of red ginseng decoction and gulped it down. Seeing his health points recover slightly, he felt a bit more at ease. The rest would recover gradually on its own. This was another small room in the guardhouse. The first thing that caught his eye were two sets of bunk beds made of iron, but at the moment the beds were cluttered with scattered bedding and some clothes with no one in them. Nearby were two tables and several sets of security guard uniforms hung on the wall. After days of killing zombies, the clothes he wore were stained with blood, and he had no way to change or wash them. It was a good opportunity to switch into these uniforms. Xiao Yao walked over to the wall and took down a security guard's uniform. Security guard uniform, defense 2. In his field of vision, the uniform he held actually had a defense bonus. Though small, it was better than nothing. However, when he tried it on, he couldn't get it on. He could only fit one arm into a sleeve. The uniform was far too small. Xiao Yao gave up directly. Even though it added 2 defense, he simply couldn't wear it, so there was no choice. Several security caps still hung on the wall. Xiao Yao focused his vision. Security cap, defense 1. He glanced casually, not expecting that the caps also had attributes. He saw there were 5 caps in total, each with a defense 1 attribute. Xiao Yao took down a cap and put it on his head. Strangely enough, he felt as though his defense had increased, perhaps. As for the uniforms, he would bring a few sets back for Jinlian and Azzy. Even if they weren't pleasing to the eye, they would at least add some defense. Below was a shoe cabinet containing some plastic shoes. Training shoes, life 10 or defense 1. These shoes boosted life and defense, but Xiao Yao preferred the Nike shoes on his feet, which increased movement speed by 10. Still, he would take 2 pairs for Jinlian and Azzy. What size? Size 38 would do. If they were too big, they could stuff them with paper. If too small, there was no way to fix it. Better to err on the larger side. There was quite a lot of stuff, and he couldn't carry it all at once. He would have to leave it here for now and pick it up when he returned. On the bed lay a winter cotton coat. Since the security guard uniform added defense, this cotton coat surely would too. Xiao Yao went to the bedside and picked up the cotton coat. Training cotton coat, defense 5. Not bad. This coat actually added 5 defense. Xiao Yao put it on, and it fit him perfectly. Cotton coats were usually made in larger sizes, so this training coat was just right for him. A belt hung by the head of the bed. Training belt, defense 5. Although Xiao Yao already wore a leather belt on his pants, this training belt could be fastened directly over the outer garment, specifically over the training cotton coat. He fastened it over the coat. The belt was a bit small, and he was naturally stout, plus the thick training cotton coat made it even tighter. After buckling the belt, he felt somewhat breathless. But for the sake of the defense 5 attribute, he would endure it. He let out a breath and found it wasn't as suffocating as before. He just needed to get used to it. A backpack also hung by the head of the bed. Xiao Yao emptied out all the miscellaneous items inside, then placed his power bank and soul-locking pearl from his shoulder bag into the backpack. He also grabbed 2 security caps and 2 pairs of training shoes. As for the security guard uniforms, he gave up on them. They took up too much space and would hinder his movement. He looked around the room. While he had scavenged just about everything there was to find in here, next to him was an aluminum alloy door with an opaque sticker on it. He had no idea if there were people or zombies on the other side. Xiao Yao gently turned the doorknob. Peering through the crack in the door, he saw a shelf nearby, but no figures. He pushed the door open further. A chair came into view, and a table sat directly opposite the window. There was no one outside either. Strange. Where had all the security guards gone? Xiao Yao pushed the door fully open and entered this small room. On a cabinet in the corner were several riot shields and on top of the cabinet lay several rubber batons. Riot shield defense 10. Rubber baton attack 10. Combat power 10. Xiao Yao grabbed a rubber baton and swung it a few times. It didn't feel very comfortable, and its attributes were no match for the wood-chopping axe he already held. He decided against it. However, this riot shield could be used together with the wood-chopping axe. The axe in his right hand and the shield in his left would greatly reduce direct confrontation with zombies. Ding, 10 pieces of equipment equipped, full set of weapons equipped. Equipment bar unlocked. A notification appeared in Xiao Yao's field of vision. The moment he picked up the riot shield, the equipment bar was unlocked. Was it really that simple to unlock the equipment bar? Just by equipping a full set of weapons. So a full set of weapons meant having one offensive and one defensive weapon. As for the 10 pieces of equipment, he had probably already gathered that many long ago. Xiao Yao had always assumed that as long as he wore equipment continuously, the attributes of all the equipment he wore would be added. It turned out there was also an equipment bar. Xiao Yao opened the equipment bar. Around his original 3D full-body image, a series of empty slots appeared. Some slots had icons while others were empty. He looked carefully. There were slots for weapon, shield, helmet, necklace, chest, armor, belt, pants left, and right gloves left, and right bracelets left, and right rings, and a medal. Now he could still equip 2 gloves, 1 bracelet, and a pair of pants. These security guard pants were too small, but Xiao Yao couldn't even get them on, so he hadn't worn them. It turned out that only one belt was effective. At the moment, the belt slot in the equipment bar displayed the attributes of the leather belt, meaning the training belt he had fastened over the cotton coat provided no attribute bonus. Xiao Yao immediately removed the training belt. Since it gave no attribute bonus, why bother wearing it? It had been suffocating him. He also took off the cheap iron rings from his fingers. If only he had known about the equipment bar earlier. He had been wearing 3 rings on his chubby fingers, which were nearly squeezed purple and at risk of amputation. Xiao Yao placed the rings into his backpack to give to Jinlian later. Even though the attack attribute was useless, it was still better than nothing. Next to the riot shield lay a pile of long staffs. Rubber staff attack, 2025, combat power 20. Wow, this staff had such high attack power, even exceeding that of his wood-chopping axe. Xiao Yao picked up the staff, holding the riot shield in his left hand and the staff in his right. He spun the rubber staff a few times, but it felt somewhat awkward. It kept getting caught on the riot shield. This riot shield was probably meant to be used with the rubber baton. Xiao Yao opened the equipment bar and saw that only the rubber staff icon appeared in the weapon slot. The shield slot on the right was empty with the words, "Not available." This meant that the staff was a 2-handed weapon. To equip the riot shield, he needed a 1-handed weapon, and the wood-chopping axe qualified as one. The riot shield felt quite handy and should be effective in defending against zombie bites and scratches. Xiao Yao was momentarily unsure which to choose, the wood-chopping axe plus the riot shield or the rubber staff with its higher attack power. Help! Is anyone there to save us? Xiao Yao, who was agonizing over which equipment to choose, suddenly heard a cry for help from outside. Turning to identify the source, he found the sound had ceased, and he couldn't pinpoint its origin. Let it be, he thought. He was no savior. If it was on his way, he might help, but otherwise there was no need to take risks. Xiao Yao turned back and glanced at the riot shield. Though sturdy, he deliberated and promptly abandoned it. The shield was too bulky, hindering movement. It was only suitable for defense. But he couldn't stay in one place like a turtle retreating into its shell. His destination was home, not cowering here awaiting rescue. He discarded both the riot shield and the woodcutter's axe. With limited space in his phone, he couldn't carry too much gear, so he left them on the table in the guardroom. Perhaps other survivors would find them useful against the zombies. He also took out 2 bottles of water and placed them with the equipment. Help! Where did this brainless woman come from? Xiao Yao was baffled. Everyone was trying to stay quiet to avoid attracting zombies, yet this foolish woman was shouting at the top of her lungs. Even if survivors heard and came to her rescue, zombies weren't deaf either. Having just selected his weapon, Xiao Yao noticed figures emerging in the thick fog outside the window, shadows of zombies. Who else could be in the mist? He quickly crouched by the windowsill, peeking out. Outside, a group of figures was slowly moving northward, emitting low growls. It seemed the cries for help were coming from the north. Help! Is there anyone to save us? The cries came again. Xiao Yao sat down on the ground by the door. He had been worrying about how to lure away the zombies at the school gate, but now it seemed unnecessary. This foolish woman appearing out of nowhere was probably helping him. He decided to wait until all the zombies at the school gate were drawn to her calls, allowing him to slip into the medical room across the way. Now it was a matter of waiting. Help! Louder! Xiao Yao muttered to himself, suddenly realizing this foolish woman was endearingly naive. After a long while, the woman stopped calling out. Perhaps she was tired, rescued, or had attracted zombies and been devoured. Who knew? Xiao Yao cautiously raised his head. No zombies were in sight, but the opposite guardroom was still 10 meters away. He wasn't sure if all zombies had been lured north, but this was the perfect moment. The woman had stopped shouting, so no more noise would be made and the zombies would eventually wander back. He decided to take the risk. Xiao Yao gripped the rubber staff, feeling it offered less security than the axe. Could this really be more effective than the woodcutter's axe? Still, the staff was longer, and the saying, "an inch longer, an inch stronger," might apply here. No time to ponder. He opened the door, scanned the area, and found it empty. The zombies wouldn't return for a while, so he had to hurry. Xiao Yao cautiously moved toward the western guardroom. There were 2 guardrooms, one east and one west, with the medical room west of the western one. So he needed to reach the western guardroom first. Growl. As he approached the western guardroom, Xiao Yao was startled by a low growl from the south. A level 5 zombie was clinging to the automatic door, reaching out to grab him. Xiao Yao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even an automatic door could trap these mindless creatures. He struck the zombie's head with his staff, stunning it, and it collapsed to the ground. No time for a fight. The northern zombies had just been lured away by the foolish woman's cries. He couldn't risk drawing them back. Xiao Yao quickly advanced toward the western guardroom. Growl. The stunned zombie quickly regained consciousness and began violently shaking the automatic door. The door was open, but the zombie, even more foolish than the woman, didn't realize it could just turn and walk in. Finally reaching the western guardroom, Xiao Yao decided to head straight to the medical room further west. The window of the western guardroom was shattered, and even if someone was inside, they would be a zombie. He didn't want to fight now. Getting the medicine was the priority. Growl. As he passed the western guardroom, a low growl came from inside. Xiao Yao glanced over and saw a zombie in a security uniform pressed against the window, growling at him. Its head was tilted backward oddly, as if broken or from sleeping wrong, and its cap looked ready to fall off, but somehow stayed on. Zombie undead level 5, combat power 80, health 6, 20620. So zombies had already evolved to level 5. That health was insane. An ordinary person only had 100 health points. Even with his phone system, Xiao Yao had just 313. The zombies were truly the favored children of this era. No time for complaints. Xiao Yao quickly passed the guard room and headed for the medical room to the west. Damn. Finally at the medical room, Xiao Yao tensed up. The door was broken, meaning anyone inside was likely a zombie. But he had to get the antipyretic. Gripping his staff tightly, Xiao Yao slowly approached the medical room. The medical room wasn't a pharmacy, so supplies might be limited. He hoped there would be antipyretics. He slipped sideways through the door. Was it empty? No zombies in sight. The room had a row of chairs, a sink in the corner, and a prescription desk covered in scattered papers and medicine boxes. To the left was a small room with beds for 4 drips, but they were messy with quilts on the floor. Further in was the medicine storage, a tiny space of just a dozen square meters. He prayed there would be antipyretics. Xiao Yao slowly entered the storage. The shelves were nearly empty, with only a few scattered medicine boxes. Damn, who took all the medicine? Xiao Yao rushed to the few remaining boxes, hoping desperately for antipyretics. The medicine cabinet was already quite small, and after being ransacked by some unknown party, it appeared even more desolate. Xiao Yao quickly gathered the few remaining boxes of medication. Cephrodine, what's this? Xiao Yao flipped the box to check its effects, treating pharyngitis and respiratory infection. Seems useless. Let's check the second one. Dacnin for itching, probably treats skin bumps. Quake for coughs. Why isn't there any fever reducer? There's one last box. If this doesn't work for fever, I'm out of options. The label read fever suppositories. Great, finally something for the fever. Unfortunately, no antidote was found in the medicine cabinet, meaning his poison state would persist for a while longer. Time was slipping away. Xiao Yao stuffed all the collected medicine into his backpack. With the zombies at the school gate lured away, there was no better time to leave. He quickly shouldered his pack and prepared to exit the infirmary. Behind the door stood a coat rack, and he casually glanced at the garments hanging there. Nurse uniform, HP 10, OHP recovery 1 per minute. What the? Xiao Yao double-checked the uniform on the rack. It boosted health and recovery. He swiftly grabbed it and stuffed it into his backpack. It was clearly too small for him, but it would fit Jinlian. He also took a nearby cap. Nurse cap, HP 5. These were the only nurse items found. He'd need to search more thoroughly for gear with special properties. Without lingering, Xiao Yao dashed toward the school gate, gulping down red ginseng soup from his phone space. Only 8 bottles remained, now 7. He had no choice, his health was nearly depleted. With the school gate clear of zombies, he hurried back to the burger shop. Passing the guard room, the zombie guard offered a polite growl, which Xiao Yao ignored. The zombie clinging to the automatic door reached for him, but he simply ran past. The burger shop was 20 meters east of the school gate, a mere sprint without any zombies blocking the way. Xiao Yao quickly shut the door, tore off the towel from his mouth, and gasped for the clean air left inside the shop. His HP was at 20,313. A moment later, and he would have turned into a zombie. The accumulated poison effect grew more terrifying toward the end, and the red ginseng soup couldn't keep up with the health drain. Checking his status, 2 poison effects remained, but the stacked one had vanished. At least he made it back alive. Though he hadn't killed a single zombie, had secured some valuable gear. Xiao Yao dragged a table and chair set to block the burger shop's entrance, preventing any wandering zombies from stumbling in. Who knew if any were lurking nearby? Jinlian and back. Xiao Yao pushed open the kitchen door with effort. Xiao Yao, you're finally here. Quick check on Azzy. She's fading fast. Jinlian's urgent voice came from inside. A candle flickered in the dim kitchen. What happened? Xiao Yao tensed up. If Azzy died, this trip would be for nothing, and worse, his mission would fail. He glanced at the task, still active, and rushed to the narrow bed. What's going on? Xiao Yao saw Azzy's HP had dropped to 10,112. Jinlian, didn't I tell you to feed her a bottle of red ginseng soup every 50 minutes? He quickly uncapped the bottle and tried to pour it into Az's mouth. I did, but she won't open her mouth now. I can't get— No, she's about to die, Xiao Yao said, frustrated as Az's lips remained sealed. Xiao Yao realized his mistake. This wasn't a game where medicine could be consumed endlessly. A person's stomach had limits, and an unconscious patient couldn't cooperate. Had he been any later, the consequences would be dire. He couldn't tell if Az's empty HP bar meant death or zombification, nor did he dare find out. She was a living human, not a zombie, even if they barely knew each other. Dropping his backpack, he pulled out the nurse uniform. Jinlian, help me put this on Azzy. Xiao Yao, think of something. Will this work? Jinlian was panicked seeing him changing Az's clothes at a time like this, but she obeyed, hoping Xiao Yao had a plan. Trust me. Xiao Yao unbuttoned the nurse uniform. They'll lift Azzy, you dress her. He propped Azzy up on the bed. Jinlian took the uniform and struggled to put it on the unresponsive girl. Fortunately, Azzy wasn't as stout as Xiao Yao, or it would have taken 10 minutes just to dress her. Xiao Yao checked Az's HP. It had dropped to 7,112. The nurse uniform's recovery wasn't a visible buff, so he couldn't confirm its effect. Unsatisfied, he removed his jade ring and placed it on Az's finger. It had originally been hers, tricked away with a few bottles of water. He'd prioritize her recovery. He could monitor his own health and drink ginseng soup if needed. Az's HP rose to 9,112. It was working. However, her fever status persisted, draining 1 HP per minute. The fever reducer was essential. Xiao Yao pulled it out. Jinlian, the school infirmary had been looted. This is the only box for fever. They'll boil some water. Check how to take this. Xiao Yao headed to the stove. Jinlian examined the box carefully. Fever suppositories, rectal administration, 1 capsule per dose, 3 times daily. Xiao Yao, I think you need to boil water. What's wrong, Jinlian? Xiao Yao rushed over when she called. This is a suppository, not for oral use. Huh, not for eating. Is it for injection? But we don't have needles. Xiao Yao was baffled. No injection needed. It's inserted directly into the rectum. Into the rectum? Xiao Yao understood what that meant. Jinlian, you'll have to handle this. I'm not comfortable doing it. I know. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. Step outside. This requires removing her pants. Of course. Oh, Jinlian, wear this cap. It boosts your stats. Don't lose it. Xiao Yao handed her the nurse cap. There, now you look like a real nurse. The white uniform is for you too. They'll give it to you once Az's fever subsides. Go on. Azzy has been burning up for hours as she needs to recover quickly. Alright, I'm leaving. Xiao Yao saw Jinlian starting to remove Az's nurse uniform. The suppository required it. Without the uniform, the HP recovery would stop, but the jade ring still provided enough to offset the fever's drain. He turned away, respecting their privacy. His stomach growled loudly. He hadn't eaten since morning, focused solely on finding medicine for Azzy. They must be hungry too. Checking his phone space, only chicken remained. This wouldn't do. Eating that every day was unbearable. The gas tank would soon run out, leaving them with raw chicken, which had a 50 chance of poisoning. The fog outside thickened, and leaving now inflicted a 5-layer poison effect from the start. His 7 remaining ginseng soup bottles wouldn't last. They needed to find a nearby supermarket to survive. But where? He recalled that the school's supermarket owner had connections leading to the closure of all shops near the campus. The only one left was inside the school. He'd have to return, this time with Jinlian and Azzy. Alone, he couldn't carry enough food. The burger shop was too exposed. If zombies trapped them in the kitchen, they'd starve. Once Azzy recovered, they'd head to the school supermarket. Xiao Yao gazed at the dense fog outside the window. The sun had not appeared for 5 days. Normally, he could sleep in at noon and occasionally bask in the sunlight, its warm rays caressing his face with exceptional comfort. He now yearned for the scent of sunlight. Since it was already winter and the sun had been absent for days, the temperature outside was dropping rapidly. If the sun continued to hide, he wondered if this wretched weather might freeze people to death. Xiao Yao tightened his cotton training coat. Wearing it had brought him much warmth. He thought about acquiring more of these coats, as Jinlian and Az's down jackets seemed too thin and not very insulating. Perhaps the guard room at the school's west gate still had some of these cotton coats. He could get a few for them. Though they were not stylish, they were warm. Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. Jinlian's voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Yao turned around. How is Azzy? Is she feeling better? Emma, much better. It seems she will wake up soon. We'll go check on her. Xiao Yao was still worried, so he used his reconnaissance glasses to check Az's health points. By now he had come to trust the information from the glasses implicitly. Name Azzy, race human, level 1, combat power 8, HB 30112. Az's fever had indeed subsided and her health was slowly recovering. It seemed the fever suppository was effective. Azzy should be waking up soon. Water. Water. As Xiao Yao observed Azzy, he heard her murmuring for water in her sleep. Jinlian quickly give Azzy some ginseng soup. Xiao Yao helped Azzy sit up on the single bed. Since she was still unconscious, she had to lean against him for support. Jinlian picked up the bottle of ginseng soup and placed it to Az's lips. As the water touched her mouth, Azzy instinctively found the bottle and began to drink. Seeing Azzy willingly drink the ginseng soup, Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. This would speed up her recovery. Perhaps truly thirsty, Azzy, with her eyes still closed, gulped down an entire bottle of ginseng soup in one go. Watching her health points recover to 80,112, she was now out of danger. Xiao Yao gently laid her back down to rest until she naturally woke up. Azzy was no longer in serious condition, it was just a matter of time before she regained consciousness. Xiao Yao removed the jade ring from Az's finger and put it on his own. He was still losing health points every minute. Once he found better equipment, he would return the jade ring to Azzy. Jillian, keep an eye on Azzy. He'll prepare the meal. We aim to move to the school supermarket this afternoon. Supermarket. Yes, the supermarket. That way we can survive longer. All right, you decide. Jillian had now fully deferred to Xiao Yao. Whatever he decided, she supported. Unable to help much, she tried not to cause trouble and instead offered him moral support. The only thing she could do. It's a last resort. If we don't find a supermarket, we'll soon face not just defending against zombies, but also hunger. Xiao Yao was not exaggerating. Although his phone space contained thousands of raw chickens, they couldn't be eaten directly. Oh, do you think there will be zombies in the supermarket? Since following Xiao Yao, Jillian had never questioned the food supply. Though monotonous, it was enough to keep them fed. She was more concerned about zombies and survival. Jillian felt that if Xiao Yao had enough food, they could find a safe place to wait for rescue, but she never voiced her opinions. Instead, she offered him emotional support. She hadn't expected his food to run low. It seemed his glasses didn't hold much. Hard to say. We'll take it step by step. Enough talk, he'll cook now. Once Azzy wakes up, we'll eat and head out quickly. All right, go ahead. Jillian knew Xiao Yao's glasses functioned like a Chinquan pouch. Since he said food was scarce, the space might indeed be nearly empty. When the reconnaissance glasses were active, items could be stored or retrieved directly through the camera in the middle. Thus, Jillian believed the glasses were Xiao Yao's magical artifact. Xiao Yao went to the gas stove and hefted the gas canister beside it, unsure how much gas remained. He decided to cook more chicken this time, as he didn't know if they could cook at the next location. He lit the stove, took out mineral water to heat the pot, and then scrubbed it clean. Using mineral water to wash a pot was probably a luxury only he could afford, but with the water cut off, there was no other choice. Jillian watched Xiao Yao busying himself, then turned to look at Azzy. She held the iron ring he had given her, lost in thought. He had said the ring could enhance attributes, and placed it in her hand. Though she didn't fully understand what attributes meant, she decided to wear it since he said it would help. Slowly, she slipped the ring onto her finger. Despite being made of iron, it was the first gift a boy had ever given her. Was a ring something you could give so casually? Jillian looked at the ring on her finger, plain yet strangely warm. Where is this? Az's voice came. Azzy, this is the back kitchen of the burger shop. Jillian, what happened to me? You're too frail. First you fainted, then you got a fever. Sorry for the trouble. As long as you're okay. Jillian, thank you for taking care of me. You should thank Xiao Yao. He risked going out to find fever medicine for you. Otherwise, who knows how high your fever would have climbed. Ah, that lazy otaku again. Az's voice trailed off, as at that moment the very otaku was walking toward her with a bowl of chicken soup. Drink this soup quickly. We'll be leaving soon. Huh, leaving again. Where to? Azzy hadn't expected to set off right after waking up. She hadn't fully recovered yet. To the school supermarket. If not for waiting for you, would have left already. Now drink up. Xiao Yao had little patience for Azzy. Between her fainting and fever, he felt like he had become her babysitter. He wondered if taking on the random quest tied to her was a gain or a loss. Jillian, you should eat too. Hopefully by tonight, we'll be enjoying all kinds of snacks from the supermarket. Snacks? Hearing that they would reach the school supermarket before nightfall, where there were all sorts of delicacies, Azzy bolted upright, grabbed the bowl of chicken soup from the bedside table, and started drinking. SSS. The freshly poured soup was scalding hot, and her mouth burned instantly. Are you stupid? Can't you blow on it first? Xiao Yao sighed in exasperation. Was Az's body awake, but her mind still asleep? He couldn't be bothered with her, and turned to fill another bowl. Jillian, hey, race one for you. Thank you. No need for formalities between us. Xiao Yao filled another bowl for himself. Having skipped breakfast, his hunger bar was nearly empty. He ate voraciously, caring little for appearances. It would have been perfect with some beer, but recalling the Moutai liquor in his phone space, he decided against it. They would be moving soon, and getting drunk was out of the question. He didn't know drunk kung fu, and he had 2 helpless dependents with him. He hoped the supermarket would have beer, soft drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and porridge. At least a bottle to unwind. Thinking of the endless food waiting for him, Xiao Yao quickened his pace. It was already 2 in the afternoon. In the back kitchen of the burger shop, Xiao Yao and his companions were preparing to set out. Check your belongings. Make sure you have everything you need. Xiao Yao said as he inspected his gear. Perhaps to avoid causing himself trouble, the gas canister had run out right after cooking a pot of chicken soup, saving him the trouble of preparing chicken for the road. It was a do-or-die situation. If they didn't find another place, they might not even have dinner tonight. Xiao Yao handed his carving knife to Sister Jillian. This time the dagger came with a sheath, making it safer for her to carry. He looked at her. She wore a nurse's cap and uniform over a down jacket, giving her an odd appearance. If not for Xiao Yao's insistence, Jillian probably wouldn't have worn it. Just look at how disdainful Azzy was. She had flatly refused to wear the security guard cap earlier. Wear it or not, it was her own life at stake. The 2 pairs of training shoes fit Azzy perfectly, but Jillian's were too large, hindering her movement. For safety, Jillian stuck with her ordinary shoes. Xiao Yao surveyed his 2 partially equipped companions. Name Jillian. Race human. Level 1. Combat power 36. 127,127 inch. Equipping the carving knife had boosted Jillian's combat power, and the nurse's cap and uniform added a sliver of health, improving her chances of survival. Name Azzy. Race human. Level 1. Combat power 8. 90,122 inch. Azzy had only worn the training shoes if she refused the security guard cap, no matter what. Fine, the meager 1-point defense boost was useless anyway. Xiao Yao had few expectations for Azzy, he barely cared about her. If not for the mission, what was she to him? So Xiao Yao couldn't be bothered with her. Dealing with her only invited trouble. Azzy's health had only increased by 10 points. Noticing her health was still lacking, Xiao Yao handed her a bottle of red ginseng soup. Azzy, drink this now. If her health wasn't fully restored, mishaps might occur on the road. Xiao Yao didn't dare give Azzy the jade ring. What if she refused to return it? He couldn't exactly wrestle a young girl for it. Watching Azzy walk stiffly, Xiao Yao almost laughed. Anyone would think had done something to her. Seeing she had just recovered from a fever, he decided not to hold a grudge. I'll drink again. Finish it, and then we hit the road. That sounds weird. You're not trying to poison me, are you? If I wanted to poison you, would I risk my neck to find you fever medicine? I could have just left you alone. Why go through all who knows? You fat nerds are into that sort of thing. Satisfied now. Xiao Yao unscrewed the cap and took it. You drank it, and I'm not having any. Keep dawdling, and it'll leave you behind. Fine, final drink. Azzy snatched the red ginseng soup, closed her eyes, and gulped it down, cursing Xiao Yao 1,000 times. Xiao Yao watched Azzy tilt her head back and drink. The soup trickled from the corner of her mouth, soaking her clothes. He had taken a sip from the same bottle. Did that count as an indirect kiss? Xiao Yao mused. He had even performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Sister Jillian before. What was this compared to that? How good enough? Azzy finished the soup and turned the bottle upside down to show Xiao Yao. Only a few drops remained. That'll do, Xiao Yao said, watching Azzy's health slowly recover. He felt a temporary relief. What a pervert, Azzy muttered under her breath. Xiao Yao ignored her. The rest of the red ginseng soup was gone. Only 6 bottles remained. I'd have to ration them carefully. Wrap towels around your faces. It might buy you a few extra seconds. Xiao Yao was the first to cover his mouth with a towel. Though not very effective, it at least reduced the pungent smell of the thick fog. Jillian and Azzy followed suit, wrapping towels around their faces. Seeing they were ready, Xiao Yao raised his staff. Target the school. Move out. Yay? Let's go. Azzy responded cheerfully. Keep your voice down. This isn't a field trip. Xiao Yao turned and glared at her, his tone fierce. Absolute silence on the road, or it'll make you pay. Oh, got it. Why so grumpy? Azzy pouted. The king can do no wrong, huh? You shouted yourself. I was just going along with it. What a creep. Xiao Yao shook his head and let it go. As soon as they reached a safe place, he had to leave Azzy behind. Having this little punk around made him nervous, every day afraid she'd get them all killed. Sister Jillian smiled to herself. Bickering in the midst of such a tense apocalypse. You two really have nerves of steel. Remember the formation. What formation? Azzy asked, puzzled. The duckling formation. Jillian and Azzy said nothing, dotted lines above their heads. Would that formation really work? Still, they obediently grabbed the back of Xiao Yao's clothes. What choice did they have? He was the leader. Stepping out of the burger shop, Xiao Yao gripped his staff, tightly crouched low, and moved slowly westward along the wall. So much time had passed. Who knew if the zombies at the school gate had returned? Besides, one zombie was still stuck in the gate. They couldn't just dash over. Help! The team, moving slowly toward the school gate, suddenly halted. From within the school came a woman's desperate cry. Judging by the voice, it was that foolish woman from the morning. What an idiot, Xiao Yao muttered. Someone. Azzy whispered, afraid of being scolded by Xiao Yao again. Hearing a living voice was thrilling. It meant hope. Xiao Yao, should we save her? Jillian wasn't as excited. She deferred to Xiao Yao's judgment. If he wanted to save her, they would. If not, she wouldn't. After all, only Xiao Yao could actually help. She could barely protect herself and relied on him. Xiao Yao was still debating whether to check when a blood-curdling scream rang out. Thud. A heavy object hit the ground. Roar. Came the excited growls of zombies. The foolish woman's final scream faded into silence. After a while, no more cries for help came from that direction. Jillian and Azzy remained silent behind Xiao Yao. From the sound of it, the woman had jumped. With no one to rescue her, she had likely ended her life in despair. The team moved on in heavy silence, the two women following quietly. Jillian holding Xiao Yao's clothes, Azzy holding Jillian's. Azzy stared at Xiao Yao's back. Even through Jillian, she could see his fat, nerdy figure. Yet now that plump form radiated a sense of security. If she hadn't been rescued in time, would she have ended up like that woman, choosing suicide? Now Xiao Yao gave her hope. Maybe she really should be nicer to him. Roar. A zombie's growl ahead made Azzy shiver. She instinctively tightened her grip on the back of Jillian's clothes. If she had a better relationship with Xiao Yao, maybe she'd be the one holding onto his clothes now. Zombie. Race undead. Level 5. Combat power 79. Health 619,619 inch. Bang. Xiao Yao's target was the zombie that had been stuck on the school gate's automatic door. With no other zombies nearby, he wasted no time. As the zombie reached for him, he struck it directly on the head with his staff, instantly stunning it. If his strength attribute was higher than the enemy's, it seemed the first hit would always result in a stun. A critical hit of 91 appeared above the zombie's head along with a ring of spinning stars. The zombie wobbled and collapsed face first in front of Xiao Yao. Seizing the moment, he swiftly raised his staff and delivered 2 more rapid blows to the back of the zombie's skull. Although he felt the head was the hardest part of a zombie, it also received the most damage, perhaps a weakness and a strength simultaneously. 9,191 flashed again. Though the heavy strike skill couldn't stun again against the defenseless zombie, every blow was a critical hit. Unfortunately, since the staff wasn't a bladed weapon, it couldn't inflict a bleeding state, even a roar. After enduring the 1-minute stun, the zombie awakened, its pale eyes slowly opening as it lifted its head to see who was attacking. Realizing it was under assault from a living human, it let out a furious roar. "Shut up," Xiao Yao muttered, raining down a flurry of blows on the wound atop the zombie's head, focusing on a single point to widen the injury. 913838. Roar, roar. Each time the zombie tried to rise, Xiao Yao's relentless strikes slammed it back to the ground. Experience 61. Money 61. Low-quality blood essence 1 inch. As the zombie's health bar emptied and the experience notification appeared in his vision, Xiao Yao knew the creature was truly dead. Phew. Xiao Yao caught his breath briefly. His arms ached from the rapid assault, but he couldn't linger. Though the zombie had barely roared before being beaten to death, other zombies might discover him, especially one nearby waiting to be dealt with. Roar. It was undoubtedly the guard zombie from the Western Gatehouse. It had been howling since Xiao Yao killed the zombie at the entrance, but there was no time to eliminate it now. Though his own health was high enough to withstand the miasma for tens of minutes without turning, he was escorting 2 ordinary people with only 112 and 122 health. He needed to find a sealed room to cancel their poison status immediately. The Western Gatehouse had broken windows, making the interior toxic as well. Even if he killed the guard zombie, he risked being trapped by others arriving. Move. Follow me. The 2 women behind him, whether terrified by the zombie or by Xiao Yao's brutal method of killing, buried their faces against his back as if that could shield them from the undead. They dared not speak. Xiao Yao glanced back, confirmed they were still there, and headed for the Eastern Gatehouse. It was the nearest safe haven. After Jin Lian and Az's poison stacks dissipated, they would move again. Opening the Eastern Gatehouse door, Xiao Yao quickly entered, ushering the 2 women inside before shutting the door firm. "Are we there?" Jin Lian scanned the room. Since leaving the burger shop, she had clung to Xiao Yao's clothes, head down, oblivious to her surroundings. Now in a room free of miasma, she thought they had reached the school supermarket, but a glance revealed it was a security office. "Not yet. We need to rest first." Xiao Yao watched the 2 women examining the room like tourists. This wouldn't do. The formation like an eagle catching chicks hindered his mobility. Their blind following kept them unaware of dangers. With only 2 eyes, he couldn't see 360 degrees. They needed to learn basic self-defense. "Great. There's water here." As he spotted 2 bottles of mineral water on the table and reached for one. "Don't touch those. Drink this." Xiao Yao stopped her immediately. The mineral water wasn't poisoned. He had placed it there for other survivors passing by. But as he urgently needed to restore health, so he handed her red ginseng soup instead. How cautious. "But thank you, brother Xiao Yao." As he was beginning to show him some courtesy. "You're welcome." Xiao Yao also handed a bottle to Jin Lian. "Sister Jin, Lian, you should replenish too." "But brother Xiao Yao, I'm curious. Where did you get this drink? We've had over 10 bottles already. How many more do you have?" "There's a truck north of your barbershop with plenty, but I don't have many left. We're heading to the supermarket now. Going back to the truck would be reckless." Xiao Yao told a small lie. Each time he retrieved red ginseng soup in front of Azzy, he used his backpack as cover. He had already planned this response. He glanced at the hatchet and riot shield on the table and the shields and staffs in the corner. He needed to change the subject. Too many words would lead to mistakes, and one lie required countless others to sustain. "Sister Jean, Lian, Miss Azzy, this formation slows us down too much. You rely entirely on me to watch for danger, but I can only see ahead. I can't detect threats from all sides. So ill-adjust the formation. Azzy, take this riot shield, you'll guard my right. Sister Jean Lian, take this staff like me. Give me the carving knife. Its attack range is too short for fighting zombies." Xiao Yao took the carving knife from Jean Lian and tucked it into his belt. Its attack stats were decent, and it could still peel an apple, though he hadn't eaten one in a long time. "I want the staff too," as he said. "No. Someone must hold the shield. If a zombie lunges, it can block the attack. Remember, a scratch from a zombie can turn you into one. Then let Sister Jean Lian take the shield, and he'll take the staff." "Sister Jean Lian, what do you think?" "Either is fine. He'll take the riot shield." "All right. Azzy, you take the staff. Remember, your job is only defense, not killing. Even with the staff, you can't handle zombies. Leave them to me." "If it's just defense, why not take 2 shields?" Azzy asked timidly. She disliked the shield, but if the staff was also for defense, why not use it? "Let me put it this way, even if you both held shields, you couldn't withstand a zombie's attack. I'm just having you carry them for me. Don't worry about anything else. Just stay close and watch our surroundings. Alert me at the first sign of danger, and we can escape in time." Was he joking? 2 girls, even with shields. Could they actually defend the front? They wouldn't last a single swipe from a zombie. Xiao Yao could kill one alone without much risk, but he was level 13. Could he compare to a level 1 ordinary human? A zombie's base stats were 5 times that of an ordinary human, and even basic zombies started at level 5. Asking them to defend against zombies was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Giving them weapons and shields was just for psychological comfort. For now, these two women weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. That required strength. And Xiao Yao still didn't know how ordinary humans could level up. If they couldn't, death was inevitable. I know, Captain Xiao Yao. As he pouted. You're always right. Then she began twirling the stick in her hands. After a couple of spins, she lost control and nearly struck Sister Jinlian on the head. Azzy hastily apologized. Sorry, Sister Jinlian, did I hit you? No, but Azzy, if I've done something wrong, just tell me directly. Don't scare me with that stick. It seems I was right to bring a riot shield. I'm not protecting myself from zombies. I'm protecting myself from you, a ticking time bomb. If you can't handle it, maybe you should take the shield instead. Jinlian was genuinely startled by Azzy. Anyone would be if they nearly got hit by a club. Hee, Sister Jinlian, you're teasing me again. Azzy stuck out her tongue, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Xiao Yao shook his head. This Azzy was more trouble than help. He was already regretting letting her wield the stick. Could she even handle it properly? Even if she couldn't help kill zombies, she'd better not accidentally hit him. He'd just have to keep an eye on her. After all, she was human. She should have some common sense. Let's go inside. There are a few padded training coats in the room. You should change into them too. With a creak, Xiao Yao pushed open the door. It was the security guard's rest area. He ignored the uniforms hanging on the wall. They were autumn, were not warm, and offering little defense. He led Jinlian and the others straight to the padded training coats, which would keep them warm and provide extra protection. On the northern bed lay 3 padded training coats. Xiao Yao instructed Azzy and Jinlian to each put one on. He left the remaining one untouched. There was no room to carry it, and no need. Change your clothes. He'll wait outside. Call me when you're done, and we'll leave immediately. With that, Xiao Yao opened the door and stepped out. He shouldn't watch the women change. Though a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind, he instantly suppressed it. A gentleman does not gaze upon impropriety. He was destined to become the king of this apocalypse. How could he indulge in such petty desires? From inside came the whispers of 2 women. Wow, this coat stinks. I don't want to change. Azzy just put it on. Xiao Yao told us to, and he must have his reasons. Didn't you see he's wearing one too? He probably picked the one that doesn't stink for himself. Here, take this one. This one's okay. It has a smell, but it's not as bad. Let me see that other one. Azzy picked up another coat. Wow, this one's even worse. It makes me want to throw up. I want yours. Azzy grabbed the padded training coat Jinlian had handed her. Thank you, Sister Jinlian. Don't worry, I have my stick. It'll protect you when the time comes. You'll be lucky if you don't cause more trouble. Jinlian picked the relatively less smelly coat, frowning. At least her nurse's uniform underneath would shield her from some of the odor. Don't worry, I just lost control earlier. It won't happen again. If it does, you'll have to give up the stick and stick to the right. Trust me, it won't happen again. Silence fell, followed by the rustling of clothes being changed. Soon the door opened. Xiao Yao turned to see Sister Jinlian emerge first. The padded coat was a bit large, but it was fine, like a down jacket. Her nurse's uniform was longer, peeking out from underneath. She still wore her nurse's cap. Xiao Yao noticed her health points remained unchanged, meaning the game still registered her nurse's uniform as her chest armor. The coat offered no stat bonuses now, but at least it provided warmth. Then Azzy came out wearing an even looser padded coat with a crooked security cap, looking like a puppet soldier from a wartime farce. Xiao Yao couldn't hold back his laughter. As his appearance screamed, traitor infiltrating the revolutionary ranks. You jerk, Xiao Yao. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Xiao Yao turned away. Why did he feel Azzy was a bit lacking in brain power? Azzy, your cap's crooked. Jinlian found Azzy's appearance amusing and helped straighten her cap with a smile. Keep laughing and he'll take it off. Suit yourself. Without it, you'll just die a little faster. Not my problem. Xiao Yao wasn't lying. The security cap only added 1 defense, but that single point could mean the difference between life and death. You're just trying to scare me. Azzy adjusted her cap herself. Maybe Xiao Yao was right. Perhaps the cap would protect her. Better keep it on. Xiao Yao watched Azzy, now fully dressed, looking like an underage child wearing adult clothes, to the front lines. This former punk girl ran a hair salon in the southern district. Logically, she should have a certain, how to put it, a seductive charm, shouldn't she? After all, that street was known for more than just haircuts. But the Azzy before him was nothing like had imagined. She was more like a rebellious punk, a spoiled heiress out on a lark. Maybe she catered to different tastes. But seeing her heavy, gaudy makeup, even in the apocalypse, she looked like a ghost. Was she trying to scare him to death and inherit his debt? Or maybe scare the zombies into surrendering? Had Azzy survived this long because the zombies mistook her for one of their own? If not for the reconnaissance glasses confirming she was human, Xiao Yao would have believed she was a new breed of zombie. He couldn't help but recall an internet meme, here, take your brain-dead pill. Xiao Yao shook his head, clearing those pointless thoughts. Now was not the time for idle daydreaming. Zombies could surround them at any moment. They had to reach the supermarket immediately. There was only 1 bottle of red ginseng soup left, the last one. To restore everyone to full health, they had burned through their supply. It was now or never. Sister Jinlian, Azzy, we have no way back. We must reach the supermarket before tonight. Sister Jinlian, do you remember what I told you? What? Oh yes. Xiao Yao, please lead us to the school supermarket before tonight. Random quest, lead Jinlian to the school supermarket. Reward 1000 EXP, 1000 gold, 10 red ginseng soup. Quest deadline 3 hours. What? There's a deadline now. The random quest prompt in his vision now displayed a time limit. Brother Xiao Yao, please take us to the school supermarket before tonight. I want to eat lots of good food. Azzy mimicked Jillian's words. Random quest, lead Azzy to the school supermarket. Reward 1000 EXP, 1000 gold, 10 red ginseng soup. Quest deadline 3 hours. 2 random quests had stacked. Xiao Yao forced a bitter smile, unsure whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, the red ginseng soup was secured, 20 bottles combined. On the other, this quest had a countdown. He checked the time. They had to reach the supermarket by 6 p.m. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to say before tonight? Had brought this trouble upon himself. If they failed, the quest would be lost. Though there seemed to be no penalty, the thought of losing the rewards, especially those 20 bottles of life-saving red ginseng soup, was agonizing. Right now, even if someone offered him $1 million, he wouldn't trade that soup. Not even 10 million. Not even 100 million. Right? If someone actually offered 100 million, well, he might consider it. Xiao Yao glanced at the 2 random tasks. Although the rewards were enticing, time felt a bit tight. Nevertheless, he no longer hesitated. Since the tasks were issued, he could only strive to complete them as best as he could. So we'll change from the original long snake formation to a human shape. Jinlian, you'll be behind me on the left, and Azzy, you'll be behind me on the right, forming a human shape, or you can call it a character shape. Now you don't need to grab my clothes, just stay close to me, and keep alert, always aware of your surroundings. Xiao Yao explained this new formation to them. Okay. Jinlian nodded, indicating her understanding. Brother Xiao Yao, are we like a flock of wild geese? Sometimes in a human shape, sometimes in a line. Azzy blinked her large dark eyes at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao did not respond to Azzy, but what she said seemed reasonable. Is everything all right? If there are no issues, we'll set off and aim to reach the supermarket as soon as possible to have a nice meal tonight. Ye Azzy excitedly raised her staff, and Jinlian smiled with her lips pressed together. They hadn't had different types of food for too many days. Eating chicken every day was too greasy, and if they had to eat chicken again, now they might end up throwing up from the overwhelming grease. Azzy almost poked Xiao Yao with the staff she raised. He glared at her with annoyance. Hold the staff properly. I hope when we face zombies your staff doesn't hit any teammates. However, with Azzy equipped with the staff, her combat power had already risen to 33. Jinlian, wielding the anti-explosion shield, received a 10-point defense boost, but her combat power still stood at 10, as defense attributes seemed not to be included in the combat power. Xiao Yao pondered why he shouldn't let Jinlian wield a weapon as well. In fact, having Jinlian carry an anti-explosion shield was truly of no use. If the shield was needed, it meant the zombies were already very close, possibly surrounding them. In that case, what good would the shield do? It would only delay death, and it would be better to have Jinlian wield the staff, which could increase attack. By 2025, was significantly more useful than the shield's 10 defense. Even a level 1 ordinary human could boost their attack by 2025 with a weapon. Not to mention his own attack was merely 35-38, with a level 13 attribute bonus adding only 13. A single weapon could increase attack by nearly 30. At this point, the only advantage he had was a slightly higher health pool and the ability to see the zombies' attributes, which wasn't a significant advantage. Suddenly an idea struck him. Ordinary humans equipped with weapons could indeed kill zombies. Although Jinlian and Azzy were both level 1, 2 people attacking simultaneously could inflict 4,050 damage. The combined. In this way, with 3 people each wielding a staff, they could inflict 7,788 points of damage in the first round against the zombies. Coupled with his skills to cause dizziness, and if luck favored, a critical hit or fatal blow, the zombies could lose nearly 300 health points within that minute of dizziness. For solitary zombies, fleeing was no longer necessary. With this in mind, Xiao Yao directly told Jinlian, Sister Jinlian, you should also take a staff. Leave the anti-explosion shield here. Oh, why have you changed your mind again? Jinlian asked in confusion. I think that with the 3 of us each wielding a staff, the zombies won't just be dead, they'll be incapacitated, which is much faster than me killing them alone. Alright, but can we really do it? I believe you can. Come on, take this staff. Xiao Yao handed a staff to Jinlian. Leave the anti-explosion shield here. This equipment is too bulky and affects mobility. Okay. Jinlian set down the anti-explosion shield and took the staff, casting a sideways glance at Azzy. Xiao Yao looked at the 3 of them. The 3 were all dressed in security training cotton jackets. Aside from Jinlian wearing a nurse's cap, he and Azzy wore security caps, and none of their outfits matched. Jinlian's nurse uniform was exposed, Azzy's jacket was too large, and he himself wore a pair of Nike shoes and jeans that didn't fit properly, creating a mismatched appearance. Completely a subpar ragtag team. Xiao Yao shook his head. Who cares? At least this was the best equipment they could equip themselves with now. Next they would head towards the supermarket, but they needed to strategize a bit. In his memory, the school supermarket was just straight north along this road, and at this moment the sound from the woman who jumped was coming from the north. Thus, there could potentially be a horde of zombies to the north, though the numbers were uncertain, as there could be more than just those by the school gate. There could be others coming from different directions. Heading straight north now felt extremely unwise. Glancing outside, there were no zombies within sight, but one could not be careless. Zombies could return to this entrance. Let's go. Xiao Yao turned back and nodded to the two of them. The three of them instinctively wrapped towels around their mouths. Xiao Yao turned and pushed open the door, with the two women quickly following closely behind. Without mentioning where to go, Xiao Yao headed directly toward the guardhouse on the west side, while the two women closely followed. Jin Lian, who was behind, did not forget to close the door. Xiao Yao had said that the mist was toxic, and if they couldn't find a suitable place to land, they could return to this room. If the door wasn't closed and the mist entered, it would no longer be a safe place. In the guardhouse on the west side, there was a security zombie. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies had not returned, it was a good opportunity to test how well 3 people attacking simultaneously would work. Roar. Arriving again at the shattered window of the west gate guardhouse, the security zombie waved enthusiastically at Xiao Yao and the others, excited, because this time Xiao Yao was not alone. He brought 2 beautiful women with him, which almost made the security zombie leap out of the window in excitement. Come on, let's all 3 attack this zombie together. Remember, aim only for the head, do not hit anywhere else. Are we starting already? Jin Lian felt a bit nervous seeing the zombie in security uniform baring its teeth and claws, unsure how to. He'll go first. Azzy, without any courtesy, swung her staff, first striking the zombie's head. Through his reconnaissance glasses, Xiao Yao saw a 23 damage float up from the zombie's head. It seemed he couldn't expect critical hits from them, but at least it proved his speculation was valid. Armed with weapons, even these level 1 humans could inflict considerable damage on zombies. Roar. The security guard zombie, enraged by the beautiful woman attacking him, grew even more agitated. If this were a door instead of a window, the zombie might have already broken it down. Quiet down. Xiao Yao smashed his staff onto the security guard zombie's head, triggering a critical hit and stunning it. The zombie collapsed onto the windowsill. Without pausing, Xiao Yao continued his barrage. Jinli and Azzy, don't stop. Aim for the zombie's head. All right. Azzy excitedly swung her staff at the zombie's head, producing 2021 miss. Azzy, watch your rhythm. Don't hit my staff. Xiao Yao hadn't expected Azzy to land most of her strikes on his own staff. If it weren't made of rubber, it would have snapped long ago. He had to control the pace and stagger their attacks. Hurry up, Jinlian. Think about it. If you don't kill the zombie, it will eat you. Do you want to be devoured? They are no longer. Xiao Yao glanced at Jinlian, who stood frozen, holding her staff in confusion. He quickly tried to encourage her, knowing that everyone has a first time. He himself had struggled when killing his first zombie, but there was no choice. Zombies weren't herbivores. They would encounter more of them, and it was either the zombies or them. With that thought, Xiao Yao quickened his swings. Although this was a test of simultaneous attacks by 3 people, its purpose was to get them started on killing zombies. This place wasn't safe to linger. They had to finish off this zombie quickly. Jinlian still hesitated, unsure how to strike. Xiao Yao glanced to the right and was nearly stunned by Azzy. She was fighting with wild enthusiasm, completely unfazed by the zombie. Was this punk girl naturally overflowing with violence? She was even fiercer than he had been during his first zombie kill, and she seemed utterly free of psychological pressure. Seriously, weren't you afraid of blood? Aunt. Jinlian seemed to have made up her mind. With a loud cry, she raised her staff and struck the zombie's head. Of 46, critical hit damage floated up. Perhaps from the force or the fury, Jinlian had landed a small critical. Don't shout. ITLL attract more zombies, Xiao Yao warned in a low voice. Sorry. Jinlian stuck out her tongue. He hadn't expected her to have this side. Don't stop. The zombie isn't dead yet, just stunned. ITLL, wake up soon. Xiao Yao noticed Jinlian pausing to apologize. They couldn't afford to stop now, and they needed to deal as much damage as possible. I'll smash you, you stinking zombie. I'll smash you, you damn Xiao Yao. As he shouted while unleashing a frenzy of blood. Hey, why are you shouting about smashing me? Xiao Yao's ears weren't deaf. Had Azzy misspoken? Azzy ignored Xiao Yao as if the unconscious zombie slumped on the windowsill were Xiao Yao himself. Roar. The furious zombie finally snapped out of its stun, its health already halved. Xiao Yao didn't care whether it was awake. He kept attacking. This team fight had nearly killed the security guard zombie, but it was just shy of that final sliver of health. The zombie lifted its head, saw the delicious prey attacking it, and roared in rage. From deep within the thick fog, another zombie's roar echoed as if answering this one. The zombie raised its head, dark red blood and plasma trickling down its face. Its pale dead eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yao and the others. The security cap slipped off as it looked up. Only then did Xiao Yao notice that the back of the zombie's head had been battered to a pulp, its skull cracked open and dangling to one side. Yet the zombie still lived with over 200 health points remaining. Fortunately, a 10-10-10 bleeding damage appeared on the zombie. Though the staff couldn't normally cause bleeding, the zombie's head was so mangled that the system had to acknowledge it. The 2 women who had been attacking wildly hadn't noticed how badly the zombie's head was damaged. Now, seeing the terrifying appearance of the awakened security guard zombie, they nearly dropped their staffs in fright. Even without further attacks, this zombie wouldn't last more than a few minutes. But Xiao Yao couldn't wait that long. He continued to smash its head. After a few more strikes, the zombie's health was depleted. It swayed and collapsed onto the windowsill, never to rise again. A series of prompts flashed: experience 62, money 62, low-quality blood essence 1. The zombie was truly dead. Its body lay sprawled on the windowsill, the shattered back of its head facing Xiao Yao and the others. From this angle, they could see its brain resembling curdled tofu. Ugh, ugh. The two women pulled down the towels wrapped around their mouths and vomited nearby. Xiao Yao didn't bother with them. At least they had the sense to pull the towels down instead of throwing up into them. Otherwise, they'd have to eat that later and save a meal. Let them get used to it. The ground was empty. The security guard zombie hadn't dropped anything good. Was the drop rate that low, or were all these zombies just poor? Should he go after richer ones? Xiao Yao pushed open the door directly. Before any more zombies arrived, he decided to see if there was anything useful. In the corner of the room stood a rack holding several rectangular riot shields. Instead of the usual staffs, there was a long pole with a semicircular end. Riot Fork Attack 5, Combat Power 5. The attack was pitifully weak. He passed on it. Next to the shields was a round one about the size of a frying pan. Riot Shield Defense 5. Even the defense was too low to be useful. But the rack also held several pieces of equipment: azure blue iron helmets with the word security written on them. Anti-riot steel helmet defense 10. Now this was good. Xiao Yao swapped his old security cap for the steel helmet. The rack also had a few pairs of gloves. Cut-resistant gloves, defense 5. Xiao Yao tugged at them. The material felt sturdy, whatever it was. He didn't have gloves yet, so he put on a pair. There were more sets on the rack for Jinlian and Azzy. He turned around and saw Jinlian had mostly stopped vomiting and was looking at him. Xiao Yao waved them over. Both of you put on these anti-riot helmets. Jinlian, take off that nurse cap and wear this. Azzy, you too. And put on the cut-resistant gloves. After speaking, Xiao Yao continued searching the rest of the room for anything useful. On the desk lay a book. It seemed this security guard zombie was somewhat cultured. Next to it was a flashlight, the rectangular rechargeable kind. Xiao Yao tested it, but still had power. Take it. In the desk drawer, he found a large megaphone. Take that too. Roar. A zombie's cry from not far away interrupted Xiao Yao's looting spree. Judging by the sound, it was very close. Xiao Yao looked back at Jinlian and Azzy, who had already put on their gloves and helmets. He waved his hand. Retreat. A chilling howl echoed through the air, seemingly just around the corner. The sinister sound originated from the north, indicating that direction was off-limits. Without hesitation, Xiao Yao and his companions hurried westward, aiming for the school cafeteria, which they hoped would provide a brief refuge. They needed to regroup and then circle back to the supermarket in the north. Time spent in the dense fog was becoming perilous, and finding a secure room to dispel their poisoned state was paramount. Adhering to the school's perimeter, Xiao Yao and his group stealthily advanced toward the cafeteria. Shortly after their departure, a horde of zombies staggered into the school entrance, lured by the earlier cry of the security zombie. Had Xiao Yao and his group delayed even a moment, they would have been unable to eliminate the entire horde, even with Xiao Yao unleashing his ultimate move, the thunderous whirlwind slash. Indeed, things were different from his memories. Following the wall westward, they soon stumbled upon a small building. In his recollection, the school had no structures at all. Whether it was the woman who had leapt from the building or the small edifice before him, both exceeded Xiao Yao's memory. He had no idea what this building was for, but there was no time for thorough investigation. Just ahead, he faintly heard the low growls of zombies. Swiftly, he turned and moved to the other side of the building. Although the three of them could dispatch zombies with ease, the current circumstances dictated that finding a safe place to eliminate their poison condition took precedence. With zombies at the front entrance, they would have to find a way in through a window. Damn it. Xiao Yao clenched his fist in frustration and turned around. Although the first floor windows had some unlocked, each was fitted with security bars. Breaking them would surely attract zombies. At the back of the building, they found a door that was securely locked from the inside, making it impossible to open. They could force it down, but shattering the glass would defeat the purpose of seeking safety. The fog would pour in, rendering the area unsafe. Hence, they could not resort to brute force. Xiao Yao, why don't we hide in the car beside us? Jinlian suggested, having spotted a black sedan parked nearby. In the car. Xiao Yao turned to look in the direction Jinlian indicated. Not far away, a black sedan stood. As he approached, he noticed the dark tint on the windows, obscuring visibility inside. Hopefully this car doesn't have an alarm system. Placing his hand on the car, Xiao Yao felt no reaction. He then gently tapped the car, still nothing. Relieved, he pulled on the door handle with force. Damn it. Xiao Yao cursed under his breath. The car door was locked. It made sense, as such a high-end vehicle would undoubtedly be secured. Locking device missing, unable to unlock. A prompt appeared in his vision as he saw the car door. Where on earth could he find such a ridiculous unlocking device? There were no hints at all. With both Jinlian and Aziz's health points dwindling, Xiao Yao hurriedly retrieved the last of his ginseng soup and handed it to Jinlian. You both need to drink this bottle of ginseng soup quickly. Half a bottle each. This is the last one we have. Okay. Seeing Xiao Yao's anxious demeanor, Jinlian understood the gravity of the situation and glanced at Azzy. Azzy, you go first. You go first, Sister Jinlian. Azzy noticed the caution they both displayed towards the drink and felt that this beverage was likely special, not ordinary at all. However, she didn't want to be the first to drink it. Stop hesitating, AZ. You drink half, and make sure to give half to Sister Jean Lien. Otherwise, you both will turn into zombies soon. Xiao Yao felt his head throbbing. How could they still be negotiating at a time like this? Aziz, hearing that they would turn into zombies, quickly drank half the bottle, but she still remembered to leave half. Brother Xiao Yao, what about you? Don't you need to drink? Xiao Yao ignored them. Breaking the car window would be pointless, and the security bars were not going to be easy to dismantle. Time was of the essence. Although he could still hold on Jean Lien, and Aziz would not last much longer. Watching them finish drinking, their health slowly improved, but it barely offset the accumulating poison, resulting in minimal recovery. Moreover, they had to share the ginseng soup. Xiao Yao made a quick decision. The only solution was to charge through the building's front door. The presence of zombies at the entrance indicated it was accessible, at least at that moment. Jean Lien, AZ, there's no time left. Listen to me. We have to force our way through the front entrance. I will take down the zombies at the entrance, and you two should slip inside. If the front door is also locked, smash it open with a stick. Remember, stay 3 meters away from me to avoid getting hurt. Once I finish off the zombies, pull me inside. Oh, I might not be able to move afterward. Xiao Yao said solemnly to Jean Lien. Aziz, I know I can't count on you much, but this time we cannot afford any mistakes, or we will truly die here. Understood, brother Xiao Yao. I promise, Aziz assured him, looking earnestly into his eyes. Xiao Yao, I know. Jean Lien was aware that Xiao Yao possessed a formidable skill, but it left him paralyzed for a minute. Was he really going to use that skill again this time? If it weren't for being pushed into a corner, who would wish to use such a rubbish skill? After all, entrusting one's life to others felt incredibly uncomfortable. But now there were no other options left. Time was of the essence. Let's go. Xiao Yao turned and moved toward the front door of the building. As he got closer, Xiao Yao began to see the shadows of several zombies. He turned to Jean Lien and Aziz, saying, "I'll distract the zombies. You take the opportunity to get inside the building. Be quick." Understood. Jean Lien tightened her grip on her staff. Understood. Aziz echoed, mimicking Jean Lien's urgency, both women clutching their staffs tightly, never having felt this tense before. Their palms were already sweating. "Zombies, here I come," Xiao Yao shouted as he approached the horde. The zombies at the entrance, seeing a human approach, eagerly reached out their hands in a warm welcome. "Come on, zombies, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you have a taste of my thunderous whirlwind slash." As he taunted them, Xiao Yao activated the skill and began to move slowly among the zombies. With this skill active, the zombies could not close in on him, so he had to approach them deliberately. The damage numbers, 171,923, stacked up layer by layer. After 3 seconds, with 3 layers of the thunderous whirlwind slash, Xiao Yao became like a human chainsaw, cutting into the zombie horde. The staff, unlike an axe, couldn't cause bleeding, but it did make the zombies stagger, nearly causing them to fall. The staff was already longer than an axe, and now, enhanced by the skill's range, Xiao Yao felt that the attack distance had reached 4 meters, ensuring that the zombies couldn't close in on him. He stealthily maneuvered towards the door, drawing the zombies away to allow Jean Lien and Aziz to enter. Seeing several zombies pursuing him, Xiao Yao shouted, "Jean Lien, Aziz, you go inside first." "Roger that," came the reply from the fog. There was no other way. Of visibility was severely limited, and shouting was the only option left. Roar! The air was filled with the cries of zombies, some near and some far. The zombies drawn to Xiao Yao were particularly excited, especially those at the school entrance, since he was closest to them. "Sister Jean Lien, hurry. I can't hold out much longer." As he spun around, Xiao Yao muttered to himself as he had lost track of whether Jean Lien and Aziz had entered the building. Xiao Yao spun slowly, moving away from the doorway to create an opportunity for Jean Lien and the others. However, he could no longer advance. Moving forward would bring him into contact with the zombies at the school gate. Could he not hear the excited roars of the zombies over there? If the 2 groups of zombies converged, he would truly have to be reborn. He had to finish this quickly. Xiao Yao lured the zombies a few meters away, then swiftly spun back to the building's entrance. By then, there was no trace of Jean Lien and the others. They must have already entered the building. "Jean Lien, have you entered?" Xiao Yao shouted at the top of his lungs while spinning, for he could not see and had to rely on his voice. Even if he did not shout, the zombies were already moving toward him. At this point, he was like a dead pig, unafraid of scalding water. "We're in. The door can be pulled open directly. Hurry and come in." Jean Lien's voice came from inside the building. Xiao Yao dared not approach the door as the range of the thunderclap whirlwind slash was too great, and he feared shattering the glass. Since Jean Lien and the others were already inside, there was no need to keep tangling with the zombies. Xiao Yao immediately switched his skill to target the zombies. Most of the surrounding zombies were already low on health, and it took only a few strikes to clear their health bars. Experience 60, a money 60, inferior blood essence 1, experience 59, money 59, inferior blood essence 1. A string of experience prompts appeared in his vision. However, Xiao Yao's skill could no longer be activated due to depleted mental energy. "Sister Jean Lien, help me," Xiao Yao shouted with his last ounce of strength, then his body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Fortunately, this time, he did not land on a zombie. A vacant space had formed among the pile of zombie corpses, and Xiao Yao lay right in the middle. Roar! The zombie horde at the school gate was very close now. "Hurry, Sister Jean Lien." Xiao Yao felt that every second felt like an eternity. Xiao Yao, we're here. Jean Lian's figure finally appeared in his sight. Xiao Yao let out a soft sigh. Sister Jean, Lian, you're finally here. Call Aziz to come along, you can't drag me alone. I'm right here. Aziz poked her head out from beside him. Who else could it be? Quick, pull me into the building. Xiao Yao urged impatiently, wishing he could move on his own and run straight inside. Aziz helped push from behind Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, you really need to lose some weight. With your build, I'm afraid the zombies would choke to death, trying to eat you in one go. You fat pig, you're like a tank. Who can push this? The two women, one pushing and one pulling, struggled for a long time, but Xiao Yao's body remained stuck in place. Ladies, haven't you eaten enough? The zombies are almost here. Why are you still marking time? Practicing the moonwalk. Xiao Yao glanced at his status. The dizziness had already passed 10 seconds. Hurry up, the zombies are coming soon. He watched as Aziz pushed his body, her feet slipping as if she were doing the moonwalk. I'm trying my best, I really can't push anymore. Use a lever. Did you leave your physics in your butt? Drag a zombie corpse over, put it beside me, and use the staff to pry me over. Wow, you're a genius. Stop flattering me. Hurry up, or well, I'll be dead. The two women followed Xiao Yao's advice, dragged a zombie corpse over, and placed it next to him side by side. Xiao Yao glanced at the zombie beside him, unsure if the women had done it on purpose or by accident. The zombie's head was facing him. A female zombie with a white-framed glasses, one lens full of cracks, the other missing entirely. Its nose was gone, revealing two deep holes. Its gums were exposed, showing uneven teeth. Dark red pus oozed from the corners of its mouth. Half its face was rotting, and its clothes were tattered, barely recognizable as a nightgown. This was the first time a woman had lain beside Xiao Yao, but it was a female zombie. He couldn't help shivering, his scalp tingling. At that moment, he felt that even Aziz, who looked like a ghost in makeup, was more attractive than this female zombie. He turned his head away, refusing to look at the corpse anymore. Use the staff to pry me over. Yes, just like that. Xiao Yao directed the two women to use the lever principle to flip him toward the door. He rolled over like a sausage, and the women quickly moved the supporting zombie corpse forward half a meter. Thus, like ants moving a mountain, the 3-meter distance felt like crossing several centuries. Roar! The outlines of the zombies were now visible in his sight. Spotting the humans ahead, the zombies quickened their pace excitedly. Though they weren't running, yet it was almost like walking. Perhaps the zombies' roars unleashed boundless strength in the two women. Upon reaching the door, they dragged Xiao Yao inside, then pulled the door shut. Aziz even wedged the staff into the door handle. It seemed this little delinquent had some brains after all. The zombies almost followed them through the door, but now they could only press against the glass, excitedly howling and pounding at the humans inside. Typically, public building doors open outward so that in case of a fire, people can push from inside, preventing crowds from getting stuck and causing stampedes. This worked to Xiao Yao's advantage. Since the door opened outward, many zombies were already leaning on it, pounding forcefully to get in. Fortunately, the door wasn't a double swing type. The two women were exhausted, lying on the ground, gasping for air. Aziz panted heavily. I don't care. I need to rest. Even if the zombies smash the glass. I'm not moving anymore. I have no strength left. Huff, huff. Jean Lian didn't speak, also breathing heavily. Dragging Xiao Yao all this way felt like running a half marathon. It was nearly killing her. Xiao Yao glanced at the glass door. It seemed the blast-proof glass was quite sturdy. In fact, there was a trick to breaking such glass. Striking a corner would shatter it instantly, but hitting it heat-in made it hard to break. Fortunately, the zombies lacked that intelligence for now. Xiao Yao exhaled and scanned the wall opposite, where a blurred white sign stained with blood still showed the character hall. This was undoubtedly the cafeteria, though more advanced than the one he remembered. It was a multi-story building. He checked his status bar. The poison stack had been removed. He also looked at Jean Lian and Aziz. They too were free of the poison stack. Only then did he feel truly relieved. Although a horde of zombies was pressed against the glass next door, he just needed to hold out for 30 more seconds to recover. This lousy skill was not to be used carelessly again. Each use was a thrill that his little heart couldn't endure repeatedly. Creak, crack. A metallic grinding sound came from nearby. What the? Xiao Yao looked over. Though the blast-proof glass was sturdy, the door frame was not. The frame had already deformed under the zombies' pounding, and it looked like the whole door was about to be pushed down. Faster, faster, move it. Xiao Yao's eyes were wide as saucers, fixed intently on the remaining duration of his stun. Never had he imagined that each second could crawl by so agonizingly slow. Fortunately, the interminable moments finally passed, and Xiao Yao snapped out of the daze. The instant he regained control, he scrambled to his feet. This godforsaken place was the last spot he wanted to linger. Before the zombies could breach the door, he shouted, "Run!" He grabbed Jean Lian and Az, who were still resting on the ground, yanking them to their feet, and dashed swiftly toward the west. The zombies at the door, realizing their tantalizing prey was escaping, pounded against it with even greater ferocity. I'm too exhausted. I can't run anymore. Az complained as she sprinted. No way. If you're not dead tired, you run till you drop. Xiao Yao had no desire to bicker with Az at that moment. In this life-or-death crisis, there was no time to heat. Ahead lay two paths, left and right. A corpse sprawled by the left entrance, but with no time to deliberate, Xiao Yao and the others bolted straight into the right passage. Creak. Fortunately, the door directly ahead yielded to his push. Xiao Yao thrust it open and hurried in. Once inside, he spotted some long benches and wardrobes. He dragged over a full metal cabinet to barricade the door, hoping it would offer some resistance. The grating noise of the metal cabinet was considerable, but he prayed the zombies hadn't yet shattered the main entrance. After blocking the doorway with several metal cabinets, Xiao Yao slumped to the floor. The two girls were still catching their breath from the frantic escape. Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao, Az called out, her voice trembling. What's wrong? Xiao Yao looked up at her only to see her pointing behind him in terror. Xiao Yao lunged forward, instantly executing a clumsy roll to evade. Turning around, he discovered a zombie behind him, one clad only in a nightgown. Thankfully, he hadn't foolishly turned his head slowly, or he would have met the kiss of this long-haired female zombie. Let's beat her to death with our sticks. Though she was a female zombie in nothing but a nightgown, this was no time for chivalry. They had to eliminate her quickly before the zombies breached the main door. Xiao Yao struck first, slamming his stick onto the zombie's crown. 74. The blow didn't knock her out, instead it enraged her. His spiritual energy was depleted, leaving him unable to use skills. The 74 critical damage came from a normal attack aimed at a weak point, the head. Come help. Many hands made light work. Xiao Yao needed the women's strength. Every bit of help counted, as even a mosquito's flesh is meat. Roar. The enraged nightgown-clad zombie lunged at Xiao Yao, her long hair veiling her face. He couldn't see her features clearly, nor did he wish to. As the zombie closed in, bang, Xiao Yao kicked her squarely in the stomach, sending her stumbling back several steps. By then, Jin Lian and Az had recovered enough to stand beside him, sticks raised. Strike. Xiao Yao brought his stick down on the zombie's head, while the women targeted her shoulders and body. Striking the head simultaneously risked tangling their sticks, so he instructed them to aim elsewhere. Though body blows lacked critical damage, they were better than nothing. After several rounds, they finally beat the zombie, who resembled Sadako from the horror films. Her disheveled hair spread across the floor, dark viscous blood oozing along the strands, creating an eerie spectacle. A chill seemed to creep over Xiao Yao, making him shudder. He grabbed some clothes from a nearby bench and draped them over the corpse. Strangely covering it eased his fear. But what place was this? Why were all the zombies in nightgowns? Xiao Yao glanced around the room, puzzled. On the wall were the words, "Conserve water." Surrounding him were rows of metal lockers, each with a lock and a different number. In the corner stood a large shoe rack filled with pink slippers, sneakers, and high heels. This? Could it be? This isn't a cafeteria, it's a bathhouse. And a women's bathhouse at that. Xiao Yao felt a wave of embarrassment. Thank goodness it was the apocalypse, not peacetime, otherwise barging into a women's bathhouse would land him back in jail. This is bad. Xiao Yao fell silent. He had thought this was a cafeteria where he could scavenge food and use the kitchen to cook meals to speed up health recovery. But it was a bathhouse offering nothing of use. Crash. Bang. The explosion-proof glass at the hall entrance finally gave way, shattering into countless icy granules. The zombies at the forefront, having pounded the door, lunged into empty space and fell. As they tried to rise, those behind trampled them, repeatedly crushing them until their health dropped by half. No good, the door is broken, Xiao Yao said, hearing the glass shatter. It was likely the main entrance had been breached. He made a shushing gesture to the girls. Jin Lian and Az nodded vigorously in understanding, with Izzy even covering her mouth with her hand. Let's check the vicinity first. If this is a women's bathhouse, there shouldn't be only one zombie. Xiao Yao pointed quietly to an inner room where a bloody handprint stained the glass of the door. Click, click. Xiao Yao tried the handle. The door was locked from inside. He decided to leave it be. Even if zombies were inside, they wouldn't open it. Thankfully, it was locked. He dreaded what censored scene might await if he opened the door to the bathing area. Since the door was locked, Xiao Yao stopped dwelling on it. His priority was to restore his health. He checked Jin Lian and Az's health bars. Both were dangerously low. Fortunately, Jin Lian's nurse uniform regenerated 1 health point per minute, while Az had no such recovery. With 135 health points left, Xiao Yao decided to restore Az's health first. He removed his jade bracelet and jade ring, took Az's hand, and slipped them onto her fingers, ignoring her flesh. These equipment pieces restore health. Use them to recover your lost health, Xiao Yao said, disregarding Az's bewildered expression. Health. I feel perfectly fine. Listen, the thick mist poisons you. The longer you stay, the more health you lose. You're down to 25 health points. What do I do? Am I going to die? Terrified at hearing she had only 25 health left, Az grabbed Xiao Yao's arm, fearing she might drop dead any second. Don't worry. These items will restore your health, Xiao Yao said, patting her hand reassuringly. Is this? My jade thumb ring. Az raised her hand, looking at the jade thumb ring Xiao Yao had forced onto her finger. It was from her own stash, stolen from her mother. She never imagined it had such a use. But what about you and Sister Jin Lian? Az finally showed concern for others, not uttering foolish demands like "That's mine, give it back." Sister Jin Lian's nurse uniform restores 1 health per minute, and I have higher health, so I can hold on a bit longer. Xiao Yao decided to share some non-critical information with Jin Lian and Az. To survive together, hiding too many secrets would make their actions rigid and hard to explain. He only needed to keep the secret of his phone system. After all, he had just unleashed his whirlwind lightning slash. Fortunately, the two hadn't abandoned him, otherwise he would have been helpless. Returning their kindness, Xiao Yao tentatively accepted them as companions. So far they hadn't proven to be ill-intentioned people. How miraculous. This jade thumb ring can restore health points, Aziz murmured, gently stroking the jade thumb ring on her hand. But how come I didn't know about it? Xiao Yao, how did you find out? In my eyes, the entire world is datafied. Xiao Yao lied again. Some things could be shared while others must. If I don't believe you. Aziz pouted. It must be your glasses. You used to wear transparent ones, but now you've switched to a pair of bug-eye sunglasses. Do you think I'm stupid? Hand me your glasses, and I'll believe you. Here, take them. Without hesitation, Xiao Yao removed his sunglasses and handed them to Aziz. You're actually willing to give them to me. Aren't you afraid he'll snatch them? Aziz took them without ceremony and put them on. There doesn't seem to be anything special about them. Wearing sunglasses in this awful weather. You're such a show-off. Here, take them back. Aziz took off the sunglasses and handed them directly to Xiao Yao. Since it wasn't the glasses, it must be his eyes. You said the world looks datafied through your eyes, hey? Yes, that's right. Xiao Yao took the sunglasses and put them back on. It would be strange if Aziz could detect anything wrong with them. He had deactivated his reconnaissance skill before handing them over. Without the skill, the glasses were just ordinary sunglasses. Jean Lian, however, knew a few more secrets. She looked puzzled because Xiao Yao could even store items in those glasses. If they were just ordinary sunglasses, how could they possess such miraculous functions? All right, then tell me, what kind of data do you see? Aziz persisted, digging for details relentlessly. Not that much. For example, your health points are 122, Sister Jean Lian's are 127, and this stick we're holding has an attack power of 2025. Attack? What does that mean? It means if I hit your head with this stick 4 times, you'd be done for. Off. That terrifying. So from now on, be careful not to swing it at people carelessly. It could be fatal. They'll be careful. This is too amazing. I've decided, Brother Xiao Yao, I'm sticking with you from now on. Aziz glanced at her stick, but saw nothing extraordinary. Yet what Xiao Yao said seemed plausible. Hadn't they just used sticks to kill those terrifying zombies with ease? So, Brother Xiao Yao, how many health points do you have? What, you want to know how many hits it takes to kill me? Xiao Yao had no intention of revealing his health points. The number would shock them. Come on, just tell me, Brother Xiao Yao, please. Aziz resorted to cajolery, clinging to his arm and acting spoiled. Stop. Stop. He'll tell you, all right. He gave in. This tactic was utterly irresistible to Xiao Yao, who had never had a girlfriend before his rebirth and had only dated for less than a day. Spill it. How many health points do you have? Well, about 300 or so. What? Why do you have so many? Well, it mainly depends on how much meat you have on your bones. The more meat, the more health points. Really? Aziz looks, more meat meant more health points. Aziz scanned Xiao Yao's physique from head to toe. He certainly was well built. Could he be telling the truth? Yes, that's how it is. Then from now on, I'm going to get fat. Fatter than you. Ahem. Well, you don't really need to get fat. Being fat has many drawbacks. How could it have drawbacks? I want 300 health points like you. I only have 122. That's not even enough for 4 hits. Actually, being fat might get you killed faster. For instance, if you needed help today and 2 people couldn't even drag you away, think how dangerous that would be. That's true. Forget it, I don't want to be as fat as you. Like a pig. A zombie would need 3 meals to finish you. Haha. Xiao Yao rubbed his head. His weight had been brazenly spun as a sign of high health. Actually, there are plenty of gear that can boost health points. For example, the nurse uniform Sister Jean Lian is wearing and your training shoes. Each adds 10 health points. That's incredible. Brother Xiao Yao, let's find more advanced gear so we won't be afraid of zombies anymore. By the way, since you can see our health points, can you see the zombies' health points too? Of course I can. How many health points do the zombies have? When Aziz asked this, Sister Jean Lian also looked at Xiao Yao expectantly. She had wanted to ask the same questions, but held back, knowing everyone had secrets. Prying too much might annoy him. But Aziz was different. She asked whatever came to mind without a filter, and Jean Lian was happy to learn along with her. After all, uncovering secrets and gossiping was always the most entertaining. You two need to brace yourselves. The most ordinary zombies have over 600 health points. Aunt. Aziz's jaw dropped. That many? How is that possible? Why do zombies have so many health points? Jean Lian's expression turned grim. After all, zombies were once human. Why did their health points increase? Because of the thick fog. Thick fog. Yes, the fog is poison to us, but it's a tonic for zombies. The longer they stay in it, the stronger and harder to deal with they become. 600 health points. With a stick, that's 30 hits. Oh my god, 30 hits. This is exhausting just thinking about it. Aziz counted on her fingers, then realized she'd need both hands and feet to tally it all. That's why we need to work as a team. One person needs 30 hits to kill a zombie, but with 3 of us, each only needs to strike 10 times. Oh, so it's not that hard to kill them after all. For lone zombies, we can take them on directly. But if they swarm, our best bet is to beat a hasty retreat. Can't we get stronger? If the zombies keep getting more powerful, soon it won't be 30 hits. It'll be 300. We'd be exhausted to death. For now, it seems we can't. Our only option is to find more powerful weapons to deal with them. Xiao Yao didn't mention that he could level up. Ordinary humans truly couldn't grow stronger. If only we had guns. We could rattle off and blast all these monsters to bits. Guns, eh? The remark was casual to the speaker, but struck a chord with the listener. As this word sparked an idea in Xiao Yao's mind. If an ordinary stick could inflict such high damage on zombies, wouldn't a gun make short work of them? Xiao Yao lifted his head, gazing into the distance. Firearms were only found in police stations and the military in this nation. Unlike the United States and other developed countries, China maintained strict public security. For an ordinary person, obtaining a gun was an impossibility. Not just acquiring one, but even entertaining the thought was forbidden. Thus, Xiao Yao had never considered using firearms against zombies in the past. Azu's remark suddenly sparked an idea in his mind. Since the apocalypse had arrived, wouldn't it be lawful to raid a police station for some guns? Where law ceases to exist, what crime could there be? Let's rest a bit. Once our health recovers, we need to hurry to the supermarket. Otherwise, if we exhaust our stamina, we'll be sitting ducks waiting to die. Azu, your health is fully restored. Give me the bracelet and ring so I can recover mine. Great, I'm fully recovered. Azu swung her fists a few times. It feels like I'm bursting with strength. Xiao Yao shook his head. It was all in her mind. He took the bracelet and ring, equipped them, and watched his health begin to slowly restore. Unfortunately, like Sister Jinlian, he now recovered only 1 health point per minute. Sister Jinlian had already reached 55 health, while he had dropped to the same number after losing blood. Now they were on equal footing. At this rate, Sister Jinlian would need 72 minutes to fully recover, while he would require 258 minutes, over 4 hours. By then, the supermarket mission would surely fail. If they didn't reach the supermarket tonight, their stamina would never recover, and tomorrow they'd lack the strength to make the journey. Worse still, zombies roamed the hall. If they discovered this place and breached the door, there would be no escape. The thought filled Xiao Yao with anxiety. He decided to let Sister Jinlian recover her health first. Even if he wasn't fully restored, he'd at most be on par with her, 127 health points. Once Sister Jinlian was at full health, they'd set out for the supermarket. With just over 2 hours left for the mission, deducting the time for recovery, they might only have an hour remaining. This mission seemed precarious. Rest here and conserve your energy. They'll check the lockers for any food. Okay. Jinlian and Azu sat on a long bench surrounded by scattered clothes. Let me see if there's anything useful in these clothes. Azu spotted a few garments nearby, grabbed one, and dug into its pockets. Yes, a chocolate bar. After rummaging, she pulled out a DFU chocolate bar and shouted with joy. Keep your voice down. Xiao Yao felt like hitting her with a stick. Was she trying to alert the zombies outside to their presence? Fortunately, the windows were opaque and Azu's shout wasn't too loud. Otherwise, the zombies, seeing the people inside, would have been unable to resist storming in. By now, the hall was packed with zombies. Having lost track of Xiao Yao and his companions, they wandered aimlessly as if in standby mode. The adjacent men's bathhouse had a broken door, allowing the zombies inside and outside to converge. It was lucky that Xiao Yao had fled to the women's bathhouse on the right, otherwise they'd have been overwhelmed by the zombie horde from both sides. Without spiritual energy, he couldn't unleash his ultimate skills. Azu stuck out her tongue, but still waved the chocolate triumphantly. Xiao Yao nodded in acknowledgement. All the lockers here were locked. As Xiao Yao inspected them, a message appeared, lockpick required. Unable to unlock. Xiao Yao still had no idea where to find a lockpick. Forcibly breaking the lockers would be suicide. Zombies might already be at the door waiting for the slightest sound. A lockpick would be perfect. Damn it, how was he supposed to get one? Now he stood beside the only open locker, which contained a pink coat. Xiao Yao pulled it out, revealing a pink handbag inside. He checked the coat's pockets first. This likely belonged to the female zombie in pajamas. She hadn't had time to put it on before turning. Focusing his gaze, information appeared before him. Limited edition down coat, health 100, health recovery 2 minute. Xiao Yao rubbed his eyes vigorously and double-checked the item's attributes. Health 100. Health recovery 2 minute. The recovery rate is acceptable, but this health boost, are you sure it's not 10? After repeated verification, Xiao Yao pinched his arm. It hurt, confirming the coat's attributes were real. He immediately stripped off his training jacket and put on the pink limited edition down coat. It was a struggle to get into as it was quite tight. Fortunately, the coat was loose enough, otherwise his frame would have burst the seams. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't zip it up, so he left it open. Eagerly, he checked his status. Xiao Yao, race human, level 13, combat power 86, health 60402, 10 health per level, spiritual energy 132132, 1 spiritual energy per level, hunger 50, 100, loses 1 health per minute when hunger reaches 0, attack 40-45, defense 20, health recovery 8 minute, strength 20, 1 strength adds 1 health and 1 attack, agility 15. Intelligence 26, 1 intelligence adds 1 spiritual energy, experience 939740960. Xiao Yao's eyes widened. The coat's attribute bonuses worked. His health had surpassed 400, an unimaginable feat. With the coat's recovery boost, he now regenerated 3 health per minute. By the time Sister Jinlian was fully healed, he could reach 261 health. This down coat greatly increased his chances of survival. He pressed his face against its soft, fragrant fabric. I love you, my precious down coat. Sister Jinlian looked at Xiao Yao. Azu whispered, tugging at Jinlian's sleeve and pointing at his back. Jinlian looked up, following Azu's gaze. There stood Xiao Yao wearing a women's down coat stretched taut. She feared it would burst at any moment. Xiao Yao, so this is your hobby. A fetish? The thought made her shiver. Ugh, how disgusting. I'm never wearing pink again, Azu said, also shivering as she tightened her bulky training coat, as if it could no longer shield her from the cold. Azu shivered again, clutching her oversized training coat, as if its bulk could no longer ward off the chill in the air. Xiao Yao pressed his face against the fluffy scarf, still immersed in its soft comfort, while the two women behind him quietly stepped back a few paces. Perfect. With this down jacket, my chances of survival will skyrocket, Xiao Yao murmured, stroking the garment and swaying slightly. It's a bit tight, not quite comfortable. And it's pink, kind of flashy to wear out. After a long internal debate, Xiao Yao resolutely decided, let others' eyes burn, oh, it's none of my business. I just love pink down jackets. So what? Can I? With that thought, Xiao Yao stopped fretting. After all, this jacket boosted health by 100 points, equivalent to an extra life for an ordinary person. Though wearing it only added 100 to his own health for a regular human, it would mean a second chance at life. Huh, why do I feel some hostile gazes fixed on me? Xiao Yao slowly turned and met the flustered eyes of Jinlian and Azi. They quickly averted their gazes, each fiddling with their fingers. Xiao Yao felt awkward. Dressed like this, he must have given them the wrong impression. Too lazy to explain, he decided to finish looting the cabinet. There was also a pink leather handbag inside. If the down jacket was this impressive, what treasures might the handbag hold? Xiao Yao opened it. Inside lay a brown women's wallet with crooked English letters spelling LV, donkey. What brand was that? He shrugged it off and unbuttoned the wallet. A stack of cash greeted him, thousands by his estimate. There were also some bank cards and an ID card featuring a pretty young girl with long hair. Xiao Yao muttered, too bad she turned into a zombie. If she'd met me earlier, maybe she'd still be alive. Since the bank cards were useless now, Xiao Yao took only the cash and placed the wallet back into the handbag. Inside were various cosmetics. Xiao Yao's head ached at the sight. What use were they now? He didn't wear makeup. Then glancing at Azi, who quickly looked down and played with her fingers, he thought, I could give them to Azi. She's a makeup fanatic and would love these. They're not food, so they won't expire soon. The bag had several compartments. In the innermost one was a tablet now dead and a small notebook with unknown contents. Oh, in the outer pockets. I should check those too, Xiao Yao decided. Huh, he exclaimed. The outermost pocket held some jewelry, a diamond necklace, 2 heart-shaped earrings, and a diamond ring. It seemed the girl had taken them off before bathing and stored them here. Diamond necklace, spirit 10, spirit recovery 2 minutes. No way, Xiao Yao's eyes widened again. This was too thrilling. This was only the second piece of equipment boosting spirit recovery had ever seen. The first was in his past life. And this was the first after rebirth to enhance both spirit and its recovery. Though it only added 2 per minute, it was perfect. With 132 spirit head recover fully in just 1 hour, no longer needing a full night's sleep. Perfect. Diamond ring, spirit 5, spirit recovery 1 minute. Nice. That brought total recovery to 3 per minute, meaning full spirit in 44 minutes. Diamond ring, spirit 5, spirit recovery 1 minute. Earrings. Xiao Yao stared at the heart-shaped earrings in confusion, then glanced at his equipment slots. There was no spot for earrings. How was he supposed to equip these? Would I need to pierce my ears? He'll deal with that later. For now, I don't know how to wear them. Xiao Yao planned to swap in the diamond gear first. Maybe he'll ask Jinlian to help with the necklace. He thought, realizing the tight down jacket made it hard to remove his current gold necklace. He turned and walked toward Jinlian. She and Azi instinctively stepped back again. Don't run. Help me put on this necklace, Xiao Yao said, holding out the diamond necklace as he approached. The two women shook their heads frantically, too scared to speak lest they attract zombies. Backed into a corner, they found themselves pressed against a door, not the entrance but a locked one. Xiao Yao reached out as if to cabin them. But 2 women. Was he caging them both? No. Xiao Yao had no such intention. He just wanted Jinlian's help with the necklace. What are you thinking? Do you think I have some weird fetish? Azi nodded vigorously while Jinlian looked equally skeptical. Honestly, this jacket boosts health. Otherwise, I'd never wear something so tight it makes breathing hard. Xiao Yao twisted his body to demonstrate. Really? Jinlian whispered. Of course. Let me tell you secretly, this jacket adds 100 health points. Xiao Yao leaned close to Aziz's ear and whispered, lest zombies overhear. Aunt. Azi gasped, then quickly covered her mouth. I want to wear it too. I want to wear it. No can do. This jacket also recovers health, which is exactly what I need right now. If you pervert. I want to wear it too. Aren't you ashamed to wear a woman's jacket? Give it to me. Hearing that the down jacket boosted health, Az finally understood why Xiao Yao wore it. 100 health points. That was practically an extra life. She had to snatch it. Don't pull. If it tears, it's useless. Xiao Yao pushed her hands away. I need to fight zombies. Let me wear it for now. Once I find something better, I'll give it to you first, okay? If you said it. When you find something better, you'll give me this jacket. Az relented, afraid to damage the pink down jacket, as if it were already hers. Though pink was her least favorite color, health points mattered more. She shot a defiant glance at Jinlian, as if to say, this jacket is mine. Don't even think about competing. Jean Lian also wanted the jacket after hearing about its health boost, but the color wasn't her taste. Besides, Az had already claimed it. Az don't fight Xiao Yao over this. When he finds better gear, this jacket will be yours. No one will take it. But for now, only if Xiao Yao grows stronger can we hope to survive. Let him wear it for now. Jean Lian spoke like a mistress, subtly putting Az in her place. Bang! Aunt! Both women screamed involuntarily. A hand suddenly appeared through the locked door, its nails scraping against the glass with an unbearable screech. Roar! Slap, slap, slap. The zombies outside grew excited at the women's screams, pounding violently on the door. The glass window shattered quickly, but behind it was a metal cabinet. The zombies then battered the cabinet. Though Xiao Yao had barricaded the door with cabinets and benches, the obstacles only delayed the inevitable. It was only a matter of time before the zombies broke in. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several pounding sounds erupted from the door behind them. Multiple hands appeared on its surface, indicating that there was more than one zombie in the women's bathhouse beyond. Their fingernails were unnaturally long, scraping against the glass with a grating screech that set Xiao Yao and his two companions' nerves on edge. Ah! Ah! Two piercing screams followed, those of Jean Lian and Az. Though the door was opaque, the vague outlines of several women's faces could be discerned through it. Their faces were grotesquely elongated, nearly as long as a keyboard. The two women, terrified, clung tightly to Xiao Yao. At that moment, with one woman on each arm, the situation should have been alluring, yet Xiao Yao felt not a trace of lascivious thought. They were trapped. The exit was blocked by zombies, and the door to the women's bathhouse was also swarming with them. With no escape route left, was survival truly so elusive? They had two choices: either charge out and fight the zombies outside, or break through the bathhouse door and venture inside. Outside lay countless zombies. Within the bathhouse, the number was unknown, and it might well be a dead end. No. Xiao Yao's gaze fixed on a glimmer of light emanating from behind a row of metal lockers. Although this was a women's bathhouse, the building's design included windows now merely obscured by these lockers. He resolutely decided to escape through a window. The sole ray of light streaming and became his only beacon in the darkness. Well, go through the window. With that, Xiao Yao dashed toward the illuminated lockers. He struggled to shove two of them aside, revealing a window behind them, albeit one fitted with security bars. At this point, he no longer cared about making noise. He slid open the glass pane, gripped the window frame, extended his right leg, and kicked the bars with all his might. Bang! 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 The bars, made of hollow circular pipes, soon began to deform under his relentless kicks. It's working. Seeing the bars yield, Xiao Yao quickened his pace, delivering several more forceful kicks. Crack! The side of the security bars attached to the wall gave way, leaving the entire structure hanging askew. Xiao Yao pried the other side apart, creating a gap just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The bent steel pipes split open under his effort. "We'll go down first and catch you outside. Follow me out as soon as you can." Xiao Yao turned to say this to Jean Lian, and Az then stepped over the windowsill and jumped down. The sill was not very high, so even the two women should be able to land without major issues. He turned back, extending his arms to catch Jean Lian. "Jean Lian, hurry out. They'll catch you." "Okay." The security bars had been bent aside, leaving enough room even for Xiao Yao's build, let alone the slimmer Jean Lian. She steadied herself with his hand, climbed onto the sill, and then leaped into his arms. Xiao Yao set her down gently. "Az, you too quickly." Xiao Yao then reached out to catch Az inside. "Coming," she replied, climbing onto the sill and grasping his outstretched hands. Thud! The sound of a metal locker toppling echoed from inside. Az glanced back and saw that the lockers blocking the door had been pushed over by the zombies. Several of the creatures, spotting Az on the windowsill, lunged toward her with excitement, some of them completely naked, lewd as ruffians. Crack! The glass door of the women's bathhouse was shattered by the zombies within. Several